While everyone else was passionately selecting their spirit beasts, you dared to sleep soundly in the classroom. Before Luo Fan could understand what was happening, his homeroom teacher's furious roar made his eardrums ache, and a hot, foul-smelling wave of anger rushed toward his face. The next second, an upright hippo with gleaming tusks appeared before him, lunging straight for a bite. Luo Fan cried out in alarm, instinctively pressing his hand against the desk and swiveling his body 180 degrees to quickly distance himself, preparing to flee in panic. Looking around, Luo Fan was stunned. He found himself in a classroom, sitting in the back rows reserved for underachieving students. The homeroom teacher's fury hadn't subsided as she spoke coldly. Luo Fan, whether you live or die is none of my concern, and I couldn't care less. But today is the important day for spirit beast selection. All the school leaders are present. In your unexcused absence, are you trying to get me killed? Do you have any sense of collective responsibility? As her words ended, the old woman casually waved her hand, and the hippo dissolved into flowing light, leaving only a barrage of harsh scolding. Luo Fan's mind was full of question marks. Spirit beasts? School? He instinctively thought he was still dreaming, pinching his face, slapping himself, even banging his head against the wall, trying to wake himself up. But everything felt so real, as if the world had completely transformed. Luo Fan wanted to curse it, only had a few extra drinks the night before, and upon waking found himself transported to another world. What kind of ridiculous plot was this? Seeing this, the homeroom teacher became even angrier, grabbing Luo Fan and dragging him out of the classroom. Her strength was astonishing. Luo Fan felt like an infant in her grasp, unable to struggle free and forced to submit. Am I really not dreaming? Upon leaving the academic building, Luo Fan was immediately shocked by the scene before him. The vegetation here was extraordinarily lush, with giant trees as tall as football stadiums and thunderous beast roars echoing from the distance. The entire world was filled with primitive wildness. Luo Fan, guess what spirit beast I obtained? A general class antelope, horned sheep. When cultivated to its peak, it can awaken wind blades, and the benefits I'll receive from its feedback are beyond your imagination. Just as Luo Fan was feeling dizzy and confused, a young man excitedly rushed over and hugged him without hesitation, his face beaming with joy. Hearing antelope, horned sheep, Luo Fan was momentarily speechless. The second-to-last student had actually turned his fortunes around. Lu Yuqing, I have other matters to attend to. Take the dead last student to select his spirit beast and share some experience with him. The homeroom teacher's tone was complex, her body trembling slightly with a hint of jealousy in her eyes as she handed Luo Fan over to Lu Yuqing. Luo Fan, come with me. Lu Yuqing pulled Luo Fan along without giving him a chance to react. Along the way, Luo Fan stumbled forward, his mind full of confusion. Yuqing, how did you obtain your spirit beast? What's going on with this world? I don't understand anything. He realized he was about to select a spirit beast, but had no idea how to proceed. Lu Yuqing whispered his advice. Don't mind Lu Yuhong's, always look down on us poor students. You just need to enter the spirit beast space, follow your heart, and make your choice based on fate. Use the contract scroll to sign an agreement with the spirit beast and bring it into your soul sea. His words were filled with dissatisfaction and confidence. Spirit beast space? Luo Fan was completely bewildered, wishing someone would hand him an instruction manual. Unfortunately, he had no time to process this information. Within minutes, they arrived at the entrance to the spirit beast space. Two middle-aged men stood at the door, their expressions quite unfriendly upon seeing Luo Fan's late arrival. But they only complained briefly before tossing him a scroll and opening the door. Yuqing, how do I use this scroll? Luo Fan didn't dare step forward and turned back to ask. Without a word, Lu Yuqing bit Luo Fan's finger, dripped blood onto the scroll, and kicked him into the spirit beast space. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the 10,000 Beasts Intelligence System. Scanning host's physical condition. Conditions met. Beginning binding process. Binding in progress. Please wait. Binding successful. As Luo Fan was kicked into the space, a cold electronic voice suddenly rang in his ears. It turned out he had bound with the 10,000 Beasts Intelligence System, and he only needed to spend 2,000 yuan to complete the recharge. System, is this a novel? Recharge. He made the decision decisively, feeling unexpectedly calm. After successful recharge, the mist in the spirit beast space quickly dissipated. Luo Fan saw islands, squirrels, small turtles, hedgehogs, wolf pups, small crocodiles, wildebeest, wild boars, various ordinary and exotic animals competing for attention. Suddenly, deep in the thick fog, a snow-white thunder ancient bear with its cub was easily hunting a giant tiger, the scene extremely fierce. The system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host. Pure-blood fierce beast thunder ancient bear cub discovered. Spend 1,000 wealth points to contract. Do you wish to spend? Luo Fan was stunned, staring at the thunder ancient bear cub in disbelief. System, are you serious? Can this thing really be contracted? Luo Fan may be an outsider, But Luo Fan isn't stupid with his current strength. He couldn't even withstand one bite from a Thunder Ancient Bear cub. Don't worry, host. The beast intelligence system is safe and reliable, honest to all users. Not only pure-blooded fierce beasts, but even primordial relics can be handled as long as you have enough wealth points. After all, wealth points are omnipotent. Hearing the system's boastful claims, Luo Fan remained skeptical. Really? Even primordial relics? Host, please do not question the system. Why not give it a try? The system's tone was clearly displeased. Luo Fan's heart raced with uncertainty, but curiosity ultimately conquered fear. He took a deep breath and opened the panel. 1,000 wealth points were deducted just like that, consuming 1,000 wealth points. Initiating contract establishment. Contract in progress, please wait. As soon as the system notification ended, a golden light suddenly shot out from the panel, forming a scroll that wrapped around Luo Fan's fingerprint and instantly rushed toward the nearby Thunder Ancient Bear cub. Bang! The scroll struck the cub's forehead hard, exploding into countless runes before condensing into a brand mark. Contract successfully established. Host may spend another 1,000 wealth points to randomly obtain one ability from the Thunder Ancient Bear cub. Do you wish to proceed? It works like that. Luo Fan's eyes widened. He had witnessed the terrifying power of the Thunder Ancient Bear and its talent for controlling lightning. If he could truly obtain that ability, this would be a heaven-sent opportunity. Gritting his teeth, he confirmed the payment again, randomly selecting ability. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Thunder Ancient Bear's lightning control ability. Ability awakening in progress. Thunder power awakening successful. In the next instant, tens of thousands of electric arcs emerged from the void, wrapping around Luo Fan's entire body. His scalp tingled, thinking he would be charred to a crisp in the next moment. He crouched down with his head in his hands. Help me. I'm going to die. However, the excruciating pain never came. All the electric arcs obediently flowed toward his lower abdomen, settling near his dantian before becoming quiet. Congratulations, host. You have received the Thunder Ancient Bear's physical enhancement. Detecting that the host has not yet cultivated beast taming techniques and cannot withstand the enhancement power, converting to Soul Sea expansion, Luo Fan felt his consciousness sea churning like a storm. The gray-white misty sea suddenly expanded several times over, leaving his mind feeling frighteningly vast. Soul Sea expansion successful. The system will remove the Thunder Ancient Bear cub in 3 breaths. The mother bear will go berserk. Please escape the beast contract space at maximum speed. Damn it, don't screw me over. Luo Fan snapped back to reality and ran frantically toward the exit of the beast contract space. He had barely taken a few steps when the count from 1 to 3 passed in the blink of an eye, followed by a thunderous roar from behind. Luo Fan felt a violent wind strike his back, forcing him to stumble. Looking back, he saw the massive Thunder Mother Bear raising her head in fury, with endless lightning sweeping across the entire area like a tidal wave, causing even the space barriers to tremble. He gasped in shock, not daring to look again. He leaped through the light portal out of the beast contract space, slammed the door shut with a bang, and fled wildly toward the campus exit. Bastard! Who dares cause trouble in the beast contract space? An earth-shaking roar erupted. Several terrifying auras simultaneously burst forth from different locations across the campus as teachers and elders rushed into the beast contract space, tearing sonic booms through the air. About half an hour later, chaotic footsteps echoed near the entrance to the beast contract space. The powerful figures who had rushed in began emerging one by one, all pale-faced and spiritually drained, collapsing to the ground too exhausted even to lift their hands. Who was the last person to enter the beast contract space? How dare they contract a fierce beast? Who was their homeroom teacher? Didn't anyone tell them that contract beasts can cause backlash? An elder was furious beyond measure. The last to emerge was Principal Wenhongji. His condition was even worse, blood at the corner of his mouth, tattered clothes, hair standing on end with crackling static electricity. He looked ready to explode at any moment. Principal 1. I'm Lu Yuhong, homeroom teacher of class 13, grade 12. The last student to attempt beast contracting was Luo Fan. Hearing Wenhongji's roar, Lu Yuhong quickly rushed over to inquire about the latest situation. Lu Yuhong was filled with regret. If she had known Luo Fan would cause such trouble, she wouldn't have left to handle personal matters. Now that Wenhongji had been alerted, she had no idea how to explain herself. Lu Yuhong, look at the fine student you've taught. He doesn't even know the most basic common sense. How do you call yourself a homeroom teacher? Wenhongji's temples throbbed with visible veins, his entire body trembling with rage. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible, as if he wanted to strike her dead on the spot. Principal 1. What exactly happened? Lu Yuhong forced herself to remain calm, though her palms were already slick with sweat. She knew Luo Fan's background all too well. His academic performance was abysmal. He either slept through classes or continued sleeping, and his family was so poor they could barely afford beast feed. She had long since categorized this student as hopeless. By all logic, such a waste of space would just muddle through life aimlessly. Who could have imagined he would be personally singled out by Wenhongji? Cut the nonsense. Wenhongji stepped closer menacingly. Answer me. How are contracted beasts classified? And how should one choose a contracted beast? His gaze locked onto Lu Yuhong like a sharp blade, ready to destroy her completely if she gave even a partially wrong answer. Contracted beasts are divided into 3 categories. Lu Yuhong took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay composed. The first category consists of gentle, kind, and grateful creatures, mostly herbivorous species. Their feedback is stable and generous, and they are extremely loyal. The second category includes carnivorous species that are fierce and selfish. They may turn on their masters at the slightest provocation, but if successfully tamed, their feedback power far exceeds that of herbivorous types. The final category is forbidden pure-blooded fierce beasts, and ancient remnant species are born untamable. They cannot be contracted nor domesticated. Even if one forcibly uses a contract scroll, they will ultimately face backlash, having their souls see devoured and dying. As she spoke these words, she felt her scalp tingle and her bones grow cold. All the signs suggested that Luo Fan might be involved with a forbidden fierce beast, but upon further thought, it seemed absurd. How could that careless boy possibly have the strength to form a contract with a pure-blooded fierce beast? Principal 1. We've sealed off the entire school and conducted a comprehensive search, but haven't found any trace of Luo Fan yet. Security personnel arrived at that moment to report the latest developments. When Hongji nodded grimly, then turned back with another low growl. Look what you've done. I'll settle this score with you later, everyone. Keep this information sealed. This absolutely cannot leak out. If the Beast Control Bureau catches wind of this, we're all finished. You, go to Luo Fan's house immediately and control his parents. If necessary, directly eliminate. Kill Luo Fan's family members to force him to show himself. When he said the words, eliminate, his voice became so low it seemed to seep from underground. He then grabbed Lu Yuhong by the hair and gave her an icy warning. Your future depends on this. If the fierce beast goes berserk and the Beast Control Bureau discovers it, I'll make your life a living hell. Clearly, he had already secretly decided that if things went wrong, he would push Lu Yuhong forward as a scapegoat. Yes, I'll go right away. Lu Yuhong repeatedly agreed, quickly exchanging glances with the security personnel. Not daring to look back, she rushed toward the school exit and sprinted straight to Luo Fan's residence. Meanwhile, at the city's edge, Luo Fan hurried through abandoned factories and weeds, occasionally looking back in fear that the Thunder Mother Bear might catch up. Hey, why are you running? Lu Yuqing followed closely behind him, panting as he shouted. Even if you got a contracted beast, there's no need to panic like this, right? Luo Fan suddenly stopped. After confirming there was no trace of the Thunder Mother Bear's presence, he grabbed Lu Yuqing's shoulders with a serious expression. Yuqing, do you know what beast taming cultivation techniques are? Are you stupid? We started cultivating in our first year of high school. Lu Yuqing's eyes widened as he grabbed Luo Fan's arm and reached up to feel his forehead. The two were best friends who both enjoyed slacking off in class, yet they were extremely dedicated to beast taming cultivation. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Yuqing had contracted the skyhorn antelope. What exactly did you contract? Why are you acting like you have amnesia? He reached out again to check his temperature. After feeling Luo Fan's forehead once more, Lu Yuqing confirmed that Luo Fan wasn't running a fever, which finally put him at ease. Yuqing, can you teach me how to cultivate? Luo Fan finally spoke up. He didn't originally belong to this world and knew nothing about contracted beasts or beast taming cultivation techniques, so he could only place all his hopes on his good friend Lu Yuqing. Lu Yuqing tilted his head and studied him, clearly guessing something. Did something happen to you? Luo Fan, you can't have any accidents. If you stop being dead last, then I'll become dead last. Yuqing, is that really all you aspire to? What's the difference between second to last and dead last? Luo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How is it not different? My mom said as long as I'm not dead last, everything's fine. Lu Yuqing dragged him toward the school gate, his expression even more serious than before. With nowhere else to go, Luo Fan could only follow behind him. The walk back to Lu's residential complex wasn't long. The 5 o'clock sunsets stretched their shadows far across the ground. Lu Yuqing muttered to himself as they walked. Having a mom like this is really wonderful. Listening to him, Luo Fan felt something between envy and bitterness. The Lu family's apartment was only 70 square meters, but it was kept spotlessly clean. A thriving ivy plant sat on the shoe cabinet. The wooden floors in the living room gleamed, and family vacation photos hung on the walls. Looking around, Luo Fan felt inexplicably drawn to this warm tidiness. Oh my little Fan, it's been so long since you've come to visit. Lu's mother poked her head out from the kitchen, wearing an apron. Rice or corn rice? I'll make it right now. Auntie, sorry to trouble you. Luo Fan nodded politely. Mom, I have good news for you. Lu Yuqing rushed excitedly into the kitchen, his voice full of energy. Your son's contracted beast Isa celestial antelope. A celestial antelope? Lu's mother nearly dropped the ladle into the pot, then broke into a beaming smile. Good boy, you really didn't disappoint me. She wiped her hands while pulling out her phone. Wait, let me call your father, honey. I have good news. Your son contracted a celestial antelope today. Yes, yes, our Lu family has made it. We can finally hold our heads high. Tell the relatives, we'll host a celebration dinner soon. The excited chatter from the other end of the line came through clearly, and Lu's mother grew more animated, speaking as rapidly as a machine gun. Watching this, Luo Fan felt an indescribable envy welling up inside him. Not wanting to disturb their joy, he quietly walked over to the bookshelf. The bookshelf was neatly lined with dozens of specialized books. Fundamentals of Beast Taming, 3 years of college prep, 5 years of beast raising, 100 tips for pleasing your contracted beast, 1,000 years of beast taming history, basic soul cultivation breathing techniques. Luo Fan browsed through them and finally pulled out 1,000 years of beast taming history, settling into a corner of the sofa to catch up on his knowledge. In the rustling sound of turning pages, a weighty history gradually unfolded. 986 years before the beast taming era, dimensional rifts suddenly opened, and terrifying forces invaded the planet Dian. All animals mutated into savage beasts, frantically compressing humanity's living space, nearly driving the human race to extinction. 800 years before the beast taming era, humans discovered contracted beast spaces through exploration. The first beast tamers were born, and humanity began building settlements around these contracted beast spaces, launching their first counterattack. 500 years before the beast taming era, the beast tamer system became established. Base cities rose from the ground one after another, and humanity finally developed a complete beast taming cultivation system. 400 years before the beast taming era, interdimensional rifts opened, allowing numerous ferocious beasts to enter the Dian Star and begin their assault on humanity's beast-taming civilization. Luo Fan hunched over his desk, flipping through 1,000 years of beast-taming history. Lines of historical records spread before his eyes, and he felt as if he were witnessing that magnificent land. First-hand scenes of mountains, rivers, cities, and countless races coexisting flashed by, finally giving him a rough understanding of this world. But the next moment, Luo Fan slammed his hand on the desk and shot up, cold sweat beading on his forehead. No, ferocious beasts are forbidden. They can't be contracted, or you'll surely die from backlash. System, get out here. Why are you trying to kill me? Just moments ago, he had signed a contract with a legendary thunder ancient beast, and the blood-red words certain death on the page were particularly glaring. The system remained silent, but he suddenly felt his life force rapidly deteriorating. Like a snuffed candle wick, his lifespan was now only 1 month. On this continent, herbivorous contracted beasts were universally recognized as the safest choice. Only those with powerful backgrounds and exceptional talent would attempt to tame fierce carnivorous beasts. As for ferocious beasts, they were absolute taboos written in every tome, and anyone who made contact would face certain death. Luo Fan's only consolation was that there was still a 1-month dormancy period after the contract was completed. This time served both as an emotional bonding period between him and his contracted beast, and as the crucial phase determining whether he would receive feedback. Once the dormancy period ended and the contracted beast awakened willing to provide feedback, he could become a true beast tamer. The amount of feedback depended entirely on the beast's mood. To please their contracted beasts, people would spare no effort, channeling their souls day and night and investing massive resources, all for that one life-determining feedback. However, ferocious beasts were different. They never provided feedback. The first thing they did upon awakening was devour their master's soul, and the master's fragile body would naturally meet its doom. Esteemed host, you greatly underestimate the myriad beast intelligence system. A cold, familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. As long as you have sufficient wealth points, even divine beasts can be contracted through this system, with a guaranteed 100 feedback rate. Friendly reminder, host wealth points are insufficient. System is in shutdown mode. To ensure continued service, please recharge immediately. After a brief 3 seconds, the system voice returned, mercilessly repeating, no wealth points available, system shutdown, please complete recharge. Luo Fan, what's wrong with you? You're acting strange today. His roommate Lu Yuqing pushed open the door and frowned upon seeing Luo Fan's distressed expression. Yuqing, if I wanted to make money, what's the fastest way? Luo Fan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The system had indicated that with enough money, even ferocious beasts could provide 100 feedback. But as a newcomer to this world, he knew nothing and had no idea where to start raising funds. Lu Yuqing waved dismissively after hearing this. I thought it was something serious. Turns out you're just worried about money. Before becoming a true beast tamer, you don't need too many resources. If push comes to shove, just choose a decent beast taming cultivation technique to slowly nurture your contracted beast. It's just more work. In any era, the poor always far outnumber the rich. When you can't pile on resources, you make up for it with diligence. Beast tamers also had talent gaps, but with enough effort, there was always hope. This was Lu Yuqing's creed. Beast taming techniques, right? Beast taming techniques. A glimmer lit up in Luo Fan's eyes. Can you teach me? Since he couldn't raise money in the short term, he could only pin his hopes on cultivation techniques when contracting the Thunder Ancient Beast. He had sensed the feedback power, but couldn't harness it due to lacking proper techniques. Master, your phone is ringing. Please answer the call. Master, the mechanical prompt suddenly switched from the system channel to reality. Luo Fan pulled out his phone, seeing Mother Empress flashing on the screen. He hadn't expected to have parents in this world, and almost instinctively pressed the answer button. Hello. An angry roar came through the receiver. You little brat. Where did you run off to? Your homeroom teacher is here for a home visit. Get back here right now. As soon as Luo Fan answered the phone, he was greeted with a barrage of curses, urging him to hurry home. All right, I'll be right back, he quickly replied, though the harsh words echoed in his ears like thunder. After hanging up, he couldn't help but think of his parents on Blue Star, wondering if they missed him the same way these parents here did. Had his disobedient younger brother changed at all? Lu Yuhong is making a home visit? The sun must be rising from the west. Standing close by, Lu Yuqing had heard every word of the phone conversation clearly and suspected he was hallucinating. Yuqing, could you come home with me? Luo Fan really didn't know the way home and had to ask for help again. Is your contracted beast not very good? Lu Yuqing raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, with your personality, you'd never ask me to accompany you on this trip. But that doesn't make sense either. If your beast was mediocre, why would that social climber Lu Yuhong bother with a home visit? He stared at Luo Fan with anticipation written all over his face. Come clean, what grade is your contracted beast? Beasts have grades. Luo Fan once again hit a knowledge gap and could only ask quietly. Boss, don't scare me. Even if you're terrible at biology, you can't possibly not know about beast grades, right? Well, this works out fine with you at the bottom. I won't have to be dead last anymore. Lu Yuqing let out a dry laugh and pulled Luo Fan toward home. On the way back, Lu Yuqing gave Luo Fan a crash course. Contracted beasts on Yen Star are divided into 5 grades: Warrior Servant, Battle General, Lord, Monarch, with each grade subdivided into ranks 1 through 9. When beasts advance their cultivation, they can provide feedback to their masters, but this harms the beast itself, so generally they only give feedback after crossing 3 grade levels, and it depends on the beast's mood too. He lowered his voice to add, I heard there's a transcendent grade above Monarch level, but that's way beyond our reach. My current goal is to become a Battle General level beast master so I can hunt wild beasts in the wilderness. Seeing Luo Fan's blank expression, Lu Yuqing patted his shoulder. Don't look at me like you're looking down on me. One trip into the wild forest can easily earn you hundreds of thousands of yuan. Does that tempt you? When wild beasts were mentioned, Luo Fan was still confused. What are wild beasts? Bro, didn't you read 1,000 Years of Beast Mastery? Lu Yuqing rubbed his forehead. Wild animals mutated by otherworldly forces are called wild beasts. Without beast masters, humanity would have been extinct long ago. Even now, wild beasts still dominate the world. It's only the powerful human stronghold bases that have given us the life we have today. At this point, he didn't forget to remind him. Your house is just ahead. Try not to get beaten by your aunt again. Remembering how he'd gotten caught in the crossfire of Luo Fan's mother's beating last time, he instinctively hunched his shoulders but still steeled himself to follow. Why are you only coming back now? Always so slow and dragging your feet. Teacher, Lu has been waiting forever. Luo Fan's mother had been watching from outside the building, and as soon as she saw Luo Fan, the scolding poured out. Looking up, Luo Fan saw several burly men positioned on either side of the stairway, subtly forming an encirclement with their gazes all locked on him, as if afraid he might turn and run. Lu Yuqing swallowed hard. What kind of contracted beast did you get that the school actually sent people to protect you? This is way too over the top. Lu Yuqing also sensed something was wrong and stared at Luo Fan in a daze, his envy written all over his face. Are you sure this is protection? Luo Fan gave a self-mocking smile, too lazy to explain further, and turned to head home. The two buildings were barely 100 meters apart, yet the gap felt like an entire world. The Lu family's villa had bright, clean windows, while the Luo family's rental was only about 30 square meters, cramped, cluttered, with air thick with dampness and cooking oil. If you think it's dirty, don't come in. If you do come in, sit properly. As soon as Luo Fan finished speaking, he saw LV Yuhong frowning and covering her nose, reluctantly taking a seat by the bed, making no effort to hide her disgust. Luo Fan's father sat rigidly on a small stool, hands properly placed on his knees like a student called upon in class, his face wearing an awkward expression of helplessness. Luo Fan saw through it all clearly. If not for that fierce beast, someone like LV Yuhong would never set foot in a place like this. His parents had struggled enough just to raise him, wouldn't allow them to suffer even the slightest humiliation. You've caused a huge disaster. Do you think you can hide from it? LV Yuhong spoke, her tone like ice shards. You might be able to run, but what about your parents? Before she could finish, Luo Fan cut her off with a sharp retort. Disaster? What disaster did I cause? You're the one afraid of ruining your career, aren't you? When a student contracts a fierce beast, doesn't the teacher bear responsibility? Stop pretending, let's lay it all out, and spare ourselves the disgust. He casually dragged over a chair and sat down, his expression disdainful. Under the dim yellow bulb, dust particles danced in the air. Any contracted beast must sleep for a month after signing the contract, allowing the soul sea and beast to harmonize. If the master is killed during this period, their soul power would instantly flood into the beast, forcibly awakening it and causing a rampage. Luo Fan had witnessed the terror of that thunder ancient bear. If it truly went berserk, LV Yuhong definitely couldn't handle it. LV Yuhong decided to drop all pretense. Speaking directly saves time. You've contracted a fierce beast, and the school won't tolerate you. From now on, you're expelled. All records erased within 3 days. Not even your shadow will be found. This 30,000 yuan is hush money. Don't go anywhere for a month. When the fierce beast awakens, when it devours you, will clean up the mess and protect your family. She pulled out stacks of bills from her bag and tossed them up. Red banknotes swirled like rain under the cramped ceiling, scattering across the floor. Luo Fan chuckled softly. Well spoken, worthy of a renowned teacher from Chochuan First High. If you want the beast's corpse for research, at least withdraw those beast tamers downstairs, won't you? Do you take me for a fool? He had spotted them when he returned surveillance, blockade, monitoring, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seems you're not completely stupid. LV Yuhong sneered. For your family's safety, you'd better obey. Otherwise, your parents, your sister, there are 100 ways to make them disappear. And you? She nodded toward Lu Yuqing. Don't meddle. Focus on raising your celestial antelope. You might still have a chance to turn things around. Otherwise, I can make you disappear just as easily. With that, she shoved past Luo Fan and strode toward the door, declaring the decision final and unchangeable. Stop right there and take your filthy money with you. The Luo family wants nothing to do with it. Luo Fan was about to lash out when his father stood up, fixing Lu Yuhong with an icy stare and demanding she pick up the money. If I remember correctly, your name is Luo Jingqi, right? That's enough. Lu Yuhong crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping over the family of 3 like an ice blade. Your son is worthless. Stop trying to save face for him. Take the money and live quietly. If that doesn't work, have another child. Actually, forget it. With your mediocre talents, you won't produce anything worthwhile. Stop wasting the human race's resources. Before anyone could respond, she beckoned 2 beast tamers over. Keep an eye on them. The 2 beast tamers positioned themselves at the door, their expressions cold and indifferent. Lu Yuhong turned and left. The room felt suffocating, as if the very air had frozen. Suddenly, Luo Jingqi exploded. You look down on us. Why can't my son tame a fierce beast? But after his outburst, even he fell silent. Though Luo Jingqi and his wife were only ordinary beast taming apprentices, they understood the truth about contracted beast taming. A fierce beast was nothing short of a pipe dream. All right, stop standing around. His mother spoke quietly, wiping the corner of her eyes before heading to the kitchen. I'll make dinner. Let's all have a good meal. Her back was rigid, but her shoulders trembled slightly as she fought to suppress her sobs. Luo Fan hung his head in dejection, his fists clenched white. Luo Jingqi let out a heavy breath and slammed his hand on the table. Why are you hanging your head? Who says fierce beasts can't be tamed? Didn't you always complain that I looked down on you? Then prove her wrong with your strength. Train hard and tame that fierce beast for me. He pulled back the blanket and retrieved a wooden box covered in scratches from the foot of the bed, placing it in his son's hands. What else could this be but a beast taming cultivation manual? Dad was right. In his little sister's eyes, her big brother was the most amazing person ever capable of taming any fierce beast. I'll even help you find a girlfriend, brother. Twins if you want, she declared. Luo Qianqian poked her head out from behind Luo Jingqi, making a playful face at Luo Fan with complete confidence in her voice. Big brother can definitely do it. Luo Fan, do you consider me a friend or not? Something as huge as contracting a fierce beast, and you didn't say a word. Lu Yuqing stepped forward and gave Luo Fan a light kick on the shin, his unique way of showing concern. We're supposed to face troubles together. Congratulations, host. 30,000 yuan detected. Would you like to complete the recharge? The mechanical voice suddenly exploded in Luo Fan's mind. It's just one fierce beast, right? It's not like it can't be tamed. Watch me show you how. Luo Fan was about to wave dismissively when he suddenly noticed a thick stack of bills at his feet. Excuse me, could you move? You're standing on my money. While everyone stood stunned, he bent down to collect the money, stuffing every single bill into his pocket without missing one, while mentally commanding, recharge. Luo Jingqi had been about to continue comforting his son, but seeing him busy collecting money, he swallowed his words and stepped aside to light his pipe, taking a couple of puffs. Congratulations, host. Successfully obtained 30,000 wealth points. Spend 1,000 wealth points to learn primal breath. Achieve soul sea mastery. and use soul power to nourish the thunder ancient beast. System notifications kept coming. Luo Fan's eyes lit up, his spirits instantly lifted. Call me when dinner's ready, I'm going to the rooftop to cultivate. With that, he grabbed the primal breath fragment and rushed upstairs. Uncle, he's not going to jump, is he? At the stairway, Lu Yuqing turned pale with shock, slapped his own thigh, and shot up the stairs after him. Jump? Nonsense. It's not that big a deal, nothing that can't be solved. Luo Jingqi stubbed out his pipe and followed close behind. In the living room, Luo Fan's mother Yufan finally broke down, covering her mouth as she sobbed. Oh God, what did our Luo family do wrong? She cried as she rushed out, with Luo Qianqian quickly supporting her. We have to stop him. If something happens to Luo Fan, the fierce beast will go berserk. Hearing this, the teachers and students from No. 1 middle school also panicked and rushed toward the rooftop. Pushing open the iron door, everyone saw Luo Fan sitting cross-legged with his palms facing upward, looking peaceful and content, even wearing a faint smile. At that moment, the system had automatically deducted 11,000 wealth points to help him cultivate primal breath while continuing to complete the soul power enhancement from last time. Lu Yuqing gestured for everyone to step back and explained in a low voice. Uncle, Luo Fan's been acting strange these past few days. He might be traumatized, we should keep a close eye on him. Luo Jingqi sighed. You fun, go downstairs and cook. I'll stay here and watch him. Mom, I'll come with you. Luo Qianqian thoughtfully helped her mother leave. After most people had left, Luo Jingqi turned to Lu Yuqing. You should head back too. You just contracted a fierce beast, you need to focus on cultivation or you'll fall behind. By the way, what's your contracted beast? Lu Yuqing gave a bitter smile. Uncle, don't even ask. With my Seconda last ranking, what good could I possibly get? If you need any help, just call, I'll be there anytime. He turned to go downstairs. Seeing Lu Yuqing heading down, Luo Jingqi quickly called out to stop him. Uncle, no thanks. I'm heading back to cultivate. After I communicate with my contracted beast, I'll come visit Luo Fan again. Lu Yuqing finished speaking with a slightly flushed face, then quickened his pace as if his feet were greased, kicking up dust with each step. In the blink of an eye, he vanished at the alley entrance, leaving only faint echoing footsteps behind as he escaped the awkwardness of further small talk. Luo Fan stood there, just about to wave goodbye, when a slightly mechanical notification suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. The Thunder Ancient Beast has completed its feedback, successfully making you a 6th-tier battle servant beast tamer. To appease the Thunder Ancient Beast, please nourish it with your soul. In just a quarter of an hour, the 10,000 Beasts Intelligence System had completed the feedback process for the Thunder Ancient Beast. That mighty thunder power surged through Luo Fan's meridians, and he clearly felt his strength climb to the 6th tier of battle servant. The elemental force within him was overwhelming, and his pores seemed to open wide as electric arcs flickered faintly around him. While the power was still churning, he immediately asked, System, can you directly help me tame the Thunder Ancient Beast? On the panel, his wealth value quietly displayed 30,000. He had only used 11,000 earlier, leaving him with over 20,000 remaining. But the system mercilessly poured cold water on his hopes. Host, taming a contracted beast requires communication through your own soul. Others cannot interfere. Please make the Thunder Ancient Beast accept you on your own. Luo Fan frowned, and before he could complain, the system immediately threw out a new option. Given that the host is unfamiliar with beast taming history, habits, and cultivation, the 10,000 Beast Intelligence System can directly transmit relevant knowledge. 2,000 wealth value per subject. Do you wish to purchase? What does that mean? Luo Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. The system wouldn't help him tame the beast, but instead turned around to do business. However, thinking it over, he knew too little about this world. Gritting his teeth, he said, Purchase. 6,000 wealth value was instantly deducted, and a complex, systematic flood of beast taming knowledge surged into his mind like a tidal wave. His meridians trembled as massive amounts of information were carved into the depths of his memory, like chopping with knives and axes. He could almost hear the humming deep within his soul. After digesting the knowledge, Luo Fan quickly summarized. 1. Herbivorous contracted beasts are gentle and kind, focusing on emotional cultivation. As long as they feel care and concern, feedback comes easily. 2. Carnivorous contracted beasts are fierce and violent, requiring resource temptation to form mutually beneficial transactions before gaining feedback. 3. Pureblood fierce beasts and ancient remnant species have only one approach: fight. If they won't give feedback, fight them. If they won't obey, fight them again. If they harbor rebellious thoughts, keep fighting until they submit. System, are you kidding me? Luo Fan grabbed his hair. Pureblood fierce beasts were invincible within their tier, and the Thunder Ancient Bear was a pureblood fierce beast cub. Forget about beating it into submission, one swipe from it could probably slap him into the ground. The system's voice rang out again, its tone still flat. Don't worry, host. The 10,000 Beasts Intelligence Mall can lend you a helping hand. As long as you have sufficient wealth value, taming contracted beasts is not difficult. A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and a holographic panel slowly unfolded. The left side showed host information, the middle displayed contracted beast information, and the right side bore the golden characters, 10,000 beasts intelligence mall. Host page. Name, Luo Fan. Race, human. Age, 18. Wealth value, 15,500. Contracted beast, Thunder Ancient Bear. Level, Battle Servant 6th tier. Innate skill, Thunder Control. Acquired combat techniques, none. Contracted beast page. Name, Thunder Ancient Bear. Race, Pureblood Fierce Beast. Attribute, Thunder. Level, Battle Servant 6th tier. Potential, King level. Skills, Thunder Breath, Mystic Thunder Curse, Lightning Rush Claw. Comparing the two, he and the Thunder Ancient Bear were both at the 6th tier of Battle Servant on the surface, but the latter's potential pointed directly to King level. As long as it grew normally, it would be at least a King level powerhouse upon reaching adulthood. Trying to fight it heat-in would be completely like throwing an egg against a rock. Luo Fan took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. Right, the 10,000 beasts intelligence mall. This is my confidence for defeating the Thunder Ancient Beast. Luo Fan opened the beast intelligence mall with eyes full of anticipation. If even this mall couldn't save him, he'd be doomed. The interface was extremely simple, divided into just 4 sections: contract beasts, cultivation, treasures, and intelligence. Without hesitation, Luo Fan clicked into contract beasts. The screen instantly filled with materials for enhancing contract beasts like beast cores, inner pills, heavenly treasures. However, all these icons were grayed out, with the cold notification insufficient wealth points uniformly appearing beside them, making his heart sink. Returning to the homepage, he clicked into cultivation. Only 2 icons were lit in this section: 10,000 beast spirit binding array and attribute cultivation techniques. When he tried to open them, the system directly displayed 15,000 wealth points, the same number appearing twice, like 2 swords hanging over Luo Fan's head. He then switched to the treasures section: contract scrolls, beast catching circles, potential fruits, heaven returning pearls, monkey wine, spatial storage rings. A dazzling array of names scrolled to the bottom. Information wasn't lacking, but each item hinted at an exorbitant price. Finally, he pinned his hopes on intelligence. This section displayed only 3 items. 1. 10,000 Beast Spirit Binding Array. 2. Potential Fruit. 3. Beast Spirit Dagger. The system immediately provided descriptions. 10,000 Beast Spirit Binding Array. Essential for beast tamers. Can be embedded in the Soul Sea, serving 3 functions: restraining contract beasts, enhancing cultivation speed, and changing the compatibility between master and contract beast. The array has 5 layers: embracing origin array, scattering star array, surprise attack array, exquisite array, and falling jade array. With the host's current wealth points, only the first layer, embracing origin array, can be purchased. This array is based on attributes and will thoroughly consolidate the host's thunder attribute. Potential fruit enhances the host's potential, allowing further mastery of attributes. Automatically becomes ineffective when attribute proficiency reaches 100. Beast Spirit Dagger, essential for combat, with a beast spirit sealed within the blade, cuts through iron like mud, and can slice falling hair. The descriptions made Luo Fan's heart surge with excitement, but the prices made his legs go weak. Just the embracing origin array cost 15,000 wealth points, and each subsequent layer's price increased tenfold. To collect all 5 arrays would cost over 100 million. A potential fruit cost 2,000, and he could only afford one. The Beast Spirit Dagger was even more expensive at 3,000. If he bought all 3 items, he'd only have 500 wealth points left. Sigh, no matter which world you're in, money is never enough. Luo Fan sighed, but ultimately gritted his teeth and bought the 10,000 Beast Spirit Binding Array first. Congratulations, host has successfully purchased the 10,000 Beast Spirit Binding Array. Constructing the Embracing Origin Array requires 500 wealth points. Establish immediately. The cold electronic voice followed promptly. Damn, they're going to take away my last 500 too. Luo Fan's heart bled, but he had no choice but to agree. Fine, construct the array. 10,000 Beast Spirit Binding Array under construction. Please wait. As the 500 wealth points instantly zeroed out, Luo Fan felt his soul sea violently shake. A massive array formation descended from the sky like a falling meteorite, crashing heavily into his soul sea and stirring up towering waves. Before the massive wave could crash down, the Baoyuan formation erupted with a devouring force. Luo Fan and the Thunder Ancient Bear's lightning power surged forth, along with their soul force, all being consumed by the formation. Luo Fan felt his vision go black and lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found the Baoyuan formation floating steadily in the room. Array patterns flowed across its surface, and faint lightning moved like silver streams through his meridians, continuously tempering his flesh and blood, causing every inch of muscle fiber to pulse gently. At the formation's center, the Thunder Ancient Bear Cub lay sprawled on the light barrier, fast asleep, with occasional electric arcs sparking through its fur. Clearly, it had also benefited from the process. Right, the potential fruit. With a thought, he unhesitatingly spent 2,000 wealth points. A fingertip-sized, emerald green fruit immediately appeared in his palm. The moment its sweet flavor melted in his mouth and slid down his throat, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. Potential fruit successfully used. Comprehension 1, compatibility with Baoyuan Formation 1, lightning proficiency increased by 10. In an instant, the lightning in his perception became more obedient. Luo Fan raised his hand and flicked his finger. A thread of lightning as thin as hair danced around his fingertip, crackling with considerable destructive power. Xiao Fan, you're awake. The door was gently pushed open, and his mother's voice was soft but tinged with fatigue. Luo Fan turned to look out the window, where the moonlight remained cold and clear. Mom, why aren't you sleeping yet? Silly child, dawn is almost here. Mom needs to get ready for work. As she spoke, she quietly tucked a stack of bills under his pillow. Don't listen to what those people say. Fierce beasts can be tamed. If you succeed in taming your contracted beast, my son will be the most brilliant genius. Here's 6,000 yuan. Tomorrow, go buy some cultivation resources and communicate more with your contracted beast. Mom believes in you. His mother didn't mention his fainting spell at all, leaving only words of encouragement before busying herself with preparing her work clothes. Luo Fan's nose stung with emotion, but he reached under the pillow. The moment he touched the cool, thick bills, the system prompt appeared. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 6,000 yuan. Would you like to complete the recharge? Recharge. He nodded almost without hesitation, a new plan forming in his mind. Use potential fruits to continuously improve his lightning proficiency, then use lightning power to strengthen his body and completely overpower the Thunder Ancient Bear Cub. Recharge successful. Host currently has 9,000 wealth points. Recommendation: 3,004 Beast Spirit Dagger, 2,004 Potential Fruit, 4,004 Soul Nurturing Stone. Warning: the Baoyuan Formation and Contracted Beast continuously drain the host's soul power. Once the limit is exceeded, the Soul Sea will be depleted. Soul Nurturing Stones can provide temporary replenishment, but only Blood Soul Stones 10,000 wealth points can completely transform the Soul Sea. System notifications came one after another. Luo Fan clenched his fist with only one thought in mind: money. He needed more money. His mother heard his low murmur and lowered her eyes, her voice slightly hoarse. It's all Mom's fault for being useless. Even working 15 hours a day, I still can't give you children a good life. Mom, you can't say that. Luo Fan suddenly looked up and grasped his mother's rough hands. You've already given me the best of everything. You're the best mother. Seeing his mother's guilt, Luo Fan nearly slapped himself. Why did he have to mention money? Luo Fan also made up his mind that he would work hard to give his mother a better life. Hardship itself wasn't frightening. What was truly terrifying was having no direction to strive toward. Now, with the Beast Intelligence System, he could improve his strength by earning money desperately, creating a positive cycle. Sleep a little longer. I've already prepared breakfast. Practice while later Mom believes in you. His mother whispered gently, and after a moment of silence, she smiled and tiptoed downstairs, preparing to go to work as usual. As soon as she reached the ground floor, she was stopped by security guards from number 1 middle school. Get back upstairs. Please, gentlemen, let me go to work. Missing 1 day means 3 days pay deducted, and 3 days means dismissal. If I don't work for a month, our whole family will starve to death. For his mother, going to work was the only way to survive. The security guard sneered. What do I care if you die? You're not allowed to leave this building for a month. That's the rule. Don't cause us trouble. Get lost. Please have mercy. Our whole family will starve if I can't work. I swear I won't reveal anything. Please. The more anxious she became, the more she was interrupted. Cut the crap and get back upstairs. Slap. The guard struck her with his palm, sending her flying backward. She crashed into a trash can with a bang and collapsed, unable to get up. Mom. Luo Fan's mind went blank. He grabbed a fruit knife and rushed down the stairs. Finally, can't hold back? Get ready to fight. Don't hold back. Break his limbs and teach him a lesson. The security guards from number 1 middle school were used to ruling the school like tyrants and couldn't wait for him to resist, giving them a legitimate excuse to cripple him. Bastards, you're asking for death. Luo Fan roared. He was now at the 6th level of Battle Servant, controlling lightning attributes, moving like electricity itself. Before the guard could raise his hand, he saw only a flash before his eyes and found himself flying backward through the air. Mid-flight, he saw a blood-spurting body in front of him wearing the exact same uniform as his own, and only then realized that was himself. No, his throat couldn't make a sound as his head hit the ground in deadly silence. That's for hitting my mom. For hitting my mom. For hitting my mom. Luo Fan grabbed the beast tamer who had kicked his mother by the hair, punching down repeatedly until the man was a bloody mess with only a breath left. The beast has gone berserk. Run for your lives. The remaining security instructors were instantly terrified and just wanted to flee. Run? Did I give you permission? Thunder crashed as Luo Fan shot into the crowd like lightning, his blade rising and falling as several guards collapsed. Come on, come kill me. All of you come out. Covered in blood, he looked up and roared at the sky, his voice piercing the air with fierce dominance. Enough, enough, son, that's enough. His mother struggled to get up from the ground and threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down like rain. Mom, hearing his mother's voice, Luo Fan snapped back to reality and turned to look at her, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Before his soul transmigration, he had been nothing more than an ordinary college student who had watched countless action movies but had never actually taken a life. This first kill sent fear coursing through his limbs like ice water. Don't kill me, don't kill me. It was all Lu Yuhong's arrangement. It has nothing to do with me. The security guard who had previously beaten Luo Fan's mother stumbled to his feet, his face deathly pale and voice shaking, clearly terrified out of his wits. Luo Fan gently freed himself from his mother's grasp and flashed forward to the guard, his 5 fingers clamping around the man's throat like iron pincers. Tell me, after becoming a beast tamer, what's the fastest way to make money? I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The guard nodded frantically. Once your strength reaches Battle Servant level 6, you can go to the Beast Tamer Alliance to receive your Beast Tamer badge. Then take the beast carriages together to the primary wilderness. That place is filled with spirit herbs, spirit fruits, special ores, and heavenly treasures everywhere. Just picking one plant and bringing it back to the city can sell for astronomical prices. Wild beasts are treasures from head to toe. Their blood, venom sacs, and bone marrow can be used for alchemy. Their claws and fangs can be forged into weapons, and even their flesh can be sold for money. As long as you hunt wild beasts, wealth will come pouring in. Before he finished speaking, Luo Fan raised his hand and struck with his blade. Blood flashed, the guard's head rolled away, and the corpse was casually tossed aside. He turned back to face his mother. Fanner, don't listen to his nonsense. Though the primary wilderness is rich in resources, there are even battle general level wild beasts there. Without a team to cooperate with, going there would be suicide. His mother urgently blocked his path. Luo Fan gripped his mother's shoulders, his gaze resolute. Mom, if you want me to tame fierce beasts, then let me give it a try. I'll return in a month to take you away and give you a good life. Don't worry about the first middle Shulas long as they can't find me. They won't dare touch you, and the Beast Management Bureau is watching them. Just go to work peacefully and wait for my triumphant return. With that, he suddenly accelerated, his figure quickly disappearing into the night. As dawn broke, Luo Fan stood before the gates of the Beast Tamer Alliance. He had thoroughly washed away all traces of last night's bloodshed, his expression as calm as if nothing had happened. He dared to be so composed because he had eliminated all the security guards and had destroyed the power system of the impoverished district with lightning speed during his escape. In the short term, they simply couldn't track him here. Even if they did, the first middle school wouldn't dare make a move at the Beast Tamer Alliance. They could only scheme in the shadows. At this moment, he had borrowed a complete set of clothing, hat, and sunglasses that wrapped him up tightly, making him look like a celebrity trying to avoid paparazzi. Standing outside the entrance, he didn't rush in but carefully observed how experienced beast tamers entered and exited, secretly mimicking every detail to disguise himself as a battle-hardened veteran and avoid being bullied. Just as he was about to step forward, a staff member at the entrance blocked his path. Non-beast tamers are not permitted entry. Crackle. Luo Fan raised his palm, and lightning power instantly coiled around his fingertips, blue-white arcs crackling audibly. With just the slightest movement, the person before him would definitely regret it. This was the conclusion he had drawn from his earlier observations. Powerful beast tamers all had bad tempers, and the worse their temper, the less the staff dared to give them trouble. A lightning attribute beast tamer. Master, please forgive my blindness. Attribute beast tamers are extremely rare, let alone lightning attribute ones. The moment Luo Fan raised his hand and released a strand of blue-white electric arc, the receptionist's face immediately lit up with smiles, bowing so low his waist nearly touched his knees. Take me to verify my identity. I want to go to the wilderness forest. Luo Fan didn't want to waste time and stated his purpose directly. Master, why would you say that? With your strength, do you really need verification? The staff member quickly stepped aside and gestured respectfully. This way please, I'll process your beast tamer badge for you. No verification needed? Luo Fan was stunned. This was completely different from the troublesome process he had anticipated. His contracted beast was still dormant, and summoning it for verification would have been a real problem. He hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. In the staff member's eyes, Luo Fan was simply being modest, so he immediately flattered him. Any beast tamer who can wield elemental power must be at least Battle Servant 6th rank or above. With your masterful control over lightning, you must be Battle Servant 9th rank, or even Battle General level. Luo Fan coughed lightly and played along with an air of mystery. Then he looked up. I want to enter the wilderness forest. Do you have any suggestions? Master, you've come at the perfect time. Our Beast Tamer Alliance is recruiting for a herb gathering team. Your lightning attribute awakening is exactly what we need. Come, come, let me take you there. The staff member excitedly grabbed Luo Fan's wrist and half dragged, half pulled him forward. Luo Fan wanted to say something but feared exposing himself, so he could only follow silently. Their destination was an inner courtyard where a pitch-black plant stood in the center of the open space. 7 or 8 beast tamers formed a semicircle, taking turns attempting to approach it. Whenever someone's fingertips touched the plant, a scream would ring out, followed by the person's face turning ashen before collapsing unconscious on the spot. Seeing this, the staff member's smile faded as he brought Luo Fan before a middle-aged man. Director Zhang. This master controls the lightning attribute and is willing to join the herb gathering team. Lightning attribute. Zhang Xiangchen immediately stood up, his eyes gleaming. Master, please, let's talk inside. Luo Fan maintained his aloof image, responding only with and ah, speaking little as he stepped into the courtyard. If anyone had looked closely, they would have noticed his thigh muscles trembling slightly, wasn't truly at ease about the unknown wilderness forest. Zhang Xiangchen pointed to the pitch-black plant and lowered his voice. This is a soul-devouring flower. It consumes spiritual power, but fears forces that are supremely young and strong. If successfully harvested, it can be used medicinally. It's the best ingredient for refining soul-nourishing liquid. Our trip to the wilderness forest is precisely to gather soul-devouring flowers. He stopped halfway through and quietly observed Luo Fan's reaction. Luo Fan nodded, his tone indifferent. I understand the rules. Let me harvest this soul-devouring flower first, then we'll discuss terms. He raised his hand, lightning power flowing down his arm as blue-white electric light enveloped his entire arm. The electric arcs crackled and sparked as he took a deep breath, slowly approached the soul-devouring flower, and grasped its stem firmly. The Beast Tamer Alliance wasn't a charity organization and didn't do good deeds. To earn their respect, he had to prove his worth. Without value, he would only be eliminated, and the soul-devouring flower before him was the perfect test. Only by successfully harvesting the soul-devouring flower could Luo Fan prove his worth and earn a place in the herb-gathering team. Otherwise, everything else was off the table. Judging from the intermittent screams he'd heard earlier, the soul-devouring flower was no ordinary plant. Without proper countermeasures, it would devour one's soul. Luo Fan was certainly afraid, but aside from borrowing power, he had no other way to tame fierce beasts. When he finally approached the pitch-black flower, something cold seemed to stir within its petals, as if peering into his soul. Luo Fan held his breath, quietly gathering lightning in his palm, ready to retreat at any moment. Surprisingly, the soul-devouring flower offered no resistance whatsoever, allowing him to pull up the entire stem and roots. Master, what level is your lightning power? How can it be so formidable? Someone couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Ahem, please forgive my impertinence, master. The questioner realized his breach of etiquette and quickly lowered his head. With the soul-devouring flower secured, Director Zhang immediately changed his attitude. Bowing so respectfully, he nearly doubled over. Master, for this expedition into the wilderness forest, you'll receive 10% of all profits directly. If you have any other conditions, please speak freely. 10%. Luo Fan weighed this internally. The split seemed fair enough. But what he needed most urgently was funding. I have one condition. I need an advance on part of the payment. As for the amount, I'll leave that to your discretion. At the mention of an advance, Director Zhang's expression grew slightly awkward. Master, my authority is limited. I can only offer 100,000 yuan up front. Would that be? His confidence was clearly lacking. 100,000. Luo Fan nearly gasped. With that sum, he might be able to tame the Thunder Ancient Bear directly. Mistaking his reaction for dissatisfaction, Director Zhang hurriedly explained, please don't be angry. My authority truly is limited. Fine, 100,000 it is. Luo Fan nodded, feigning composure. To keep Luo Fan satisfied, Director Wang added his own contribution. I'll personally add another 50,000. However, from now on, you'll need to stay at the Beast Tamer Alliance. In 3 days, we'll officially enter the wilderness forest. 3 days. Luo Fan felt somewhat displeased, worried that First High School might track him down. But the temptation of 150,000 yuan made him decide to take the gamble. Moreover, Zhang Xiangchen's careful secrecy suggested the Beast Tamer Alliance didn't want this matter exposed. Either staying here might actually provide protection. Xiao Chan, for the next 3 days, you'll be responsible for taking care of our master, Zhang Xiangchen instructed. Remember, whatever request the master makes, you must fulfill the many requests. Yais. Xiao Chan lowered her head slightly, understanding the implications of those words. She stepped back a few paces, stealing glances at Luo Fan. Master, we apologize for the inconvenience over the next few days. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Xiangchen signaled for Xiao Chan to escort Luo Fan to his quarters. Xiao Chan had received special training and was exceptionally skilled at reading people. After bringing Luo Fan to his accommodations, she immediately presented the 150,000 in cash, along with an array of popular cultivation resources spread across the table. Then she quietly went to the bathroom for a shower, emerging with a faint floral fragrance, wearing only a translucent silk robe, and knocked on his door again. Leave the items and go. Except for meals, don't disturb me at other times. Luo Fan's tone was calm, but left no room for argument. Right now, he only wanted to quickly top up his funds and boost his combat power. Everything else could wait. Master, has Xiao Chan done something wrong? Taking a step forward, Xiao Chan's toes accidentally stepped on the fallen silk scarf. The sheer fabric slipped away, revealing her slender figure completely to Luo Fan's eyes. Luo Fan instinctively blurted out, "Holy crap," then immediately spun around and sucked in a sharp breath. Only now did he truly understand why so many people desperately wanted to become beast tamers in this world. Even service was so straightforward. A chill ran through his heart. As a young man alone in unfamiliar territory, he had to protect himself first. Get out, and next time you show up, wear more clothes, he said sternly. Xiao Chan just wanted to. It's a matter of principle. Luo Fan cut her off with a cold snort. Hearing the anger in his voice, Xiao Chan hurriedly picked up the silk scarf and softly replied, "Yes, Xiao Chan will take her leave." She clutched the fabric tightly, but left with quick steps. The door clicked shut, and the room fell silent. Finally gone. Luo Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, though he felt oddly disappointed. Lust is a blade hanging over one's head. Women only slowed down the speed of drawing one's sword. Cultivation is what truly matters. He looked up and summoned the system. System boss, let's start the recharge. Ding. Congratulations. Host has received 150,000 wealth points. Based on the host's current mastery of thunder attributes, it is recommended to prioritize attribute cultivation techniques. Reminder, the Beast Mall has been updated. With 150,000 credited to his account, the system provided its usual optimal recommendations. Luo Fan opened the interface and skillfully navigated to the Beast Intelligence Mall. 1. Attribute Cultivation Technique Beast Slaying Heaven Art. Price, 100,000. 2. Exquisite Formation. Price, 100,000. 3. Potential Fruit. Price, 2,000. 4. Blood Soul Stone. Price, 10,000. 5. Thunder Essence Fruit. Price, 10,000. Beast Slaying Heaven Art or Exquisite Formation. Choose one. After brief consideration, Luo Fan directly purchased the Beast Slaying Heaven Art. With his remaining wealth points, he selected the Blood Soul Stone and Thunder Essence Fruit to rapidly boost his combat power. The system instantly deducted the payment and delivered the resources. Meanwhile, when Zhang Xianchen learned of Luo Fan's rejection of Xiao Chan, he actually smiled. He understood that those who could awaken and control thunder attributes were extremely rare and usually had significant backgrounds. Combined with that aloof attitude, it further indicated that Luo Fan was not someone to mess with. When he saw Xiao Chan's body, his pupils dilated tenfold, yet he immediately turned away and scolded me to leave. Xiao Chan reported the details with her head down, her voice tinged with grievance. With her outstanding beauty and graceful figure, the Beast Taming Alliance had kept her precisely for these qualities, never expecting her first mission to be met with such disdain. Zhang Xianchen silently assessed the situation, most likely a scion from a major family, making recruitment too difficult. Better to focus on the soul-devouring flower. The soul-devouring flower is what matters. Just follow his requirements, he decided, abandoning further attempts at persuasion. Over the next few days, Xiao Chan was remarkably well-behaved, staying outside the door, delivering meals on time, never crossing the threshold. Luo Fan remained in seclusion for 3 days, completely consuming the Blood Soul Stone, Thunder Essence Fruit, and cultivation technique. With his strength significantly improved, he finally emerged. Xiao Chan, let's depart. Yes. She immediately began preparations for their departure, then accompanied Luo Fan onto the beast carriage to rendezvous with Zhang Xianchen. Now that everyone's here, let me brief you on the situation. Our main objective for entering the wilderness forest is to harvest devouring flowers. Zhang Xianchen spoke concisely and pointed as he assigned roles. Devouring flowers have special properties and can easily harm people. During the harvest, Masters Luo Fan and Yu Tiangong must be extremely careful. Yu Yulong, Kang Yongchang, and Chu Mingji, you're responsible for combat support. I'll handle everything else. Don't worry about the flower picking, leave the fighting to us. Yu Yulong patted his chest, his voice brimming with confidence and enthusiasm. With no objections from the group, Zhang Xianchen gave the beast reins a light shake. The beast cart creaked into motion, kicking up dust as it raced along. In less than half an hour, the convoy had left the settlement and plunged into the densely vegetated wilderness forest. Luo Fan looked around at the vines wrapped around trees and giant timber, blocking out the sky. It felt like a primeval forest. He instinctively tensed his nerves, ready for battle at any moment. The journey was monotonous. Yu Yulong moved closer to Luo Fan, studying him, then suddenly reached out to pull at his face covering. Master Luo Fan, Why are you wrapped up so tightly? Since we're traveling together by fate, why not show your true face? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Ah. The moment his fingertips made contact, electric arcs exploded. Yu Yulong's hair stood on end. His whole body convulsed. Then he went rigid and collapsed unconscious. Zhang Xiangchen quickly helped Yu Yulong up and apologized in a low voice. Master Luo Fan. He meant well. Please don't hold it against him. Don't let it happen again. Luo Fan suppressed the lightning and maintained his cold demeanor. Electrocuting Yu Yulong was purely a reflexive response, and he was momentarily at a loss himself, so he could only maintain his silence. When Yu Yulong woke up, he rubbed his numb arm and muttered, "Fine, if you don't want to be friends. Big deal, having electricity." He felt wronged, but had nowhere to vent his frustration. Zhang Xianchen held him back, constantly trying to mediate. Everyone has their temperament. Let's all show some restraint, show some restraint. With a cold snort, Yu Yulong finally gave up. For the rest of the journey, everyone chatted and laughed, but deliberately excluded Luo Fan, leaving him sitting quietly in a corner, observing the environment and secretly listening. Through the group's casual conversation, Luo Fan quickly pieced together intelligence. This was the edge of the wilderness forest, where wild beasts generally didn't exceed the 8th tier of battle servant level. Devouring flowers grew in Devouring Ravine, which was occupied by bloodhead hornets, and ice jade spiders lurked deeper in the ravine. This expedition was dangerous. Success would depend entirely on luck. After 5 hours, the beast cart gradually slowed. Zhang Xiangchen said in a low voice, "Everyone, we've reached bloodhead hornet territory. The cart can't go any further. We'll proceed on foot in stealth mode." He then handed out bottles containing special aromatic compounds, which everyone applied to mask their scent. The formation quickly adjusted. The main harvesters Luo Fan and Yu Tiangong took the center, Yu Yulong, Kong Yongchong, and Chu Mingji led the way on guard duty, with Zhang Xiangchen bringing up the rear. Everyone crouched low and moved slowly. After just a dozen steps, "Get down!" Zhang Xiangchen suddenly shouted. A fierce wind whistled overhead as 3 bloodhead hornets swept past the treetops, their wingspans like shields, their buzzing deafening. Holy crap, they're that big? The moment Luo Fan spotted the bloodhead wasteland wasp, he sucked in a sharp breath. This monstrous wasp was as large as a small calf, its dark red carapace gleaming with a cold light, and the humming of its wings nearly burst their eardrums. Most striking of all was its sword-like stinger. One strike from that would either kill you or leave you half dead. "Everyone stay calm," Zhang Xiangchen whispered. "We just sprayed ourselves with pollen from the fishy python flower. Bloodhead wasteland wasps hate that smell. As long as we don't provoke them, they won't attack." Several of the monstrous wasps circled about 10 feet away for a moment, then quickly flew off after catching the scent of the pollen. Only after their shadows had completely disappeared into the forest gaps did Zhang Xiangchen stand up, brush the dirt from his clothes, and signal for them to continue forward. Having witnessed firsthand the dangers of the wasteland forest, Luo Fan became even more cautious, staying close to Zhang Xiangchen's side and silently memorizing his techniques for dealing with poisonous flowers and plants. Along the way, Zhang Xiangchen repeatedly predicted the movements of the bloodhead wasteland wasps with uncanny accuracy, could identify deadly vines through grass leaves, and even discovered several patches of spiritual herbs and precious minerals. However, he didn't take a single item, only coldly warning everyone. "This is bloodhead wasteland wasp territory. Don't touch a single flower or blade of grass. Anyone who dares reach out gets kicked from the team." As they reached a low-lying forest area, Luo Fan suddenly frowned. "Everyone, have you noticed? Those bloodhead wasteland wasps are appearing in a very regular pattern, as if someone is controlling them, forcing us to go in the same direction." Ever since setting up the 10,000 Beast Spirit contract formation, his perception had grown sharper day by day. Now, with just a moment's focus, the pattern became crystal clear. Zhang Xiangchen's heart jolted. Controlling them? Could it be the bloodhead wasteland wasp king? He had also sensed something was wrong earlier, but couldn't pinpoint the problem. With Luo Fan's revelation, his face immediately turned pale. "What do we do?" Upon hearing the words, "bloodhead wasteland wasp king," Yu Yulong stumbled and quickly stepped back. A single wasteland wasp was only at the 4th or 5th tier of battle servant level, but in a real fight, there could be 20,000, even 50,000 of them. Once surrounded by the swarm, forget battle servants, even a battle general would meet their end here. Zhang Xiangchen took a deep breath and decisively ordered, "Cancel the plan. Abandon the soul-devouring flower. Let's figure out how to break through first." The soul-devouring flower might be precious, but life was more valuable. You had to be alive to create wealth. However, Luo Fan closed his eyes to sense their surroundings, and after just a moment, he shook his head with a bitter smile. "Everyone, I'm afraid we can't leave." Dense humming approached from all directions. They were already surrounded by the bloodhead wasteland wasps like dumplings in a steamer. Except for following the direction the swarm was guiding them toward, there was no other path. "Master, please tell me what I should do." Zhang Xianchen's attitude immediately changed as he positioned himself as a junior. With Luo Fan's level of perception, he was most likely a battle general level expert. Master, we were blind fools earlier. Please be magnanimous and save our lives. The others, who had spent years navigating the wasteland forest and were all shrewd individuals, quickly followed suit, kowtowing and admitting their mistakes. Luo Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone, you've got the wrong person, haven't you? He himself wasn't confident about their current situation. Zhang Xianchen, fearing that Luo Fan might escape on his own, quickly added, Master, how about this? We follow the route the Bloodhead Wasteland Wasps are leading us on, and if it comes to a fight, we'll battle side by side. You really have misunderstood. Luo Fan spread his hands, but he also understood he had no choice in the matter. He extended his perception again, only to feel the swarm gathering in ever greater numbers. They're humming like ocean waves, invisibly looming over everyone's heads, leaving them with absolutely no options. Let's go. With Luo Fan's approval, Zhang Xianchen exhaled softly and raised his hand to signal. The group immediately pressed against the cliff face and continued forward. Cold wind mixed with sand and gravel whipped their faces through the rock crevices, while blood-headed desert wasps circled overhead, their harsh buzzing drilling into their eardrums, reminding everyone that each step here was a matter of life and death. Everyone, we're facing a life-or-death crisis. One wrong judgment could be fatal, so I can't deceive you. Luo Fan said in a low voice that was still audible to all. I'm really not some master. My true strength is only War Servant 6th stage, and I have no hunting experience whatsoever. Everything depends on you. Rest assured, he added, when it comes to fighting for our lives, I won't hesitate. If we live together. If we die together. The group had originally thought Luo Fan was their last hope, but hearing him reveal his shortcomings made their hearts sink even deeper. The pressure of being seen as their lifeline caused sweat to bead on Luo Fan's forehead. He hesitated for several breaths before laying out the truth completely, afraid of misleading his companions. We understand. We all understand. Yu Yulong forced a smile. Master, what should we do next? Yet doubt was written in everyone's eyes. No one believed Luo Fan was merely War Servant 6th stage, so they still pushed him to lead the way. Come on, I really am only War Servant 6th stage. Believe me, Luo Fan stamped his feet in frustration, his voice echoing off the cliff walls, almost ready to cry. Zhang Xianchen waved his hand to interrupt. Master, how about this? I'll continue leading the team, and you handle perception. Alert us immediately if anything changes. In their view, Luo Fan seemed to want to escape alone, so the group spread out in a line, staying close, afraid of being left behind. Fine, fine. Arguing was useless, so Luo Fan had to agree. His nerves stretched even tighter as his gaze swept back and forth between the rocky forest and the swarm, trying to find a way out. The wasp shadows gathered in increasing numbers, but their direction was unusually consistent. Luo Fan soon understood. These blood-headed desert wasps were escorting them to the same destination, devouring Een Ravine. Once he figured this out, he simply straightened his back and swaggered to the front. Is the master about to make his move? Yu Yulong and the others exchanged glances and raised their voices. Everyone prepare. Let's witness the master's contracted beast. Hearing this, Luo Fan nearly stumbled. Don't be blindly confident. Forget it. He simply stopped explaining. Hiding is useless. With so many blood-headed desert wasps escorting us, we can't escape. Better to go in directly and see what they actually want. After several failed attempts at explanation, he let the misunderstanding grow. The group became even more convinced that Luo Fan was unfathomably deep without absolute strength. How could he be so composed? In this strange atmosphere of misalignment, the group was surrounded by the swarm as they passed through forests and valleys, finally stopping at the entrance to devouring Een Ravine. Ahead, thick mist hung like ghostly white curtains, concealing everything inside the canyon. Luo Fan suddenly raised his hand to signal a stop, because something was writhing in that mist, and icy killing intent rushed toward them. Ice jade desert spiders. Prepare for battle. Zhang Xianchen's pupils contracted sharply as he immediately summoned his contracted Biasta fire toad, with red markings on its back. Shell landed at his feet, puffing flames. At the same time, Yu Yulong summoned his horned rhinoceros, Chu Mingji released his ink turtle, and Kong Yongchang sent forth his Qi Xian winged bird. The three contracted beasts erupted almost simultaneously, charging into the thick mist at full speed, creating a dense symphony of impacts from hooves, thick armor, and sharp wings. Quickly passed through the mist. Zhang Xianchen shouted. Ice jade desert spiders and blood-headed desert wasps are mortal enemies. Being caught between them means certain death. Before his words faded, a strand of spider silk like cold light broke through the mist. Luo Fan raised his hand and swept it across, summoning flames that streaked through the sky, burning the silk to ash. He turned his head, only to see the fire toad already carrying Zhang Xianchen deeper into the mist. Don't come over. Run quickly, Zhang Xiangchen's voice drifted near and far. Just as Luo Fan was about to follow, a piercing scream suddenly came from within the mist, the sound tearing through the air as cold sweat instantly covered his back. He stopped short, forcing himself not to rush in. No, no, Master, save me. I don't want to die. The screams echoed deep within the misty curtain, like torn fabric, gradually swallowed by the thick fog. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Master, save me. No, Master. At the same moment, Yu Yulong and his two companions let out piercing screams as they were ensnared by layers of snow-white spider webs cast by the ice jade desolate spiders, dragged along with their contracted beasts into the churning thick fog. Run! This was the only thought in his mind, but Luo Fan discovered his legs felt like they were filled with lead. Despite his heart pounding wildly, his feet couldn't move even half an inch, leaving him trembling in place. Even more bizarre was that after the ice jade desolate spiders captured Yu Yulong and the others, they seemed to treat him as invisible, no longer attacking him. Damn it, someone save me. A full half-hour passed before Luo Fan collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. Whether it was the blood-headed desolate bees or the ice jade desolate spiders, he couldn't possibly defeat them next year on this day, would likely be his death anniversary. Congratulations, host. Upon encountering mortal danger, the 10,000 Beasts Intelligence System has activated the divination function. Consuming 100 wealth points will complete the divination. Do you wish to proceed? The system's mechanical prompt suddenly rang out, like a straw thrown into turbulent waters. Divination, proceed. Luo Fan grasped at this hope, confirming without hesitation. Within just 2 breaths, the result appeared. The hexagram showed good fortune. Venture deeper into the soul-devouring ravine for potential surprises. Deeper. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Fan chose to trust the system and carefully made his way toward the ravine's bottom. Strangely, he encountered no more ice jade desolate spiders along the way, but instead saw numerous black and purple soul-devouring flowers. In the Beast Taming Alliance, a single soul-devouring flower was worth 50,000. In no time, he had gathered 10 stalks, earning 500,000 yuan, his heart racing with excitement. Holy crap, a flower king. Deeper in, a gigantic soul-devouring flower king stood alone, emanating mist. According to Zhang Xiangchen's introduction, this single specimen was worth 1,000,000. Having lived in poverty, Luo Fan rushed forward like lightning, grasped the stem, and unleashed his thunder force with a swoosh, severing it and storing it in his backpack. On the rock wall adjacent to the Flower King, an ice jade desolate spider suddenly leaped up, fleeing like a startled deer at incredible speed that left Luo Fan stunned. They're afraid of me? After a moment of bewilderment, he thought of the thunder ancient bear slumbering in his soul. See, perhaps what truly intimidated the ice jade desolate spiders was that fierce creature. To verify his theory, Luo Fan continued searching. There was only this one Flower King in the soul-devouring ravine with no other discoveries, but the few ice jade desolate spiders he encountered along the way all turned and fled, confirming his judgment. Haha, so contracting with a fierce beast has its benefits. For the first time, Luo Fan felt that possessing a fierce beast wasn't entirely a nightmare. After his excitement subsided, he began searching for Zhang Xiangchen and the others, hoping they were still alive. Zhang Xiangchen Yu Tiangong, he shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing through the mist. MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. Hearing Luo Fan's voice, Zhang Xiangchen and the others struggled continuously, but their bodies had been bitten by the ice jade desolate spiders, and the terrifying venom paralyzed their bodies, making even speech impossible. Unable to move their bodies, Zhang Xiangchen and the others could only think, hearing Luo Fan's voice growing more distant, feeling incredibly anxious. Master, we're underground, right beneath your feet, they screamed in their minds, repeatedly thinking beneath, beneath, wishing they could break through the ground. Unfortunately, with their throats sealed by spider silk, they couldn't make a sound and could only let anxiety churn in their chests. Above ground, Luo Fan turned the devouring ravine upside down. Once, twice, 3 times. After confirming he could no longer find Zhang Xiangchen and the others, he had to stop and instead began collecting devouring flowers. 10, 20, 30. He counted carefully until he had scoured the entire ravine clean, harvesting over 60 devouring flowers. Adding the devouring flower king, the rough value was already 4,000,000. While sitting cross-legged on the ground counting the flowers, he suddenly felt a subtle vibration beneath him. Looking down, Luo Fan nearly scared himself to death. It was an ice jade desolate spider. The equally startled ice jade desolate spider quickly turned its 8 long legs and darted away, leaving behind a dark cave entrance. So they were dragged underground. Staring at the pitch-black entrance, Luo Fan felt the strong illusion of finding what you seek when you least expect it. But thinking of the ice jade desolate spider's terrifying nature, he hesitated. What if there were even more powerful spider kings inside? After a moment's deliberation, he gritted his teeth and entered the cave. I can't just watch them die. Even if I only bring back their bodies, it would give me some closure. Roar, roar, roar. In the darkness, the ice jade desolate spiders let out low growls, frantically plucking at their webs with their front legs, but they didn't attack. Instead, they scattered and fled as if encountering a natural enemy. Don't run, I won't hurt you. Luo Fan lowered his voice and chased after them, explaining, I'm just looking for some people. I really won't touch your things. Only chaotic footsteps and echoing sounds answered him. In the winding tunnel, cold wind carrying a sweet, fishy smell hit his face. Luo Fan carefully proceeded, passing several panicked ice jade desolate spiders along the way. Suddenly, the stone walls opened up, revealing a natural chamber filled with piles of beast bones that gleamed crystalline, obviously valuable. Luo Fan estimated that if brought back to the Beast Tamer Alliance, they could fetch at least several 100,000. But the skeletons were too large for his backpack, so he could only reluctantly abandon them. The deeper he went, the more treasures appeared in the cave. Glittering minerals, spirit-infused plants, and even spheres woven from spider silk, all the ice jade desolate spiders' most important stores. Luo Fan gritted his teeth and didn't touch anything, fearing that taking even one item would provoke a swarm attack. MMM. Faint humming sounds came from ahead. Zhang Xiangchen and the others used humming to attract attention, struggling with all their might to produce muffled sounds. You're not dead. Luo Fan's spirits lifted as he followed the sounds and rushed into another stone chamber. 7 or 8 snow-white cocoons hung upside down in midair. It was Zhang Xiangchen's group, stored as food. Master, you finally came. We almost died. Yu Yulong's voice carried a sobbing tone. Luo Fan raised his hand, lightning crackling in his palm. Using thunder as a blade, he cut through the spider silk in a few strikes, letting everyone tumble to the ground. We're all poisoned by spider venom. Please pick 9 devouring flowers, crush the stamens, and feed them to us. I'll cover the cost. Zhang Xiangchen's body was stiff, only able to look sideways, pleading in a small voice. Master, I'll pay 150,000, payable immediately after detoxification. I'll pay 200,000. Please save me. I'll also pay extra. One after another, their voices were weak but urgent. Hearing the successive bids, Luo Fan's eyes lit up. Did they really think his labor was worthless? Since everyone was willing to pay, he immediately perked up with one person offering 150,000. Wouldn't he instantly become a millionaire? Master, please save us. Luo Fan was wrapped tightly in his cloak, his face hidden from view, making the others think he was hesitating as they pleaded desperately. What's all this talk about saving? We're teammates, no need to be so formal. Thinking of the million-plus wealth points about to come his way, his spirits lifted instantly. He opened his pack, crushed a soul-devouring flower, and distributed the petals to everyone. The soul-devouring flower's medicinal power was overwhelming. As soon as the petals touched their lips, color returned to their faces and their strength was restored. They pushed off with their feet and shot toward the cave entrance like streaking shadows. Hey, you haven't paid yet. Luo Fan shouted until his voice was hoarse, but Zhang Xiangchen and the others had already vanished without a trace. Watching the dust settle at the cave entrance, he could only sigh deeply, knowing he'd been scammed. He didn't rush to leave, instead continuing to search the cave. Rounding a corner, he discovered several golden spider eggs and collected them all without hesitation. Master, save us. The cave entrance is swarming with ice, jade, desolate spiders. Speak of the devil. Just as he finished storing the eggs, Zhang Xiangchen's group came tumbling back into the cave in panic, followed by a dense swarm of ice jade desolate spiders that had them crawling and rolling in terror. Then something strange happened the moment the ice jade desolate spiders spotted Luo Fan. They stopped in unison, their legs trembling before they turned and fled. Good heavens, they're actually afraid of the master? Seeing Luo Fan standing calmly in place in the now empty cave entrance, Yu Yulong and the others beat their chests in regret. With such a powerful protector, why had they run? Master, please don't be angry. We were so frightened we forgot to pay. Zhang Xiangchen was the smoothest talker, apologizing with a smile while opening his transfer interface. I only have 150,000 left. Please don't think it's too little, master. Damn it. How could I forget something so important? I have 200,000. Thank you for saving our lives, master. I only have 180,000, but please take us out of here, master. I'll reward you handsomely afterward. Seeing Zhang Xiangchen take the lead, the others didn't dare delay and emptied their account balances, only regretting they had too little money to properly move Luo Fan. Congratulations, host. You have received 1.1 million yuan. Full recharge will grant 1.1 million wealth points, and the Beast Intelligence System will unlock additional benefits. For battle servant level nobodies, scraping together 1.1 million was already impressive. Luo Fan didn't hesitate. Recharge. The electronic notification chimed. Congratulations on successful recharge, host. Products have been unlocked, and the system will intelligently allocate resources for you. Go spend away. Money makes the world go round. Even the system's voice sounded more pleasant. Everyone, I need to go into seclusion for 2 days. Don't wander around during this time, just wait quietly in the cave for me to emerge. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. 1.1 million wealth points was enough to cause a qualitative change in his strength, perhaps enough to truly break out of this dangerous territory. Please proceed, we'll guard you. Though they spoke of standing guard, Zhang Xiangxin and the others didn't dare leave even half a step. Thank you. Luo Fan clasped his fists, then sat cross-legged and devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. According to the system's plan, he would first establish the second form of the 10,000 beast spirit contract formation, the exquisite array. Then he would consume large quantities of potential fruit to rapidly improve his mastery over thunder power. Finally, he would use thunder essence fruit to refine his body and completely upgrade his lightning attributes. Beyond this, the system had provided an entirely new resource called Demon Willow Tree Heart. The Demon Willow is a plant-type desolate beast whose tree heart possesses terrifying vitality, making it a supreme treasure for enhancing physical strength. A warrior-level tree heart costs 100,000 wealth points, a general level requires 1 million, and as for lord-level Demon Willow tree hearts, their value exceeds 10 million. 100,000 wealth points didn't let me down. After establishing the Linglong formation, Luo Fan immediately exchanged for a warrior-level Demon Willow tree heart, examined it briefly, then tilted his head back and swallowed it. As the tree heart entered his stomach, he immediately activated the beast-controlling heaven-slaying art. The abundant vitality flowed like sweet dew from his throat throughout his limbs and bones, nourishing his flesh inch by inch, as if invisible green tides surged within his body. Simultaneously, fine electric arcs danced across his skin's surface, with thunder power stimulating his muscle fibers to continuously split and reorganize. You get what you pay for, truly worthy of 100,000 wealth points. Luo Fan nearly couldn't suppress his voice, letting out an excited grunt from his chest. With terrifying vitality and thunder intertwining, he could clearly feel his bones thickening and blood boiling. Was this what ascending in cultivation felt like? Then let the storm rage even fiercer. With this bold spirit, he exchanged for resources again and again. The 10,000 beasts intelligence system stood quietly in his consciousness like an invisible pillar of support, filling him with confidence. In this vast world, where couldn't he go? 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until the 4th night, when 1.1 million wealth points were completely exhausted. At this moment, Luo Fan sat cross-legged, the power surging within his body so intense that even he felt afraid. Warning, the Thunder Ancient Bear is about to awaken. Please prepare for battle. The system's mechanical voice suddenly rang out, followed by an additional reminder. This battle is crucial for taming the fierce beast. You must beat it into submission fight with everything you have. Luo Fan, who had just opened his eyes, instantly froze in place. He admitted his strength had greatly increased, but facing a pure-blood fierce beast, he still lacked confidence. Warning, the Thunder Ancient Bear will awaken in 60 seconds. Upon awakening, it will be in a berserk state. Host must not engage in direct combat, or death is certain. Countdown 60, 59. Wait, I'm not ready yet. Luo Fan let out a wail, springing to his feet and rushing out of the cave at full speed. With his current combat power, directly confronting the Thunder Ancient Bear would be suicide, could only rely on external forces. Zhang Xiangxin and the others certainly couldn't help. In his eyes, this group of teammates were nothing but weaklings. Luo Fan quickly weighed his options, 2 names flashing through his mind: the blood-headed Desolate Wasp and the Ice Jade Desolate Spider. Letting them exhaust the Ancient Bear first was the optimal strategy. Keep up. Whether we live or die depends on this moment. Without looking back, he roared as he swept past Zhang Xiangxin. Was that Master Luo Fan just now? Zhang Xiangxin and the others stared blankly into the thick fog, looking at each other, unable to find words to describe their feelings. What are you standing around for? Chase him. After a brief silence, everyone accelerated and rushed toward the cave exit. After being trapped for 5 days like sitting on pins and needles, now that they could escape, no one dared to linger. Battle on, Pikachu. On the other side, Luo Fan had already burst through the thick fog. His soul power enveloped the Thunder Ancient Bear as he lifted his hand and hurled it forcefully. The Ancient Bear's body flew backward, awakening midair. Instinctively turning, it crashed heavily into the Ice Jade Desolate Spider colony. Roar! The controlling contract made it defiant, and upon opening its eyes, it became completely berserk. Its massive paw, crackling with wild thunder, slammed down viciously toward the nearest Ice Jade Desolate Spider. The Ice Jade Desolate Spider was quite powerful, but when facing the Thunder Ancient Bear, it appeared extremely fragile. When the bear's paw struck the spider, it exploded like a watermelon smashed by a giant hammer. Screech, screech, sharp hisses erupted as severed limbs and shell fragments scattered everywhere. The Ice Jade Desolate Spiders weren't foolish. Realizing they were completely outmatched, they immediately turned their legs around and burst through the thick fog one after another, fleeing frantically toward the bloodhead Desolate bee's territory. Roar! The enraged beast had lost all reason. The Thunder Ancient Bear now had only one thought: kill every Ice Jade Desolate spider, leaving none alive. It couldn't possibly realize that these spiders were planning to redirect the disaster onto the Bloodhead Desolate bees to escape in the chaos. As long as the Ancient Bear accidentally killed a Bloodhead Desolate bee, the fury of the entire swarm would be ignited. So powerful. Is this what a fierce beast is like? After Luo Fan released the Thunder Ancient Bear into the battlefield, he pressed himself flat against the muddy ground, holding his breath, terrified of being detected by the Ancient Bear. He carefully monitored the battle with his spiritual power, watching as the Thunder Ancient Bear rampaged with unmatched fury, crushing Ice Jade Desolate spiders one by one with each palm strike, their black blood flowing like rivers. Meanwhile, the Ice Jade Desolate spider's strategy worked. The Bloodhead Desolate bees had no time to dodge, and several were already crushed by the thunderous giant palms, instantly igniting the feud between both sides. Though individually weak, the Bloodhead Desolate bees had terrifying numbers, quickly gathering into a black cloud as tens of thousands of bees shrieked and swarmed toward the Ancient Bear. Dense stingers mercilessly pierced the Ancient Bear's flesh, leaving countless tiny holes. The bee venom was extremely potent. Even a fierce beast's body felt bone-deep agony as the Thunder Ancient Bear's muscles convulsed and its eyes turned blood red. How could the name Fierce Beast be earned in vain? The excruciating pain only awakened its deeper savagery. The Ancient Bear roared toward the sky as lightning gathered in the void. It swung its massive arms in fury, transforming a 100-meter radius into a thunder domain. Blue-white lightning swept through like a net, giving the Ice Jade Desolate spiders and Bloodhead Desolate bees no chance to escape as they crackled and fell as charred corpses, dropping like raindrops and instantly losing all life. My god, is this Master Luo Fan's contracted beast? So powerful. Zhang Xiangchen and the others had just burst through the thick fog and witnessed the Ancient Bear's explosive eruption, killing 8,000 or 9,000 Bloodhead Desolate bees with a single strike. What kind of contracted beast is this? It's not recorded in any texts. Yu Yulong stepped back several paces, studying that massive figure but completely unable to recognize it. I don't know, but it's definitely carnivorous. At the thought of carnivorous contracted beast, Zhang Xiangchen's breathing hitched as he gasped. Carnivorous types were difficult to tame. Only prodigies from major powers dared attempt it, but once successful, their combat power could crush peers of the same level. Yu Yulong had once considered Luo Fan aloof, arrogant, selfish, and greedy, but now watching the Thunder Ancient Bear's ferocity, he realized how narrow-minded he had been. How could a wolf travel alongside dogs? Despite the Thunder Ancient Bear's might, the Bloodhead Desolate bees' numbers were truly terrifying. Would trying to kill tens of thousands of bees single-handedly still be too much? What are you standing around for? Run for your lives. Luo Fan suddenly leaped up from the ground and was the first to charge toward the exit, seemingly abandoning the Thunder Ancient Bear without a care. What the hell? You can do that? Zhang Xiangchen and the others gasped again, feeling their minds short-circuit. A beast tamer's contracted beast was their lifeline. Ito abandoned such a terrifying contracted beast so casually? Stop spacing out and run for your lives. Yu Yulong roared and took off running, but a wave of emotion surged in his heart. He had misunderstood Luo Fan. To save everyone, he had actually sacrificed his contracted beast with such righteousness. What right did he have to question him? Let's go. Zhang Xiangchen also snapped back to reality and sprinted with full spiritual power. Facing the berserk Thunder Ancient Bear, the Bloodhead Desolate bees had no mind to deal with Luo Fan, and the others breaking through was like taking a leisurely trip. Good heavens. After pulling back to a safe distance, Zhang Xiangchen looked back and felt his scalp tingle, his awe for Luo Fan growing even deeper. At the center of the battlefield, the Thunder Ancient Bear was like a god of slaughter, wreathed in crackling lightning, claiming the life of a blood-headed wasp with every step. The swarm fought fearlessly to the death, their stingers raining down like droplets on the Thunder Ancient Bear's hide. The thick scent of blood mixed with the smell of burning flesh as the bear's injuries visibly worsened. Master, why don't we join forces and fight alongside your contracted beast? We might actually win, Zhang Xiangchen suggested in a low voice as he caught up to Luo Fan. He knew clearly that losing such a powerful contracted beast would be a real shame. No need to worry, it can hold out a while longer. Luo Fan shook his head, then suddenly asked, by the way, do blood-headed wasps produce honey? Is it medicinally valuable? Honey, Zhang Xiangchen exclaimed reflexively. Not just valuable, it's a treasure beyond measure. Even a single spoonful is worth a fortune. Luo Fan's eyes lit up. Then what are we waiting for? My contracted beast will hold off the swarm while we go find the honey. Fortune favors the bold, let's do it. Yu Yulong recalled the terrifying power he'd witnessed earlier and nodded with almost superstitious faith. As long as you're here, danger itself will take a detour. If it were anyone else suggesting this, I wouldn't go, but since it's the master's idea, I'm all in. Chu Mingji gritted his teeth fiercely. Damn it. If I can get just 2 pounds of royal jelly, my contracted beast can break through its limitations and reach general rank. This risk is worth taking. Chu Mingji was the second to charge out. Zhang Xiangchen took a deep breath and steeled his resolve. Then what are we waiting for? Charge. The blood-headed wasp nest was located deep within their territory. Using the spiritual herbs and forest fruits on the ground as reference points, the group quickly narrowed down the general area. Once they'd determined the range, they split up to search. Whether they'd find it would depend on individual luck. I found it. It's right, hurry no. This is bad. Help me. Yu Tiangong's shout shattered the silence. Before his words had even finished echoing, dozens of blood-headed wasps burst into flight with a deafening buzz. Yu Tiangong's contracted beast might have handled a few wasps, but faced with the entire swarm, it was pierced through in multiple places in just one encounter. Venom seeped into its flesh through the wounds, and Yu Tiangong's face turned deathly pale instantly. If not for the life-or-death situation, he might have collapsed on the spot. Quick, help him! Zhang Xiangchen and the others cried out. Lightning exploded with a thunderous crack. Luo Fan was the fastest, his entire body wrapped in electric radiance. With a single touch of his toe to the ground, he appeared beside Yu Tiangong in an instant. His fist wreathed in electric serpents, he struck 2 wasps with tremendous force. Bang! Bang! With 2 muffled impacts, the wasp bodies exploded completely, blue blood spattering across Yu Tiangong like rain. Luo Fan paused for a moment, seemingly unable to believe the terrifying power he'd unleashed. He glanced down at his fist, then plunged back into the swarm. His cloak was getting in the way, so he tore it off with one motion and drew his beast spirit dagger with a flick of his wrist. Blade light flashed as stingers snapped, and one blood-headed wasp after another was cleaved into pieces, their remains clattering to the ground. He's so young though, isn't he? Yu Yulong gasped. Is this really human? Even a purebred beast cub wouldn't be this fierce. Alright, enough marveling. Let's hurry up and follow him to collect the blood-headed wasp honey. After seeing Luo Fan's true capabilities, Zhang Xiangchen and the others completely forgot about fighting and obediently lined up behind him, racing toward the blood-headed wasp's nest like lightning. Along the way, Luo Fan fought with exhilarating intensity. The thunder power within him flowed more and more smoothly, and by the time they approached the swarm, he had completely mastered this force. Electric light danced across his skin as he paid no heed to the blood-headed wasps whatsoever. We've struck it rich. We've really struck it rich. Deep within the cave, layer upon layer of golden royal jelly flowed down the stone walls, forming a viscous honey pool. Zhang Xiangchen's eyes went wide. With this much royal jelly, it's worth at least 8 or 9 million. Director Zhang, the stuff may be valuable, but how do we transport liquid? Luo Fan frowned. Master Luo, there's something you might not know. Zhang Xiangchen bent down and reached into the honey pool. While the royal jelly looks liquid, the bottom has already solidified. He pulled hard and extracted a piece of genuine royal jelly, not liquid, but crystalline, clear as ice crystals and refracting scattered light in breathtaking beauty. Congratulations, host. You have successfully discovered royal jelly. Since the host has established the 10,000 Beasts Spirit Contract formation, and royal jelly is the Thunder Ancient Bear's favorite food, it can be directly collected into the formation for its consumption. The moment Luo Fan's fingertip touched the royal jelly, the 10,000 Beasts Intelligence System's notification sounded in his ear. Excellent news indeed. What are you standing around for? Get moving. With such a large pool, take as much as you can, everyone for themselves. He stepped to the other side of the honey pool and rolled up his sleeves to collect frantically. With the system's assistance, the royal jelly disappeared in 100-pound increments, rapidly stacking up in circles within the exquisite formation. Warning, the Thunder Beast is severely injured. Host must provide immediate rescue. If the Thunder Ancient Bear dies, the host will lose control over thunder power and all cultivation will be destroyed. Just as he was collecting enthusiastically, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Everyone, that's enough retreat. Luo Fan grabbed another 100 pounds of royal jelly, explosively unleashed his thunder power, and shot toward the cave entrance like lightning. Stop fighting over it and retreat. With Luo Fan's figure vanishing, Zhang Xiangchen and the others dared not linger. They hastily gulped down a few mouthfuls of royal jelly to boost their speed and rushed out of the cave in pursuit. At the edge of the dense fog and soul-devouring ravine, the battle was nearing its end. The Thunder Ancient Bear now resembled a giant porcupine, its body surface densely packed with bee stingers. The poison within had swollen it to twice its original size, with black toxic blood streaming down, leaving it with barely any fighting strength. Opposite it, the blood-headed wasps circling high above showed wooden expressions filled with wariness, as if they had been killed into losing their courage. The ground was even more dramatic. Corpses of blood-headed wasps had piled into thick layers, roughly 20,000 at a glance. Roar! The Thunder Ancient Bear trembled all over, letting out a low, angry roar before its legs gave way and it crashed to the ground. It wanted to continue fighting, but could no longer summon any strength, clearly having reached its limit. Buzz. Sensing their opponent was at the end of its rope, the surviving blood-headed wasps reformed their battle formation and swooped toward the Thunder Ancient Bear like a dark cloud. For the first time, the giant bear looked back, struggling to search for Luo Fan's figure in the mist. The moment it awakened, the Thunder Ancient Bear knew it had been bound by a contract. For a pure-blooded fierce beast, this was undoubtedly the ultimate humiliation, which explained its rampage as it carved a bloody path through everything. Over 20,000 blood-headed wasteland bees had fallen one after another, but the Thunder Ancient Bear was now completely drained, its last trace of thunder power squeezed dry, barely having enough strength left to swing its claws. Seeing the remaining swarm still surging forward, it felt a desire for the first time, hoping that Luo Fan would intervene. Damn it! The ancient bear shook its head and saw Luo Fan flying through the air toward them. The young man gripped his beast's spirit dagger, lightning coiling around his arm as he plunged straight into the bee swarm. His previous combat experience made his movements fluid and graceful, thunder power enveloping his entire body. Wherever he passed, electric serpents danced wildly, and blood-headed wasteland bees fell in droves. Master Luo, we're here to help. Zhang Xiangchen and the others followed close behind. Having received Luo Fan's kindness before, they didn't hesitate to release their contracted beasts, which roared as they joined the battle. At the same time, everyone gasped in shock. The bee corpses scattered across the ground were enough to prove that the Thunder Ancient Bear's killing prowess had reached near general level. Meanwhile, Luo Fan's close combat fighting style, almost indistinguishable from that of a contracted beast, completely overturned their understanding of beast tamer. She was clearly a humanoid contracted beast. No wild beast is unafraid of death, but the swarm couldn't overcome the group and had to retreat. The bee queen raised its antennae, and the swarm dispersed with a thunderous roar, fleeing completely in the blink of an eye. Come on, let's fight again. Just as the swarm left, Luo Fan clutched his shoulder where a stinger had pierced him and roared wildly, grimacing in pain. Master Luo Fan, royal jelly can neutralize the poison. It works both internally and externally. Zhang Xiangchen immediately produced a bottle of milky white paste and applied it thickly to the wound. As the medicine penetrated, the burning pain was instantly replaced by a cool sensation that felt incredibly soothing. Master Luo Fan, your contracted beast is in trouble. Kong Yongchang rushed over urgently. Luo Fan's heart skipped a beat as he sprang to his feet. The Thunder Ancient Bear lay on its back, barely breathing. He rushed over, grabbed the bear's thick neck with one hand to lift it up, while his other hand moved like lightning, rapidly pulling out the countless bee stingers. Help me apply the medicine, he shouted, and everyone finally snapped out of their daze, frantically smearing royal jelly over the bear's countless bloody wounds. After the paste sealed the last wound, everyone stepped back and watched intently to see whether this massive creature would live or die. Hey, little guy, you're supposed to be a fierce beast. If you die like this, do you even deserve to be called pure-blooded? Luo Fan held it with his right hand and delivered 2 crisp slaps with his left, the sound ringing out clearly. Wake up. If you really need to rest, then get back to the Soul Sea. How pathetic would it be to die out here? Roar. Pain and humiliation intertwined as the Thunder Ancient Bear suddenly opened its eyes, its fangs gleaming coldly as it opened its mouth to bite Luo Fan. Save your strength. You're no match for me right now. Luo Fan directly suppressed it with his soul power, his tone full of disdain, each word meant to provoke. You can't even handle blood-headed wasteland bees, yet you dare call yourself a pure-blooded fierce beast? Go back and heal your wounds. When you're better, then fight me again. Don't embarrass yourself. He raised his hand again and delivered 2 more crisp slaps without mercy. The Thunder Ancient Bear roared repeatedly, but was ultimately exhausted. Finally, its form wavered, and it voluntarily sank into Luo Fan's soul sea, choosing submission. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Luo Fan threw back his head and laughed heartily, then fell backward, sprawling spread eagle on the ground covered with bloodstains and bee corpses. During this time, he had been constantly worried about the Thunder Ancient Bear's potential backlash, but now that the recognition issue was resolved, Luo Fan felt completely at ease. Of course, once the Thunder Ancient Bear's injuries healed, they would inevitably face each other in battle, but this wouldn't be a fight to the death. Even if he lost, he wouldn't die, because they would establish a true contract. Luo Fan understood clearly in his heart that the feedback issue was even less of a concern with the beast intelligence system. As long as he was willing to spend wealth points, everything could be resolved. Master Luo Fan, what are you laughing about? Zhang Xiangchen and the others watched him throw his head back in laughter, their faces full of bewilderment with his contracted beast so severely injured. Logically, the master should be worried sick. Ahem. I couldn't control myself. Luo Fan waved his hand, suppressing his laughter. Everyone, let's clean up the battlefield. Countless bee corpses lay scattered across the ground, and the air was thick with the intense smell of blood mixed with the sweet scent of honey glands. Thinking that each stinger was worth at least 2,000 yuan, everyone's eyes lit up. Can we collect the spoils of war? Someone asked tentatively. According to the rules, since the bloodhead wasps were killed by Luo Fan's contracted beast, these corpses rightfully belonged to him, and they had no claim to them. But the temptation of the stingers was too great. Just collecting 1,000 of them randomly could bring in 2 million yuan. Remembering the 1.1 million he had taken from his companions not long ago, Luo Fan smiled and waved his hand. Why not? We came out treasure hunting together, so naturally we should share the gains and losses. The 1.1 million I received earlier, consider it returned to you all. Let's set a rule. Take the beast stingers as you please. How much you can get depends on your ability. As soon as he finished speaking, he sprang up and was the first to crouch beside a bee corpse, skillfully cutting out the stinger. Yu Yulong watched with surging blood, pounding his chest heavily. Master Luo Fan, from now on, whenever you need anything, just say the word, and I, Yu Yulong, will risk my life for you. Chu Mingji also nodded solemnly. Master Luo, I'll remember this kindness. The bloodhead wasps covering the ground were worth tens of millions, divided equally among everyone. Each person could get several million, which meant that once they returned, they'd have the chance to directly boost their contracted beasts to general level, and simultaneously be fed back to become general level beast masters themselves. Human potential is strange. You can't lift a 200-pound stone, but you can excitedly carry 200 pounds of gold home. More than 20,000 bloodhead wasps were completely processed in just 3 hours, with all stingers bagged. Everyone was in high spirits, their sleeves stained with blood, yet they still couldn't stop grinning. The Thunder Ancient Bear quietly retreated into Luo Fan's soul sea to heal, with royal jelly continuously flowing into its wounds, and muscles visibly healing at an incredible rate. It would fully recover within a few days. 1 stinger 20,000, 10 stingers 200,000, 100 stingers 2 million, 1,000 stingers 20 million. Carrying bulging bags all the way, Luo Fan quickly calculated. I collected 2,500 stingers, that's 50 million, plus the soul-devouring flower, equals 65 million yuan. The enormous numbers danced in his mind, making his steps light, as if he might float away. Making money as a beastmaster is too easy. Luo Fan sighed inwardly. With just one expedition, he had earned wealth that others might not accumulate in several lifetimes. In his mind, he was already planning. Use 15 million to buy his parents a house. Leave them another 10 million for daily expenses. Convert the remaining 40 million directly into wealth points. As for settling the score with number 1 high school, especially with Lu Yuhong, he would get his revenge sooner or later and show her what regret meant. At this moment, Zhang Xianchen approached carrying over 2,000 stingers, smiling like he'd found a blood brother. Master Luo Fan, our Beastmaster Alliance is in need of a professional consultant. Would you be interested? Professional consultant. Yu Yulong immediately caught up, shamelessly calling out, Director Zhang, after consuming this batch of resources, we can also reach general level. How about giving us professional consultant positions too? Hearing Zhang Xianchen mention the professional consultant position, Yu Yulong chased after them, shamelessly making his request. Professional advisors in the Beast Taming Alliance held significant power, enjoying 20% discounts on all purchases within the alliance, and even priority access to resources. What beast tamer wouldn't want such privileges? Ouch, that hurts. A pained cry suddenly echoed through the corridor. Zhang Xianchen looked down to see his trouser leg torn open by a stinger, bright red blood immediately seeping through. He hastily stepped back half a pace, pulling royal jelly from his waist pouch to apply to the wound, his expression grim. Yu Yulong still clutched a gleaming silver stinger in his hand, his face full of regret. Sorry, Director Zhang. I got too excited and wasn't careful. Zhang Xianchen raised his hand, the stinger at his fingertips glinting coldly. Stop. Don't come any closer. One more stab, and I'll really lose my temper. Sensing the killing intent, Yu Yulong quickly raised his hands and backed away. All right, I'm backing off. Director Zhang, about the professional advisor position. Get lost. Zhang Xianchen glared at him fiercely, finally silencing the man's incessant chatter. After confirming Yu Yulong had moved far enough away, Zhang Xianchen saw Luo Fan ahead turning to leave, and quickly jogged a few steps to catch up. Master Luo Fan, could I ask you for a favor? Luo Fan stopped and turned to look at him. Zhang Xianchen lowered his voice, though he couldn't hide his excitement. Master Luo, saying ask makes it sound too formal. I do carry some weight within the Beast Taming Alliance, especially after bringing back this batch of resources. My position will be even more secure. As long as it doesn't violate Alliance principles, just give me your orders. Luo Fan nodded seriously. I'm actually a high school senior, but my records were destroyed. I'd like you to help me arrange a new identity so I can take the Beast Taming College entrance exam. The phrase, high school senior, left Zhang Xianchen stunned on the spot. This terrifyingly powerful young man was still a student? The world had become too absurd. Seeing his surprise, Luo Fan decided to tell him the whole story. For safety, he changed ferocious beasts to carnivorous contracted beasts, First high school claimed they couldn't tame it, so they gave up and did many excessive things. What audacity! Zhang Xianqun grew angrier as he listened, slapping the wall and growling. Who does when Hongji think he is? Just because they can't tame it doesn't mean others can't. Master Luo, leave this to me, I'll make when Hongji pay the price. Luo Fan shook his head. Director Zhang, I'd rather you help me find a school so I can take the entrance exam. I want to slap their faces with my exam results personally, not simply return to first high school. He understood clearly. If they followed Zhang Xianqun's approach, only dealing with Wen Hongji and Lu Yuhong, he'd end up back at first high school. That would neither be impressive nor prevent possible subtle suppression. Only by crushing first high school with the absolute achievement of being the top scorer could he make them truly back down. Moreover, his real contracted beast was the pure-blood ferocious beast, Thunder Ancient Bear. Until the time was right, he would never expose it. Zhang Xianqun pondered for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. I get it. I'll contact the worst vocational school when I return and send them a big gift. Doesn't first high school look down on vocational schools? If the top scorer comes from a vocational school, where will they hide their faces? Luo Fan was amused and bowed formally. Thank you, brother Zhang. Zhang Xianqun patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry, little brother Luo Fan. I absolutely won't let you down on this matter. Zhang Dage, I still need your help with something. Since the address has changed, Luo Fan decided to bring up the house purchase as well. My parents are still in a poor area. Could you help me buy a house in the Beastmaster zone? It would be best if it's within the protection of the Beastmaster Alliance. Also, could you send someone to bring them over? I'll make my appearance after the joint exam is over. With the anger of the killer leaving, no one could predict how the situation at the first high school would be handled. Showing up now would only put my parents in danger. Having the Beastmaster Alliance step in is the safest option. It's just a few people who were killed, right? I can take care of that for you. Zhang Xianqun said nonchalantly. In the Beastmaster world, ordinary people don't have much in terms of rights. The security at the first high school is at most at the third or fourth tier of battle servants. If they die, they die. And someone like you, a genius, the Alliance would be eager to befriend. Who knows, you might become a big shot one day. Perhaps due to the aura of the blood-headed wild beast stinger, the journey back to the living base went exceptionally smoothly. They didn't encounter a single wild beast and even managed to collect a good number of spirit flowers and spirit fruits along the way. Upon returning to the Beastmaster Alliance, Luo Fan immediately exchanged the materials he had for cash, totaling 6.48 million yuan, saying goodbye to poverty in an instant and acquiring wealth he had never even dared to dream of before. Xiao Luo Fan, I've arranged the house for you. The yard and location will definitely satisfy you. Just after dealing with the blood-headed stinger and the shadow-devouring flower, Zhang Xianqun came to him, handing over the property deed. Thank you, Zhang Ge. Please give me the Beastmaster badge, and I'll transfer the money. With 6.48 million in hand, Luo Fan was generous. It's a small villa, part of the Alliance's own properties, so the internal price will do. 1.6 million is enough. Zhang Xianqun, having received favors from Luo Fan before, was once again doing him a kindness. The higher-ups of the Alliance were also happy to invest in future strong individuals and rewarded Zhang Xianqun as well. Zhang Ge, I won't forget this favor. With his family safe, he couldn't refuse no matter what. All right, stop being so polite like a woman. Come on, I'll take you to see the house. Luo Fan had advised in advance. The house could be small, but the yard needed to be large since his parents were used to working and wanted to grow vegetables. The environment should be quiet to facilitate his training. Zhang Xianqun met all these requirements. Xiao Fan, go. After finishing the tour of the small villa, the Alliance's vehicle stopped at the entrance. Luo Qianqian and his parents arrived, escorted by the staff. Go, you're not dead. You scare me to death. Do you know how worried we were? His sister jumped out of the car and hugged Luo Fan, crying uncontrollably. Xiao Fan, did you make some kind of deal with them? Don't do anything reckless. We just want you to be safe. Luo Fu looked at the villa behind Luo Fan, then glanced at Zhang Xianqun, feeling uneasy and suspecting that Luo Fan had made some sort of deal with him. Luo Fan's contracted beast was a ferocious creature, and even its corpse would be worth a fortune. That group had been eyeing this beast for a long time, and once Luo Fan tried to sell it, they would never agree to it. More importantly, these people were extremely domineering. When the security personnel from No. 1 High School tried to intervene, they were brutally beaten to the ground, lying there like dead dogs, with several lives lost on the spot. As the saying goes, you can see the whole picture from one leaf. Anyone who could act so arrogantly obviously had significant backing. What are you worrying about? Don't you trust your own son's abilities? I've already tamed the contracted beast. Seeing his father's anxious expression, Luo Fan chuckled softly, stepped forward to take his parents' hands, and led them directly into the villa. Just as Luo Fan's family entered the house, in a business car outside the courtyard, Zhang Xianqun's gaze darkened as he stared at the driver and asked in a low voice, was our identity exposed? Director, rest assured. We switched cars 3 times along the way and only resumed our true identities after entering Beast Tamer Alliance territory. No one suspected anything. The driver immediately replied. Zhang Xianqian nodded and gave another reminder. Listen up, everyone. This family is under key protection. No one is allowed to disturb them. After confirming everything was in order, he signaled for the vehicles to withdraw and maintain a quiet perimeter watch. Inside the villa, Luo Qianqian was as excited as a colorful butterfly, circling around Luo Fan. Brother, you're amazing. Not only did you tame the ferocious beast, but you also made millions. Is this villa really yours? Can I live on the first floor? I want the biggest room. However, their parents couldn't share in the joy guilt hung over them like a shadow. In their view, they had held their son back. Such an outstanding child had his records erased by #1 high school and missed the opportunity to enter Beast Tamer University, making his future prospects uncertain. The atmosphere in the room fell silent for a moment before their mother finally spoke softly. Xiao Fan, since the matter with the ferocious beast has been resolved, why don't you go back and apologize to your teacher? With your current abilities, getting into Beast Tamer University definitely won't be a problem. After a pause, their mother couldn't help but continue persuading him. Mom, you don't need to worry about this anymore. From now on, you and Dad just focus on enjoying life. I'll handle making money and supporting the family. Luo Fan spoke decisively, but his mother still hadn't fully processed what he was saying. He pointed toward the window. The entire yard around the house belongs to us. If you get bored, you can grow vegetables. His parents had lived in the impoverished district, where they'd stretch every coin as far as possible and couldn't bear to throw away recyclables. They used to work double shifts every day, and their home had gradually become cluttered and messy. Luo Fan looked at his mother and added, we can't keep hoarding recyclable trash at home anymore. Your son isn't hurting for that kind of money now. I can earn it back just by killing a wild beast. Growing vegetables, that sounds wonderful. His mother followed his gaze toward the yard, her eyes immediately lighting up. Tomorrow your father and I will start clearing the land. Within 3 months, we'll have patches of vegetables growing all over the yard. No need to rush. Luo Fan led his mother back into the villa's living room and pulled out a black and gold bank card. This is from Beast Tamer Commerce. There's $1 million in it, and the password is your birthday. Just let me know when you've used it up. His mother was stunned. Although Luo Fan's memories of this world were fragmented, he felt especially close to his parents. Just mentioning past events could trigger scattered images. His mother had always managed the household finances, and his father had to apply, even for tobacco money, waiting for approval before receiving his allowance. $1 million? Wait, what's your actual strength level? How can you talk about $1 million like it's grocery money? She still couldn't believe it was real. Battle Servant level 6. I should reach level 7 in just a few days. Luo Fan took out his Beast Tamer badge and handed it to her. Mom, I've already tamed my contracted beast. This is certified by the Beast Tamer Alliance. You have to believe it now, right? Oh, and that creature still hasn't given me its feedback yet. As a contracted beast, it needs to actively provide feedback once. Thinking about his cultivation level reminded him that the Thunder Ancient Bear had done nothing but kill since awakening, and still hadn't completed the feedback process. The previous time had been purchased with wealth points, so it didn't count as active feedback, didn't consider it legitimate. It's had enough time to recover by now. Time to come out and take a beating. With his mind made up, Luo Fan headed down to the basement. His soul power surged out, completely enveloping the Thunder Ancient Bear that was submerged in his soul sea, and forcibly ejected it. Roar! The ancient bear had been indulging in royal jelly. The first taste had excited it so much it wanted to take flight, but before the second sip could touch its tongue, it was roughly thrown into the basement. Seeing Luo Fan, its eyes filled with bloodshot rage and murderous intent. What are you looking at? Luo Fan didn't give it time to think and immediately slapped it. There was only one way to tame a fierce beast: beat it. He took advantage of the bear's unhealed injuries to give it a proper lesson. Bang! The Thunder Ancient Bear never expected its contractor to strike first. Caught completely off guard, it was sent flying and crashed heavily into the alloy wall. Amid the thunderous impact, it rolled to its feet with an angry roar, lightning crackling through its fur as it lunged toward Luo Fan. What's all that roaring about? Are you trying to alert enemies? Don't you know that barking dogs don't bite, and biting dogs don't bark? Before the Thunder Ancient Bear could roar, Luo Fan's attack struck again. The air currents stirred by his punches exploded into clouds of white mist in the chamber, one punch after another, mercilessly pounding the Thunder Ancient Bear's charred and bloodstained fur. The grinding sound of punching bones intertwined with thunderous crashes, creating a brutal and direct scene. Without the beast intelligence system, Luo Fan might have been helpless against the Thunder Ancient Bear. But now, with the system providing endless wealth points, bullying this injured fierce beast was effortless. Using the 10,000 Beast Spirit Binding Formation as his foundation, he forged a miniature array domain within his body. The Embracing Origin Array specifically controlled thunder power. The Exquisite Array continuously refined his muscles, bones, and flesh. combined with various rare resources exchanged for wealth points. He was like a newborn fierce beast cub with explosive power rivaling that of adult beasts. Against the severely weakened Thunder Ancient Bear, there was no way he could fail. Roar, roar, roar. The Thunder Ancient Bear remained as proud as ever, but after taking so many beatings, it was thoroughly enraged. Its fur stood on end from electric arcs. Dense thunder power rumbled and surged beneath its skin, and a burnt smell quickly filled the air. It decided to stake everything on a final thunder assault. Pikachu, stop struggling. Since I can contract you, I can tame you. Luo Fan snorted coldly. Before his words finished, he activated the Embracing Origin Array as well, lightning covering his entire body in sheets, forcibly pushing back the Thunder Ancient Bear's electrical current and launching a new round of domination. Whimper, whimper, whimper. As the battle reached its end, the Thunder Ancient Bear finally let out puppy-like whimpers, completely powerless to fight back. Seeing its surrender, Luo Fan nodded and withdrew his fists. Since you're giving in, that's enough for today. Go back and heal your wounds. We'll continue tomorrow. His soul power swept out, drawing the Thunder Ancient Bear back into his soul sea. As soon as it returned to the soul sea, the Thunder Ancient Bear rushed toward the milky white royal jelly like a shark smelling blood, its thick tongue extending, ready to feast. The royal jelly is mine. Luo Fan promptly enclosed the honey pool with the exquisite array. Wanna eat? Give back first. The more you give back, the more royal jelly you can eat. Give back nothing, and you get nothing. Blocked by the formation, the Thunder Ancient Bear could only pace around the pale golden barrier, so anxious that blue-white electric sparks shot from its nostrils. Roar! Unable to reach the royal jelly, it bellowed in fury. Seeing its good spirits, Luo Fan spoke calmly. Since your strength is recovering so quickly, let's spar a few more rounds. With that, he released the Thunder Ancient Bear again, restarting training mode. This time, he beat it for a full half-hour until the Thunder Ancient Bear's limbs went weak and its body convulsed, before returning it to the Soul Sea, where it could approach the royal jelly, but still couldn't eat it. The stone door of the chamber opened, and Luo Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, just in time to encounter his parents and sister Luo Qianqian waiting at the entrance, 3 pairs of eyes filled with curiosity. Brother, were you cultivating? Why did I hear dog barking? Luo Qianqian couldn't help asking. The fierce beast was disobedient, so I beat it twice. Mom, is dinner ready? I'm hungry. Luo Fan explained casually, and catching the aroma of food, his stomach immediately responded with a gurgle. He headed straight for the dining room. Beat a fierce beast? Watching his retreating figure, Luo Qianqian and their parents were momentarily confused, wondering if they had heard wrong. At the dining table, their mother's cooking skills remained exquisite. Stir-fried beast meat with green peppers, cold wild beast eggs, dry-fried green beans, spicy wing bird wings, plus 2 fresh vegetables all brightly colored and glistening with oil. As soon as Luo Fan sat down, he devoured everything like a whirlwind, his chopsticks flying. Brother, eat slower. I can't keep up. Save some for me. Luo Qianqian complained anxiously. Mom, look at brother. She simply tattled to their mother. It's fine, there's more in the pot. If it's not enough, Mom will cook more, their mother said with a smile, serving food to both siblings, her eyes full of love, finding the scene even more heartwarming. Their father said nothing, but watching the family compete for meat, his lips curved upward, and he forgot to bring food to his mouth. Seeing this, Luo Qianqian immediately placed meat in her parents' bowls. Dad, eat quickly, or brother will finish everything. She secretly planned to store the meat in her parents' bowls first, making it easier to pick back later. All right, I'm done fighting you for it. The rest is all yours. Luo Fan chuckled, tapped his chopsticks together, and retreated from the dining table battlefield, heading straight for the kitchen. Oh no, brother, that's for dinner tonight. You can't take it, Luo Qianqian called out loudly, then shot a glance at their mother. Mom, control your son. Luo Fan emerged from the refrigerator carrying a bowl of steaming hot food, shoveling it into his mouth, while grinning smugly. Haha, I'm already full. Mom, look at your son. Luo Qianqian completely lost it and could only tattle to their mother again. Just as chaos erupted, Luo Fan's phone buzzed. The caller was Zhang Xianchen. Hello, brother Zhang. So soon? Okay, great. I'll be right there. Have you eaten? We're having dinner right now. Want to come over for a bite? All right, I'll come over right away. Luo Fan hung up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The call brought good news. Zhang Xianchen had already arranged a school for him, and next they needed to go record fingerprints, facial recognition, and complete his student registration. With the joint examination approaching, none of these procedures could be skipped. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Fan said goodbye to his family and rushed out the door. Under the streetlight at the entrance, Zhang Xianchen was waiting by a beast vehicle. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they jumped in the car and headed straight for Shirtoa Vocational School. In the principal's office, Gu Xingting flipped through a stack of photocopies, his mouth twisting into a frown. Director Zhang, are you sure someone tampered with his records? The education system shows Luo Fan, middle school graduate, no beast taming talent, and unable to cultivate soul power. ZZZT. Instead of words, crackling lightning arcs answered him. The thunder power within Luo Fan erupted explosively, purple-white electricity dancing around his body as he struck a palm toward Gushingting. Lightning attribute. After receiving the palm strike, Gushingting staggered back several steps, his eyes filled with shock. Zhang Xiangchen stepped forward, raising his hand between the two men. Principal Gu, I brought young Luo Fan here myself. You might not trust others, but surely you trust me? How about we make a bet whether he can take first place in the beast taming joint examination, 1 million in stakes. Do you dare? 1 million. Gushingting raised an eyebrow. Old friend, the beast taming joint examination doesn't just test compatibility, but also beast taming history and beast biology knowledge. First place isn't that easy to achieve. If I were you, I'd agree. Zhang Xiangchen put his arm around Gu Xingting's shoulder, lowering his voice. If young Luo Fan takes first place, you get 2 million in prize money and split half with me. If he doesn't, I lose you 1 million. Either way you choose, you profit. After weighing his options for a moment, Gu Xingting finally grinned. Since you want to give away money, let's bet. He then turned to give instructions. Academic director, take student Luo Fan to record fingerprints, do facial recognition, and fill in all the gaps in his file. To prevent any accidents, Zhang Xiangchen accompanied them throughout the entire process. Fingerprinting, facial recognition, file completion of procedures were routine. Within 10 minutes, a brand new electronic file was activated, and Luo Fan's student status was completely restored. Whether you stay at school or go home is up to you. Just remember to show up for the exam on time. Gushingting made sure to show proper respect. Principal Gu, do you have any virtual training grounds here that can improve a beast tamer's compatibility? After thinking for a few seconds, Luo Fan made his decision. After some consideration, Luo Fan decided to stay and improve his combat power as much as possible. Virtual training grounds can simulate combat scenarios, and having access to such resources would be tremendously beneficial for cultivation. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Gushingting froze. Luo Fan was now a true beast master. So what use would low-level virtual training grounds be to him? Luo Fan didn't dwell on the topic and got straight to the point. Principal Gu, my contracted beast is carnivorous and hasn't been fully tamed yet. I'd like to seek your school's guidance on taming techniques. Also, when I visited your school, I noticed you have quite a few exceptional talents hidden here. I'm curious about their daily training methods and wonder if I could learn from them. When Luo Fan first entered Shirtoa Vocational School, he had observed very carefully. A female student soared through the air, moving like a shadow with incredible speed. A burly man hurled massive boulders with one hand, making those enormous stones seem as light as toys in his palm. Most striking was a heavy-set student who stood motionless while classmates attacked him from all sides, yet none could break through his defense. You're talking about Mu Qi, Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, and Wan Manwan, aren't you? Upon hearing the words exceptional talents, Gu Xingting let out a long sigh, his face filled with regret. Luo Fan sensed there was more to the story, his gaze fixed intently on the principal. Be his assessment. These individuals were far from ordinary. Gu Xingting rubbed his temples, his voice heavy. Do you know what makes Shirtuo Vocational School special? He then explained. 1. The Unified Middle School to High School Entrance Exam tests 3 major abilities: beast mastery, soul cultivation, and academic performance. 2. Those with excellent overall scores enter first high school. Average performers go to second or third high. Those who fail overall enter society directly to serve beast masters. 3. Among the failures, there's another group of anomalies: severely imbalanced students with low overall scores, but terrifyingly exceptional abilities in single areas. Shirtuo Vocational School exists to provide opportunities for them. Even so, becoming a beast master remains incredibly difficult. Gu Xingting continued. Mu Qi, Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, and Luan Manwan are perfect examples. They scored full marks in beast mastery ability, but the beast feedback has also caused deformities. He pointed to each one in turn. Luan Manwan possesses unmatched speed, but aside from velocity, she has no combat power. She'll likely never become a beast master. Lu Jingming has incredible strength, but his feedback has reached its limit. He'll have nothing but brute force for the rest of his life. Mu Qi has unparalleled defense, but he's so slow that even ordinary people can outrun him. He's good for nothing but taking hits. After finishing, he sighed again, seeming to harbor some nameless anger, though he couldn't identify what he was angry about. Such things actually exist? This was Luo Fan's first time hearing about this situation. He instinctively connected to the 10,000 beasts intelligence system, seeking a solution. If he could compensate for these individuals' flaws, they would all become top-tier prodigies. His experience in the wilderness forest had taught him the importance of teamwork. If he could help Mu Qi and the others perfect their abilities, he could build his own powerful squad. Insufficient host balance. 10,000 beasts intelligence system cannot provide service. Please complete recharge. He connected to the beast intelligence system through his consciousness, only to receive an immediate notification of insufficient balance. Forgot to top up? Luo Fan's heart stirred. He decided to keep 100,000 as liquid funds and invest everything else. With his current wealth, he casually recharged a whopping 3.8 million. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3.8 million wealth points. As soon as the mechanical notification ended, the system quickly searched based on his soul fluctuations. The beast intelligence system is at your service. Matching optimal solutions. Solution matching successful. Please review host. With sufficient wealth points, the system instantly activated its premium service, generating customized solutions for Mu Qi, Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, and Wan Man Wan. Holy crap, it's that simple? After reviewing the solutions, Luo Fan couldn't help but curse. The document was straightforward. The four individuals' ability imbalances stemmed from overpowered beast taming talents paired with insufficient soul strength. Their contracted beasts could only provide selective enhancement, causing severe specialization. Simply feeding them potential fruits and blood soul stones to replenish their soul power, then having their contracted beasts provide comprehensive enhancement would naturally eliminate the imbalance. Of course, to untie the bell, one must find the person who tied it. Whether the contracted beasts would cooperate obediently was the key. Luo Fan felt confident because his pure-blood fierce beast, the Thunder Ancient Bear, was born with heaven-defying bloodline and overwhelming ferocity, naturally suppressing ordinary contracted beasts. With just one roar from it, who would dare disobey? That's simple. Hearing Luo Fan's cursing, Gu Xingting happened to push the door open, looking completely bewildered. Principal Gu, call Mu Qi and the others over. I can solve their specialization problem. Luo Fan straightened his clothes, his expression serious. Don't joke around. This problem has plagued humanity for centuries. If it could really be solved, our overall strength would multiply several times over. Gu Xingting rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical. Luo Fan smiled. If I can actually pull this off, how much funding would the Academy be willing to provide? Seeing Luo Fan's enthusiastic expression, Gu Xingting became even more convinced the kid was trying to extort money. Luo Fan quickly calculated the costs in his mind. Potential fruits cost 2,000 each, 10 per person totaling 20,000. Blood soul stones cost 10,000 each, 10 per person totaling 100,000. Plus the full service of manipulating contracted beasts, the total cost per person was 120,000. For people would cost 480,000. I'll quote 1 million per person and earn a modest service fee through tiers. Luo Fan secretly set his price, then spat. Bah, being a middleman is truly ruthless. How much money exactly? Gu Xingting had always appreciated those four students, and if the cost was reasonable, he wouldn't mind taking the risk. Luo Fan waved his hand. Listen to the plan first, then we'll discuss pricing. The four's problem lies in overpowered beast taming talents versus insufficient soul strength. The key is replenishing their soul power. After that, we solve the contracted beast issue because the tamers were too strong. The beasts previously only provided selective enhancement, causing the imbalance. The solution is simple. Have the contracted beasts enhance them again, but this time it must be comprehensive, pushing them to War Servant 3rd stage. Wouldn't that solve the problem? After summarizing the philosophy of the 10,000 beast intelligence system, Luo Fan shared his plan. Get lost. As soon as the words fell, Gu Xingting raised his hand with murderous intent, nearly striking on the spot. His furious roar seemed to make the air in the room explode. Throughout thousands of years in beast taming history, humans had conducted countless studies on contracted beasts. How could they not know every point Luo Fan raised? But knowing was one thing. Could they actually control the feedback from contracted beasts? If it were possible, why would they need to humble themselves and curry favor with these creatures? This was simply impossible. Luo Fan touched his nose and awkwardly stepped back, thinking to himself, did I really say something wrong? Enough. Go cool off somewhere else and stop pushing my buttons. Gu Xingting glared at him viciously and waved his hand, directly driving him out. My apologies for the disturbance. Luo Fan bowed and retreated. Though he didn't understand why, he knew he had definitely hit a nerve. Since words wouldn't convince them, he'd let facts do the talking. Once he solved the struggling student's problem with his 120,000 yuan solution, Gu Xingting would eventually come crawling back to him. On the playground, Luo Fan immediately spotted a burly young man and called out loudly, Lu Jingming. Come here for a moment. A teacher wants to see you. A teacher wants to see me? Lu Jingming heard this and immediately ran over without question. Walking to a secluded corner, Luo Fan introduced himself. I'm Luo Fan, War Servant 6th rank, a transfer student at Shitaw Vocational School. I called you over because I want you to join my hunting squad. After the joint examination, we'll go to the wilderness forest together. War Servant 6th rank. Are you here to humiliate me? Fury blazed in Lu Jingming's eyes as he suddenly clenched his fist and threw a heavy punch. His fist cut through the air with explosive force. Luo Fan instinctively raised his arm to block, but was still sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into the surrounding wall with a bang as bricks and stones scattered. So strong, Luo Fan barely managed to flip and land on his feet. Don't provoke me again. Lu Jingming cast him a cold glance and turned to leave. But Luo Fan grinned. I like your spirit. However, do you have some misunderstanding about contracted beasts? With that, thunder power exploded within his body as he swiftly lunged forward. You're asking for death, aha. Lu Jingming was about to throw another punch when lightning already enveloped his entire body. He trembled for a few moments before collapsing to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably and losing all resistance. Luo Fan dusted off his sleeves and crouched down, speaking in a low voice. Can we talk properly now? I'm not impressed by brute strength alone. Your only war servant first rank pathetically weak. I'm inviting you because I can solve your academic deficiency problem, and I need loyal companions. If you believe me, come find me at this same time and place tomorrow. If you want to remain a waste, pretend I never said anything. With that, he left without looking back. Wait, can you really solve my problem? Lu Jingming struggled to get up, but saw only an empty playground with no trace of Luo Fan. Unable to find Luo Fan, panic set in. His might be the opportunity to change his fate, and he had let it slip away so easily. Feeling dejected, he simply sat down on the spot, deciding to wait for Luo Fan's return, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Meanwhile, Luo Fan felt confident. Everything was under control. He'd go back to continue tormenting the bear. Tonight, he absolutely had to beat the Thunder Ancient Bear into submission. He had everything ready except for the Thunder Ancient Bear's obedience. Luo Fan was definitely going to have a sore back tonight. Normally, Luo Fan wouldn't enjoy this kind of grunt work, but thinking about earning millions with tears in his eyes, he was forced to become a shameless middleman. As night fell, Luo Fan pushed open the iron door to his villa's basement, and damp, cold air hit his face. With a thought, a gray-white mist exploded at his brow, and the massive Thunder Ancient Bear was forcibly ejected from his soul sea. Roar! Its paws slammed onto the concrete floor, shaking the walls so hard that paint chips fluttered down. Having just consumed royal jelly, it had been planning a good sleep, but now awakened, its mind was filled with morning rage. Remembering the soul-tearing pain from the last forced feedback, determination flashed in its eyes. Rather than be tormented again, better to fight desperately and perish together. Luo Fan, however, maintained a serious expression and raised his hand to signal calm. Pikachu, I didn't call you out to beat you this time. Let's negotiate. He patted his chest. The soul sea is mine, and the royal jelly is mine too. You live on my territory and eat my food, so you should pay rent and living expenses, right? Don't glare at me. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Your submission and feedback are naturally justified. Help me with one favor, and I'll allow you to owe rent. After speaking, he explained the plan clearly: have the Thunder Ancient Bear intimidate those contracted beasts and force extreme feedback from them. Roar! The Ancient Bear flew into a rage, lightning patterns crackling across its body as its massive form lunged at Luo Fan. It knew very well that a second feedback would damage its essence, and entering the Soul Sea twice already meant submission, yet Luo Fan still wanted to sign a life contract, which was simply pushing his luck. Luo Fan cracked his knuckles, his tone turning cold. Don't know what's good for you? Believe it or not, I'll make braised bear paws. He suddenly erupted with power even more monstrous than a contracted beast, striking the bear's back. Fist shadows fell like rain, from evening until midnight. In the basement, walls cracked, dust flew, and muffled impacts echoed continuously. The Thunder Ancient Bear roared, bellowed, and finally submitted before Luo Fan's iron fists. So-called dignity wasn't worth a penny. Luo Fan shook his aching wrists, panting as he muttered. Should have agreed earlier, made me work all night. My back aches. No, let me beat you once more. He threw a few more punches before going upstairs satisfied. When he woke the next day, it was nearly noon. After a quick wash, he headed straight to Shirtao Vocational School. Autumn wind swept through the campus as he pushed open the guardroom door to see Lu Jingming leaning back in his chair, dozing with dark circles so deep they were purple. The kid had actually waited all night. Find a private room. I can solve your problem quickly. Luo Fan got straight to the point. The Thunder Ancient Bear had submitted. What remained was just procedure. Brother, I know a place. After hesitating a moment, Lu Jingming finally found an appropriate form of address and led Luo Fan through empty corridors to an underground training room. The space was clean and secluded, with sound-absorbing runes embedded in the walls and a faint medicinal fragrance in the air. Luo Fan casually laid out a pile of resources: polished spirit stones, blood-clotting grass, body modification potions, colorful items stacked into a small mountain. These can change your constitution. Use them first while I observe the details. Lu Jingming was so excited his hands trembled as he pulled out his phone to transfer money. How much? I'll pay you. His family's circumstances were tight, and to gather a thank you gift, he had borrowed from half his classmates to scrape together 13,000. Luo Fan pressed down his phone and pushed the resources forward. Put the money on account for now, pay me back after you become a beast tamer. He lowered his voice, part reminder and part warning. Remember, these resources are worth 1 million, and I do charge interest. As someone from the bottom rungs of society himself, Luo Fan understood the helplessness of poverty, which was exactly why he wanted to help and change their fates together. 1 million. I'll remember that. Lu Jingming caught the potential fruit and blood soul stone that Luo Fan tossed to him, his knuckles turning white with excitement as he made his solemn promise. The potential fruit and blood soul stone dissolved instantly upon contact, their medicinal power erupting like a volcano. In mere moments, Lu Jingming's aura climbed steadily, stabilizing at the second stage of battle spirit. Unable to contain his joy, he jumped up and down, pumping his fists in the air. Luo Fan threw cold water on his celebration. The problem of your imbalanced development hasn't been solved yet. Don't celebrate too early. Release your contracted beast and let it complete the remaining feedback. The swiftest way for a beast contractor to advance was through their contracted beast feedback. With Lu Jingming's current foundation, if he could complete the feedback, reaching the fourth stage of battle servant wouldn't be a problem. However, Lu Jingming lowered his head, nervously rubbing his hands together. I can't control it. Once it's released, it'll definitely go berserk and might hurt someone. Go berserk. Luo Fan chuckled lightly. Perfect. Let it beat up my contracted beast. He raised his hand and flung it, causing the Thunder Ancient Bear to crash heavily to the ground. Having endured 7 or 8 brutal beatings previously, this thick-skinned giant bear had learned its lesson, keeping its head low and standing obediently to one side, even suppressing its breathing. Luo Fan patted the bear's back. This time I won't beat you up, just let you stretch your muscles. Remember, leave it breathing, didn't kill it. Though his tone was gentle, the Thunder Ancient Bear still trembled like a sieve. Be careful, Lu Jingming warned, took a deep breath, stepped back half a pace, and a spiritual light flashed between his fingers. Bang! A black armored spotted ant the size of a small calf burst forth, its shell gleaming black, its 6 legs creating dull thuds as they hit the ground. It roared skyward, its crimson compound eyes instantly locking onto Luo Fan, killing intent boiling over. Roar! The Thunder Ancient Bear had been holding back its anger and didn't give Luo Fan a chance to act. It roared and pounced fiercely, its bare paws wrapped in lightning as they swung down with vicious strikes. Having been bullied by its master before, it had finally found a punching bag and wanted nothing more than to pin the black-armored spotted ant to the ground and pummel it. That's enough. That's enough. You can't keep fighting. Watching the black-armored spotted ant being thrown around until its shell fragments scattered, Lu Jingming was terrified and hurriedly pleaded for mercy. But Luo Fan said calmly, "What are you pleading for? I'm making it perform extreme feedback. Once the feedback is complete, it'll naturally stop." He deliberately raised his voice so the black-armored spotted ant could hear clearly. Roar, roar, roar. Perhaps it truly understood, as the black-armored spotted ant shrieked and spread its 6 legs, assuming a strange posture. Spiritual light flowed backward across its body surface, pouring into Lu Jingming's body. Stop! Stop right now. It's starting the feedback. Lu Jingming shouted excitedly. Remember, it's extreme feedback. Luo Fan waved for the Thunder Ancient Bear to retreat and focused intently on the black-armored spotted ant. Extreme feedback placed enormous strain on contracted beasts. After several minutes, the black-armored spotted ant's aura rapidly depleted, and it crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, unable to even lift its mandibles. Lu Jingming hurriedly recalled it into his contract space, his eyes full of heartache. Luo Fan looked toward the Thunder Ancient Bear, his tone serious. You've always resisted extreme feedback because you're afraid of backlash, right? If I could solve the backlash problem and give you opportunities, would you be willing to try? Roar. The Thunder Ancient Bear raised its head and growled softly, as if asking, what's in it for me? Thunder Plasma Fruit, Blood Soul Stones, Royal Jelly, as much as you want. Luo Fan counted on his fingers. I'll also move you to the formation's core, letting you be nourished by the array day and night. When I step into the battle general level, I can even set up the assault formation of the 10,000 Beast Spirit Contract Grand Array, and our cultivation speed will multiply several times over. As long as you and I cooperate, we'll surely achieve transcendence one day and roam freely through the world. Pikachu, meeting you is destiny itself. I've already proven my potential. Are you still unwilling to cooperate? Drawing closer to the Thunder Ancient Bear, Luo Fan began his earnest persuasion. The massive Thunder Ancient Bear loomed in a corner of the laboratory, its heavy breathing crackling with electric currents, clearly understanding Luo Fan's words. After a brief moment of contemplation, it released a roar like rolling thunder, and its enormous body transformed into a bolt of lightning, actively merging into Luo Fan's soul sea. In the next instant, several drops of scorching and violent essence blood exploded deep within his soul. Luo Fan felt his blood ignited simultaneously by fire and lightning, his life level transcending in an instant, every cell in his body undergoing transformation. Don't worry, I won't let you down. After stabilizing his aura, Luo Fan immediately summoned the light screen of the Beast Intelligence Mall. One general-level demon willow tree heart, several desolate crystals, dozens each of thunder plasma fruits, and blood soul stone. She purchased everything without hesitation. As the light screen faded, a pile of spiritually radiant resources floated quietly in the air. Roar! The thunder ancient bear growled with satisfaction, lightning exploding around its phantom form, marking the establishment of true trust between partners. Fourth stage War Servant. I've broken through to the fourth stage War Servant. My weakness has been resolved. On the other side of the laboratory, Lu Jingming gazed at his surging blood energy and couldn't help but laugh toward the heavens, even moved to tears. All right, keep it down, don't disturb me. Luo Fan rolled his eyes, though he couldn't hide the smile at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, having absorbed the Thunder Beast's essence blood, his own foundation fully erupted, and his cultivation actually broke through 2 stages in one breath. 8th stage War Servant. Blue-white lightning coursed through his pores as his physical strength rapidly ascended. Lu Jingming knelt on one knee in the electric radiance, his tone solemn. Luo Fan, from now on you are my brother. Anyone who wants to harm you will have to step over my corpse first. I will repay the resource debt once we enter the desolate forest. I'll return it tenfold. Get up quickly. I want a brother, not a subordinate. Luo Fan pulled him to his feet. The joint examination is in 3 days. Let's crush first high together and slap their faces hard. Mentioning the joint examination, Luo Fan thought of Lu Yuqing, wondering if his friend needed help. Boss, rest assured, I won't sleep if necessary to nourish the black-armored spotted ant with my soul to ensure its recovery. The black-armored spotted ant had exhausted its vital energy from extreme feedback and could only be restored through soul nourishment. No need to push yourself so hard. Come with me to find Gazingtang will provide resources. Luo Fan grinned and pulled Lu Jingming straight to the principal's office. 4th stage War Servant? You really solved your weakness. Seeing the aura Lu Jingming released, Gu Xingting's teacup instantly shattered to powder, his eyes blazing with surprise and delight. Luo Fan didn't elaborate, simply stating concisely, Principal Gu, I'm here to request resources for Lu Jingming. His contracted beast performed extreme feedback without replenishing its vital energy. It will affect the joint examination. With that, he turned to leave. Extreme feedback? Student Luo Fan, wait a moment. Gu Xingting stepped forward, his surging momentum rushing forth like a tide. Luo Fan's expression grew stern war general level. He instinctively retreated several steps, thunder power roaring within his body as he prepared for battle. A misunderstanding. I was too excited. I am not attacking you. Gu Xingting quickly dispersed his pressure, his face full of smiles. Having another student from Shirtua Vocational School enter Beast Taming University brings honor to my face as well. Luo Fan changed direction and continued walking out. What you should be concerned with now is Lu Jingming. Wait. I apologize for yesterday's words. Please don't take them to heart. Regarding resources, though Shirtua Vocational School isn't prestigious, nurturing a few geniuses is no problem. As long as you help Miyuki, Xin Fan, and Luan Manwan solve their weaknesses, take whatever resources you need. Student Luo Fan, Zhang Xiangchen, and I are close friends. Please show some consideration. Principal Gu, compared to your current flattery, I prefer your initial arrogance. Earlier, Gu Xingting had shown no respect, but now it was Luo Fan's turn to signal that Gu Xingting should maintain his arrogance. Student Luo Fan, wasn't I being narrow-minded? Don't be angry. Whatever resources you need, just say the word, and I won't hesitate. Gu Xingting rubbed his hands awkwardly and hurriedly picked up the teapot to pour water into Luo Fan's cup. Principal Gu, how could I trouble you to serve me personally? I'm still your student. Luo Fan politely declined with a smile, though he clearly enjoyed the gesture. As a qualified businessman, his expression shifted, and he immediately got to the point. Actually, to get them all up to speed, it would cost at least 1 million per person. 1 million per person? Gu Xingting's hand trembled, nearly spilling the hot tea. He could grit his teeth and manage hundreds of thousands, but millions? He simply couldn't afford it. Luo Fan delivered the final blow unhurriedly. Principal Gu, I'm now a professional consultant for the Beast Taming Alliance. If you truly want to help them, entrust the funds to me. I'll handle the procurement uniformly, enjoy a 20% discount, and secure priority purchasing rights. With that, he put away his smile, grabbed his coat, and left without looking back, leaving Gu Xingting standing there completely bewildered. Once outside, Luo Fan pondered to himself. No matter how much wealth value he had, it was just dead numbers. Only by converting it into real strength would it matter. Thunder Ancient Bear's injuries had mostly healed. It was time to make a push upward. With over 4 million wealth value in hand, it should be enough to advance it to general rank, right? Congratulations, host, for reaching consensus with your contracted beast. According to calculations, only 3.9 million wealth value is needed for Thunder Ancient Bear to break through to general rank. The 10,000 Beasts AI system's notification arrived as expected. Back at the villa, Luo Fan immediately opened the system panel. A new cultivation plan had been generated. 1. Spend 2 million wealth value to upgrade both the Embracing Origin Array and Exquisite Array to perfection, completely refining the Thunder Foundation and Bloodchi Foundation. When practicing the Beast Taming Heavenslaying Manual, in the future, the main pet could resonate, creating an effect where 1 plus 1 equals more than 2. 2. Invest another 1.9 million wealth value in Soul, Thunder, and Bloodchi resources to complement the Array Formation Sprint, allowing breakthrough to general rank in the shortest time possible. Luo Fan couldn't help but complain. System, you're taking so much money from me. How much more will general rank cost? Give me some direction here. The system replied. Viewing the resource budget for general rank beast tamers costs 500 wealth value. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed. Luo Fan gritted his teeth. 500 was nothing to him now anyway. Seconds later, the budget was complete. Luo Fan opened the shop preview and couldn't help but curse. Holy crap, this is highway robbery. General rank contracted beasts required investments of tens of millions, making his current 4 million seem pitiful. But upon careful consideration, he realized it wasn't exactly outrageous. General rank could practice combat techniques, with even the most basic ones costing 1 million and advanced techniques starting at 3 million. After advancement, hunting areas became more dangerous, requiring better equipment. Clothes, bracers, shoes, pants, and hats sold separately, each piece costing 3 to 5 million, with complete sets easily reaching tens of millions. Then there were detectors and beast spirit weapons, with minimum costs in the millions. Size still too poor. Luo Fan rubbed his temples, sat cross-legged, and dutifully began practicing the Beast Taming Heavenslaying Manual. As night fell and lights flickered outside the villa, Gushingting found himself unable to rest. In the deep of night, troubled by his thoughts, he had Zhang Xianchen lead the way directly to Luo Fan's home. Master Luo Fan, after deliberation by the school committee, Shirtua Vocational School has decided to make one last desperate attempt by having Mu Qi, Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, and Luan Manwan address their academic weaknesses to bring honor to the school. The morning mist had not yet lifted when Gu Xingting arrived at Luo Fan's door, carrying a black briefcase. As he opened the lid, exactly 2.4 million yuan in cash and a beast taming badge lay quietly inside. He scratched his head awkwardly, gesturing toward the transaction. Normally, each student would cost 1 million yuan, so these 4 kids should cost at least 4 million. But the school really can't afford more. This 2.4 million is everything we have. Luo Fan's gaze swept back and forth between the money and the badge before he snorted coldly. Principal Gu, isn't this a bit much? Using my professional consultant status for a discount is one thing, but shouldn't Lu Jingming's fees be settled too? As his words fell, the air instantly grew tense. Young man, Shirtua Vocational School is truly at the end of its rope. Gu Xingting smiled bitterly, pressing his palms together apologetically. Please give me one more chance. When they get into Beast Taming University, all the prize money the school receives will go to you. Please help us out. Luo Fan sighed. If the 4 students could successfully enroll, he would also gain reliable teammates. It was a long-term investment. Fine, I'll go to the Beast Taming Alliance first to exchange for resources. Call them over immediately. I'll try to solve their academic weaknesses before dawn tomorrow, then give them 1 day to rest before they take the joint examination the day after. Excellent, excellent. Gu Xingting jumped up and down on the spot, his expression like a child who had just received candy. In less than half an hour, he and Zhang Xianchen brought Mu Qi, Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, and Luan Manwan to Luo Fan's house. Shirtua Vocational School hadn't had anyone accepted into Beast Taming University for years, and if their performance continued to decline, the school might even lose its accreditation. The 4 students had excellent academic records. As long as they could address their weaknesses, they would easily get into Beast Taming University, and if they made it into one of the 4 prestigious schools, the rewards alone would exceed 2 million yuan. This made Gu Xingting particularly enthusiastic. Luo Fan led the 4 students to the basement. You practice first while I go exchange for resources. With that, he went upstairs to catch up on sleep. As dawn broke, he yawned and went downstairs to check on them. Lu Jingming appeared calm and composed. His academic weakness had been resolved, and he was now quietly helping his contracted beast recover its strength. However, Mu Qi, Xin Fan, and Luan Manwan were pacing around the basement, anxious as ants on a hot pan. Luo Fan pushed open the door and waved the spatial ring in his hand. Everyone, we're in luck. Using my professional consultant status, I managed to secure the resources we need. 1 set per person. Use them quickly. He deliberately paused for effect. That's just how people are when things go too smoothly. They don't appreciate them. A little struggle makes you understand the joy of surprise. Master Luo, thank you for your hard work. The 3 students thanked him repeatedly, their eyes full of gratitude seeing how he had worked through the night. Lu Jingming, standing to the side, looked stunned. There's a set for me too? Luo Fan raised an eyebrow. Your contracted beast suffered severe damage. Isn't it need recovery? Stop wasting time and heal your contracted beasts properly. When the teachers from number 1 high school see what we can do, they'll know what real talent looks like. After giving Lu Jingming a light kick, Luo Fan ignored everyone else and headed straight upstairs via the wooden staircase, collapsing into bed for some serious catch-up sleep. When he opened his eyes again, sunlight was streaming through the curtains, filling the room. After a quick wash and hasty breakfast, Luo Fan pushed open the alloy door to the basement. Mu Qi, Xin Fan, and Luan Manwan had just finished consuming all the potential fruits and blood soul stones. Spiritual energy was radiating from them, and they all looked energetic and radiant. All right, just one final step. Release your contracted beasts. With a thought from Luo Fan, the Thunder Ancient Bear emerged from his soul sea, electric arcs crackling around its shoulders. The ground trembled slightly when its massive claws touched down. Master Luo, please go easy on them. Mu Qi, Xin Fan, and Luan Manwan knew the drill. Though it pained them, they had no choice but to open their contract spaces. Lu Jingming, black armored spotted ant jet black with iron hard carapace. Xin Fan, golden horn longhorn beetle golden antennae gleaming coldly. Luan Manwan, crimson shadow butterfly thin wings trailing crimson afterimages. Mu Qi, frost nether silkworm white and blue patterns, breath forming frost. Pikachu, time for your performance. Luo Fan raised his hand. The Thunder Ancient Bear struck like falling thunder, electric waves exploding as its bloodline pressure instantly crushed the fighting spirit of the opposing insect-type contracted beasts. Within moments, the black armored spotted ant was pressed into a ground crack, the golden horn longhorn beetle was on its back, the crimson shadow butterfly's wings were charred black, and the frost nether silkworm was rolling from lightning strikes. Pure-blood fierce beasts naturally suppressed contracted beasts. After the brutal beating, the 4 insects had no choice but to perform extreme feedback, transferring all their potential to their masters before retreating weakly back to their soul seas. Amid the surging spiritual energy tides within their bodies, Mu Qi and the others cried out in delight. War Servant 4th stage. The imbalance is really fixed. I can run now. My speed finally matches yours. Wait, did I lose weight? Just as their emotions peaked, the group suddenly looked at each other and dropped to one knee in unison. Master Luo, can we call you boss like Lu Jingming does? Our lives belong to you from now on, right? Wherever boss goes, we go. Luo Fan frowned and waved them off. Not this again. Get up. I want brothers, not subordinates. Here are resources to restore your contracted beast's vitality. Take them and train. If you don't get good results tomorrow, prepare to be eliminated. With that, he stuffed medicine pouches into their hands and began clearing the area. Boss, traveling wastes too much time. Let us stay here in closed-door training. Just call us before the exam the day after tomorrow. Xin Fan immediately sat cross-legged, beginning to channel the medicine's energy. Exactly. Time is money. Mu Qi agreed, and they all threw themselves into intensive cultivation. Seeing the 10,000 beast spirit contract formation running smoothly and confirming it was safe, Luo Fan couldn't be bothered to supervise further and went back upstairs for more sleep. At the same time, Luo Fan's mother learned there were guests in the basement and personally cooked hot meals, carrying them down one by one. When night fell and Luo Fan woke up, he felt drowsy all over, his eyelids heavy as lead. What's wrong with me? Why am I so sleepy? Could it be the Thunder Ancient Bear's influence? The system responded coldly. Host guessed correctly. After receiving extreme feedback from contracted beasts, you absorb some of their behavioral traits. 1 bottle of clear heart pills will eliminate the side effects. 100,000 per bottle? Why don't you just rob people? Luo Fan opened the 10,000 beast intelligence maul and immediately exploded. But after taking 2 more naps and still feeling dead tired, he gave in, gritting his teeth as he spent 100,000 wealth points and downed the clear heart pill in one gulp. The drowsiness vanished instantly. With the side effects resolved, he remembered that Mu Qi and the others had also received extreme feedback and immediately went downstairs to check. As soon as he pushed open the iron door, all 4 surrounded him with tense expressions. Boss, you're finally here. We're all having problems. Are we dying? Luo Fan scanned the 4 and saw no external injuries, so he had them explain themselves. Lu Jingming raised his hand first, looking uncomfortable. Boss, after fixing the imbalance, I cough. I have way too much phlegm. As he said this, Lu Jingming's throat tickled and he almost spat, but remembering this was Luo Fan's place, he swallowed it back down. I'm having issues too. Luan Manwan raised her hand and gently patted her hair, causing tiny flakes of dandruff to drift down like goose feather snow, quickly accumulating a layer on her dark collar. What about you guys? She asked, looking up. Mu Qi and Xin Fan were sitting close together, but their faces looked equally grim, clearly each dealing with their own troubles. Xin Fan pinched his nose, his voice muffled. Boss, I can't control my farting, and it's ridiculously stinky. If the price of curing my academic weaknesses is becoming the fart king, I'd rather stay academically unbalanced. I knew something smelled weird, so it was you. Luo Fan instinctively stepped back several paces. Ever since entering the basement, he'd noticed a strange odor mixing into the air, and now he'd finally traced it to its source. Boss, please save me. I'm about to suffocate myself. Accompanied by another muffled sound, Shen Fan was so distressed he started crying, like a 200-pound big baby. Muchi didn't speak, just moved a couple steps closer to Luo Fan. Cold air spread around him, making Luo Fan shiver repeatedly. Don't panic, I can solve this problem. Luo Fan pulled out his system panel. Clarity pills, 100,000 each. Remember to pay me back later. After assessing everyone's condition, he directly exchanged for 4 clarity pills and waved his hand, dropping one into each person's palm. Boss, what the heck is going on? After the 4 swallowed the pills, their symptoms immediately disappeared, and they felt mentally refreshed. Side effects from extreme beast contract feedback, Luo Fan explained. The clarity pills will fix it. He gestured toward the door. All right, everyone go rest. There's an exam tomorrow. Let's all do our best. After everyone left the basement, Luo Fan made simple room arrangements and quietly waited for the joint examination to arrive. The first day of the joint exam was a theoretical written test, worth 450 points total. To get into Beast Taming University, you needed at least 280 points, and the higher the score, the better your chances. The second round was the Beast Tamer qualification selection, where participants needed to reach Battle Servant 2nd rank. Students who hadn't received feedback or had insufficient feedback would be eliminated, and strength would also determine scoring. Boss, do you have any reference books? We want to cram at the last minute. Mu Qi, Shen Fan, Lu Jingming, and Luan Manwan were all now Battle Servant 4th rank, so their strength was sufficient, but they were most worried about their academic scores. Luo Fan leaned back in his chair and yawned. What are you thinking? Big exam, big relaxation, small exam, small relaxation. Sleep well tonight, and guess with full effort tomorrow. When there are 3 long answers and 1 short, pick the short one. 3 short and 1 long, pick the long one. Answer what you know correctly. Guess what you don't know correctly, and your score won't be too bad. For this underachiever, staying up all night studying was impossible, though of course, he wasn't worried at all, since he'd already used wealth points to pre-purchase all the exam content. He just needed to walk into the exam room to ace beast taming history, beast biology, and beast cultivation with perfect scores. Boss, I'm not well educated, don't try to fool me. The more relaxed Luo Fan appeared, the more they suspected he was secretly studying hard. If you don't believe me, go to the study room yourselves. I'm going to sleep. Luo Fan shook his head and left, letting them do as they pleased. Let's go. The 4 didn't believe him for a second and rushed toward the study room, afraid of falling behind. Luo Fan watched their retreating figures and sighed quietly. You don't understand the joy of cheating. With that, he put on his headset, pulled out his phone, and entered gaming mode. The Beast Taming Joint Examination was a grand event. Before dawn even broke, official clearance convoys were already roaring through the streets, implementing complete traffic control throughout the examination zone, with security perimeters extending to the end of every side street. Roadside breakfast stalls had temporarily converted to free service windows, continuously restocking hot soy milk and fried dough sticks, so examinees could grab warm food on the go. What was truly spine-chilling were the patrol teams without exception. All were general-level powerhouses stationed at every intersection, capable of detecting even the slightest disturbance. Remember, no matter how strong you are, don't even think about cheating, the security official repeatedly warned through the loudspeaker. The examination halls are equipped with 360-degree panoramic surveillance with no blind spots, and the proctors are also general level. You'd better behave yourselves. Shirtoa Vocational School consistently ranked last, so their supervising teacher simply joked self-deprecatingly. Don't be nervous, just put in a little effort, and you'll break the school record. Luo Fan and his group were assigned to 3rd Middle School. At the crack of dawn, Principal Gushington was already standing at the school gates, personally distributing admission tickets to each examinee. Principal Gu, is there a reward for scoring full marks on the written exam? Luo Fan asked with a grin as he received his ticket. Yes, Gushington adjusted his glasses. According to education system regulations, 50,000 for a perfect score in 1 subject, 200,000 for 2 subjects, and 500,000 for 3 subjects. In dozens of examination sessions, perfect scores have been extremely rare. Really? Then remember to process my application. Luo Fan memorized the prize amounts, secretly motivating himself. Target 500,000. Shen Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Boss, could you stop bragging? You were gaming until midnight yesterday. Where's this perfect score coming from? The bell rang, and all examinees filed in orderly, the corridors instantly falling silent. Just as Luo Fan was about to make a bet with Shen Fan, a proctor's sharp shout interrupted him. No talking once you enter the examination area. He looked toward the voice and was surprised to see Lu Yuhong. When their eyes met, Luo Fan's lips curved into a mocking smile. You? Lu Yuhong nearly cried out in shock. That night, she had assumed Luo Fan was doomed. The enemies who had kidnapped Luo Qianqian and the others were most likely after the fierce beast corpse. Yet here was Luo Fan standing perfectly fine before her. Could he have tamed the fierce beast? Impossible. Her heart turned cold as she retreated repeatedly, her eyes searching the scene for Wenhongji. Luo Fan said nothing, merely raised his hand in a throat-slitting gesture before turning to enter the examination hall. In the past, before becoming a beast tamer, Luo Fan's life and death had been entirely in Lu Yuhong's hands. Now things were different. Had contracted with the Thunder Ancient Bear. Once the bear finished refining the resources, he could directly advance to general level, at which point Lu Yuhong would be nothing more than a minor character he could eliminate with a flick of his finger. Fierce beast. He really did refine a fierce beast. We're in big trouble. The moment Luo Fan's figure disappeared into the classroom, Lu Yuhong broke into a frantic run to find Wenhongji. Not dead? How is that possible? He contracted with a fierce beast. Wenhongji slammed the table in shock upon hearing the report, but quickly lowered his voice. Remember, keep this quiet. After he finishes the exam, send people to test his strength and confirm whether he truly tamed the fierce beast. Then investigate his residence to see if we can control his family members. Once the orders were issued, Lu Yuhong's forehead was covered in cold sweat, but she could only comply. What about you, Principal One? She asked cautiously. She knew Wenhongji's character all too well. He took credit for successes, but made her the scapegoat for failures. So she secretly resolved to drag Wenhongji down with her. I'll go make some moves and see if I can stop Luo Fan from taking the exam. After assigning tasks to his subordinates, Wenhongji tightened his collar and strode away. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his pace quickened imperceptibly, had no confidence whatsoever. The main checkpoints of the beast taming joint examination were all controlled at the general level, operated by specialized teams, and many participants were even college students. The difficulty of interfering with an exam of this caliber was obvious. For this very reason, he secretly felt relieved. If Luo Fan really bombed the test, everything would work out fine. To get a clear picture, Wenhongji had already reviewed Luo Fan's records. Luo Fan's academic performance was abysmal. His best score was only 215 points, while the passing line was 280. Trying to push beyond that would be incredibly difficult. This seemed like common sense to Wenhongji. However, he had no idea that Luo Fan was no longer the same person. With the beast intelligence system continuously feeding him beast taming knowledge from beginner to advanced levels, he had long since abandoned his original study materials, because the actual exam questions bore no resemblance to the standard question banks. To reduce the burden on proctoring staff, the written exam used a 3-subject marathon format, 3 test papers back-to-back without breaks. When hungry, boxed meals were delivered to their hands. When thirsty, bottled water was brought to their desks. Even bathroom trips required full escort by proctoring teachers. The total exam duration was 1 day, and candidates could submit their papers whenever they finished. Huh? I actually got questions like these. Luo Fan glanced at the end of the paper and raised an eyebrow. Discuss the combat patterns of blood-headed wasps. Can blood-headed wasps be defeated, and how can they be repelled? The production method of royal jelly? Secondary utilization of blood-headed wasps. He answered the routine questions on beast taming history and beast cultivation almost instantly. What really gave most candidates headaches were the major questions on beast behavior, and surprisingly, they featured blood-headed wasps. For most beast tamers, information about these ferocious swarms was scarce, and they were considered nearly invincible. But Luo Fan was different, had not only fought blood-headed wasps hidden, but had also personally invaded their nest. Can't rush this, need to organize my thoughts first. He closed his eyes and recalled the physical structure of blood-headed wasps, the details of Thunder Ancient Bear's battle with the swarm, the chamber layout inside the hive. Frame by frame, the combat scenes replayed in his mind. After clarifying everything, Luo Fan picked up his pen, writing smoothly without pause. He completed all 3 papers in one go. Teacher, may I submit early? After checking his work 3 times and confirming everything was correct, Luo Fan raised his hand. The proctor approached and reminded him in a low voice. Student, this is the beast taming joint examination. Check a few more times, and don't leave any questions blank. Write down your thought process for partial credit. It's only been 2.5 hours, and many people haven't even finished the first paper. In his view, there was no way Luo Fan could have completed all the questions so quickly. No need, the questions were quite simple. I won't claim perfect scores on every subject, but I'm confident about scoring above 440. Luo Fan's tone was calm, yet carried undisguised confidence. That one sentence drew snickers from surrounding candidates. In the 1,000-year history of beast taming, with a total exam score of 600, those who could break 400 were rare as phoenix feathers, yet he brazenly claimed he'd score 440? The proctor raised an eyebrow. Student, leave your name, so we can pay our respects later. Shirtuwa Vocational School, Luo Fan. Luo Fan set down his pen, stood up, and walked away decisively. Shirtuwa Vocational School. The exam room instantly erupted like a pot of boiling oil. Most people assumed he'd been intimidated by the questions and simply given up. All right, maintain exam discipline. This is the beast taming joint examination. The proctor raised his hand for silence, though he couldn't resist peeking at Luo Fan's test paper. First question, correct. Second question, also correct. Flipping through all correct? Correct, correct, all correct. How is this possible? The proctors were all general-level warriors who had graduated from beast taming university, so their knowledge of beast taming history, habits, and cultivation was naturally solid. He leaned down to examine Luo Fan's test paper, scanning line by line. Every answer was correct. Not even a punctuation mark could be faulted. This made him involuntarily gasp in amazement, seeing Shirtawa Vocational School in a new light for the first time. Damn, it was blocked. The most crucial essay question about blood-headed wasps was perfectly covered by Luo Fan's arm, and he couldn't lift a student's paper, leaving him helplessly anxious. Outside the examination hall, Gushingting had been waiting early at the third middle school gate, ready to track the movements of Mu Qi, Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, and Wan Manwan at the first opportunity. Unexpectedly, the first person to emerge from the exam room was Luo Fan. Luo Fan, why did you come out so early? Even if you don't know the answers, you could at least guess and fill up the paper. He frowned as he approached. The questions were too simple. I just wrote casually and came out. Luo Fan shrugged, spreading his hands to indicate no problem. Before he finished speaking, media reporters wielding microphones like spears rushed forward, instantly surrounding Luo Fan completely. Student, you're the first to leave the exam room. Can we interview you? Were this year's questions difficult? Why did you come out so early? Luo Fan blinked. What kind of answer do you want? Student, just share your honest thoughts. The reporters smiled awkwardly, reminding him this was a live broadcast, and he couldn't mess around. Then ask again. Luo Fan's gaze swept around and settled on the prettiest female reporter. Student, what's your take on this beast taming joint examination? The female reporter immediately followed up, her eyes sparkling. At first I looked at it standing up, then sitting down. The proctor wouldn't let us move around, so everyone finished it sitting down. Luo Fan replied with an innocent smile, completely serious. Ahem, someone choked. Coming out so early, were the questions too difficult? Not early at all, it's almost breakfast time. Luo Fan rubbed his stomach. Let me tell you, the food inside is great. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted young chicken, roasted gosling, braised pork, braised duck, sauced chicken, cured meat, preserved eggs, tripe, dried meat, sausages, mixed cold platters, smoked chicken and white belly, steamed 8 treasure pig, glutinous rice stuffed duck, potted pheasant, potted quail, braised assorted meats, braised goose, wild chicken, rabbit, python, whitebait, steamed forest frog, braised kidney strips, braised duck kidney, braised duck strips, cold mixed duck shreds. He rattled off the dish names like performing stand-up comedy. Student, what score do you expect to get? The reporter quickly interrupted with a more direct question. What was your joint exam score back then? Luo Fan asked back. Don't misunderstand. I'm just looking for a reference point. The scene fell silent for a moment. These media people had switched careers precisely because their joint exam scores were dismal back then, and their contracted beasts weren't combat types, so they could only turn to journalism. Now being asked to answer Luo Fan's question felt equally like a trap. Ahem. Excuse me. Could you please tell us your name and which school you're from? Under the harsh studio lights, the media staff member cleared his throat, his tone reasonably polite. But Luo Fan's counter-question shot back like an arrow. Before you ask about my performance, what's your name and which media outlet are you from? The assistants behind the camera exchanged glances and immediately signaled for a colleague to take over. The new staff member who took the microphone tried a more tactful approach, probing indirectly. Well, could you briefly introduce your educational background? They had no idea that this was exactly the question Luo Fan had been waiting for, the perfect opportunity to expose number 1 high school under the spotlight. That's not easy to answer directly. Luo Fan deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping across the camera. How about I tell you my story, and you help me figure out which school I actually belong to? He raised his hand and counted on his fingers. A month ago, I was still at City number 1 high school, class 33 of the senior year, with homeroom teacher Lu Yuhong and my desk mate and best friend Lu Yuqing. All the teachers and classmates treated me like a failure. Later, I contracted with a carnivorous beast. Number 1 high decided I couldn't tame it, that I'd suffer backlash and wouldn't receive any enhancement, so they expelled me and erased my records entirely. He smiled slightly, but after I successfully gained the enhancement, Shirtawa Vocational School accepted me, helped restore my records, and now I'm a student at Shirtawa Vocational School. As his words ended, Luo Fan gently turned his palm. Crackling arcs of electricity burst forth, and a silver-blue Beast Master badge lay quietly in his palm, with lightning dancing along its metal patterns. You've already become a true Beast Master? The moment they saw the badge, all the reporters instinctively stepped back half a pace, the contempt in their eyes instantly replaced by awe. The significance of an attribute-controlling Beastmaster was staggering even without taking the joint exam. Beastmaster universities would actively extend olive branches. Only then did they understand that Luo Fan dared to ignore the written test because he himself was the confidence. Luo Fan nodded. That's an excellent question, miss. I'm now a War Servant 8th rank Beastmaster. And I'm not alone with Principal Gu Xingting's support. Shirtua Vocational School has 4 other War Servant 4th rank Beastmasters. He held up 4 fingers. They have perfect beast mastery talent, but were severely weak in other subjects. Thanks to Principal Gu, they've overcome their shortcomings. I guarantee they'll enter Beast Master universities with excellent grades. Gu Xingting had been standing at the edge of the camera frame. Luo Fan smoothly cast him a grateful look and offered perfectly timed praise. Principal Gu is a true talent scout and the benefactor of our Shirtua Vocational School. All right. Thank you very much, student. The host quickly took over. We wish Luo Fan the best of luck and hope he gets into his ideal Beast Master University. Everyone exchanged glances and almost simultaneously ended the interview. Only after leaving the red light of the broadcast room did they realize the explosive nature of the problem. The news about number 1 high school privately expelling students and erasing records was enough to shake the entire education system. The worst part was that it had all been broadcast live, too late to edit. And if their powerful backers held them accountable, they'd all be in serious trouble. We're all in this together now, someone sighed self-mockingly. Luo Fan chuckled softly, his tone suddenly gentle. The written test questions were indeed difficult, especially the essay on blood-headed wasps. If you haven't fought them, you'd have no idea how to answer. As he spoke, he broke down the questions traps like a teacher giving a lesson. Thank you, student Luo Fan. The host didn't dare linger another second, hastily cutting the live signal and fleeing like his feet were greased. Their fear was crystal clear. The more outstanding Luo Fan was, the more sensitive the incident became. And behind number 1 high school stood a massive education system. If they were held accountable, none of them could handle the consequences. You really dare to say anything? Gu Xingting muttered quietly after the lights were taken down. Looking at Luo Fan, Gu Xingting felt some regret, sensing he'd been played. I'm stating facts that can be verified. Luo Fan wanted to explain to Gu Xingting, but Gu Xingting turned and fled, unwilling to get further entangled. Gu Xingting ran frantically all the way, his mind in complete chaos, regretting so deeply his guts turned green. Had he known how terrifying Luo Fan was, he never would have dared provoke him in the first place. If Luo Fan truly exposed that incident, the education system would inevitably face a major shakeup, and he himself couldn't escape accountability. At this moment, he could only pray that Luo Fan's performance would be mediocre, preventing this storm from brewing even more fiercely. Congratulations, host. The Thunder Ancient Bear has consumed all resources and officially broken through to War General level. To receive the Thunder Ancient Bear's feedback, you need to spend 100,000 wealth points. Do you wish to proceed? Just as Luo Fan was about to chase after Gu Xingting, the 10,000 Beasts Intelligence System's notification suddenly rang out. As expected of a pure-blood fierce beast, the money-burning speed is astounding. Luo Fan sighed and chose proceed without hesitation. 100,000 wealth points were instantly deducted. Purchase successful. The 10,000 Beasts Spirit Contract formation has locked onto the contracted beast. The Thunder Ancient Bear will begin feedback in 5 minutes. Please prepare to receive it, host. System rocks. Luo Fan casually patted his storage pouch, randomly picked a secluded patch of grass, sat cross-legged, and circulated his cultivation technique while waiting for the feedback. During the beast taming joint examination period, the testing grounds were extremely Safino. One dared interfere with his opportunity. 5 minutes flashed by. The Thunder Ancient Bear's aura suddenly surged as it completed its breakthrough, and surging feedback power came crashing down. Such incredible power. Lightning arcs danced across Luo Fan's entire body as his meridians were forcibly opened one by one, finally converging in his dantian. The moment his dantian opened, his world turned upside down. Air currents, others breathing, insects flapping their wings, every detail became crystal clear as thunder power precisely refined his flesh and blood from within. Roar. Forced to provide feedback, the Thunder Ancient Bear flew into a rage, roaring toward the sky with such force that leaves rustled down from the trees. It had planned to turn against its master after advancing to War General level, but unexpectedly, just after breaking through, its essence was forcibly extracted, leaving it severely weakened once again. All right, stop making noise and recover quickly. Luo Fan flipped his hand to retrieve his remaining wealth points, exchanged them all for cultivation resources, and stuffed everything to the Ancient Bear before slowly rising to feel his newfound power. Congratulations, host, on successfully breaking through to War General level. The 10,000 Beasts Intelligence System has detected the host's power increase and will now upgrade. Upgrade cost, 1 million wealth points. Please recharge. Damn, you're really a money pit. Despite his complaints, Luo Fan gritted his teeth and recharged. System upgrading. After completion, War General level resources will be fully unlocked to continue serving the host. Estimated duration, 1 hour. We apologize for any inconvenience. After several notification sounds, the system fell completely silent. Back to square one again. Just hours ago, he had considered himself wealthy, but now that his cultivation had broken through, he was back to the poverty line. Luo Fan looked toward the wilderness forest, entertaining thoughts of going out to hunt, but immediately dismissed the idea the Thunder Ancient Bear had just undergone extreme feedback and was seriously injured. With the martial examination of the joint test approaching, it was better to stay put. At dusk, Luo Fan walked along a sparsely populated path, preparing to head home. You're Luo Fan, right? Our boss wants to see you. As the words fell, several beast tamers blocked Luo Fan's path. Not interested. Luo Fan didn't even bother to lift his head, merely glancing over to size up the 5 beast tamers blocking his path, 4 at Battle Servant 6th rank, 1 at Battle Servant 7th rank. In terms of numbers, they were troublesome, but as for actual threat, hardly worth worrying about. He snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, all 5 stepped forward simultaneously, the runic patterns on their sleeves glowing as killing intent pressed forward. Seriously, who gave you the courage? Luo Fan's lips curved upward as thunder power gathered within his body, purple lightning dancing across his skin. The next second, he shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Since advancing to battle general rank, he hadn't had a proper fight, yet these small fries would make perfect practice. So fast, the battle servant 7th rank beast tamer had just raised his fist when his vision suddenly went blank. Immediately after, sharp pain struck his back as he was sent sliding along the alley floor, kicking up clouds of dust. This group of beast tamers, who had spent years fighting in the wilderness, possessed keen battle instincts. Seeing their captain injured, they immediately spread out to create distance and released all their contracted beasts. Roar, 5 beast roars merged into one, the air seeming to shatter like glass struck by a massive hammer. Their contracted beasts were their final and strongest trump card. With fierce expressions, they could almost envision Luo Fan being torn to shreds. Excellent. Luo Fan's spirits lifted instead as he drew his beast's spirit dagger, lightning patterns blazing along the blade. Unlike others who relied on strong contracts with weak bodies, he had received the ultimate feedback from fierce beasts, plus the 10,000 beast spirit contract formation had enhanced his physical form to several times beyond that of contracted beasts. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a pure-blooded fierce beast in human form. Impossible. How can a beast tamer be this strong? Don't kill my contracted beast. I'll fight you to the death. Curses and cries of alarm rose one after another, but the battlefield situation collapsed in an instant. Speed. Luo Fan moved like lightning, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Strength. Each collision made the contracted beast's bones crack and snap. Reflexes. Before fangs could descend, his dagger had already sliced across throats. When thunder exploded, all 5 contracted beasts froze simultaneously, lightning rolling in their eyes, their struggles lasting only a single breath. Hiss the beast spirit dagger's cold light flashed like electricity, 5 lines of blood appearing simultaneously. In just 10 breaths, Luo Fan achieved a pentakill. He flicked the blood droplets from his blade and turned to leave behind a casual remark. Go tell your master this is just interest, we'll settle the full account later. With that, he retreated in a single step, leaving only corpses strewn across the alley and the pungent smell of blood. The death of their contracted beasts sent backlash crashing into the 5 beast tamers' chests like sledgehammers, causing them to simultaneously spray blood and collapse unconscious. Private combat was strictly forbidden in human settlements. The summoning of 5 contracted beasts blazed obviously on surveillance feeds, triggering immediate alarms at the Beast Tamer Bureau. Hoofbeats and engine sounds intermingled as the patrol team sealed off the entire alley in less than half a minute. By this time, Luo Fan had already darted out of the dark alley and blended into the bustling crowd on the street, suppressing his lightning aura to appear as nothing more than a leisurely strolling young man. Hey, wake up! What exactly happened here? Beast Tamer Bureau members quickly stabilized the 5 men's injuries before beginning their investigation. Captain Gao, no other contracted beast auras detected, killing 5 contracted beasts with bare hands alone. Gao Yushan frowned and immediately concluded, the perpetrator is battle general rank, at least 6th level or above. Investigation reports arrived in succession. The wounds were unnaturally smooth, inflicted by weapons outside the current military system. Residual lightning attribute energy of intensity far exceeding normal levels. My contracted beast, wah. Under the Beast Tamer Bureau's emergency treatment, the 5 beast tamers gradually regained consciousness. Upon confirming their contracted beasts were dead, they could no longer contain themselves and wept while holding their heads, the beast tamers crying collectively in inconsolable grief. Contracted beasts are everything to beast tamers. For those who haven't reached the war general level, They treat their contracted beasts as their very lives, because once they lose their beasts, they lose everything and become ordinary people. Look at me. Why did you attack? Who was your target? Gao Yushan, the leader of the enforcement squad, stood at the blood-stained alley entrance, his cold gaze sweeping over the people slumped on the ground. All war general-level beast tamers in the Shurtoa residential area were on file. True powerhouses who had reached that level wouldn't act lightly. Yet now, though these people had been spared their lives, they had all lost their contracted beasts. Clearly, they had provoked some war general. Judging from the scene, this group had no idea of their opponent's level, or they never would have come to their deaths. My contracted beast, my contracted beast. Give me back my beast. In the bloody mud, several beast tamers clutched the remains of their contracted beasts, wailing as if their souls had been drained. With their beasts killed, they were as good as crippled. Thinking of their bleak future, a death wish spread in their eyes. Take them back to headquarters, Gao Yushan ordered flatly, then added. Clean up the battlefield first and prevent them from committing suicide. Onlookers began gathering at the street corner. Enforcement officers quickly sealed the scene and carried away the corpses and remains. That's it. From the shadows, a young man glanced at the mess with complete disinterest. He casually bought several steaming meat buns made from wild beast meat from a street vendor, grabbed the paper bag, and headed home. The young man was named Luo Fan. His reason for displaying his strength in public wasn't just self-defense, had a deeper purpose: to attract the Beast Control Bureau's attention and see how the authorities would handle the mastermind behind it all, Lu Yuhong. Sure enough, the beast tamers taken back to the Beast Control Bureau quickly gave up Lu Yuhong. In the interrogation room, the officer taking notes quickly reported, Captain Gao, they've confessed. The attacker is named Luo Fan, currently a student at Shurtoa Vocational School. Someone paid them 800,000 to ambush Luo Fan, but they kicked an iron plate. Did you find the mastermind? Gao Yushan shot to his feet. The opponent was actually a student? An 18-year-old war general? His heart shook. The Beast Control Bureau trained geniuses from their own Beast Control University every year, but they had never seen an 18-year-old war general. The officer shook his head. That person was very cautious and has cut contact. We can't trace them. Follow standard case closure procedures. Gao Yushan suppressed his emotions. By the way, did you find Luo Fan's address? I want to visit him personally. Those beast tamers who had lost their contracted beasts had no remaining value, only long imprisonment awaited them. Gao Yushan was more interested in Luo Fan. If he could recruit this young war general into the system, the Bureau would gain a peerless rising star. However, Luo Fan was equally mysterious. The Beast Control Bureau tried to contact his parents and sister according to his files, even visited his registered address, but found no one. Keep monitoring Luo Fan's exam results and report immediately if there's any movement, Gao Yushan instructed, then looked at everyone. Brothers, work harder during this period. If we can recruit him, year-end bonuses will increase at least tenfold. While the Beast Control Bureau was busy tracking, the education system was also quietly taking action. To avoid delaying the high school entrance exam process, the night after the written test ended, grading teachers worked through the night to ensure results would be announced by noon the next day and determine the martial arts exam list. As soon as the score sheet came out, the grading team exploded. Perfect scores in all 3 subjects. Who is this Luo Fan? His written test results are terrifying. I've already reported this matter. Otherwise your group wouldn't have been assigned cross-grading duties. Luo Fan didn't just achieve perfect scores in all 3 subjects, his understanding of bloodhead wasps surpasses even ours. I even suspect he's been to their nests and actually killed bloodhead wasps. The veteran teacher from the grading team removed his reading glasses, his rapid breathing betraying his inner shock. The answer sheet on the desk, densely filled with formulas and calculations, showed no deductible points no matter how many times he reviewed it. Holy cow, this is incredible. These analyses are so professional, they're textbook quality. Another teacher couldn't help but marvel, his tone mixing admiration with wariness. What followed was hushed deliberation. Should they hide the scores and opt for internal recruitment? If such a genius leaked to the outside world, other factions would surely compete for him. Most grading teachers came from the education system and hadn't encountered such a prodigy in decades, naturally stirring selfish thoughts. The grading process came to an abrupt halt as everyone tacitly set down their red pens. The team leader furrowed his brow and decided on the spot: suspend grading, await reporting, then proceed with unified arrangements. Just as the atmosphere froze, the monitoring room's speaker blared a challenge. Teachers, why has the grading stopped? The Beast Control Bureau has fully intervened. All surveillance is active. Please execute your duties impartially. Piercing alarm sounds followed, red lights flashing on the ceiling. The grading site was already under Beast Control Bureau surveillance. Gao Yushan had anticipated the education system might interfere, so he immediately focused on the screens and issued warnings. Faced with the Bureau's intimidation, the grading team leader smiled stiffly. We haven't stopped, just taking a break. He then publicly announced Luo Fan's scores. After Luo Fan's perfect scores were broadcast, the speaker fell silent. No one knew if Gao Yushan was still listening, the oppressive air making everyone feel suffocated. Before emotions could settle, a new test paper was discovered, 397 points. Shirtuwa Vocational School. The teachers exchanged bewildered glances. Immediately another shout came from across the room. 401 points. Also from Shirtuwa Vocational School. The team leader ordered. Cross-grade everything. Everyone be more careful. Within minutes, high-scoring papers from Mu Qi, Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, and Luan Manwan were discovered in succession, all crushing the top students from the city's first and third middle schools. Teachers' exclamations rose one after another. The speaker reminded again, do not access student personal information during grading, follow the rules. The Bureau's presence quieted the scene as red pens resumed dancing across papers. Inside the Beast Control Bureau, Gao Yushan sat before the monitoring screens laughing heartily. He had already pinpointed Luo Fan's residence, first finding Gu Xingting, then having Gu connect him to Zhang Xianchen, naturally exposing Luo Fan's whereabouts. The appearance of Mu Qi, Shun Fan and others was just a pleasant surprise. He had already drafted recruitment plans, but securing Luo Fan was the immediate priority. At that moment in Luo Fan's home, the doorbell suddenly rang. Zhang Xianchen pushed through the door, looking flustered and repeatedly apologizing. Brother, I'm so sorry. Luo Fan held his teacup, calmly asking, Brother Zhang, what's this about? He knew clearly that only Zhang Xianchen knew his identity information, and now that he'd suddenly appeared, it was likely related to the test paper incident. Zhang Xianchen gritted his teeth and revealed everything. Though I betrayed you, this is actually good for you. The Beast Control Bureau has enormous power. With their cultivation, you'll quickly advance to general rank. It turned out that just recently, Gu Xingting had brought Gao Yushan to find Zhang Xianchen. Unable to withstand the Bureau's pressure, he had no choice but to reveal Luo Fan's address, then rushed over overnight to confess. Fortunately, they didn't mention the assassination incident. Zhang Xianchen said, cold sweat beading on his forehead. After hearing the entire story, Luo Fan gently set down his teacup. The Beast Control Bureau's approach at least indicated they were currently on his side. Luo Fan had always believed in one fundamental truth: value determines everything. By demonstrating his potential, he was essentially showcasing his worth. With the Beast Control Bureau now backing him, he could confidently move forward to suppress Wen Hongji. Kid, if I'm not mistaken, the Beast Control Bureau will come looking for you soon. You need to be careful, Zhang Xianchen warned in a lowered voice. Seeing that Luo Fan showed no displeasure, Zhang Xianchen finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention to his predicament. Don't worry. Once the results are announced, their attitude toward me will be completely different, Luo Fan replied calmly. He had already proven himself through combat prowess. Now only the written exam scores remained. Once the Beast Control Bureau obtained his results, they would be able to make a direct assessment of his value. Boss, the results are out. Check them quickly. From the other end of the corridor, Mu Qi, Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, and Luan Manwan came running breathlessly, their faces unable to contain their joy, making the answer crystal clear. Looking at your expressions, you did well. Luo Fan asked with a smile. Not bad. We estimate we can make it into the top 100 of the Jingwu War Zone. But never mind us. Check yours first. Mu Qi urged. Everyone gathered in a circle, their gazes fixed on the terminal screen. Exam number 956-3625. Password NB423T. Help me check, Luo Fan announced, unable to hide his anticipation. If he scored perfect marks in all 3 subjects, he could directly claim the 5 million reward. The page finished loading, and Luan Manwan was the first to see the score, immediately freezing. Holy crap! What kind of monster are you? Let me see. 480 points? Isn't the total score 450? Mu Qi snatched the terminal, stunned as if he'd seen a ghost. On the screen, Beast History, Beast Cultivation, and Beast Biology each showed 150 points, totaling 450 points. Bonus points. Bloodheaded Wasp Theory earned an extra 30 points. Xin Fan clicked on the hidden information, his breathing becoming heavier. He looked up, his eyes gleaming. Luo Fan, I'm guessing you've been to the Wasteland Forest and actually broke into the blood-headed wasp nest to get royal jelly? 3 days ago, the Beast Alliance received over 20,000 wasp stingers. That was your doing too, wasn't it? Before he finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open. Gao Yushan strode in, his gaze precisely locking onto Luo Fan as he walked straight toward him. Captain Gao, Zhang Xianchen quickly bowed in greeting, while introducing him to Luo Fan. Kid, this is Captain Gao from the Beast Control Bureau. Hello, Captain Gao. Luo Fan nodded, immediately sensing an overwhelming pressure. If he wasn't mistaken, the man was at least an 8th tier war general. Gao Yushan waved his hand. Don't be nervous, today brings good news. Ahem, am I being too stern? He cleared his throat twice, his expression softening. Junior Luo Fan, besides being the captain of the Beast Control Bureau's patrol enforcement team, I'm also a senior at Tianhuang Beast Control Academy. I've come specifically to invite you to join Tianhuang Beast Control Academy. With that, he pulled out a gold-embossed admission letter from his chest and presented it with both hands. Just write your name, and you'll immediately have enrollment qualification. Is that it? Luo Fan didn't take the admission letter because he was waiting for what came next. During this period, Luo Fan spent time learning about the Jiangwu War Zone. The zone housed 4 prestigious academies: Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, Deheo Divine Beast College, Tianshi Contract Beast Academy, and Fantasy Spirit Beast College. Graduates from these 4 institutions achieved at least the 8th tier of War General rank, with Lord-level warriors being commonplace, and even King-level powerhouses emerging occasionally. Due to this reputation, fierce competition existed among the 4 academies, and they spared no expense in offering incredible resources to recruit talented students. Luo Fan's contracted beast was a fierce beast, and he had achieved a perfect score on the written exam, making him undoubtedly the top candidate. Without sufficient benefits, he would never commit to any academy casually. Ahem, don't rush, Junior. Gao Yushan, the recruitment captain from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, spoke with a beaming smile. If you choose Tianhuang, we'll immediately provide 8 million in cultivation funding, 1 advanced combat technique, 1 battle weapon, 1 equipment set, plus 1 million in cash. After speaking, he pulled out a thick catalog from his coat and tossed it onto the table with a thud, spreading it open to reveal a detailed list of all available resources. Luo Fan flipped through the catalog and asked half-jokingly, Captain Gao, my martial exam results aren't out yet. What if I perform poorly? Aren't you afraid of wasting your investment? Gao Yushan waved his hand dismissively. For Luo Fan, the promise of signing a name to receive 20 million worth of resources felt almost dreamlike. Before his soul transmigration, he had been an ordinary college student earning 3,300 yuan monthly, living in a damp basement apartment where his late-night meals consisted of nothing more than fried rice with noodles. Now, with 8 million in cash and vast resources laid before him, he found it difficult to process. This was truly a matter of perspective. He had already reached War General level, and his worth was incomparable to before. If Gao Yushan dared offer 8 million, it meant Luo Fan's value far exceeded that amount. He didn't want to lock in his future so early. Boss, what are you hesitating for? Just agree already. Mu Qi, Shun Fan, Lu Jingming, and Luan Manwan were so anxious they stamped their feet. Gao Yushan nodded gently, signaling for Luo Fan to take his time, then turned his gaze to the 4 companions, smiling as he pointed to each one. Luan Manwan, speed type; Mu Qi, main attacker; Shun Fan, defender; Lu Jingming, brute strength. Before his words finished, he pulled 4 gold-embossed admission letters from his briefcase and handed them over. Captain Gao, are you planning to recruit us as well? The 4 held their letters, breathing heavily with excitement. You're currently at servant level, so the benefits will be somewhat less. Upon enrollment, you'll receive 800,000 worth of cultivation resources. When you later break through to War General level, you can select any combat technique from the Technique Pavilion. His Captain Gao, are you serious? They were only 4th-tier war servants who normally wouldn't even qualify to apply. Now they could not only enter a prestigious academy, but also receive resource. It was like a gift from heaven. Gao Yushan added calmly. Your written exam scores placed you in the top 100 of the Jiangwu War Zone, and you've resolved your weak subject issues. Your perfect level beast taming abilities alone are enough for Tianhuang to extend an olive branch. After speaking, he neatly arranged the admission letters on the table and once again focused his attention on Luo Fan. Shin Fan looked at Gao Yushan, then at Luo Fan, and solemnly pushed his admission letter back. Captain Gao, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. If our boss doesn't agree, I won't go either. Wherever he goes, I'll follow. When Gao Yushan looked toward Luo Fan, Shin Fan also looked toward Luo Fan, then returned the Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy admission letter. Captain Gao, everything I have was given to me by my boss. I still owe him hundreds of thousands, so I follow his lead. Shin Fan spoke with unwavering determination, standing in the center of the courtyard with eyes blazing hotter than the summer sun. Hearing this, Mu Qi, Lu Jingming, Wan Manwan, and the others exchanged glances before handing back their admission letters to Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy. Their attitudes equally resolute. They were going with Luo Fan. Gao Yushan wanted to lose his temper, but the absolute resolve in their eyes made his throat tighten. In the end, he could only sigh heavily. This is ridiculous. Which academy you attend is your choice. There's no such thing as bundled deals. Fine, just work hard on tomorrow's martial exam and prove your worth. He knew deep down that without sufficient benefits, nothing could stop these young people. Junior Luo Fan, focus on preparing for the martial exam. I'll communicate with the academy again to secure more resources for you. With that, Gao Yushan turned to leave. Luo Fan called after him. Captain Gao, stay for dinner. At the courtyard gate, Gao Yushan's steps quickened, leaving only a hurried silhouette behind. Gu Xingting, who had brought him there, felt as heartbroken as someone who'd just been dumped, sighing dramatically. Do you realize what an enormous opportunity you've just passed up? Little tongue, don't worry about this. Zhang Xiangchen patted his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. Brother Luo Fan scored 480 points overall. Shall you go apply for that reward? Oh, and that million yuan bet should be ready too. He's determined to be the top scorer in the joint exam. Stay for dinner. Luo Fan called out again. Zhang Xiangchen and Gu Xingting quickly waved their hands and fled like their feet were on fire. The liveliness in the courtyard continued. Luan Manwan set down her admission letter and rolled up her sleeves. Boss, if they won't eat, we will. I'll go help Auntie wash the vegetables. Luo Qianqian glanced at her and deliberately snorted. You want to be my sister-in-law, don't you? Stop daydreaming. I've already found someone for my brother, the class beauty from our school. When I can go back to school, I'll bring her home. Brother, look, here are their photos. Which one do you like? Or you could marry them all. As she finished speaking, she held her phone up to Luo Fan's face. A series of photos flashed across the screen, leaving Luo Fan both amused and exasperated. Qianqian, that's not what I meant. Luan Manwan's ears turned bright red as all her attempts to get close to the mother and daughter, practically ready to call her mom, were exposed, leaving her with nowhere to hide her embarrassment. To smooth things over, Shun Fan quickly chimed in. Little sister, we're all single too. Do you have any other classmates? Could you introduce us? Luo Qianqian's eyes sparkled with mischief. Go after Luan Manwan. Help solve my brother's problem. She turned back to wink at Luan Manwan with a wicked grin. Boss, I just remembered I have something to handle at home. I'll head back first. Luan Manwan's face flushed red to her neck as she bolted from the courtyard and disappeared in an instant. Hey, now you know how formidable I am. Next time you compete with me for meat, I'll ruin your chances. Sister Luan Manwan is so beautiful, don't come crying if you miss your opportunity. The triumphant Luo Qianqian stood with her hands on her hips, looking down at Luo Fan like a victor. Good grief, Luo Fan rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. This sister of his really knew how to hold a grudge, have to be more careful in the future. Boss, I just remembered I also have something to handle at home. I'll head back first. Staring at Luo Qianqian, Shen Fan realized he had also competed with her for meat before and decisively chose to leave. Cough, cough, cough. I forgot to wash my clothes. I need to go back and do laundry. I forgot to wash my stinky socks too. Shen Fan coughed dryly while making excuses and bolted away, his heels kicking up a trail of dust. Lu Jingming and Mu Qi exchanged glances, not daring to linger, and fled at full speed as well. Smoke curled up in front of the house. Qianqian still had grease stains around her mouth when her father scolded her, saying, it's wrong to drive away guests. Then why did you compete with me for the meat? She retorted defiantly, rolling her eyes at Luo Fan before turning to go inside and help her mother continue cooking. Luo Fan shook his head with a smile, returned to his room to sit cross-legged, and entered his daily cultivation state. The beast intelligence system was always pragmatic. It provided enthusiastic service when there were wealth points, but turned cold when there weren't any. Until the beast taming college entrance exam truly ended, they could only remain idle. While the Luo family enjoyed their peaceful time, chaos had erupted at number 1 high school. As the best high school in the Shituo residential area, the school administration immediately saw the written exam rankings. Luo Fan 480 points. This number pressed on Wen Hongji's chest like a boulder, making it hard for him to breathe. What made matters worse was that 5 war servant 6th rank experts had gone to kidnap Luo Fan, only to be sent to the beast taming bureau by him instead. This showed that Luo Fan not only excelled academically, but also had considerable strength. If the beast taming bureau uncovered the truth, the school administration would be in serious trouble. Principle 1. I hid my identity when hiring the beast tamers initially. I withdrew immediately when they got into trouble, cutting all ties cleanly. They can't trace it back to us. Lu Yuhong spoke first, her words cautious. She knew very well that Wen Hongji would make her the scapegoat. That's not what I'm worried about now. Wen Hongji frowned. What exactly did Luo Fan contract, a fierce beast, or not? Couldn't you verify it first? If it's just an ordinary carnivorous contracted beast, what we did amounts to attempted murder. We'd not only face punishment, but wouldn't be able to survive in the education system. He stared at Lu Yuhong and lost control, shouting once. Back then, when the contract beast space was attacked by a fierce beast, everyone reflexively assumed Luo Fan had contracted a fierce beast, without even doing basic verification. Thinking about it now, they regretted it deeply. It can't be. It must be a fierce beast, admitted it himself. Lu Yuhong's voice trembled, becoming less confident as she spoke. If it really wasn't a fierce beast, they would be finished. When Hongji rubbed his temples. What's done is done. Let's think about damage control. Regardless of what Luo Fan contracted, as long as he tamed it, we're in the wrong. Where are your people? Have they found him? We need to meet with him first, negotiate properly, and compensate whatever we need to compensate. We must suppress this matter. For the first time, he realized he had seriously underestimated Luo Fan. Especially that interview outside the exam venue. If Luo Fan's public stance and views were amplified, they couldn't bear the consequences. I've already had people contact Gushingting, but he also claims he doesn't know where Luo Fan is. Our people simply can't find him. Mentioning Luo Fan filled Lu Yuhong with resentment. If I had known it would come to this, we should have risked killing him from the start. Useless. When Hongji slammed the table angrily, Gu Xingting dared to forge Luo Fan's records. How could he not know something? He says he doesn't know, and you believe him? He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, forget it. Activate Lu Yuqing. First, control Lu Yuqing's family members. Then take Lu Yuqing to Shirtoa Vocational School and have him find Luo Fan. Unable to locate Luo Fan, when Hongji planned to draw the snake out of its hole, Lu Yuqing's parents had been so good to Luo Fan, he didn't believe Luo Fan wouldn't come out. Principle 1. Won't this escalate the conflict? Lu Yuqing is an exam candidate, and taking action against him now would be a serious crime. What's your brain for? Just decoration? When Hongji crossed his arms, looking impatient. I'm doing this to draw out Luo Fan, not to harm anyone. Do you understand the difference? After taking Lu Yuqing's parents hostage, just injure them. Make Lu Yuqing think you're going to kill them, and he'll naturally seek out Luo Fan. When Luo Fan shows up, offer him a few million, and the matter will be resolved. With that, he glared fiercely at Lu Yuhong and barked an order. Get lost. Make sure this is settled before dawn. All right. Lu Yuhong's lips trembled as she swallowed back her objections. She had originally wanted to drag Wen Hongji down with her, but he was extremely cunning, always staying behind the scenes to manipulate things. Even if something went wrong later, it couldn't be traced back to him. She had no choice but to see this through to the bitter end. Leaving the principal's office, she immediately adjusted her expression and coldly ordered, bring me the security chief. Then she led her people straight to Lu Yuqing's home. At this moment, Lu Yuqing had no idea he had become a pawn. He and his parents were gathered around the light screen checking exam results. 281. 281. His father patted his shoulder, so excited his voice trembled. The written exam cutoff for Beast Taming University is 280, and you scored 1 point above it. Lu Yuqing also breathed a sigh of relief, then thought of Luo Fan. Mom, Dad, you said you saw Luo Fan in the live stream. He should be able to pass the admission threshold too, right? His mother gently comforted him. Your grades are similar. If you can pass, I believe he can too. At most he'll score 1 point less than you, exactly 280. The elderly couple knew about Luo Fan's situation, but lacking the strength to help and worried about their son's safety, they dared not act rashly. Lu Yuqing shook his head. I only managed to score 281 because of the antelope horn sheep's feedback, which improved my memory several times over. But his contracted beast is a fierce beast. It's too difficult to improve grades in such a short time. He deeply understood the pain of poor students. Other things might be simple, but grades were the hardest to improve. His mother took his hand, speaking earnestly. Yuqing, don't get involved in this matter for now. Wait until you become a general-level beast tamer, then you can help him. Bang! The door was kicked open with violent force, the blast overturning furniture as 7 or 8 black-clad figures swarmed in. Lu Yuhong, what are you doing here? Lu Yuqing rushed to the doorway and roared. Lu Yuhong's face was expressionless as she raised her hand and ordered, leave none alive. The security personnel lunged toward Lu Yuqing's parents. Having reached their limit of endurance, the elderly couple instantly summoned their contracted beasts. Howling Moonwolf, your general level. Lu Yuhong's heart sank. This impoverished district actually harbored general-level powerhouses. But there was no turning back now. She and the security chief were both general level, so she gritted her teeth and engaged them, planning to hold off the elderly couple while the others seized the opportunity to capture Lu Yuqing. You've gone too far. Lu Yuqing roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Lu Yuhong shouted coldly, attack. Chaos erupted as weapons and spiritual energy clashed, instantly turning the room into a battlefield. You're all seeking death. Seeing the security team members move against Lu Yuqing, his parents roared in fury, unleashing terrifying wind blades that swept across the sky toward everyone. The sharp airflow sliced through the air like razor blades, forcing the security team members to retreat repeatedly. Fleshwall, Lu Yuhong shouted, no longer hiding her identity. The beast pattern in her hand flashed, and her thick-skinned contracted Biasta massive hippo crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. The hippo's muscles swelled as its limbs planted firmly into the earth, instantly forming a thick barrier woven from beast flesh and energy that blocked all the wind blades. Yuqing, run! Lu's father roared again, but Lu Yuqing was only at the 2nd tier of battle servant, as fragile as an infant compared to the 4th and 5th tier security experts. He had barely taken 2 steps before several team members surrounded and captured him, binding his hands and feet before dragging him downstairs. I'll fight you to the death. Lu's mother suddenly urged her howling moonwolf forward. The silver-gray giant wolf raised its head and howled, scattering moonlight patterns as its ultimate attack was about to explode. If you don't want Lu Yuqing to die, stop right now. Lu Yuhong grabbed Lu Yuqing and pressed him against her chest before the ultimate could detonate, holding a dagger to his throat. The howling moon wolf growled low, its deadly intent frozen. Lu's parents gritted their teeth and withdrew their power. Please don't misunderstand. Lu Yuhong took the opportunity to explain. We're only doing this to force Luo Fan to show himself. We absolutely won't truly harm you. Once Luo Fan appears, there will be compensation and a satisfactory resolution. Though the other side's attitude suddenly softened, Lu's parents remained furious but temporarily held back. The surrounding area was filled with broken walls and collapsed Pilarsa complete mess. The commotion was loud enough to alert the Beast Control Bureau. Lu Yuhong didn't want complications, so she immediately led her people out of the building. Worried about their son, Lu's parents could only follow. Outside the building, Lu Yuqing had already been gagged and carried over someone's shoulder like a sack. After a bumpy journey, he was dragged into a car where he heard a cold threat. Don't struggle. If you want to save your parents, go find Gushingting. Your parents can only live if Luo Fan agrees to show himself. If Luo Fan refuses, you can collect their bodies. By the outer wall of Shirtoa Vocational School, the car door suddenly opened. Lu Yuqing was grabbed and thrown inside, landing heavily on the playground and immediately bleeding from the corner of his mouth. You're dreaming. I won't betray Luo Fan. He tore out the gag and shouted back hoarsely. But after saying this, the area around him was already empty. His captors had vanished completely. The students having class on the playground all turned to look. A strange boy had fallen from the sky. Who was he? Lu Yuqing looked up and, ignoring his embarrassment, shouted loudly. Who is Gushington? Can you come out and meet me? I'm Luo Fan's best friend, and it's urgent. The crowd stirred, but no one stepped forward. Instead, they instinctively backed away, afraid of getting involved in trouble. Gushington, I'm begging you to come out. Thinking of his parents still in danger, Lu Yuqing suddenly dropped to his knees and kowtowed to the empty playground, immediately bruising his forehead. Lu Yuhong has captured my parents. Only Luo Fan can save them. Please help me contact Luo Fan. Not far away, Mu Qi, Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, and Luan Manwan were watching. Mu Qi said quietly, Lu Yuqing, I think the boss mentioned him before. Should we get involved? Xin Fan frowned. Let's call and ask, Luan Manwan suggested. If he's really the boss's best friend, the boss will handle it himself. After exchanging glances, Lu Jingming dialed Luo Fan's number. Lu Yuqing, please calm him down first, I'll be right there. Luo Fan hung up the phone, feeling like thunderclouds were pressing against his chest as lightning-like power surged through him instantly, fierce winds howling beneath his feet. He pushed his movement technique to its limits, and in just a few minutes, he had crossed half the city and burst through the gates of Shirtoa Vocational School. By the playground, Lu Yuqing was surrounded by several classmates. Upon seeing Luo Fan, he burst into tears like a broken faucet, sobbing uncontrollably as tears streamed down his face. Though 18 and technically an adult, he had always been carefree and easygoing. But now, suddenly struck by disaster, he was completely falling apart. Don't panic, tell me what happened first. Luo Fan placed his hand on Lu Yuqing's trembling shoulder. From the moment the phone rang, he had realized they were coming for him. If he wasn't mistaken, this move by Lu Yuhong was solely to draw him out. At this thought, Luo Fan's anger blazed even fiercer, and he swore silently to himself. He wouldn't rest until Lu Yuhong was dead. Lu Yuqing took a breath and recounted the events in broken fragments. My parents and I were at home checking exam scores when Lu Yuhong suddenly broke down our door with his men. Wait, your parents are war general level. Luo Fan couldn't help but exclaim after hearing this, never expecting Lu Yuqing's parents to be such powerful fighters. Because of this revelation, Luo Fan immediately abandoned his plan to continue searching for Gao Yushin. Since the Lu couple had been subdued, Lu Yuhong's side could have at most 2 war general level fighters. And the real reason for their success was simple. Lu Yuqing was too weak. Moreover, since they hadn't harmed him or destroyed the house, they clearly just wanted to force Luo Fan out. Luo Fan, what should we do? Lu Yuqing wiped his tears, his voice trembling. Leave this to me. Let's go back to your house first. Luo Fan pulled him along as they left. He knew clearly that Lu Yuhong's people were definitely watching Lu Yuqing from the shadows and would show themselves soon enough. Sure enough, just as they walked out of the school gate, a middle-aged man appeared before them like a ghost, his voice hoarse. If you want to see Lu Tianqing and his wife, follow me. With that, he turned and ran. Lu Yuqing was about to chase after him. Quick, let's follow. Luo Fan grabbed him. Just because he says chase, we chase? Don't rush, he'll come back on his own. He walked forward at a leisurely pace. The middle-aged man ran several dozen meters before realizing the two weren't following. He had no choice but to return sheepishly and wait silently at the intersection. Only when Luo Fan approached did he lead the way again. Since Luo Fan maintained a strolling pace throughout, this journey took a full hour. Finally, they arrived at a five-story building that had been abandoned for years. In the center of the dust-filled lobby sat a clean tea table, where Lu Yuhong was leisurely drinking tea with Lu Tianqing and his wife, as if they were in his own living room. Dad, Mom, are you alright? Lu Yuqing was stunned. Had expected to find his parents tied to chairs and covered in wounds, but instead they were sitting like guests, drinking tea and chatting. The bizarre scene almost made him think his parents were in league with Lu Yuhong. You're a grown man. What's with all this crying? You're embarrassing yourself in front of others. Lu Tianqing set down his teacup, turned to pull his son behind him, and gestured for him to stay quiet. Luo Fan slowly walked to Lu Yuqing's side, while Lu Tianzong pulled Lu Yuqing back, letting Lu Yuhong and Luo Fan talk. Over the past hour, Lu Yuhong had come clean about her intentions. She didn't want to make enemies and had called Luo Fan out to apologize, even planning to offer 3 million to settle the matter. The meeting took place in a temporary rest area in a secluded corner of the training grounds, with a check Lu Yuhong had prepared sitting on the wooden table. To compensate for the Luo family's gate, she produced another million on the spot, and both parties maintained a relatively civil tone. Uncle Lu, please keep an eye on Yuqing. Luo Fan patted the shoulder of the young man beside him, signaling Lu Tianzhong to look after him first. Just as Lu Yuhong was about to speak, Luo Fan suddenly summoned his Thunder Ancient Bear from his contract space, electric arcs crackling through the air. In the next second, he himself erupted with lightning, his form flickering as he lunged straight at Lu Yuhong. Luo Fan, how long are you going to keep acting like a fool? Lu Yuhong roared angrily, simultaneously releasing her own contract Beasta Massive Hippo. She had already been displeased with Luo Fan, and the time spent mediating between various parties had only accumulated more resentment. Now, face to face, her emotions exploded instantly. You threaten my friend? I'll kill you today. Luo Fan's voice was low and menacing, his fury even greater. Perhaps sensing its master's emotions, the Thunder Ancient Bear let out an earth-shaking roar, gathering lightning as its massive paw struck viciously at the hippo. Luo Fan, I'm a war general level. You're just trash. Lu Yuhong spoke with confidence, relying on her status as a war general level beast tamer and her hippo's nearly impenetrable defense. Crack. Lightning exploded as the giant paw came down. Though the hippo barely managed to block the raw force, it couldn't withstand the electricity that invaded its body, leaving a charred mark that spread rapidly. In just one exchange, the hippo was forced into retreat. How is this possible? Lu Yuhong's face changed dramatically. Look down on poor students, do you? Today I'll show you the fury of a poor student. Luo Fan stepped closer, raising his palm wreathed in lightning. With a crisp crack and sparks flying, he slapped Lu Yuhong so hard she flew back several meters. You're asking for death. Lu Yuhong staggered to her feet, but before she could finish shouting death, Luo Fan's fist was already rapidly enlarging in her pupils. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Luo Fan's fists fell like drumbeats. For every step she retreated, he pursued. For every step he pursued, his fists landed solidly on Lu Yuhong. Soon, she was bruised and battered, collapsing heavily to the ground with her face so swollen it resembled a pig's head. Stop. In the distance, Security Chief Yun Hongda could no longer stand by and watch. He quickly summoned his contract beast, intending to stop both parties. But just as he released his spirit beast, a gray shadow swept over Lu Tianzhong's howling moon wolf positioned itself in front of him, baring its fangs and roaring a warning. Chief Yun, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to intervene, would it? Lu Tianzhong's voice brooked no argument. While Yun Hongda hesitated, a blood-curdling scream came from behind the Thunder Ancient Bear had torn the hippo apart, blood splattering several feet. After killing the hippo, it raised its head and howled, lightning wreathing its body once more. Its cold gaze locked onto Yun Hongda's contract beast, then turned back to Luo Fan, seemingly awaiting orders. Under the stare of those bell-like beast eyes, Yun Hongda's scalp tingled. He retreated repeatedly, waving his arms in surrender. Student Luo Fan, I was just passing by. This has nothing to do with me. Under Luo Fan's glare, Yun Hongda continued backing away before fleeing with his contract beast in panic. Lu Yuhong was no ordinary beast contractor. After mastering the combat technique, Flesh Wall, her defense was nearly invincible, and ordinary general-level beast masters couldn't even touch a hair on her head. She was well known throughout the Shurtor residential area. Yet this iron fortress was completely crushed by Luo Fan like he was crumpling a piece of paper. Witnessing this scene, Yun Hongdao's heart and courage shattered instantly. How could he dare linger even half a second? He turned around in panic and fled. Seeing this, the other security personnel almost simultaneously pressed their heads to the ground, kneeling in unison. Student Luo Fan, we were just following orders. Please show mercy. We're sorry. We know we were wrong. Please just treat us like nothing, and let us go. Yes, we're nothing. We were blind and looked down on you. The crowd kept kowtowing, their foreheads hitting the ground with loud thuds. But Luo Fan acted as if he hadn't heard anything, completely ignoring them, turning his attention only to the Thunder Ancient Bear in the center of the battlefield. He lifted his chin slightly. Come back. Upon hearing the command, the Thunder Ancient Bear crushed the stone debris beneath its feet, casually pinned the giant mouth hippo to the ground, and tore its skull apart with several claws. Amid the splashing blood, It bit out a blood-red pearl and swallowed it directly, then nodded with satisfaction, took a couple of steps, and obediently returned to Luo Fan's side. The entire process was so swift it was terrifying. Luo Fan, you, are you general level? Not far away, Lu Yuqing nearly bit his tongue. A month ago, the two were evenly matched, but now the gap between them was like an abyss. Luo Fan's expression remained indifferent as he simply pointed. Release your contracted beast. Lu Yuqing was stunned. The antelope horn sheep was originally a high-level contracted beast. Even with just ordinary feedback, it should have been enough to push him to Battle Servant 3rd stage. Yet he was currently only at Battle Servant 2nd stage. The antelope horn sheep was clearly holding back. Luo Fan's brow furrowed tighter, his tone filled with disappointment. Lu Yuqing was frightened by the thunder ancient bear's blood-stained fangs and kept backing away. Luo Fan, you don't want your contracted beast to eat mine, do you? Luo Fan clicked his tongue. You really have quite an imagination. Forget it, we'll discuss this when we get back. He waved his hand to recall the thunder ancient bear and signaled Lu Yuqing to follow. What about them? Lu Yuqing pointed at the unconscious Lu Yuhong, looking confused. Luo Fan glanced over and said coldly, I originally wanted to kill her directly, but now, I'll strip away her contracted beast and let her experience ordinary people's life. Go back and tell Wen Hongji to arrange a janitor position for Lu Yuhong, or I'll make his entire family famous. With those words, he never looked back. No. Only after Luo Fan's figure had disappeared into the distance did Lu Yuhong let out a heart-wrenching scream, humiliation and despair intertwining. Those security personnel fled for their lives, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs, even cursing heaven for not giving them wings, running faster than rabbits. In the shadows, a tiny camera device's green light flickered briefly. From the moment Luo Fan left the villa, Gao Yushan had been following from a distance, recording the entire process, now transmitting it to Tianhuang Beast Mastery Academy as reference material for resource applications. After watching the footage, he rubbed his temples, a helpless smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ruthless enough, yet the restraint is perfectly calculated. This type of person is the hardest to deal with. With Lu Yuhong's contracted beast destroyed, revenge was achieved, yet the first middle school could only swallow this bitter pill in silence. This was Luo Fan's style of being ruthless but not talkative. In the night, Luo Fan and Lu Yuqing, or more precisely, Lu Tianzhong, traveled silently. After walking for several minutes, Luo Fan suddenly spoke. Uncle Lu, your contracted beast is a howling moon wolf, which should be extremely powerful, yet the aura on your body doesn't seem like general level. When Lu Tianzhong had released the howling moon wolf earlier, Luo Fan had sensed something was wrong. The howling moon wolf's level was clearly general level, while its master was at most battle servant 8th stage, which was extremely unreasonable. Lu Tianzhong was stunned, surprised by Luo Fan's perceptiveness, then smiled bitterly. What exactly is your strength level, that you can even see through this? Luo Fan's tone remained calm. If you trust me, tell me. Perhaps I can help you. Lu Tianzhong looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. It's all my fault. To better control my contracted beast, I used a forbidden scroll. As a result, the howling moon wolf lost its intelligence and can never provide feedback again in this lifetime. With another sigh, Lu Tianzhong kept shaking his head, filled with regret. Losing its intelligence. But Uncle Lu, when you controlled the howling moon wolf earlier, wasn't it quite obedient? Recalling that scene, Luo Fan looked puzzled, remembered the howling moon wolf appearing cooperative at the time. So how did it suddenly get judged as having lost its intelligence? You haven't entered Beast Taming University yet, so it's normal that you don't understand contracted beasts deeply. Lu Tianzhong patted the young man's shoulder, his tone gentle yet serious. When judging a contracted beast's quality, besides combat power, intelligence is even more important. The higher the intelligence, the easier it is to master skills. Some special contracted beasts can even cultivate fusion combat techniques together with their contractors, which requires extremely high wisdom. He paused here, his gaze falling on the fragments of the contract scroll in the distance. Howling moon wolves are naturally bloodthirsty. Although they possess extremely high intelligence, they're extremely difficult to tame. To suppress it, I used a forbidden scroll. The scroll did allow me to successfully control it, but it also damaged its intelligence. The two found a flat rock to sit on, and Lu Tianzhong systematically began teaching Luo Fan about contracted beast cultivation. 1. After beast tamers advance toward general rank, combat techniques become the top priority. A single advanced combat technique can make up for level differences. 2. Without combat techniques, it's almost impossible to hunt war general level wild beasts because wild beasts that break through to war general rank inevitably awaken skills, making their combat power terrifying. 3. Contracted beasts can also awaken skills, but intelligence is the prerequisite. The higher the intelligence, the greater the awakening probability. If a contracted beast is dull, even high levels are useless. 4. Contracted beasts with sufficient intelligence can also cultivate fusion combat techniques together with their contractors, and once successful, the power is astonishing. My Howling Moon Wolf had extremely high intelligence and successfully awakened Windblade after advancing to War General. But the smarter carnivorous contracted beasts are, the harder they are to manage. Once you can't obtain its feedback, backlash could erupt at any time. Lu Tianzong smiled bitterly. That's why I used the Forbidden Scroll, wanting to control it further, but the accident happened as a result. Uncle Lu, if I could make your contracted beast complete its feedback, wouldn't that save it? Luo Fan suddenly spoke up. The Forbidden Scroll's binding was still there as long as the feedback process was completed, it might bring a turning point. This was a possibility Lu Tianzong had never dared hope for, but had repeatedly considered in his heart. Make the Howling Moon Wolf give feedback? Don't joke around. Lu Tianzong shook his head. He had tried countless times, even beating the Howling Moon Wolf to near death couldn't make it submit. Others can't do it, but I can. Luo Fan lifted his chin, signaling Lu Tianzong not to forget his trump card. My contracted beast is a pure-blood fierce beast. Under bloodline suppression, the Howling Moon Wolf wouldn't dare disobey. As his words fell, he wrapped the Thunder Ancient Bear with his soul power and skillfully pulled the giant bear out of the contract space. Roar! The giant bear landed heavily, clearly displeased at being suddenly summoned, and immediately roared at Luo Fan. Help me out, and I'll give you 100 pounds of royal jelly when it's done. Luo Fan raised his hand and punched the Thunder Ancient Bear's chest, his voice cold and hard. Either behave and get your reward, or start the beast abuse journey your choice. Combining kindness with authority was always effective. The next second, the Thunder Ancient Bear restrained its anger, its attitude instantly becoming obedient. Can this really work? Lu Tianzong witnessed the giant bear's complete submission as if in a dream. After hesitating for a moment, he released the Howling Moon Wolf from its cage. Find a way to make it complete extreme feedback. If it doesn't obey, beat it. Luo Fan stepped aside, leaving everything to the Thunder Ancient Bear. Roar! Perhaps having developed strange preferences from being constantly beaten by Luo Fan over the years, the Thunder Ancient Bear let out a low roar, thunder power erupting as it immediately pounced toward the Howling Moon Wolf. Pure-blood ferocious beasts truly lived up to their reputation. Just as the Thunder Beast finished its training, the Howling Moon Wolf swiftly completed its ultimate feedback. Within mere breaths, spiritual energy surged wildly through Lu Tianzhong's body, forcibly breaking through his limits and making him a true general-level beast tamer. Little Fan, could you perhaps help Andy too? My contracted beast is also a Howling Moon Wolf, just like Tianzhong's. Seeing Lu Tianzhong's advancement, Lu Yuqing's mother asked somewhat embarrassedly, lowering her voice. Luo Fan waved his hand dismissively. Bring it out then, it'll only take a few minutes. Oh, and Yuqing, call out your antelope horn sheep too. My principle is simplif, it's not ultimate feedback, it doesn't count as feedback at all. Beating one is beating, beating two is also beating, might as well handle them all at once. Ow. Alright. Lu Yuqing took a deep breath and summoned his antelope horn sheep, but immediately shielded it protectively, not letting it take any hits, only allowing it to digest the enlightenment on its own. The antelope horn sheep possessed exceptional intelligence and comprehended everything thoroughly in moments. After the feedback ended, Lu Yuqing's cultivation skyrocketed, directly advancing to War's Servant 5th stage. While its horns began glowing with emerald light, it had awakened a special ability. How is this possible? I can actually gather plant essence to heal injuries. This ability is absolutely ridiculous. Lu Yuqing exclaimed, feeling his worldview completely overturned. To verify this, he bit his finger on the spot and activated his newfound ability. A stream of clear green essence flowed into the wound, and the blood mark instantly sealed shut, leaving him completely stunned. Meanwhile, Lu Yuqing's mother's Howling Moon Wolf finally submitted, completing its ultimate feedback. She followed closely after Lu Tianzhong, becoming the second general-level beast tamer. Little Fan, thank you. From now on, you're like our own son. Lu's mother excitedly hugged Luo Fan, tears welling up in her eyes. Luo Fan half-jokingly replied, Auntie, why does that sound like you're insulting me? Just as emotions settled, he spoke again. By the way, do you have any savings on hand? The Howling Moon Wolf and Antelope Horn Sheep have suffered significant damage to their vital energy and need resources to stabilize their foundations. I'm now a professional consultant for the Beast Tamer Alliance and can go through internal channels to get 20% off. You can let me purchase on your behalf. If this had been a few days ago, Luo Fan would have unhesitatingly spent his own money to buy potential fruits and demon willow hearts. But he had already spent all his wealth when breaking through to general level, leaving him willing but unable. Beast Tamer Alliance professional consultant? What exactly have you experienced this past month? Lu Tianzhong stared at him wide-eyed, speechless for a long time. Lu's mother immediately grabbed his ear. You talk too much. Who doesn't have secrets? Have you forgotten the Beast Tamer rules? Don't pry into little Fan's affairs anymore, or you'll be sleeping on the couch for life. Lu Tianzhong repeatedly begged for mercy. Luo Fan waved to stop the commotion. Come back to the villa with me first. After the martial examination ends, I'll take you to a good place where we can earn tens of millions and solve the resource problem once and for all. From Lu's mother's reaction, their family was indeed financially tight. Luo Fan accordingly changed his plans, deciding to explore the wilderness being nest after the martial examination. Villa. You're living in a villa now? Learning that Luo Fan had changed residences, Lu Yuqing felt incredibly envious. We agreed to be bottom feeders together, but you secretly broke the contract. Lu Tianzhong patted his shoulder. Stop fooling around. Let's go stay there first. We'll discuss everything else after the martial examination. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to visit, fearing he'd cause trouble for Luo Fan. Now, having become a general-level beast tamer, he felt confident and had the strength to properly protect his friends and family. Moreover, Lu Tianzhong wasn't broke after moving into the villa. He produced 3 million and asked Luo Fan to handle it. Uncle Lu, if you had brought this out earlier, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. After securing the full 3 million in funding, Luo Fan immediately left the Lu family residence and headed straight for the Beast Tamer Alliance. The Alliance building was brightly lit, and after walking around the spacious trading hall, he rented a soundproof private room and began making large-scale resource exchanges. 1. 2 general-level demon willow hearts, costing 2 million. 2. 1 servant-level demon willow heart, another 100,000. 3. The remaining 800,000 went toward potential fruits, blood soul stones, and clear mind pills. Having completed all this, he carried the heavy resource case and hummed a tune contentedly as he headed home. At the Lu residence, no sooner had Luo Fan left than Lu Tianzong unceremoniously sorted the resources by category and immediately began cultivating with his wife and son, too focused to even bother with dinner. Late into the night, the couple finished their session and opened their eyes simultaneously. Honey, these resources are definitely worth more than 3 million. We owe him a huge debt of gratitude. Lu's mother lowered her voice, pulling her husband to the window. What's done is done. We'll just have to take better care of the Luo family from now on. Lu Tianzong frowned, but couldn't hide his relief. That rascal actually befriended Luo Fan. Thank goodness we never treated Xiao Fan like an outsider back then. Speaking of Luo Fan, his voice was full of emotion. If we had been harsh to him back then, where would we be today? I don't care. Lu's mother suddenly clapped her hands. I want to adopt Luo Fan as my godson. I'll talk to Yufan about it tomorrow. Reflecting on their years of interaction, she almost wished she had a daughter to marry him directly. Lu Tianzong smiled wryly. We should ask Xiao Fan first. He's general level, now the two of us together might not even be able to beat him. Then he turned his gaze to Lu Yuqing, who sat cross-legged in the corner, his tone growing stern. We need to push this little rascal harder. If he's too useless, he won't even qualify to be Xiao Fan's friend in the future. The couple looked at each other, both seeing worry and expectation in the other's eyes. Whether ordinary people or beast tamers, everyone has their own circles, Lu Tianzong said quietly. If Yuqing can't keep up with Luo Fan, he'll eventually be left behind. But Lu's mother shook her head. Don't be so pessimistic. He has special abilities. If he contracts a carnivorous beast in the future, he can still hold his head high. To contract a second beast, he'd need to reach Lord level first. Lu's mother's tone shifted, and she sighed dejectedly. He's only at servant 5th rank now. That road is still very long. Don't we still have Xiao Fan? Lu Tianzong offered comfort, then took his wife's hand. All right, let's not wake him. Children have their own destinies who can't protect them forever. The door closed gently. Though the room was dark and quiet, Lu Yuqing opened his eyes. Mom, Dad, don't worry. I won't fall behind. The young man silently vowed. The antelope horn sheep was what attributed and absorbed the demon willow heart with extremely high efficiency. Lu Yuqing had awakened during his parents' conversation and heard every word clearly. Everything that happened today had a tremendous impact on his previously carefree nature, and he quietly swore in his heart to become a true powerhouse. The next morning, Luo Fan, Lu Yuqing, and their group arrived punctually at the martial examination site, encountering Wen Hongji along the way. The latter appeared calm, as if he knew nothing, and even when seeing Luo Fan, merely nodded politely, completely distancing himself from any relationship. Outside the examination grounds, voices buzzed with excitement. Suddenly, a girl holding a microphone hurried over. Student Luo Fan, I'm a popular host from the Beast Taming live channel. Could I interview you? Before the martial exam, the education system had just released cultural course scores. Luo Fan's impressive 480 points instantly made him the center of attention. The Beast Taming live channel had previously hesitated, fearing they might offend First High School, but now with the scores laid bare, they no longer held back and even planned to dig for more sensational content. Exclamations rose and fell throughout the crowd. Luo Fan, is that him? My God, he's actually here in person. Life is so unpredictable. When I watched the live stream, I thought he was bragging, but he really has the skills. Even if his martial exam score is only servant 3rd rank, he'll definitely get into a prestigious school. Mixed with the gasps, a sweet voice rang out particularly sharp. Brother Luo Fan, I'm Qianqian's classmate. Tell Qianqian when you get back that I agree to be your girlfriend." After the test scores were announced, everyone was curious about what Luo Fan looked like and how he managed to achieve a score of 480. When he appeared in front of the camera, the crowd seemed to see a gentle aura surrounding him. Clear, bright features, and a subtle smile that was captivating enough to hold anyone's gaze. Luo Qianqian's girlfriends, who had been discussing loudly moments before, suddenly lost their courage and blushed. They remembered how Luo Qianqian had been insisting on introducing them all to Luo Fan, saying, "Marrying someone like him would be an excellent choice. Let's talk about it after the martial arts exam. If I perform poorly on the combat test, wouldn't you all be wasting your time?" Faced with the girls' teasing, Luo Fan politely declined. Feeling uncomfortable under everyone's gaze, he waved his hand awkwardly and quickly walked into the examination hall. As expected from the top scorer in the written exam, always cautious and steady. Dear viewers, please stay tuned as we continue tracking the latest updates on student Luo Fan. The host quickly smoothed things over, but as soon as Luo Fan's figure disappeared from the screen, an awkward smile crossed his face. The Shirtawa living base had a large population and many students. Although the written exam had already eliminated numerous candidates, those remaining for the martial arts test still formed a sea of people. Teachers maintaining order constantly held up megaphones. Don't rush, form proper lines, one at a time. Special reminder, students who haven't undergone reciprocal feeding or have incomplete reciprocal feeding should leave voluntarily. If you trigger the reciprocal feeding detector, your retake eligibility will be immediately revoked. This martial arts exam was held at Beast Taming Plaza. The plaza was sealed on all 4 sides, leaving only 16 entrances, each equipped with reciprocal feeding detection devices. Those who hadn't undergone the process or had incomplete procedures would inevitably trigger alarms when passing through. To reduce pressure on the martial arts exam, the education system had long established regulations. Such students were prohibited from entering, and violations would result in rejection from all high schools and loss of retake eligibility. The importance of retake eligibility needed no explanation. It was a major benefit where the education system allocated substantial resources, specifically designed to change the fate of students who hadn't undergone or had incomplete reciprocal feeding, with a success rate as high as 40%. Name: high school. Age: contracted beast. As Luo Fan approached the entrance, several scanning beams locked onto his body, and his personal information immediately appeared on the projection screen. Luo Fan, Shirtawa Vocational School, 18 years old, contracted beast polar bear. He certainly wouldn't reveal the truth about his fierce beast contract. His strength wasn't fully stabilized yet, so he kept it hidden when possible. Luo Fan, the Luo Fan who topped the written exam. Upon hearing the name, the staff member looked up noticeably faster, his tone becoming much warmer. "Yes." Luo Fan nodded. "Registration complete. Here's your student card with your written exam scores already recorded. Please keep it safe. It's very difficult to replace if lost. Also, regardless of the exam, fight for every point you can get. When you enter university, you'll be grateful for today's efforts." Taking the student card, Luo Fan was puzzled but appreciated the kindness, so he bowed in thanks. "Thank you." As he walked toward the reciprocal feeding detection device, he heard crying voices ahead. "Teacher, I was wrong. I shouldn't have taken chances. Please give me another opportunity." "Teacher, my reciprocal feeding is complete. Please, please." Before the voices finished, Luo Fan saw several staff members dragging a student away. This student had incomplete feedback abilities. In a desperate attempt to qualify for university admission, he took a chance and triggered the feedback detection device's alarm, losing his eligibility for remedial classes. The staff member registered him with a blank expression, then unceremoniously dragged him outside the gate. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm sounded sharp and piercing, followed by a dull thud as someone hit the ground outside. "What the hell? Is my feedback incomplete too?" When it was Luo Fan's turn, he stepped onto the detection device and heard the same alarm in his ears. The alarm suddenly blared, and he froze in place, his mind filled with confusion. This was absolutely impossible. Are your brains filled with shit? Why waste resources? With incomplete feedback, what are you doing here trying your luck? The staff member who had just been embarrassed rushed over upon hearing the sound, his face ugly, waving his hand to drive Luo Fan away. "Wait." The registrar stepped forward quickly, lowering his voice. "He's Luo Fan, the Luo Fan who scored 480 on the written exam." The registrar had been following Luo Fan's profile closely. A genius with a beast taming badge couldn't possibly have deficient feedback. The staff member immediately bent down to check the instrument data, his pupils contracting sharply. "Ultimate feedback. You actually achieved ultimate feedback. Wait, it's lightning attribute too? Am I seeing ghosts?" Beast tamers who achieve ultimate feedback are treasures, rare as phoenix feathers. Another teacher's legs went weak. And to get ultimate feedback at the war servant level with such solid foundation barring any accidents. He's a future Lord level tamer. We almost scolded a future Lord level beast tamer just now. Aren't you scared? Luo Fan withdrew his foot. So can I go in now? Yes, yes, please go ahead. The staff member who had yelled at him immediately shrank down, respectfully making way. Luo Fan didn't pursue the matter, only wanting to finish the martial exam quickly and then take Lu Yuqing and the others to the wilderness to collect resources. The group of staff members exchanged glances, relieved. In the future, when the detection device alarms, they must check the cause first. In the center of the field, the supervising teacher cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Students, the martial exam has 3 subjects: soul power, speed, and strength, each worth 150 points, for a total of 450 points. War Servant 6 stage is considered full marks, and for each stage exceeded, 100 points are added. Those with written exam scores of 400 or above may choose their test order and use the most precise testing equipment. Today, instructors from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, Deheo Divine Beast College, Tianshi Contract Beast Academy, and Fantasy Spirit Beast College are seated on the platform. If you perform excellently, you might receive an admission letter on the spot." The crowd below instantly erupted, with longing in all the candidates' eyes. The 4 instructors on the platform merely nodded in acknowledgement, signaling the supervisor to continue. "All right, now let's welcome the first place in the written exam, Luo Fan. Let's wait and see how student Luo Fan will spread his wings and soar to success." Moving forward, Luo Fan was arranged in the core area of the martial exam, and, following the examiner's command, was forced to take the stage first. When Luo Fan stepped onto the stage, he spotted Mu Qi, Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, and Luan Manwan among the crowd. Thanks to their terrifying written exam scores, they had also made it to the core area where they could choose the order of their martial tests. "Should I go first?" A staff member beckoned him over. He walked up and circled around the metal pillar-like device, his eyes full of curiosity. "Student Luo Fan, this is a soul power detector," the staff member explained with a gentle smile and patient tone. "Place both hands on it and unleash your soul power with full force, and it will measure your soul power level. All right, let me give it a try." Luo Fan pressed his palms against the cold metal surface, and the thunderous soul power within him instantly surged forth. The 9 rings neatly arranged above the pillar lit up in sequence, their blue and white intertwined light flashing as fast as a string of firecrackers. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, all 9 rings blazed. Student Luo Fan, the rings correspond to different realms. The first ring represents Battle Servant first stage, the second ring Battle Servant second stage, and the 9th ring, The staff member's words caught in his throat, stunned by the terrifying speed. Boom. After all 9 rings lit up, the detector shook violently, as if unable to withstand the internal pressure. Cracks rapidly spread across its surface, and the next second it exploded with a bang, scattering fragments in all directions and completely destroying itself. Battle General level. The staff member stumbled backwards several steps in fright, falling flat on his bottom with his mouth agape enough to fit an entire egg. Luo Fan quickly waved his hands. "This has nothing to do with me. There's clearly a quality issue with your equipment and you dare make me pay for it." He muttered to himself that if this thing was worth tens of millions, it would be no joke. "What?" The staff member remained dazed. At a time like this, he's worried about compensation? Battle General level. "This boy belongs to our Deheo Divine Beast Academy." A figure flashed into the arena as the Deheo Divine Beast Academy instructor immediately presented an acceptance letter. "Luo Fan, don't rush, here are conditions first." Another person followed closely behind. "Join our Tianshi Contract Beast Academy, and I'll apply for an 8 million cultivation fund for you. Combat techniques and equipment, take your pick." Before the Deheo Divine Beast Academy instructor's acceptance letter could reach his hands, the Tianshi Contract Beast Academy instructor had already bid 8 million. 8 million? How embarrassing. Our Dreamland Spirit Beast Academy offers 10 million. A fragrant breeze swept in as the female instructor from Dreamland Spirit Beast Academy, with her graceful figure and snow-white skin, flashed a charming smile at Luo Fan. "Plus, our academy has the most beautiful female students. It's a paradise for romance, if you know what I mean." She deliberately winked at him, blatantly deploying her feminine wiles. In contrast, the instructor from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy remained quietly standing to the side, seemingly not anxious at all. The Tianshi Contract Beast Academy instructor snorted coldly. "Ru Xiaoyu, don't you know how old you are? Dreamland Spirit Beast Academy specializes in wood attributes, while Luo Fan has thunder attributes. Wood restrains thunder. Aren't you misleading the student?" "Luo Fan, as long as you sign now, our Tianshi Contract Beast Academy will also give you 10 million in cultivation funds, plus our unique thunder combat technique." After speaking, he stepped forward to block Luo Fan's view, clearly treating the thunder combat technique as his trump card. As the 4 instructors engaged in verbal warfare, the watching students stared wide-eyed. Luo Fan raised his hand to stop them. "Teachers, could you please not argue? This is still the martial examination. Can we discuss this after the test is finished? With so many instructors surrounding him, he felt truly embarrassed and genuinely feared they might come to blows. All right, everyone stop arguing. We're all instructors here, let's not lose face in front of the students. We're all instructors, and we all know the rules. Go back and apply for your quotas, then approach Luo Fan together with all cards on the table. As for whom Luo Fan chooses, that's Luo Fan's freedom. Hearing Luo Fan's words, the instructor from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy spoke up, signaling for everyone to leave and not interfere with the martial examination. Since Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy didn't participate in the competition for students, the instructors from other academies naturally harbored no hostility. After presenting their admission letters, they returned to the main platform. The soul power detection pillar was cracked by Luo Fan's punch. After the 4 prestigious school's instructors left, the examination hall instantly fell silent. Luo Fan looked around, his gaze settling on the stunned proctor, and spoke calmly. Teacher, the soul power detection pillar is broken. How should my score be calculated? The proctor snapped back to reality, nodding repeatedly but unable to answer. Having supervised exams for years, he had never encountered 4 prestigious schools fighting over a single candidate so brazenly, nor had he ever imagined testing equipment being destroyed in the process. He stood frozen in place. No need for a retest of soul power. A portly, balding man stood at the front of the main platform, his booming voice cutting through the noise. According to regulations, reaching Battle Servant 6th stage earns a full score of 300 points, with an additional 100 points for each stage beyond. Battle Servant 9th stage is worth 450 points. After breaking through to Battle General level, scores are multiplied by 10. Luo Fan, your soul power is at the peak of Battle Servant 9th stage, earning you 4,500 points. The proctor nodded frantically, clearly recognizing this portly man's high status. The subsequent strength and speed testing equipment had been upgraded and reinforced to prevent further destruction. Luo Fan exerted himself casually, yet still pushed the instruments to their limits. The comprehensive data showed his physique rivaled that of a pure-blood fierce beast cub. Seeing these exaggerated numbers, the 4 prestigious schools' instructors glared at each other again, nearly sparking another conflict. Luo Fan could only smile diplomatically. Esteemed teachers, I will consider this carefully. With that, he slipped away from the examination hall amid the chaos. Meanwhile, Principal Wen Hongji had been staring at the data display screen. When the total score, 13,980, appeared, his legs gave out, and he collapsed into his chair. It's over. I can't remain principal anymore. Panic-stricken, he quietly left the venue, wanting nothing more than to flee to the wilderness and live under a new identity. However, just as he stepped out of the examination hall, several stern men in Beast Control Bureau uniforms blocked his path. Their leader flashed his credentials. Wen Hongji, we're from the Beast Control Bureau's Pioneer Enforcement Team. You're suspected of attempting to harm a student. Please cooperate with our investigation. Wen Hongji glanced up to see 6 team members, all at Battle General level. He gritted his teeth, but ultimately lowered his hands, allowing himself to be taken away. Not far away, Gao Yushan adjusted his glasses and draped his arm around Luo Fan's shoulder as he was about to leave, holding a portable detector before his eyes. The holographic projection clearly showed Wen Hongji being escorted into an enforcement vehicle. Shall we find somewhere to chat? Gao Yushan cheerfully led Luo Fan into a nearby tea house. Tea fragrance wafted through the air as bamboo shadows swayed. As soon as they were seated, Gao Yushan ordered tea and refreshments for Luo Fan. How do you plan to deal with Wen Hongji? He asked casually, as if discussing the weather. I need to investigate his background first. Luo Fan inhaled the tea's aroma, keeping his voice low. If he was competent as principal, I'll just transfer him to another school to continue his work. If not, I'll strip him of his contracted beasts and let him live as an ordinary person. He hesitated when it came to more severe punishment. I'm not a god of death. I don't have the right to decide others' life and death. Are you going soft? Gao Yushan took another sip of tea, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. After taking yet another sip, Gao Yushan's eyes widened as he gained a new understanding of Luo Fan. Perhaps my perspective has broadened, because suddenly I don't hate them as much anymore. Sigh, revenge should be served hot, otherwise the hatred loses its punch. Luo Fan raised his hand to cover his forehead, sighing softly with a hint of regret in his heart. Strictly speaking, ever since he destroyed Lu Yuhong's contracted beast, his resentment toward those people had noticeably diminished. Across from him, Gao Yushan was drinking tea when he heard the phrase, revenge should be served hot. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of tea, then clutched his throat, coughing repeatedly as tea dripped down the table edge, leaving him looking completely disheveled. Once his breathing steadied, he activated the detection device and pushed it toward Luo Fan. Your results have been sent back to Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy. After discussion, the school committee has decided to increase your cultivation funding to 20 million. Additionally, there's a hidden benefit. Hidden benefit? Luo Fan stared at the screen and casually opened the file. The arguments between Ru Chaoyu and the others had given him a rough estimate of cultivation funding, and 20 million was already an extremely generous figure. Gao Yushan leaned over and lowered his voice. Didn't you notice? When your score broke 10,000, quite a few general-level examiners were gasping in shock, their eyes full of envy. Those are active university students. They know better than anyone what exam scores mean. He tapped the table with his hand, his tone serious and rapid. Beast Taming University is far more complex than you imagine. Enjoying resources, bearing the responsibility for humanity's rise and fall, facing internal competition more brutal than wild beasts. Every university has its own credit system and factional divisions. Many top-tier resources can only be exchanged with credits, and all your current exam points can be converted directly into credits once you enroll. After speaking, he pulled a dark gold badge from his pocket and flicked it with his fingertip. The badge traced an arc through the air and landed on Luo Fan's hand. The front of the badge was engraved with a soaring divine bird, while the back bore complex array patterns. What does this mean? Luo Fan toyed with the badge, already suspecting in his heart that this item was anything but simple. Accepting it would likely mean taking on trouble. Gao Yushan smiled brilliantly, with a hint of successful mischief satisfaction. This is the admission badge for Deheo Divine Beast Academy. With it, you can directly enter Deheo Divine Beast Academy's entrance examination. That exam will determine both your future and serve as a major stage for earning points. He paused, his eyes gleaming with mischief. The task is simple: cause as much trouble as possible. The bigger the commotion you create, the more generous the rewards from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy. Besides special rewards, the points you earn in the examination can be doubled. Luo Fan, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that others would beg for. Are you willing to give it a try? Luo Fan took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and stared at Gao Yushan. Wait, let me sort this out. You want me to join Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, but you're asking me to take the entrance exam at Deheo Divine Beast Academy? Senior, do Deheo Divine Beast Academy and Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy have some grudge? What benefit do you get from me going there to cause trouble? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Humanity's real enemy was clearly the wild beasts, so why were these two prestigious schools secretly competing? Gao Yushan shrugged. You think this world is too idealistic. Where there are people, there's conflict. We plant people in Deheo Divine Beast Academy, and they meddle in our affairs too. Whose planted agents can cause more trouble depends on each side's judgment. He patted Luo Fan's shoulder, grinning with schadenfreude. Remember, learn to hide your identity. If you get caught red-handed and beaten up, those credit rewards will go down the drain. Luo Fan's eyebrow twitched, and his final words almost slipped out. Senior, is it too late for me to refuse now? Deheo Divine Beast Academy was a prestigious institution. Causing trouble there would be like asking for a death wish. In the private room of the tea house, fragrant aromas drifted through the air. Gao Yushan glanced up at Luo Fan across from him, his tone carrying its usual mockery. Besides, you're a model student, Luo Fan. How could you possibly engage in sabotage? Stop pretending. I've been watching you for a long time. You're cunning, cautious, and ruthless. I feel confident in trusting this matter to you. Luo Fan secretly rolled his eyes, picking up his teacup and drinking in silence. Gao Yushan casually closed his tea lid and stood to leave. Fortune favors the bold. If you make it to the end, millions of academic credits will be within your grasp. Even I'll envy you then. Wait. Luo Fan set down his teacup, his voice low. I can agree, but I have conditions. I want the funding in cash, and I want it now. His confidence came from the 10,000 Beasts intelligence system. Without sufficient wealth points, he didn't dare use the system carelessly. Gao Yushan stopped and frowned. The full amount is impossible. I can get you 3 million at most. He wasn't sure why Luo Fan urgently needed money, but since the other party had asked, he was willing to accommodate. Luo Fan nodded without hesitation. Deal. I agree. With these 3 million, he could construct the third subarray of the 10,000 Beasts spirit binding formation and continue leading everyone else. The application will take some time. Give me your payment code first. Once it's approved, I'll transfer it directly to your account. Gao Yushan took out his optical brain to scan Luo Fan's payment code, then lowered his voice in warning. By the way, watch out for Ru Chaoyu. That woman has ruined many students. Don't become one of her victims. With that, he pushed open the door and left, leaving only the tea's fragrance lingering in the air. Luo Fan touched his nose. Likes fresh meat. Does she? Should I let her have a taste of me? Just as he was about to leave, a staff member stopped him. Sir, please settle your bill. The total is 8,287 yuan. What? That bastard didn't pay? And what's the deal with this tea costing over 8,000 for one pot? Luo Fan's face turned green. The server maintained their professional smile. Sir, this tea comes from the Wilderness Forest, a specialty from the Ice Ink Desolate Dragon's territory. All right, I believe you. There's still plenty left in that pot. Pack it up for me. Luo Fan gritted his teeth and scanned the payment code, mentally cursing Gao Yushan. Over 8,000 yuan for one pot of tea was absolutely extravagant. The moment he stepped out of the tea house, a mechanical notification exploded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 3 million yuan. According to the 10,000 Beasts Intelligence Systems calculations, the host can significantly enhance combat power. Please complete the recharge. The money had arrived. Luo Fan didn't hesitate. Recharge. His balance instantly converted to 3 million wealth points. Dear host, the 10,000 Beasts Intelligence System is at your service. A consumption plan has been formulated based on your current wealth points. Please review. Luo Fan pulled up the plan, and his expression immediately darkened. What? These few items use up all 3 million. The system's plan, 1.5 million for the surprise attack array, 1.2 million for war weapons, and the remaining tens of thousands to enhance the surprise attack array. 3 million wealth points vanished in the blink of an eye. Sir, are you encountering some trouble? The staff member from the tea house kindly followed him out. No need, I'm fine. Luo Fan laughed bitterly, carrying the expensive tea as he jogged home to begin constructing the surprise attack array. Since the 3 million was essentially free money, his mindset remained positive. Once he obtained the war weapons and completed the surprise attack array, he could enter the wilderness forest and earn money through his own abilities. Most importantly, the system would select the most suitable war weapons for him, eliminating any trial and error costs. Xiao Fan, you're back. We have quite a few guests at home, and they're all here to see you. Mother Luo's voice came through the courtyard gate, carrying a note of urgency. As soon as Luo Fan stepped through the threshold, his brow furrowed. Instantly had never considered home a place for outsiders to conduct business. Go greet them in the main hall. His mother clutched her apron and made a hurry-up gesture. Who could it be? The question flashed through his mind as Luo Fan's expression immediately turned cold, a trace of lightning crackling from his fingertips. He strode toward the main hall, his footsteps pounding dully on the wooden floor. The living room was brightly lit. The first thing that caught his eye were several familiar faces, mentors from the 4 prestigious academies seated in neat rows, with Gu Xingting surprisingly serving as their guide. Even more unexpected was the fat man with a shiny, balding head sitting in the center of the sofa. Everyone gathered around him, subtly treating him as their superior. Luo Fan, you're back? Gu Xingting quickly stood up to greet him, and the other mentors also rose, their smiles polite but cautious. Only the balding fat man remained seated, his gaze sweeping Luo Fan from head to toe as if appraising merchandise. Luo Fan narrowed his eyes, his tone blunt. What are you doing at my house? He disliked Gu Xingting bringing strangers into his home without permission, and even more so the feeling of being scrutinized. The fat man raised his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. Your anger stems from what happened at number 1 high school, doesn't it? They were indeed negligent, and I will severely punish Wen Hongji and make him pay the price. He stood up as he spoke, slightly raising his chin. In this beast taming joint examination, you scored over 10,000 points, a rare achievement in the history of beast taming. I am Yan Yingrui, special envoy of the education system. I'm here today to invite you to Yunluo Beast Soul Academy. If you agree, I'll immediately allocate 15 million in cultivation funds and give you an opportunity to explore ancient ruins. As he finished speaking, he gestured for Gu Xingting to step aside. How exactly do you plan to punish Wen Hongji? Luo Fan's gaze pierced directly at him, his tone growing colder. From the first glance at this fat man, he couldn't muster any goodwill. What do you want? Yan Yingrui raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with impatience. Their gazes collided, and Luo Fan suddenly felt as if his chest had been struck by a massive hammer. He collapsed to his knees with a thud, the wooden floor beneath him cracking with 7 or 8 fissures. An overwhelming pressure like a mountain enveloped his entire body, making it difficult even to lift his hand. Lightning erupted as Luo Fan gritted his teeth and roared. You fat bastard. If you have the guts, just kill me. He desperately tried to prop himself up, understood he couldn't win, but was certain the other party wouldn't dare actually kill him. He was the top scorer of the beast taming joint examination, still in the spotlight, and any action would stir public opinion. Insolent. Yan Yingrui barked. The pressure intensified, and the wooden floor beneath Luo Fan collapsed again. He was pressed firmly to the ground. Even breathing became difficult. His blood seemed to stop flowing, his chest felt stuffy, and his vision darkened intermittently. Luo Fan still clenched his teeth, forcing out a sentence. Esteemed mentors, please report to the Beast Taming Bureau that someone has broken into our home to commit violence. Whoever helps me, I'll join their academy. No cultivation funds needed. This statement was both a cry for help and a test of the mentor's sincerity. The atmosphere instantly became tense. He's just a student, why bother arguing with him? One mentor said, steeling himself to intervene. Exactly, he's only in high school and hasn't seen the world. It's understandable that he doesn't know your status, another mentor chimed in. Someone took the opportunity to introduce. Luo Fan. This is Special Envoy Yan Yingrui, a Lord level 6th tier beast master. If not for your score of over 10,000 points, you wouldn't even qualify to receive his guidance. Why don't you apologize? When called out by Luo Fan, instructors from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, Dehao Divine Beast College, Tianshi Contract Beast Academy, and Fantasy Spirit Beast Institute all stepped forward to mediate the situation. When Hongji's plot to harm students violated the Beast Taming Criminal Code. According to Article 362, Section 2, Clause 3, his cultivation should be stripped and he should be sentenced to 35 years in prison. Lu Yuhong, Yun Hongda, and others share the same guilt, but due to the severity of their crimes, they are sentenced to death. Reigning in his surging aura, Beast Taming Envoy Yin Ingrue presented his punishment plan, then turned his gaze to Luo Fan. I've laid out my conditions. What about you, instructors? Sweat dripped continuously from Luo Fan's forehead, his clothes already soaked through. He struggled to his feet, meeting the somewhat intense gazes of the four instructors. If I join your academies, what treatment would I receive? The instructor from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy was first to hand over a thick stack of documents, with materials, spiritual medicines, and credit benefits clearly categorized. Taking it, Luo Fan noticed the instructor's calm demeanor, completely unaware of Gao Yushan's undefeatable deal, not even a hint of probing in his eyes. Next, the instructor from Dehao Divine Beast College flicked his hand, and another list landed in Luo Fan's hands. All terms are listed here. If you agree, I personally promise to double all benefits and allocate maximum cultivation resources. The cultivation fund jumped from 20 million to 24 million, plus an additional slot for relic exploration. The extra 4 million hit Luo Fan's heart like a heavy hammer. Are you certain? He looked up, his voice finally showing some emotion. The Dehao instructor smiled and added, 24 million is the resource allocation. Once you enter the academy, you can exchange it in full, not a penny less. His position came from Dehao Divine Beast College's wealth faction, and he was confident he could recover a mere 4 million. Seeing Luo Fan's interest, Yanning Rue from Yunluo Beast Soul Academy also stood up. We'll also give you 24 million in resources, and I can personally take you as my student and guide you through wilderness exploration. His earlier intimidation was merely a negotiation tactic. Naturally, he couldn't fall behind now. Luo Fan's mind raced through his options. Gao Yushan's secret 20 million cash offer, Dehao Academy's open 24 million in resources, Yin Ingrue's personal guidance. After a few moments, he took a deep breath, his gaze moving between them all, then suddenly smiled. No need. He directly pulled the admission notice from the Dehao instructor's hands. I choose Dehao Divine Beast College. Any institution that dares name itself after divine beasts must be extraordinary. With those words, he bit his fingertip and pressed down a bright red fingerprint. Yin Ingrue's brow furrowed, but he ultimately suppressed his anger. A beast taming envoy had his dignity. Since Luo Fan insisted on not joining Yunluo Beast Soul Academy, it was their loss. The other instructors wore various expressions. To lose to Dehao simply because of an academy's name? The Dehao instructor laughed heartily and tossed out a silver-white badge. Luo Fan, excellent judgment. Once you pass the freshman assessment, I'll have another surprise for you. Thank you, instructor. I won't disappoint you. Catching the badge, Luo Fan appeared somewhat bashful and genuinely embarrassed. Luo Fan felt embarrassed because he was about to deceive Dehao Divine Beast Academy in order to fulfill Gao Yushan's orders. Following Gao Yushan's instructions, he had to infiltrate Dehao Divine Beast Academy to disrupt the freshman assessment without exposing his identity. Now that the academy had come to recruit him directly, he naturally went with the flow, though he couldn't help feeling somewhat guilty. Luo Fan, I'm sorry. The mentors had just left when Gu Xingting approached with a dejected expression, apologizing in a low voice. Being part of the education system, he dared not defy Yanning Rue, and the earlier scene had already made him extremely uncomfortable. Don't apologize, you had no choice either. Luo Fan waved his hand with a calm tone. However, Principal Gu, I'll still need you to handle the joint examination benefits. I've already applied for you. Gu Xingting nodded eagerly and reported. Perfect scores in 3 subjects, 500,000 prize money. Top Beast Tamer, our school awards an additional 2 million. The bet with Zhang Xiangchen is 1 million. That's 3.5 million total except for the 1 million from the bet. The rest is all yours. Luo Fan understood clearly that both sides were merely pursuing mutual interests, so he forced a slight smile. Just give me 1 million. Shirtua Vocational School isn't doing well either, so use the rest to nurture the younger students. Let's also split the prize money among Mu Qi, Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, and Wan Manwan. They'll most likely all get into prestigious schools. Congratulations, Principal Gu. With that, he took the beast taming badge that Gu Xingting handed him, immediately transferred 1 million, and escorted him to the door. Sigh. Gu Xingting let out a long sigh, understanding that their friendship ended here, but he really couldn't afford to offend Yanning Rue, so he could only leave with a dejected expression. The area outside had just quieted down when excited shouting broke the silence. Dad, Mom, I have great news. I got accepted to Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy. Lu Yuqing rushed into the courtyard waving his badge, his face beaming with pride. The Lu Tianzhong couple immediately came out to dampen his spirits. Tianhuang Academy is worth making such a fuss over? Xiao Fan has 4 prestigious schools fighting over him, and the education department even made a special visit. Can you compare to that? Luo Fan, which one have you decided on? After being deflated by his parents, Lu Yuqing instead showed concern for Luo Fan first. Deheo Divine Beast Academy. Luo Fan smiled faintly. They offered me 24 million in development funding. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuqing was first stunned, then exploded. 24 million? How come I didn't get a single penny? I'm going to settle accounts with Gao Yuqing later. My second to last place performance should be worth 30 million at least. Grumbling, he turned to head out and demand an explanation. Stop right there, you little rascal. Lu's mother grabbed his ear and dragged him back. Don't you know your own capabilities? If it weren't for your special abilities, would Tianhuang Academy want you? Stay put. Lu Yuqing had only taken a few steps before a large hand enveloped him, dragging him back by the ear. Mom, let me go. I need to find Gao Yushin screwed me over. In the courtyard, Lu Yuqing backed away while shouting at the top of his lungs, his face burning with the fury of someone convinced he'd been wronged. His mother grabbed him by the collar, muttering curses like screwed over my foot. What an embarrassment, and dragged him kicking and screaming back into the house. The door slammed shut with a bang, leaving Luo Fan standing alone under the eaves as the wind tousled his hair. Strength. I'm still too weak. The moment Lu Yuqing disappeared, Luo Fan's mind automatically conjured up that suffocating aura of authority from Yin Yingria mere envoy, who could casually decide the fate of people like Lu Yuhong with a few words. In the beast-taming world, the rule of the strong reigning supreme was carved in stone, stark and merciless. Just then, the cold prompt of the 10,000 Beast Intelligence System rang out. Esteemed host, based on your current situation, 2 options have been formulated for you. First, direct purchase of an alloy war weapon grade A, capable of easily penetrating the defenses of 6th-tier war general-level wild beasts. Price, 1.2 million. Second, purchase of a natal weapon pearl, to be nurtured with your own thunder, soul, and blood essence, transforming into a natal war weapon. It can be continuously upgraded with extremely high compatibility with the host, even offering opportunities to comprehend weapon intent. Also 1.2 million. Drawbacks. Difficult to cultivate. Massive resource consumption. Please proceed within your means. 2 transparent blue panels hovered before Luo Fan's eyes, displaying weapon information and prices at a glance. Either ready-made or self-cultivated. Luo Fan pressed his lips together, though his heart already held the answer. A war weapon that belonged to him alone was something he would never pass up. Let me first establish the ambush formation of the 10,000 Beast Spirit Bonding Array. He tapped confirm on the panel. Ambush formation construction in progress. Please wait. The next second, 1.5 million wealth points were directly deducted by the system, and a blazing white light descended from the heavens like a meteor crashing into his soul sea. Amid thunderous rumbling, the ambush formation embedded itself into the original spirit bonding array, interlocking with the embrace origin formation and the exquisite formation in perfect harmony. His soul sea immediately became incredibly stable. The ambient energy floating between heaven and earth was automatically drawn in by the 3 formations, transforming into thunder essence that nourished both the thunder ancient bear and Luo Fan himself. The system updated with a new resource, formation research stones, priced at 10,000 wealth points each. Luo Fan purchased 30 without hesitation, along with various other scattered resources, putting everything into reinforcing the ambush formation. The embrace origin formation strengthened thunder power. The exquisite formation nourished flesh and blood. The ambush formation amplified speed. The formations interlocked seamlessly. With all preparations complete, it was now time for the war weapon. Luo Fan reopened the 10,000 Beast Intelligence store and directly paid 1.2 million to exchange for the weapon pearl. The pale cyan weapon pearl resembled a translucent glass orb. The moment the exchange succeeded, it shot into his soul sea with a whoosh. It slowly orbited around the core of the spirit bonding array, its surface shimmering with flowing light, before settling at the array's heart and gently absorbing power from the 3 formations embrace origin, exquisite, and ambush. Simultaneously, the weapon pearl drew upon Luo Fan's soul force and blood essence, creating such an intimate connection that he couldn't help but press his hand to his chest. Esteemed host, 5 colored divine stones can accelerate weapon pearl incubation. Only 5 stones needed for completion. Would you like to make a purchase? The system prompted again with a helpful reminder. Account balance detected at 1 million yuan. Immediate purchase recommended. Purchase. Luo Fan was filled with curiosity about his natal war weapon and didn't hesitate for a moment. directly transferring the entire million yuan balance that Ge Xingting had sent him. One 5-colored divine stone costs 200,000, and the weapon pearl has begun absorbing the first stone. Absorbing one 5-colored divine stone requires 2 hours. Please wait patiently, host. After spending 1 million wealth points to purchase 5-colored divine stones, the system informed Luo Fan that he would need to wait 10 hours. During this period, the system couldn't provide any assistance, and Luo Fan couldn't cultivate either, could only wait idly. 10 hours wasn't particularly long. He could sleep through it, but Luo Fan couldn't bear to waste the time. He lay in bed browsing the 10,000 Beasts Intelligent Mall. Ordinary combat techniques were priced between 1 to 3 million, while fusion combat techniques started at 5 million. Without venturing into the desolate forest to earn wealth points, he couldn't even afford the most basic combat techniques. Xiao Fan, you're here? We were just about to look for you. In the courtyard, Lu's mother spoke first, spilling out their entire plan. Yu Cheng received an acceptance letter from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, but his strength is too weak. We want to take him through the 11 desolate forest to Xinyo City, then transfer to a beast carriage to Jiangwu City, just in time for the Academy's entrance selection competition. Uncle Lu, Annie, I'm also planning to go to the desolate forest, Luo Fan readily agreed. Why don't we travel together? I'll bring 4 more people feel be Yu Cheng's future classmates, so they can look out for each other. He immediately called Mu Qi, Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, and Wan Manwan. Learning that Lu Yucheng's parents were actually war general-level fighters, the 4 agreed without hesitation. Everyone settled on meeting at 9 o'clock the next morning to depart. When he returned home that evening, the atmosphere immediately became heavy. Brother, are you really sure you want to leave? Luo Qianqian clung to him like a little tail, her eyes red-rimmed. At the end of the hallway, Luo Jingqi silently smoked his pipe, wisps of pale smoke drifting in the dim yellow light. Meanwhile, their mother busied herself in the room, folding clothes one after another, as if she wanted to pack the entire house into his backpack. Mom, 2 sets of spare clothes are enough. I'm going to hunt in the desolate forest, not on vacation. Too many things will just be a burden. Luo Fan walked over, took his mother's hands, and led her to his father's side. The desolate forest is very dangerous. Can't you not go? Luo Jingqi exhaled his last puff of smoke, his eyes filled with undisguised worry. Dad, didn't you used to hope I'd go to university? Why are you against it now? Luo Fan smiled, then added seriously, I know how to take care of myself. If I really encounter danger, I can run faster than anyone. Besides, my contracted beast is difficult to handle if my strength falls behind. Its backlash would be even more troublesome. He reached out and took his father's pipe away, setting it aside. Smoke less in the future. It's bad for your health. Luo Qianqian finally couldn't hold back. Brother, when you're gone, there won't be anyone to compete with me for meat. Meat that isn't fought over doesn't taste as good. Luo Fan ruffled her hair. Then today, let's compete to our heart's content. Realizing he hadn't had a proper meal with his parents in a while, Luo Fan decided to take his family out for a stroll. People of their generation cared deeply about saving face, so Luo Fan planned to return to the slums and treat the neighbors to a feast, giving his parents a chance to feel proud. I want to eat blue-eyed wild rabbit meat. As soon as she heard they were going out for a big meal, Luo Qianqian's excitement shot through the roof, and she immediately rushed upstairs to change clothes. Sure, I'll make it happen. Watching his sister's retreating figure, Luo Fan suddenly felt their home had never been so warm and cozy. Brother, from the second-floor railing, Luo Qianqian poked her head out again. I also want to rent out the whole pancake stand at the school gate and have the owner fry them, just for me today. I never got to eat enough before, but today I'm going to eat my fill. No way. What do you mean just for you? I want some too. Luo Fan laughed and scolded. Back in school, I had a dream when I got rich, I'd eat 10 pancakes in one go. Today I'm making that dream come true. Fine, you're included. His sister got her way and ran back to her room with quick steps, afraid of wasting any time. Luo Fan clapped his hands and turned to his parents, who were still standing dazed in the living room. Stop spacing out and go change clothes. I'm giving you a mission today. You must spend 100,000 yuan each within one day. If you don't spend it all, you're not allowed to come home. His parents in this life were just like those on Blue Star. They had lived frugally their entire lives, wanting to split every coin in half before spending it, never truly enjoying themselves. Luo Fan wanted them to live it up for once and experience how spending money could bring happiness. Brother, I want 100,000 too. Luo Qianqian's protesting voice came from upstairs again. No way. I can't let you develop spendthrift habits. When you can earn your own money, then you can take mom and dad out to splurge. Luo Fan deliberately put on a stern face as he refused. I don't like you anymore. His sister pouted and went to complain to their mother. Their mother naturally thought spending 200,000 was too wasteful, but she couldn't argue with her son and had to give in. That afternoon, Luo Fan generously booked the city's finest restaurant, ordering 12 tables of food and drinks from 6 in the evening until 9 at night. When the restaurant owner learned that the person booking the entire place was the beast taming champion, he immediately offered it for free. You're going to protect our country and hunt wild beasts in the future. Who won't charge you for this small amount. Luo Fan refused and forcibly gave him 100,000 yuan before taking his parents shopping. In the clothing store, his mother picked up a jacket, felt the fabric, and immediately wanted to put it back when the clerk quoted a price of 8 or 9,000 yuan. Too expensive, I don't want it. It's just clothes, all flashy and fancy. I don't like it. Don't listen to my mom. Luo Fan whispered to the sales assistant. Wrap up everything she looked at for more than 5 seconds, and put together a complete outfit for her. She'll wear it right away. Everything? Have you lost your mind? His mother's eyes widened in disbelief. His mother hadn't bought herself a single piece of clothing in years, and suddenly buying so many left her completely stunned. Mom, you've worked hard your whole life. What's wrong with wearing a few nice clothes? Luo Fan spoke earnestly, though his eyes sparkled with mischief. He had originally planned to take his mother directly to buy those designer gowns that cost tens of thousands each, but knowing she would worry about the expense, he settled for a brand store where outfits averaged 8 to 9,000 yuan, what was considered barely mainstream for beast tamers. Before entering, he deliberately pinned his metal beast tamer badge to his chest, worried that snobbish staff might dampen his mother's mood. Under the bright lights, the badge gleamed with pale golden patterns, and the staff immediately put on professional smiles, eagerly escorting them to the fitting rooms. Oh my, when our son puts it like that, what's there to refuse? Go try it on quickly. Seeing his wife still hesitating, Luo Jingqi cleared his throat gently and took over the conversation. Father always had the final say at home, and with his persuasion, Mother could only suppress her smile and enter the fitting room. Soon, Mother emerged in her new outfit. The elegant long dress complemented her gentle temperament, making her look years younger. Now I know where my good looks come from. It's all in the genes. Luo Fan gave his mother a thumbs up, praising her so generously that her cheeks flushed red, though she couldn't hide the joy sparkling in her eyes. All right, Mom's clothes are sorted. Now it's Dad's turn. Luo Qianqian immediately jumped in to secure benefits for their father. I don't need any. Luo Jingqi glared at his daughter with a stern face, but before he could finish speaking, Luo Fan grabbed him and headed to the men's section on the second floor. Clothes make the man, just like gold adorns the Buddha. We need to look presentable when we see the neighbors later. Luo Fan said with a laugh. Choosing clothes for father was much simpler. Just pick one size larger than his own measurements, and they quickly bought several well-fitting suits. With clothes taken care of, Luo Fan also got his parents new smartphones. As for resources to cultivate contracted beasts, he exchanged them directly through the 10,000 Beasts intelligence system, though he understood that given his parents' current small, non-combat contracted beasts, even top-tier resources would have limited effect. After shopping for several hours, Luo Fan noticed his parents looked tired, so he called it quits for dinner. All right, shopping ends here. Time for a feast. He waved them over, and the family headed to the restaurant he had reserved. The restaurant entrance was impressive, with a row of large red lanterns swaying in the wind. Luo Jingqi stopped. Luo Fan, you and Qianqian go upstairs to coordinate. Your mother and I will greet the neighbors. Great. I'll go check if the sesame cakes are ready. I want to eat 10 today. Luo Qianqian bounced along, following her brother upstairs. Along the way, Luo Fan had also picked out an outfit for his sister, though he had said earlier he wouldn't buy her anything. Now that their parents were all set, he made up for it with big brother treatment. To ensure all the neighbors would come, Luo Fan had spread the word in advance. This meal was a champion's celebration feast. Hearing that the child had topped the exams and become a beast tamer, the neighbors prepared red envelopes early, waiting for the appointed time to arrive en masse. Shortly after, Luo Fan discovered his parents had folded their new clothes and put them back in the bags, changing back into their old clothes, and specifically instructed the restaurant. Don't serve the most expensive alcohol, regular is fine. When the banquet began, neighbors took turns offering congratulations, but Luo Jingqi kept waving them off. Just luck, it's all thanks to the children's efforts. When the dinner ended, neighbors came forward with monetary gifts. Luo Fan quickly tried to decline, but Luo Jingqi smiled and accepted them all, leaving his son puzzled. Back at the villa, night had fallen deep, and the living room was quiet under the lights. Luo Jingqi called Luo Fan to the study, his tone gentle. Xiao Fan, you don't understand your father's behavior today, do you? No, as long as you're happy. Luo Fan didn't mind Luo Jingqi's behavior at all. The day was meant to make them happy, and the process didn't matter. At the dinner table, Luo Jingqi draped his arm over his son's shoulder, lowering his voice but with high spirits. Xiao Fan, I don't understand beast tamers, but after all these years in the Barren Zone, I still know how people work. Look at Kuang Ziming used to look down on me with his nose in the air, but today he's bowing and nodding, all smiles. That's not respect, that's fear of your newfound abilities. And look at your sixth aunt, barely said a word the whole time, walking on eggshells. She's jealous. He downed his cup in one gulp and continued his advice. Don't play poor in front of strangers. Being poor makes you look like an easy target. Don't show off wealth in front of people you know they want you to do well, but not better than them. When the gap gets too big, relationships grow cold. Be careful making friends. Too small favors nurture friendships. Big favors breed enemies. Always keep your guard up around people. Fueled by alcohol, the two men drank cup after cup as these life lessons poured into Luo Fan's ears, until father and son both passed out drunk. Congratulations, host. Your war weapon has successfully hatched. Please communicate through your thoughts to select your personal war weapon. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 10 in the morning, and the system's voice thundered into his mind. Luo Fan sat cross-legged, sinking his consciousness into his soul sea and connecting with the weapon orb. His vision suddenly darkened. Phantoms of swords, spears, staffs, halberds, whips, hammers, hooks, and axes swirled through his mind, waiting for his selection. Wrong, wrong, still wrong. He first touched the long blade, but was instantly repelled by bone-chilling rejection. He tried the staff next, meeting the same resistance. Sword, halberd, axe, hammer. He went through them all, but none were compatible. Finally, gritting his teeth, he directed his thoughts toward the spear. The weapon orb blazed with light as thunderous power surged into form. A 12-foot spear materialized in his palm, its cold shaft fitting perfectly against his palm lines as if they were made for each other. So the weapon best suited for me is a spear. The Luo family spear. Could this really be related to my surname? He caressed the spear tip lovingly, then rushed out of his room and into the courtyard. Spear flowers bloomed as the spear's shadow moved like a dragon. A natal war weapon was truly extraordinary even without any combat techniques. He wielded it with natural ease and exhilarating fluidity. Congratulations, host, on obtaining your natal war spear. The system has matched you with a complete 108 form spear technique that can evolve into 9 combat skills. Host's remaining wealth value is 400,000. You may purchase the spear technique first and unlock combat skills after recharging. Friendly reminder. Your natal war spear remains unnamed and lacks sufficient sharpness to pierce the defenses of general-level wild beasts. To upgrade its quality, the following materials are needed. The spear's momentum ceased, dust in the courtyard settled, and the system's voice rang out once more. What truly surprised Luo Fan was that the spear technique provided by the system was actually the Luo family's ancestral spear art. Although he couldn't afford the advanced combat skills due to insufficient wealth points, what was available would be more than enough for his current needs. As he casually browsed through the materials list, his expression gradually stiffened. The lowest grade material for forging a natal war spear 5-colored divine stone cost 200,000 Federation coins per piece, and it was labeled as the cheapest option. Looking further down, deep sea silver mother, thunder cold iron, and spirit-infused gems all started at millions, with some reaching 2 to 3 million. For the first time, Luo Fan truly understood that natal weapons were money-devouring beasts. He could practically see his wallet being sucked dry into a black hole. Yet precisely because of this bottomless pit, he felt even more anticipation for the power it would possess after completion when the spear strikes like a dragon, its roar echoing through the 9 heavens. With this vision in mind, he named his future natal war spear Dragon's Roar. Shen Fan and Lu Jingming, bored from waiting, pushed open the door just in time to see Luo Fan handling the Dragon's Roar war spear. They were instantly mesmerized. The spear was pure white throughout, with lightning coiling around its shaft and cold gleams occasionally bursting into electric arcs. Standing by the window with the weapon, Luo Fan looked like a war god emerging from a sea of thunder. Boss, where did you buy that weapon? It's absolutely incredible. Shen Fan couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Fan suddenly slapped his forehead. Today was the day they were supposed to depart for the wilderness forest. He had drunk a bit too much last night, slept until dawn, and missed the assembly time. He hurriedly tried to put away the spear and pack, but Dragon's Roar transformed into a beam of white light and merged into his soul sea, floating at the core of the 10,000 beast spirit binding formation. Luo Fan stood stunned for 2 seconds before finally starting to pack his belongings. Arriving in the main hall, he repeatedly apologized to everyone, looking embarrassed. Lu Tianzhong stood up and called out, "All right, stop standing around. Let's get going." Luo Fan's mother rushed over upon hearing the news, her face full of reluctance. "Why don't you eat before leaving?" "Mom, it's not necessary. We'll grab something simple on the road. We really can't delay any longer." Despite Luo Fan's repeated explanations, he still led everyone away. At the courtyard gate, Yufan watched her son's retreating figure until he disappeared, standing there like a wooden statue. Luo Jingqi took her hand and gently persuaded her to go back inside. Meanwhile, Luo Fan's group arrived at the Beast Tamer Alliance. With his professional consultant credentials, they successfully obtained their Beast Tamer badges and chose to enter the wilderness forest on foot. Beast carriages were fast, but expensive, and in real emergencies, they were often the first things to be abandoned as burdens. The wilderness forest had supply points along the way, so carrying simple luggage would suffice. After leaving the Shirtua living base, Shen Fan was so excited he couldn't stop talking. Boss, have you been to the wilderness forest before? Everyone says it's full of treasures, like picking up money everywhere. Is that really true? There are indeed many treasures. Luo Fan glanced at the distant, gloomy forest line. Ores, medicinal herbs, spirit fruits, even wilderness beast carcasses can be sold for money. But wilderness beasts aren't vegetarians. With your current strength, you'd be lucky to survive an hour alone. Lu Tianzhong directly poured cold water on Shen Fan's dreams. Stop fantasizing. Even with 3 war general level beast tamers escorting us, no one dares guarantee absolute safety. To make everyone truly understand the danger, Luo Fan announced their first destination early. Our first stop is the Bloodhead Wilderness Bee's Nest. You'd better adjust your mindset now. Those things swarm in groups and are deadly. As he said this, he was already calculating bringing back some royal jelly thunder. Ancient bears love this delicacy, and with sufficient food, the bond with contracted beasts would be more stable. Bloodhead Wilderness Bees? Lu Tianzhong frowned. Are you joking? They may be weak individually, but they attack in swarms of tens of thousands. Our small group isn't nearly enough. Uncle Lu, have you forgotten what your contracted beast is? Luo Fan pointed to the wind blade eagle circling high above. With wind blade around, the swarm can't get close. If that fails, I still have Thunder Ancient Bear. Nothing will go wrong. The Thunder Ancient Bear could easily rout the blood-headed wasps even at servant level, and now that it had broken through to general level, how could these wasps possibly match the Thunder Beast? Luo Fan still chose this swarm not to show off his strength, but to use their stings to temper Lu Yuqing and the others. Only by truly being stung would they understand the terror of wild beasts. Additionally, he planned to use the wasps as targets to rapidly improve his spear techniques through real combat. Are you really sure about this? Lu Tianzhong and his wife frowned deeply. We'll only hunt on the outskirts, not venture much deeper. Luo Fan was brimming with confidence. After receiving this definitive answer, the couple finally relaxed and reluctantly agreed. Luo Fan drew his Dragon Roar War Spear and practiced thrusts as they traveled, treating the flowers, grass, and trees along the way as targets. Initially, his moves were chaotic and disorderly, but after 3 days, he had memorized all 108 forms perfectly. The spear momentum resonated with the Dragon Roar War Spear's thunderous hum, gradually forming a cohesive system. Meanwhile, Lu Yuqing's group rapidly transformed during their days of trekking through the wilderness. Their original inexperience was washed away by sweat and bloodstains, and they began to show the makings of true beast tamers. On the 4th day, they reached the territory of the blood-headed wasps. Luo Fan stopped in his tracks. From now on, we take a back seat. The blood-headed wasps are your responsibility. Unless your lives are in mortal danger, we won't intervene. Shen Fan and the others, who had been protected for days, were stunned. What? You want us to handle them ourselves? Luo Fan looked at everyone. Once you cross this wilderness, you'll begin your university life. Childhood ends, and responsibility arrives. In the world of beast tamers, no one coddles you, and death could come any day. Fight hard and master one more skill, and you gain one more lifeline. This place is the perfect trial. As his words fell, he shouldered his Dragon Roar War Spear and suddenly leaped onto a tree trunk. His toes touched lightly as he climbed to the high branches in the blink of an eye. The silver spear pierced through the air, a flash of lightning streaked past, and a blood-headed wasp in the distance fell with a cry. Shen Fan and the others quickly gathered around, their eyes filled with shock. Boss, how did you know there was a wasp there? Even Lu Tianzhong and his wife hadn't detected that wasp's presence. This kind of thing can't be explained clearly, it depends on intuition. Luo Fan replied calmly. As he withdrew his spear and turned around, he noticed that the spear tip had absorbed a trace of blood. After the Dragon Roar War Spear devoured that dark red drop, the spear body trembled slightly, as if it had gained some benefit, though the specifics were hard to describe. Luo Fan became interested and changed direction, pursuing the blood-headed wasps alone. We'll stay here for a few days first. Once you've hunted 100 of them, we'll venture deeper. He left these instructions and quickly disappeared into the forest. After Luo Fan departed, Lu Tianzhong began assigning tasks. Within 1 week, hunt 100 blood-headed wasps. Let's go. As the order was given, Lu Jingming raised his hand and signaled for everyone to follow. Mu Qi, Shen Fan, Lu Jingming, and Luan Manwan were all students with unbalanced abilities, but they excelled in beast taming. Once they overcame their weaknesses, each would become a genius capable of standing on their own after completing their transformation. Lu Yuqing was equally remarkable, born with natural healing abilities that any team would desperately want to recruit. For this freshman team, the most pressing need wasn't individual strength, but coordination. Once they developed mutual understanding, they would surely shine in the freshman assessment. However, less than half an hour into the wilderness, sharp cries for help shattered the forest's tranquility. Help! Help me, I'm going to die. Shen Fan's voice cracked first, followed immediately by Mu Qi, Lu Yuqing, Lu Jingming, and Luo Fan erupting in equally piercing screams. The six fled in panic, their movements chaotic, some nearly dropping their backpacks. Pursuing them was a massive swarm of bloodhead wasps, at least 200 of them. Their black and red carapaces gleamed coldly in the sunlight, their buzzing creating a deafening drone that made one's scalp crawl. This was absolutely not something battle servant level students could face heat in. Save them. The Lu Tianzong couple flashed into action. The howling moon wolf let out a low howl, silver gray wind blades spinning like lunar arcs, instantly slicing the swarm to pieces. The bloodhead wasp's severed limbs fell with thick black blood, and in moments the ground was carpeted with corpses. As soon as the crisis passed, Shun Fan stumbled to a halt, clutching his lower back, his face deathly pale. Uncle Lu, I got stung. I'm really going to die, save me. A bloodhead wasp's stinger protruded from his back. If he hadn't run fast enough, the barbed poison needle could have pierced straight through him. Lu Yuqing, what are you standing there for? Your teammate is injured, treat him now. Lu Tianzong didn't intervene further, but called out a reminder. Lu Yuqing immediately dropped his backpack, pulling out several spirit herbs. His palms glowed with pale green light as he quickly crushed and refined the herbs between his fingers. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and yanked out the barbed poison needle in one pull. Shin Fan cried out in pain, tears streaming. Brother, be gently, are you going to kill me? But Lu Yuqing's healing light immediately covered the wound. After a dozen breaths, the black blood was forcibly expelled, the wound rapidly scabbed over, and the pain completely disappeared. Huh, it doesn't hurt anymore. Brother, you're my real brother. Shen Fan's delighted exclamation was cut short when he saw Lu Yuqing's legs give out, collapsing straight to the ground, unable to even lift a finger. Lu Jingming and Luo Fan instinctively moved to help, but Lu Tianzong raised his hand to stop them. Don't touch him. Let him endure it himself. His soul force is severely depleted, needs to recover through self-regulation. In the Beast Tamer system, special abilities typically only stabilized at the Battle General level. For Lu Yuqing to use high-level healing at the Battle Servant level put an enormous strain on his soul. To Lu Tianzong, this was actually a good opportunity to temper his soul. Then we'll collect the spoils first. The group exchanged glances and quickly returned to the pile of wasp corpses, carefully cutting off each bloodhead wasp stinger and bagging them with practiced efficiency, not daring to make any unnecessary noise. After processing the stingers, Luo Fan came stumbling back. The Battle General level senior who usually strode confidently was now swollen like a balloon, covered in welts from at least dozens of stings, his eyelids so swollen he could barely open them. Holy, boss, what did you do? How did you end up like this? Shin Fan gasped. Luo Fan smiled bitterly, breathing heavily. Don't ask. Got surrounded. I'm lucky to be alive. Xiao Fan, sit down, I'll help heal your injuries. Hearing everyone's cries of alarm, Lu Yuqing scrambled up from the ground, ready to help Luo Fan treat his wounds. No need. I've already applied royal jelly. I'll recover within half an hour. Luo Fan waved him off, immediately finding a clean rock to sit cross-legged on, circulating his cultivation technique to let his flesh heal naturally. Mother Lu hurried over, her concern mixed with reproach. Were you surrounded by bloodhead wasps? How could you run off alone like that? I wasn't surrounded, I brought it on myself. Luo Fan smiled bitterly. To master the Luo family spear technique as quickly as possible, I deliberately provoked over 1,000 bloodhead wasps for practice, which is how I got injured. The Thunder Bear tried to help midway, but I refused. Mother Lu fell silent for a moment, thinking this young man was simply insane. Lu Jingming breathed a sigh of relief and volunteered. Boss, how many wasps did you kill? We'll go collect the spoils. No need. Luo Fan shook his head. After the Dragon Roar spear absorbed their blood, all the bloodhead wasp stingers broke into 3 pieces and lost their value. 2,000 gold each though, Lu Jingming muttered, then stepped aside to wait for Luo Fan's recovery. Luo Fan opened his eyes and surveyed everyone. Don't just stand around, continue hunting wasps and accumulate combat experience. What? We just enraged them. Wouldn't going now be suicide? Lu Jingming and the others waved their hands frantically, still shaken from being chased by over 200 wasps earlier. Lu Yuqing pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up. I think we should listen to Xiao Fan. Bloodhead wasps are only 4th or 5th tier battle servants, matching our strength. We can kill them if we coordinate properly. With that, he drew his blade and turned to Levi, who wanted to grow stronger, refused to burden anyone, and remembered his parents saying, if you can't keep up with Luo Fan, you'll become people from 2 different worlds. He couldn't accept that. I support Lu Yuqing. Mu Qi clenched his fists and chased after him. I won't turn back until I kill at least 1 wasp. Target, 100. Current count, 0. Luo Fan dropped this brief battle report and followed suit. Seeing the 3 depart, Shun Fan and Lu Jingming reluctantly steeled themselves to follow. You watch over Xiao Fan. I'll secretly protect them. Lu Tianzong whispered to his wife before flashing away toward the forest. Though outwardly cold, his heart was full of worry. Those children were only 5th tier battle servants. making this exploration of wasp territory quite risky. The valley suddenly grew quiet. The moment Lu Tianzhong left, Luo Fan leaped up, gripping his spear to his chest, and began practicing the techniques he'd just comprehended. The spear tip cut through the air with crackling thunder, clearly digesting the gains from his recent battle. Mother Lu watched with secret alarm. What a terrifying child, mastering spear techniques so quickly. At his current level, he's probably achieved minor mastery already. Spear techniques were divided into 7 realms. Minor mastery, entering the hall, reaching the peak, unity of man and spear, heavy as light, light as heavy, and beyond light and heavy. For Luo Fan to step into the first realm in just a few days showed his extraordinary talent. He sheathed his spear and cupped his fists, turning to Mother Lu. Auntie, as an experienced beast master, could you perhaps offer some guidance on my spear technique? After this battle, Luo Fan developed an indescribable connection with the dragon's roar war spear. As long as he continued wielding the spear to slay enemies, he could gain ineffable benefits from that cold, sharp weapon. Xiao Fan, I've never studied spear techniques, so I can't guide you. Besides, your path is completely different from ours. We beast tamers treat our contracted beasts as everything, but you put yourself first. I really can't figure you out. As dawn broke, Mother Lu recalled her spirit beast, her tone mixing worry with admiration. Though she was a general-level beast tamer, her system was incomplete with many gaps that she had to explore on her own. Luo Fan's cultivation method, which fell somewhere between warrior and beast tamer, left her completely puzzled. Luo Fan wiped the crimson blood from his spear tip and replied calmly. Then I'll keep fighting and adapting while earning some money. The 10,000 Beasts intelligence system will automatically provide me with optimal solutions. I just need to follow them. Remember, you're ultimately a beast tamer. Don't neglect coordination with your contracted beast. Once you master fusion combat techniques, you'll be able to crush peers at the same level. Seeing Luo Fan's path diverge from traditional beast taming, Mother Lu still patiently advised him. I understand. Luo Fan put away the dragon's roar war spear and plunged back into the forest to continue hunting. At present, he was most aware of his weakness. The Thunder Ancient Bear hadn't truly submitted to him yet, making talk of rapport premature. The bear's greatest value now lay in feedback. As a pure-blooded fierce beast, it cultivated extremely quickly and would inevitably break through to king level upon maturity. Luo Fan only needed to ensure synchronized feedback to follow it into the king ranks. Over the next half-month, everyone entered frenzied hunting mode. Luo Fan practiced his spear through battle, his spear shadows sweeping across the forest. Meanwhile, Mu Qi, Shun Fan, Lu Jingming, and Luan Manwan busied themselves with the Academy's task of hunting 100 creatures. During this half-month, the four's coordination became increasingly smooth. Their individual advantages were fully exploited, their cultivation soared, and they broke through to servant level 6 stage in one go, grinning like they'd struck treasure. Luo Fan's gains were even more dramatic. In 15 days. He slaughtered 8,000 bloodhead wasps. The dragon's roar war spear flickered with dark light, and wasp swarms were torn to shreds by his spear force before they could get within 10 feet, their poison stingers never getting a chance to penetrate his protective energy. On the 16th morning, mist filled the air. Lu Tianzong watched Luo Fan counting their spoils and suggested quietly, Xiao Fan, I recommend we wrap up our cultivation with the bloodhead wasps, or we won't make it to the city's entrance examination. Their true purpose for this journey was to cross the wilderness and reach Xinyo City. If they continued dawdling, they might miss the examination entirely. Luo Fan nodded and added, then let's raid the hive today and take the remaining royal jelly. The bloodhead wasps have been entrenched here for ages. This place is rich with spiritual plants. Lu Tianzong quickly joined the planning. We'll fill our packs before retreating, then find a supply point to exchange for money. In recent days, Luo Fan felt his spear technique had reached a bottleneck. Further hunting on the periphery wouldn't help much, so raiding the nest suited him perfectly. However, Lu Tianzong remained concerned. Going to their lair? Are you sure? Tens of thousands of bloodhead wasps attacking simultaneously won't be a pretty sight. Luo Fan surveyed the wasp corpses scattered throughout the forest and calmly provided the data. Don't worry. My contracted beast, and I killed over 20,000 bloodhead wasps last time. I've killed another 9,000 this time. And adding what you've killed, there aren't many bloodhead wasps left. Carrying the dragon's roar spear, Luo Fan stepped forward. In that case, Lu Jingming and Mu Qi will fight alongside us, while Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, Wan Manwan, and Lu Yuqing will handle resource gathering. He spoke while striding ahead. Luo Fan had already charged out first, with Lu Tianzong quickly following behind, heading straight for the blood-headed wasteland bee's nest. Along the way, wasteland bee corpses littered the ground in heaps. Mu Qi, Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, and Luan Manwan followed closely behind, seizing every opportunity to collect spiritual herbs and fruits. Wow, so many resources. Mu Qi couldn't help but exclaim. These spiritual herbs must be aged, right? Luo Fan plucked a cluster of crystalline fruits, spirit fruits. I recognize these. A single one costs 8,000 yuan. So this whole tree must be worth at least 100,000. Fan picked up a piece of, or glowing with green light. Jade scale green copper. Excellent stuff. Joy from their abundant harvest was written across everyone's faces, their expressions evolving from initial surprise to eventual numbness. Halfway through their journey, Luo Fan slowed his pace. Xiao Fan, we need to reduce our speed. The blood-headed wasteland bees have returned to their nest and are clearly waiting for us. Eventually, the outer perimeter bees fell completely silent. Mu Qi and the others took the opportunity to sweep through the resources again, yet not a single bee paid them any attention. Uncle Lu, have everyone stop gathering and head straight for the nest. Let's wipe them all out. Luo Fan made a rough estimate. There are only about 10,000 left, which poses no threat to us. Better to eliminate them now than leave them as a future problem. Lu Tianzong and his wife still had concerns. Are you confident about this? Leave it to me. Luo Fan awakened his fighting spirit, determined his bearings, and accelerated. Soon, the group reached the entrance to the nest. Countless blood-headed wasteland bees formed a dense, overwhelming defensive wall. Their message was clear: dare to enter and die. Pikachu, it's your turn. You were bullied so badly last time. Now go get your revenge. Luo Fan wrapped the Thunder Ancient Bear in his soul power and hurled it forward. Roar, the ancient bear, which had been sleeping peacefully, was thrown into midair. After awakening with a startled backward flip and landing, it turned to roar angrily at Luo Fan. But when it looked back at the dark mass of bees at the cave entrance, its limbs sprang like loaded springs as it darted behind Luo Fan, trembling with fear. The shadow of nearly losing its life when facing tens of thousands of wasteland bees alone last time still lingered. Luo Fan grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. What kind of pure-blood fierce beast are you? You've at least broken through to war general level, yet you're afraid of mere war servant level blood-headed wasteland bees. With that, he threw it out again. At the same time, he moved into action himself. The dragon's roar spear trembled, striking like a dragon with flashing cold light. Accompanied by thunderous roars, he instantly plunged into the swarm. My God, am I dreaming? Strong, so strong. Is this his true combat power? Everyone stared in amazement. Luo Fan moved as if through an empty field. His spear light transformed into streaks of lightning cutting through the swarm, and every wasteland bee caught within the spear tip's range met its end. The Thunder Ancient Bear roared within the lightning, its claws sweeping horizontally, causing struck bees to explode midair with blood and flesh splattering everywhere. A truly spectacular scene. Attack together. Seeing Luo Fan fighting his way deeper, Lu Tianzong quickly called for everyone to follow. Their contracted beasts were howling moon wolves, equally terrifying in power, with wind blades slashing down continuously, tearing any blood-headed wasps that dared approach into shreds. The three general-level beast tamers led the main assault, while Lu Yuqing and the others fell back to the second line, delivering finishing blows to any wasps that weren't completely dead. Roar. Just as the team advanced halfway into the cave, a deafening roar echoed from the depths, carrying a shockwave that sent sand and dirt flying through the air. The queen. It must be the queen. Lu Tianzhong's eyes sharpened as he made a swift decision. Lu Yuqing, take everyone and retreat outside to wait. Your mother and I will go help Xiao Fan. Go. Lu's mother reacted fastest, instantly accelerating as she charged toward the cave's interior. After advancing dozens of meters deeper, the couple finally saw the battlefield clearly. A massive grub over 20 meters long was lashing its tail in fierce combat with Luo Fan. The grub's body was snow white, with a pair of cicada-thin wings on its back that couldn't lift its massive weight. Countless short legs slid along the ground, making its movements surprisingly agile. Despite Luo Fan and the Thunder Ancient Bear fighting together, they were still being overwhelmed. Windblade strike. Lu Tianzhong stepped forward, commanding his Howling Moon Wolf to attack. Two azure wind blades shot precisely toward the grub's eyes. How is this possible? As the wind blade struck, the grub instantly closed its eyes, its thick eyelids remaining completely unharmed. Uncle Lu, I'll hold off the grub, you two hurry and get the royal jelly. Unable to break through its defenses, Luo Fan considered retreating, but he had to secure the resources before leaving. Roar. The grub's tail lashed out violently, sending the Thunder Ancient Bear flying like a shadow into the cave wall. Now, Luo Fan charged forward with his spear, lightning crackling around him as he thrust. The Dragon Roar War spear bent dramatically but still couldn't pierce the armor. Using the spear's rebound momentum cleverly, he spun and struck again. With a sharp crack, the spear tip finally tore through the grub's skin, and the entire weapon plunged into the wound. The impact was so fierce that Luo Fan's chest slammed against the shell, his vision went black, and he was sent flying backward. The grub shook its head and charged at the Lu couple with its massive body. Pikachu! Luo Fan cried out in alarm. Knowing that the couple's combat power relied almost entirely on their Howling Moon Wolf, a direct hit would seriously injure them. He was too far away to help and could only hope the Thunder Ancient Bear would intervene. Roar. The Thunder Ancient Bear pounded its chest with both paws, revealing its trump card mastered after breaking through to general-level Thunder Breath. Hiss, a meter-thick lightning column blasted from its mouth, carrying destructive electrical current that pierced straight through the grub's chest and abdomen. As the lightning column dissipated, the Thunder Ancient Bear's aura plummeted, and its massive body crashed to the ground, completely losing all fighting capability. Windblade. Windblade. Seeing their target wounded, the Luo couple immediately commanded their Howling Moon Wolf to unleash a barrage of wind blades, slicing through the penetration wound to widen it. At the same moment, Luo Fan surged forward again, man and spear becoming one as he transformed into a spinning bolt of lightning, drilling like an electric drill into the grub's wound. Roar. The fat worm's shell was as hard as iron and stone, but once Luo Fan broke through its carapace and burrowed inside, it instantly lost its advantage. The creature thrashed wildly in the cave, its crimson blood splattering everywhere. Lu's mother wanted to help, but found the violent impacts too dangerous to approach. She could only clutch the Thunder Ancient Bear's fur and retreat to the cave wall. Die. Deep within the creature's flesh and blood, Luo Fan wielded the Dragon Roar War spear as if it were an extension of his own arm. Lightning crackled around the spear shaft, almost fusing it with his limb. One thought dominated his mind. He absolutely could not let the fat worm harm Lu Tianzhong and his wife, nor allow the Thunder Ancient Bear to suffer even the slightest injury. One thrust, two thrusts, three thrusts. The spear tip tore through intestinal walls as electric light seared the flesh. The fat worm howled in agony, frantically ramming against the rock walls, trying to shake Luo Fan to death, but it underestimated the internal destruction. Moments later, its entire body convulsed before it collapsed heavily to the ground. Prepare for rescue. As the fat worm fell, Lu's mother immediately rushed forward. She saw Luo Fan moving beneath the creature's back, his spear tip periodically piercing through the skin, leaving puncture marks. As his strength waned, his movements became erratic and the wounds grew shallower. Fortunately, the spear strikes covered a wide area, allowing Lu Tianzhong to follow the trail and drag him out. Ugh ugh. Breathing his first gulp of fresh air, Luo Fan knelt and retched violently. His earlier desperate struggle had been due to suffocation. When he had gasped for air, he had unknowingly swallowed something. Now his stomach churned, yet he couldn't vomit up whatever foreign object was inside. Roar. The Thunder Ancient Bear charged over, pouncing on the fat worm's corpse to tear and devour it with great mouthfuls. Oh no, the fat worm is still alive. Amid the tearing sounds, the creature's remains twitched several more times, frightening Lu Tianzhong into retreating. Fortunately, severely wounded and unable to support itself, the fat worm collapsed again, only able to stare as the Thunder Ancient Bear burrowed into its wounds. Strange taste. Luo Fan clutched his throat and dry heaved, suddenly sensing something abnormal heat in his abdomen, an invisible force coursing through his body like a sharp blade tearing at his limbs and bones. He grabbed his spear and charged at the fat worm's corpse, unleashing thrust after thrust in a frenzy, using this to vent the surging energy. In fact, what he had swallowed was not flesh and blood, but a crimson bead. The bead quietly released its power, inch by inch tempering his flesh, blood, and bone marrow. Can't take it. I'm going to explode. Luo Fan roared, gripping his spear as he transformed into a bloody shadow and shot out of the cave entrance. Xiao Fan. Lu Tianzhong gave chase, but could only catch glimpses of residual lightning. By the time he reached outside the cave, Luo Fan had vanished without a trace. Where's Luo Fan? Lu Tianzhong turned back to question Lu Yuqing and the others. Was that bloody shadow just now Luo Fan? Only then did everyone realize what had happened, quickly raising their hands. Hearing Lu Tianzhong's inquiry, Lu Yuqing and the others belatedly understood and pointed in a direction. Don't wander off. Wait for us to come back. After confirming the direction Luo Fan had taken, Lu Tianzhong pushed off with his feet and shot into the dense forest like an arrow. But at this moment, the real protagonist was Luo Fan himself. I can't take it. I'm going to die. Luo Fan sprinted at full speed, veins bulging on his arms like earthworms. An uncontrollable violent force surged wildly within him, and if he didn't release it immediately, this power would tear him apart. On the verge of losing control, his perception was infinitely heightened. Every rustle of grass in the wind, every swaying leaf, even the heartbeat of prey 100 yards away could be heard clearly. Kill. With this enhanced perception, he quickly locked onto a wild Biasta 6th Tier War General level ice python. On any normal day, he would never provoke such a fierce creature. After all, warning signs were prominently displayed along the paths where ice pythons roamed, advising everyone to stay away. But now he could only seek out a sufficiently powerful punching bag to vent the explosive force growing within him, and the ice python became his only choice. Roar. From the depths of the cold pool, a deafening hiss exploded like rolling thunder. The ice python raised its massive triangular head high, its crimson serpent eyes locking onto the intruder as it lunged toward Luo Fan with bone-chilling coldness. Its territorial instincts were extremely strong. Anyone who dared step into its domain faced only death. Just a little snake? Come and fight. Luo Fan laughed wildly with exhilaration, the dragon's roar war spear spinning in his palm as his blood energy surged, dyeing his entire body a dark red. The spear tip erupted with spear light, striking the ice python's scales like a blood-colored lightning bolt. Bang! With the first strike, Luo Fan had only released 10% of his internal power, yet it felt incredibly satisfying. However, the ice python's massive tail swept across with a whoosh. Luo Fan's chest shook violently as he was sent flying like a streak of light, consecutively smashing through 7 or 8 trees thick enough to require several people to embrace. His organs shifted, bones shattered, and blood gushed forth. He struggled to his feet while clutching his chest. The blood pearl within him surged with tremendous vitality, and his wounds healed at a visible rate. The blood pearl, activated by battle, instead drove out even more violent power, like a vicious whip forcing him to continue fighting. Again, Luo Fan suddenly thrust his spear. This time he abandoned fancy spear techniques, channeling brute force into the dragon's roar war spear seeking only a killing blow. But facts proved he had underestimated the ice python's defense. As fast as Luo Fan charged, he was sent flying just as far. Time and again he was smashed into the mud, and time and again he crawled up covered in dirt, repeating the cycle endlessly without death or rest. As time passed, the ice python's thick scales were finally torn by the spear light, ice blue blood flowing across its serpentine body. Looking at this madman who refused to die no matter how much he was beaten, the ice python's serpent eyes showed undisguisable terror, the kind of despair that could drive prey insane. Exhilarating. Luo Fan's blood boiled throughout his body. The war spear became increasingly smooth in his hands, his muscles and bones crackling and popping as if he had finally found the perfect whetstone. Don't run away. Let's fight for another 100 rounds. I won't kill you. Sensing the ice python wanted to retreat to the cold pool, Luo Fan's feet exploded with thunder as he instantly appeared before the serpent's head, completely blocking its escape route. Roar! The ice python flew into a rage, its massive serpentine body coiling like mountain rope, attempting to crush Luo Fan. But Luo Fan's form was as agile as a loach, breaking free in an instant while thunder power flowed through his spear into the snake's body, forcibly paralyzing its muscles. The invading cold was neutralized by the violent blood energy within him. Ice and fire, two opposing forces intertwined within his body, yet neither could completely freeze him. After a fierce battle, the ice python finally felt fear. After sending Luo Fan flying dozens of yards once more, it plunged headfirst back into the cold pool, splashing towering icy waves, and refused to surface again. More accurately, it no longer dared to surface given Luo Fan's reckless fighting style that disregarded casualties. It might very well be ground to death. Hey, let's fight for another 100 rounds. Standing beside the frigid pool, Luo Fan gripped the dragon's roar-cold spear and roared at the water. After just a few brutal battles, his body had completely adapted to the violent power brought by the blood beads, with the 10,000 Beast Spirit contract formation continuously enhancing him, and the originally excruciating pain had vanished entirely. If he could fight a few more rounds, the fusion effect would surely be even better. Little worm, sure you won't come out? If you don't show yourself soon, I'll take away all the good stuff you're guarding. The ice python remained coiled at the bottom of the water, silent as stone. Luo Fan scanned his surroundings, his gaze falling on a pristine white ice lotus, which he plucked with his spear tip and gathered into his palm. To save its life, the ice python endured his provocations, preferring to abandon its resources rather than surface. Come out and fight another round. I'll even give you a head start. After picking 5 ice lotuses in succession, Luo Fan still refused to give up, but the frigid pool remained mirror calm. With no other choice, he could only turn back and leave to rejoin Lu Yuqing's group. You defeated the ice python? After searching along the way, Lu Tianzong finally found Luo Fan in the forest, looking at him as if he were viewing a priceless treasure. The warning stone tablets along the path clearly described how terrifying the ice python was. Yet since Luo Fan had managed to pick the ice lotuses, it meant he had subdued the ice python. Don't even mention it. Just when the fight was getting good, it decided to quit and stayed hiding in the water, refusing to come out. I was so frustrated I wanted to smash the whole pool. Luo Fan's tone was full of resentment, as if the other party was the one who had broken faith in an arena match. Ahem, you really beat the ice python into submission? Lu Tianzong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just how powerful would one need to be to make that fierce creature willingly cower? Uncle Lu, the ice lotus is for you. I need to seize this momentum and go beat up the Thunder Ancient Bear. Before he finished speaking, Luo Fan had already burst forth with true essence, transforming into a blur as he flew away. What? Watching Luo Fan's retreating figure, Lu Tianzong began to question reality. Is this guy even human? When he reunited with the others, he found everyone looking at Luo Fan with awe and instinctively keeping their distance. Upon closer inspection of everyone's cultivation levels, they had all advanced to the 7th stage of Battle Servant, while Luo Fan's aura was several times stronger than before. What on earth happened? Lu Tianzong approached his wife and, after persistent questioning, learned of Luo Fan's crazy actions along the way, causing him to gasp in shock and unconsciously distance himself from Luo Fan as well. The first thing Luo Fan did upon returning was to invade the Thunder Ancient Bear's territory. After a fierce battle between man and beast, Luo Fan ultimately used absolute force to beat the Ancient Bear into a husky, forcing it to obediently give back its essence, leaving it severely weakened. After reclaiming the Ancient Bear's soul, Luo Fan glanced at the contracted beasts of Lu Yuqing and the others, causing all the beasts to collapse in terror on the spot, similarly providing maximum feedback before slinking back to their master's soul seas in disgrace. Ahem. Xiao Fan, what do we do next? Lu Tianzong asked carefully with a forced smile. First find a supply point to catch our breath, then consolidate resources, and then leave this place. After speaking, Luo Fan turned and dove into the Bloodhead Wasp Cave, busying himself with making portable pouches. The crystallized royal jelly could be bagged directly, while the liquid form was stored in pouches sewn from thick grub hide. The grub flesh contained astonishing vital energy and was the Thunder Ancient Bear's favorite food. He carefully divided it all and stored everything in the 10,000 Beast Spirit Contract formation. The Bloodhead Wasp stingers couldn't be wasted either. Each one was worth 2,000 gold coins. Boss, we've struck it rich. These resources are worth at least 70 to 80 million. After a rough count, everyone was so excited they rubbed their hands together. For hours later, the group officially set out for the supply point. After sorting through the fat worm's corpse, Luo Fan collected several hundred pounds of flesh and blood, along with a pair of tusks from the creature's head. The royal jelly harvest was even more impressive. The solidified portion was directly placed into the 10,000 beast spirit binding array, while the remaining liquid was stored in makeshift pouches crafted from the fat worm's hide. A rough estimate suggested they had collected several tons. Beyond that, the group also gathered various rare minerals, spirit herbs, spirit fruits, and other miscellaneous resources, filling several large sacks. Without the hide from this 20-meter-long fat worm providing sufficient material, they never could have carried away such an extensive collection of spoils. Boss, you can't make me carry everything. How about sharing the load a bit? Lu Jingming complained with a dejected expression. Blessed with supernatural strength, he was naturally assigned as the pack mule, currently shouldering a beast-hide sack over 10 meters long and struggling to move forward. If not for the incredible durability of the fat worm's hide, ordinary cloth bags would have burst and spilled their contents everywhere. Lu Tianzong waved dismissively, his tone brooking no argument. Those who can do. When we convert all this into money, you'll thank me. He then added with serious emphasis. Once we return, we'll split everything equally and use it to advance to War General rank as quickly as possible. The team continued forward. Luo Fan walked at the front, his backpack containing only the pair of fat worm tusks and a small quantity of spirit fruits. Most ordinary beast tamers would be reluctant to consume spirit fruits, but for Luo Fan, these fruits served as both refreshment and sustenance-perfect trail rations. Xiao Fan, the closer we get to the supply point, the more careful we need to be, Lu Tianzong warned in a low voice. Some beast tamers make their living by murdering and robbing others. Seeing they still had some distance to the supply point, Lu Tianzong signaled for everyone to stop. I'll scout ahead first and confirm it's safe before bringing the team through. Murder and robbery? Don't the authorities intervene? Luo Fan frowned, clearly struggling to accept the idea of their own kind killing each other. Lu Tianzong turned back with a bitter smile to explain. Do you know how many beast tamers are born each year? Even in the worst years, it's 8 million. Managing such a massive population, imagine the manpower and resources required. Talented individuals receive focused cultivation, but ordinary beast tamers can only go with the flow. After graduation, whether they live or die depends entirely on their own fortune. How many die each year? Luo Fan pressed. No one keeps exact statistics, but it's certainly not few. Lu Tianzong said, removing his pack and preparing to depart. Luo Fan suddenly raised his hand to stop him. No need. They're already here. He surveyed their surroundings and called out clearly. Friends, since you've arrived, why not show yourselves instead of hiding? With his powerful perception, he had long since detected that they were completely surrounded. Ultimately, the spoils they carried were simply too conspicuous, practically announcing easy pickings here. Quite perceptive. Heavy footsteps approached from the distance as a burly man carrying a war blade emerged, radiating intense killing intent. Young brother, if I'm not mistaken, you're at least War General rank, 3rd tier? Good eye, elder brother. Luo Fan smiled, shaking his arm as the Dragon Roar War Spear materialized in his grip. then stepped forward to meet him. The burly man's gaze fell upon the massive beast-hide sack, his smile unwavering. Might you tell me what's inside that bag? Royal jelly. Luo Fan didn't hide anything and answered honestly. You're quite the joker, little brother. That beast hide is at least 15 meters long if it's all filled with royal jelly. We'd be talking about tons of the stuff. The burly man shouted in amazement, his eyes sweeping back and forth across the 15-meter-long grayish-black beast hide, clearly unable to believe its capacity. After examining the fat worm's hide again, his frown deepened, yet he still couldn't find any flaws. Captain, why waste words with him? Just cut it open and see for yourself. Before the words had finished, cold light sliced through the air. A sharp arrow tore through the atmosphere and struck the beast hide pouch with a thud. What? How is this possible? The archer gasped. That was a grade military longbow, fired with full force, yet it only created visible ripples without even breaking the surface of the hide. In their eyes, Luo Fan and his companion's combat strength suddenly became unfathomable. The next moment, the pouch shook violently from the arrow's residual force, causing Lu Jingming's backpack to fall open, and a gleam of intertwined dark green and ice blue light rolled out. Dark Jade Ice Lotus. Look, you've obtained Dark Jade Ice Lotus. 5-petaled ice lotuses floated quietly, emanating a cold, spiritual aura. Luo Fan nodded with a smile. Good eye, old brother. I just harvested these Dark Jade Ice Lotuses from an ice python 5 in total, and I took them all. Lu Yuqing and the others stood behind Luo Fan, lips pressed tight, their breathing light as silk threads. They could tell that all 7 opponents were general-level warriors. If a real fight broke out, their side would likely be completely slaughtered. Worse still, their contracted beasts had just battled the ice python and were severely weakened, unable to provide support. Little brother, what kind of wild beast is this hide from? Its defense is absolutely monstrous. The burly man's eyes blazed as he tried to see through the young man. Luo Fan's smile faded, his tone becoming flat. I don't know either. When I killed it, it looked like a worm impervious to blades and spears. I just call it Fatworm. Outwardly calm, his heart was taut as a bowstring. If group combat erupted, he and his companions had no chance of victory. The middle-aged captain narrowed his eyes. Brother seems quite young. May I ask which family you're from? Under normal circumstances, he would have already drawn his blade, but Luo Fan's composure made him hesitate to act rashly. Luo Fan planted his spear but on the ground, the corner of his mouth lifting. Old brother, this interrogation isn't very polite. If you want to know my background, wouldn't a battle make it clear? The Dragon Shadow War spear flashed with cold light. Luo Fan suddenly stepped forward, his spear transforming into cold lightning, each strike targeting the burly man's weak points. Caught off guard, his opponent retreated repeatedly. Luo Fan pressed his advantage relentlessly, determined not to give his opponent a chance to release his contracted beast. Just as he was about to deliver a killing blow to the throat, whoosh, another arrow shot through the air. Luo Fan blocked horizontally with his spear, sliding back several meters, his battle robes fluttering. Leave half your resources, and we'll call it friendship. The burly man signaled his subordinates to stop, making his offer. Luo Fan surveyed the group, electric current crackling along his spear tip. Old brother, what are your odds of keeping me here? And if I leave, what are your chances of stopping the forces behind me? He suddenly thrust forward, thunder surging along the spear shaft and striking a boulder ahead. Stone fragments flew as the entire boulder exploded into pieces. This was the killing technique he had comprehended during his fierce battle with the ice python. It had nearly pierced through even the python's thick scales. If anyone here took a direct hit, their fate would be grim. The archer swallowed hard. Lightning. Attribute. To control it so skillfully, he must have awakened years ago. Definitely not someone simple. Someone in the group urged in a low voice. Captain, why waste words with him? We've already been seen. Even if we spare them, will they spare us? The archer had a fiery temper and was ready to fight at the slightest provocation. In truth, he was afraid of Luo Fan, afraid of retaliation, and even more afraid of being completely eliminated. He knew very well that in an unknown fight, neither he nor his companions could match Luo Fan. But this wasn't a fair duel. As long as he could tie up Luo Fan and coordinate with his other brothers, they might have a chance to take down this menace. Spare me. He forced his voice to sound strong and sneered. Not to look down on you, but your archery skills couldn't even pierce animal hide, let alone break through my clothes. The bowstring trembled slightly as he added. Let me tell you another secret theory, not my teammates, just hired laborers. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan's eyes sharpened as he stared at the burly man for a moment. Then a cold smile curved his lips. Lao San, handle the goods however you want, and bring the brothers over to assemble. We're going to fight. With that, he pulled out his beast tamer badge and issued commands through voice communication. The burly man's heart lurched as he spun around and roared. Run. They resorted to murder and robbery precisely because their abilities were limited. They didn't dare venture into dangerous zones, yet they looked down on ordinary resources, so they could only scavenge near supply points. Earlier, The two had played good cop, bad cop to test Luo Fan. But seeing his murderous intent, how could they dare to continue fighting? The group immediately fled. Where do you think you're going? Luo Fan raised his spear and pointed, leading his people in pursuit. Shen Fan and the others were momentarily stunned, but seeing Luo Fan's gestures, they snapped to attention and urged their contracted beasts forward, charging ahead. There were quite a few beast tamers who murdered and robbed in this area. Scaring off one group didn't mean they could scare off everyone. They had to rush into the supply point before any complications arose. Luo Fan's guess was correct. 7 or 8 other groups were still lurking in the shadows, watching like predators. But when these observers saw the burly man and his crew fleeing like beaten dogs, their hearts immediately turned cold. If even that group with decent strength was forced into such a state, they would surely meet the same fate if they harbored any ill intentions. Half a month ago, the Falcon Squad had tried to rob a group of youths around 20 years old, all with carnivorous contracted beasts. In just over 10 breaths, the Falcon Squad, and even the bystanders, were completely wiped out. This scene remained vivid in their memories, and young prodigies had since become their nightmare. Now seeing the burly man fleeing in panic, they instinctively thought they had encountered another real deal, and scattered like birds and beasts. This created an awkward situation. Those fleeing thought Luo Fan was hunting them down and were terrified. Luo Fan's group worried about being surrounded and cut off, so they chased even more fiercely toward where more people were gathered. Both sides pursued and fled in this inexplicable scene, yet both were readied and didn't dare stop. This has nothing to do with us. We're just passing through. Don't kill us. We really haven't done anything wrong. We just happened to meet today. Please spare our lives. The wooden fence of the supply point ahead came into everyone's view. We've reached the supply point. Finally at the supply point. I'll never murder and steal treasure again. Safe at last. Finally safe. That scared me to death. The beast tamers collapsed to the ground, their chests heaving violently. Lu Jingming and the others followed suit, sitting down hard with cramping legs and dry heaving. You're not from the Fanning family. The burly leader caught his breath and scanned Luo Fan's group, finally sensing something was off. No, we're not. What's wrong? Lu Yuqing looked around in confusion, completely bewildered by what had happened. Son of a bitch. If you're not from the Fanning family, why the hell were you chasing us? The man's anger flared even more upon hearing this, his killing intent exploding through the air as all the beast tamers' spirit beasts grew restless. Lu Tianzhong gasped in terror, his hair standing on end at being surrounded by dozens of general-level spirit beasts. He quickly reminded them, "Gentlemen, this is a supply station. You can't cause trouble here." Hearing this, they had no choice but to suppress their rage. The burly man snorted coldly. "We'll remember this grudge and settle the score with you later." He left with his men, cursing under his breath, while the other beast tamers also departed, muttering curses with dark expressions. "Ignore them. Let's sell our resources first. Cultivation is what matters." Luo Fan picked up the bulging hide bag and dragged the crystalline royal jelly sack, over 10 meters long, toward the sales counter. Private fighting was strictly forbidden at supply stations, so despite their fury, those beast tamers could only glare as he walked away. "What's in the hide bag?" The clerk looked up and was immediately stunned. Had never seen such an outrageous quantity of goods. "Royal jelly," Luo Fan replied with a smile. "Royal jelly? Did you rob an entire hive?" The clerk nearly jumped from his stool. "This bag contained at least tons of the stuff. To be precise, we wiped out an entire hive." Luo Fan opened the bag and scooped out a handful of pale golden liquid for inspection. The clerk's expression changed repeatedly as he scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm sorry, please wait a moment. The quantity is too large and exceeds my authority. I need to get my supervisor." He roughly estimated the royal jelly was worth at least 50 to 60 million. "I'm also a professional consultant with the Beast Tamer Alliance." Luo Fan showed his consultant badge, hoping to speed up the process. "Yes, please wait." Seeing the badge, the clerk became even more respectful and immediately ran off. Soon, a sharp-eyed elderly man hurried over, his wrinkled eyes full of smiles. "Each generation produces its talents, young man. You actually dared to destroy a hive. Impressive." He immediately inspected the royal jelly, and after confirming its quality, his smile grew even brighter. Luo Fan remained modest. "Just luck, pure luck." He waited quietly for the assessment. The old man shook the hide bag. "Solidified royal jelly goes for 50,000 per pound. Unsolidified for 20,000. I just did a rough calculation. The total is about 3,890 pounds. I'll give you 80 million. How does that sound?" This was exactly the figure Luo Fan desperately needed. Though he knew he could earn an extra 10 million by selling elsewhere, transportation would be troublesome. He nodded readily. "No problem. I trust the Beast Tamer Alliance's integrity." "Excellent." The old man immediately transferred the funds, then picked up the hide bag and produced a jade green pearl, using it to store all the royal jelly. A spatial treasure. Luo Fan didn't need to guess what it was. The pearl in the old man's hand was unmistakably a spatial treasure. The pearl was crystal clear with faint purple patterns flowing in its depths. It was the legendary spatial pearl of the void-piercing poison spider, capable of storing inanimate objects. Lu Tianzong leaned closer and whispered to Luo Fan. Even the lowest grade costs over 100 million. 100 million. Luo Fan had once fantasized about buying one, but now realized how unrealistic that idea had been. Cultivate well. With your talent, you'll need a spatial pearl sooner or later. The old man smiled encouragingly. Give me your payment code, and I'll transfer the money immediately. However, Luo Fan didn't immediately pull out his code. Instead, he stared at the beast hide containing the royal jelly. Senior, could you also give me that beast hide? It's very important to me. The old man, eager to make payment, was momentarily stunned by this request. A flash of realization struck Luo Fan that beast hide came from the fat worm they had nearly died killing. The creature's hide was indestructible yet light as a feather. If made into battle armor, it would surely be top grade. The Beast Tamer Alliance was most skilled at crafting materials into finished products, and the old man had obviously noticed its value too. He didn't expect you to have such a good eye. The old man chuckled dryly, his attempt to get a bargain exposed. Luo Fan cupped his fists. Senior, could you enlighten me? We nearly lost our entire team hunting that fat worm. What exactly was it? The old man held up the beast hide, his tone becoming serious. This wasn't just any worm, but a bee emperor larva. Once it molted, its strength would have shot straight to lord level. You were lucky and timed your attack perfectly. If you had let it devour the devouring flowers, it would have broken through in half an hour, and with your current strength, you would have been nothing more than a meal. He squinted at Luo Fan. I'm guessing that bee larva came from the hive near devouring ravine, right? Luo Fan's heart skipped a beat. How did you know? When he first went to devouring ravine to collect devouring flowers, he had found the bloodhead wasp's behavior strange. Now he understood they were preparing food for the bee emperor larva. Fortunately, he had picked the devouring flowers completely clean. Otherwise, this trip would have been fatal. Seeing Luo Fan's expression change, the old man sighed softly. You're a professional consultant for the Beast Tamer Alliance, so you're one of us. Let me tell you a secret. That hive has long been targeted by the Fanning family. They've been waiting for the larva to emerge, and now that you've intercepted it, they definitely won't let this slide. He handed back the beast hide. Bee Emperor larva hide is excellent material for crafting battle armor. Give it to me, and I'll forge a set of Bee Emperor battle armor for each of you. I'll personally deliver the finished products when they're ready. At the mention of the Fanning family, Lu Tianzong's face turned pale, and he answered before Luo Fan could speak. Senior, we agree. Thank you for your help. He was clearly desperate. The old man nodded. Give me the resources in your backpack too. I'll help you convert them to cash or purchase whatever items you need. Thank you, Senior. Lu Tianzong immediately opened his backpack and, besides the royal jelly, pulled out all the ores, spirit medicines, and spirit fruits. From his manner, he looked like he was fleeing for his life. The black jade ice lotus. I never expected you to obtain even this treasure. The elder stroked his beard, his gaze sweeping over the items in everyone's hands as he casually quoted prices. Royal jelly, 80 million. Black jade ice lotus, 50 million. Miscellaneous items totaling 10 million, a grand total of 140 million. After a brief pause, he glanced at the group again. Your contracted beast's auras are weakened. I'll give each of you a bottle of Beast Transcendence Elixir at 5 million per bottle, 8 bottles for 40 million. Plus 3 bottles of Spirit Enhancement Elixir per person at 1 million each, 24 bottles for 24 million. I'll credit you an additional 50 million. Before his words had fully settled, he flicked his wrist, and a pile of jade bottles tumbled from his spatial pearl. With a sharp chime, everyone's communicators simultaneously displayed. Account debited 64 million. Thank you, Senior. We shall forever remember your kindness. The group quickly clasped their fists in gratitude. Seeing Luo Fan still in a daze, Lu Tianzong immediately released his howling moon wolf, uncorked a bottle, and poured the entire Beast Transcendence Elixir down the wolf's throat. He then tilted his head back and drank a bottle of Spirit Enhancement Elixir himself, carefully tucking the remaining 2 bottles into his backpack like precious treasures. The elder surveyed the remaining group. Who should receive the remaining funds? Lu Tianzong stepped forward quickly. Transfer it to me first, I'll distribute it. He turned back to urge his companions. What are you standing around for? Have your contracted beasts consume the Beast Transcendence Elixir immediately. Within a quarter hour, their injuries will be fully healed, and there's an 80% chance they'll break through directly. After the transfer was completed, Luo Fan and the others finally sprang into action, feeding their contracted beasts and consuming the elixirs as their auras rapidly surged. Where should the Bee Emperor battle armor be delivered? This time the elder's gaze fell on Luo Fan. Luo Fan's heart tightened as he replied with an apologetic smile. Senior, how could we dare trouble you to deliver it personally? If you could simply leave it somewhere in Jingwu City, I'll retrieve it myself. Knowing nothing about the Fanning family's background, alarm bells rang in his mind, and he dared not reveal any of their locations. The elder nodded with an enigmatic smile. Interesting young man. In 1 month, go to the northern district of Jingwu City and find Guhui. He'll hand over the armor to you. Guhui. I'll remember that name. Luo Fan committed it to memory. Lu Tianzong suddenly looked up. Senior, might your establishment sell battle weapons? We need 7th-grade battle weapons. Help yourselves in the front hall. As long as you can pay, we have everything, not just grade, but a grade as well. The elder gestured with his hand, then turned and departed without another word. Thank you, senior. Lu Tianzong clasped his fists before pulling Luo Fan toward the front hall. Watching their retreating figures, the elder sighed softly. Young man, you must survive, or my armor will have no one to wear it. Yet thinking of the Fanning family's influence, he dared not interfere further. In the corridor, Luo Fan caught up to Lu Tianzong and asked in a low voice, Uncle Lu, just how terrifying is the Fanning family? Why are you in such a rush? Lu Tianzong didn't slow his pace. His breathing labored. No time to explain. Even this supply station can't stop them. We must leave immediately. He lowered his voice, emphasizing once more. The Fanning family is a top-tier clan, domineering and protective of their own. Whatever they set their sights on, they consider their property. If someone takes it from them, they'll pursue it to the death. The bee emperor larva was something the Fanning family had claimed, and now that we've intercepted it, they won't let us go. Pulling Luo Fan along, Lu Tianzong broke into an anxious trot. Cold sweat beaded on Lu Tianzong's forehead, his eyes filled with despair. Luo Fan's heart sank. The power of the Fanning family far exceeded their imagination. Intercepting the queen bee's larva had indeed brought catastrophic trouble. I was the one who killed the queen bee's larva. If they want someone to blame, let them come for me. At worst, I'll fight to the death. Murderous intent surged in his heart as he spoke. Uncle Lu, transfer 10 million to me. I need to upgrade my battle weapon. Recalling the process of hunting the queen bee's larva, Luo Fan was certain he had done nothing wrong. For him, as long as he had sufficient wealth, he was invincible. Even the Fanning family could be slaughtered without hesitation. Congratulations, host. 10 million yuan has been deposited. The system detects that the host still has enormous potential for improvement. Please complete the recharge. Recharge. Without hesitation, Luo Fan transferred all the funds into the system. His previous purchase of the Luo family spear techniques had depleted his wealth, and now with fresh funds arriving, he naturally seized every moment. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10 million wealth points. The system has formulated cultivation plans based on your situation. Please review. Option 1. Spend 5 million to upgrade the Dragon Roar War Spear. After upgrading, it can ignore the defenses of 7th-tier war general beasts and increase the host's compatibility with the spear by 10. Option 2. Spend 5 million to purchase 1 bottle of Beast Transcendence Elixir to repair the Thunder Ancient Bear's foundation. After refinement, it can break through to the 4th tier of war general. Option 3. Spend 3 million to purchase the first move of the Luo family spear techniques. Then spend 1 million to buy battle technique cultivation experience, bringing the technique to minor mastery. Option 4. Spend 3 million to purchase Thunder Tribulation Pearls to enhance Thunder Tribulation attributes. Beast Transcendence Elixir. It actually exists. Only after receiving confirmation from the 10,000 Beasts intelligence system did Luo Fan believe that the old man hadn't deceived him. He immediately summoned the Thunder Ancient Bear. Roar. As the bear's shadow hit the ground, the Thunder Ancient Bear instinctively let out a pitiful wail in Luo Fan's hands. It had never encountered anything good. The first time it nearly died, the second, third, and fourth times it was severely beaten, and just hours ago it was beaten until it questioned its bare existence, forced to choose extreme feedback. Now summoned again, it was almost ready to shed bare tears. What are you afraid of? I'm your contract master. Luo Fan patted its head, pried open its mouth, and poured all the Emerald Beast Transcendence Elixir down its throat. This stuff will stabilize your foundation. Drink up. He then returned it to his soul sea. As the elixir entered its mouth, the Thunder Ancient Bear's eyes immediately brightened, its bare face full of gratitude. The heart is a strange thing after being beaten for so long. Receiving even a small benefit brings overwhelming gratitude. The Thunder Ancient Bear was the same. Having grown accustomed to Luo Fan's beatings, this act of kindness nearly moved it to tears of joy. How long will upgrading the Dragon Roar War Spear take? After dealing with the Thunder Ancient Bear, Luo Fan communicated with the system again. The host's wealth is limited, and available materials are insufficient. The upgrade plan is relatively simply quarter hour will suffice. Begin immediately. Luo Fan asked about the timing because he worried about sudden combat erupting. Without the Dragon Roar War Spear, his battle power would be severely compromised. The Dragon Roar Spear is upgrading. Please wait. A gentle system notification appeared. The upgrade requires a full quarter hour. During this time, the Dragon Roar Spear cannot be unsheathed, and the host is forbidden from using soul power. Please ensure your safety. As the words 5 million wealth points deducted flashed by, The Dragon Roar Spear officially began its transformation, instantly rendering Luo Fan completely powerless, unable to use any martial abilities. Xiao Fan, we're in trouble. Just as Luo Fan was about to select combat techniques, before he could even take a step, Lu Tianzong grabbed him. I ran into people from the Fanning family outside, 9 war generals in total, the weakest being 5th tier war general level. We need to run. 9 war generals. Luo Fan's heart sank as he immediately grasped the terrifying power of the Fanning family. His expression darkened, and without hesitation, he followed Lu Tianzong in their urgent retreat. Don't panic. They just arrived and don't know we've raided the hive yet. Let's get out of here while we can. Lu Tianzong lowered his voice, pulling Luo Fan along while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Did you finish your shopping? Had Luo Fan known the Fanning family would arrive so quickly, he never would have chosen this moment to upgrade the Dragon Roar Spear. Now, unable to use his soul power, his situation couldn't be more awkward. Worse still, he had to guard against those murderous bandits who had threatened them before. Having been bluffed once, they could return for revenge at any moment. Add to that the mysterious old man, and if he revealed the hive incident, the danger would multiply. All done, Lu Tianzong replied. Lu Yuqing and the others have already departed. I came to get you. He accelerated again, desperate to avoid trouble. Luo Fan wanted to refuse traveling together, but with the team scattered, he had no choice but to follow. Fortunately, even without soul power, his physical body remained formidable, and his speed didn't suffer when he unleashed his stamina. Just as they caught up with Lu Yuqing and the others, Luo Fan saw them blocked on the mountain path by a group of beast tamers. The burly leader sneered. Well, you really fooled us. A bunch of weaklings actually scared us into running. You've got some nerve. Another beast tamer called out mockingly. What a bunch of idiots. After selling your goods, instead of hiding, you actually want to enter the wilderness forest again? Isn't this just handing us money? Lu Yuqing and the others fell silent as cicadas, while the beast tamers wore excited expressions. Captain, that woman's not bad. The archer among the beast tamers stared at Lu Yuqing's mother with pure greed in his eyes. Give her to me, and I'll take a smaller share. The encirclement tightened, and the air grew thick with tension. Bowstrings trembled lightly, killing intent filling the air. Before we divide the spoils, let's see what cards you're holding. The burly man licked his lips. You're courting death. Lu Tianzong roared, raising his hand to release the howling moon wolf. The silver-gray giant wolf landed, its eyes flashing with cold light as 2 sharp wind blades gathered above its head, ready to strike at any moment. Luo Fan pressed down on Lu Tianzong's hand and stepped forward. Gentlemen, we're all just trying to make a living out here. There's no need for total annihilation. We just sold our hive harvest and earned 26,520,000 gold yuan. As long as you let us leave, we'll hand over all the money. 26,520,000. The burly man's eyes suddenly blazed as he looked toward his companions. Our brother makes a good point. We're all just trying to survive. How about this? Give us 25 million. Keep the rest for yourselves, and we'll let you pass. Hearing that Luo Fan possessed over 20 million, the burly man was initially stunned, then reached out to restrain the archer, his face breaking into a broad smile. Bro, isn't 25 million a bit much? We've got quite a few people here, at least leave 1 million for each of us, right? At the edge of the wilderness, Luo Fan raised his hand defensively, looking at the burly man across from him with a bitter expression. To buy time, he was only willing to offer 17 million, while secretly calculating the final moments needed for his Dragon Roar Spear's upgrade. Kid, getting cocky now, are we? Leaving you 1 million is pure mercy. Once we kill you all, you won't get a single cent. The burly man's voice was rough and grating as he played the bad cop, while the beast tamer beside him darkened his face and knocked an arrow, his temper instantly flaring. Iron Monkey, don't be rash, stand down. The burly man put on a boss act to scold the beast tamer, then switched to a calculating smile. Little brother, we all have our crews to feed. I'll compromise. I'll leave you 3,520,000, and I'll take the remaining 23 million. Then we'll let you go. Before he could finish speaking, a cold female voice suddenly came from behind. We've only been gone a few days, and already more murderous scum has crawled out. Attack together, kill them all, leave none alive. Luo Fan spun around to see a breathtakingly beautiful woman in ornate robes with special patterns embroidered on her sleeves, her eyes naturally commanding. The moment he turned to look, her figure became a blur as she shot past him, charging straight at the burly man's group. Oh no, it's someone from the Fanning family, run. The burly man's terrified shout was cut short. Splash. A sword pierced through his chest, blood spattering. Don't kill me. I'm just trying to make a living. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I have elderly parents and young children, please. Splash. The woman's swordwork was swift and decisive, her teammates coordinating perfectly. Their great armor, boots, weapons, and helmets gleamed coldly in the sunlight. They had clearly received systematic training, each one mastering combat techniques. In just a dozen breaths, The burly man's group didn't even have time to resist before becoming cold corpses scattered across the wasteland. After finishing, the woman dusted off her sleeves and spoke indifferently. All right, keep moving. The bee queen's pupae might emerge, don't waste time. She then led her team away, as if she had merely stepped on a group of ants. So this is what people from the great families are like. Only after the group disappeared into the tree shadows did Luo Fan come to his senses, his worldview completely shattered, a trace of terror rising in his heart. Though he had heard of the Fanning family's name, he had never truly understood the gap. They had easily crushed the burly man's group without even releasing their contracted beasts. How terrifying would they be if they summoned them? Congratulations, host. Dragon Roar Spear upgrade successful. It has officially become an A-grade weapon, capable of breaking through 6th tier war general level beast defenses. In his mental sea, the system notification thundered. The 10,000 beast spirit binding formation activated accordingly, powerful soul force flowing through his limbs, bringing an absolute sense of security. Let's go. The Dragon Roar Spear felt different in his hands. Its snow-white surface now bore intricate lightning patterns, with thunderous power flowing within. Luo Fan's confidence surged as he charged into the wilderness first. Lightly striking a boulder, the spear tip easily pierced through, its toughness and destructive power visibly enhanced. Boss, can we really escape with our lives from the Fanning family? Lu Yuqing and the others had been silent the whole way, that scene having severely shaken them. Everyone, are you already discouraged? The Fanning family may be strong, but we're not weak either. Born as commoners, only got our contracted beasts 2 months ago, and now we're already at 7th tier, war servant level. Is that worth being proud of? You have weapons in your hands. Your contracted beasts have drunk the beast transformation elixir, and with 3 more bottles of soul enhancement liquid, breaking through to war general is just a matter of time. Luo Fan spun his spear in a flourish, lightning arcs dancing along the weapon's patterns, his fighting spirit blazing. Boss is right. With these resources, what's breaking through to war general? Shin Fan and the others also drew their weapons, their morale reignited. First, we travel at full speed to create distance. Then we'll train combat techniques together and find wild beasts for real combat practice. Lu Tianzhong had already purchased combat techniques for everyone, they just needed time to master them. Luo Fan set the pace, and everyone followed orders. Drink a bottle of soul enhancement liquid before we run. Absorbing it while fleeing will bring greater benefits. The contracted beasts had already transformed. Now it was the humans' turn. Luo Fan tilted his head back and downed a bottle of soul enhancement liquid, hot currents surging through his body as he ran wildly. The others followed closely, the medicine's power quickly penetrating their muscles and bones through their rushing blood. Meanwhile, the Fanning family's people had already reached the Bloodhead Wasp territory, organized their equipment, and entered, heading straight for the wasp nest. Something's not right here. It's too quiet. We've been in the Bloodhead Wasp territory for quite a while now, and we haven't seen a single one. This is way too strange. The grayish-brown rock walls stretched endlessly, withered grass rustling in the wind. The stunning woman suddenly stopped, her gaze sweeping the surroundings like a blade. The silence was so profound that only their rapid breathing could be heard, and her heart sank without warning. Could someone have beaten us to it? A young man asked, voicing everyone's worst fear as he surveyed the wasteland. Pick up the pace, the woman commanded immediately. Her silver spear hummed softly as everyone fell silent and rushed toward the wasp nest. In less than 15 minutes, they reached the hive entrance. Outside the dark red nest, numerous bloodhead wasps still circled, their buzzing sounds offering some relief to the group. Attack! The woman raised her spear tip and charged into the swarm. Ice blue elemental energy erupted, instantly coating the spear with frost. With just a gentle touch of the spear tip, the first bloodhead wasp froze solid with a crackling sound, then shattered into countless ice fragments. The other warriors followed closely behind, throwing the swarm into complete chaos. After a brief cleanup, they stormed deep into the nest. The rock walls were cold and damp, with a sickly sweet smell floating in the air, but only broken flesh and blood remained of the precious queen bee larvae at the core. The woman's gaze turned ice gold as her furious shout echoed through the cave. Damn it! Someone beat us to it. Boss, the queen bee larvae has been killed. Judging by the temperature and decay of this flesh and blood, it's been at most half a day, 6 or 7 hours, reported a clan member from the Fanning family, who knelt down to examine the remains. To the Shadowbite ravine. The woman shattered a nearby boulder with her spear and led the team away at breakneck speed. The valley was shrouded in black mist, but the Shadowbite Flower King was nowhere to be found either. Moments later, the woman returned from the ravine, her killing intent almost tangible as her silver spear trembled with rage. What audacity! How dare they steal from the Fanning family? Are they tired of living? Everyone listen up. Search the entire battlefield for any clues. She suppressed her fury and analyzed calmly. The real treasure of the hive was several thousand pounds of royal jelly, which could only be transported using a spatial pearl. Anyone capable of using a spatial pearl was undoubtedly from a major power, most likely another prominent family. Boss, we found a new lead. A clan member pointed to bloodstains outside the cave entrance. Someone skinned the queen bee larvae and used it as a bag to carry away all the royal jelly. The drag marks are very clear, we can follow them. The team immediately left the cave and followed the deep drag marks. Initially, everyone proceeded cautiously to avoid missing anything, but when the trail led straight to the supply point, they suddenly accelerated and raced back. As they approached the supply point, the woman abruptly stopped, her icy gaze locking onto the dense wild grass on both sides as she thundered. Everyone listen up, come out now, or die. 7 or 8 beast tamers immediately scrambled out of the grass, their clothes tattered and bloodstained, faces pale as sheets. Young masters and misses, we're just passing through, have absolutely no intention of killing or robbing anyone. Miss, please, this really has nothing to do with us. We're truly just passing by. Miss, young master, please spare us. I have elderly parents and young children to care for. Faced with the woman's overwhelming killing intent, these people were nearly in tears, silently cursing themselves for not checking their horoscopes before leaving home today. Silence. Anyone who says another word dies, the woman coldly shouted, pointing her spear at the ground as cold air spread around them. Think carefully before you answer. 3 or 4 hours ago, did anyone pass through here dragging a beast hide over 10 meters long? The woman had stopped because these people were the best possible witnesses. If even they hadn't seen anything, there would be no point in continuing the search. About 4 hours ago, a team dragged massive beast hide sacks stretching over 30 feet long, returning to the supply point loaded with resources. The scene remained vivid in everyone's memory of beast hide sacks carved deep grooves in the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The moment they appeared, Tai Ho and his gang sharpened their blades, ready to rob and kill on the spot. But after just a few probing words, Tai Ho's group fled in panic as if ghosts had seized them by the throat. That small group scared them off. 3 war general level beast tamers plus 5 war servant level ones. That's all. Someone recalled the scene with contempt dripping from their voice. Idiots, they deserve to be wiped out. I've said too much, damn it. After the brief mockery, silence fell instantly. All the murderous beast tamers remembered that Tai Ho's group had been slaughtered by the very people standing before them, and they fell silent as cicadas in winter. Fan Jinghan surveyed the crowd, her voice cold as ice. Tell me honestly, after selling the royal jelly, did that group return to the desolate forest? Where did they go? I'm Fan Jinghan of the Fanning family. I swear on my family's honor, anyone who provides useful information will be richly rewarded. At the mention of Luo Fan's group, she snorted coldly, bloodthirsty light flashing in her eyes. A middle-aged man hesitated briefly before stepping forward. Miss Fan, I'm Shou Min. That day when Tai Ho's gang was giving them trouble, you intervened to help them. I personally witnessed you eliminate Tai Ho's group afterward. It was hiding nearby, not daring to make a sound. It was them. Fan Jinghan laughed softly, recalling those few people she had barely noticed that day, who turned out to be the very culprits who stole her prey. Her smile faded as she pressed further. Where are they now? Shou Min quickly replied. If I'm not mistaken, they're heading toward Xinyo City. But they didn't take the main road, they circled into the desolate forest, probably afraid of running into you. I know that terrain well, and would be willing to guide you. His eyes flashed with ambition. If he could catch the Fanning family's attention, he might break through his bottleneck and reach Lord level. What are you to offer guidance? Before the words finished, a cold gleam flashed. Wei Yi sheathed his long blade while Shou Min's head flew 10 yards away, blood spurting like a fountain. His lifeless face still wore a fawning smile. Wei Yi, are you out of your mind? Couldn't you see I was gathering information? Fan Jinghan backhanded him with a slap that sent Wei Yi flying, landing hard and coughing up blood. Wei Yi prostrated himself with clasped fists, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, big sister. The disparity in their status, she was a fan. He was away, left him without a trace of resentment to voice. The surrounding beast tamers, accustomed to murder and robbery, felt their scalps tingle at this display. Wei Yi treated human life like grass, acting purely on whim, and now with formidable strength and noble birth backing him, who would dare resist? Fan Jinghan's gaze swept over the survivors, her tone indifferent yet laden with killing intent. Does anyone else have information? After shooting Wei Yi a glare, Fan Jinghan turned her attention back to the murderous beast tamers and coldly demanded to know the whereabouts of Luo Fan and his group. The dozen or so beast tamers exchanged glances before collectively lowering their heads, none daring to meet her piercing gaze. Seeing this, Fan Jinghan raised her hand, her voice ice cold. Since you don't know, then you can all die. You damn bitch, I'll fight you to the death, one beast tamer roared. The others were also driven to desperation. We're all war general level. What's there to fear? Let's attack together and kill them. Crude laughter erupted from all sides. Ha! I've been roaming the wilderness forest for decades and never encountered a noble family's young lady. Today I'll get a taste. Wei let out a cold snort and shot forward like a phantom. Golden blade light flashed, and with a wet Thuda head flew high into the air as blood sprayed several feet high. The beast tamers immediately released their contracted beasts. Wolves, bears, and lizards roared in unison, forming a special formation that surrounded Wei Yi and his companions in a circle. Like ants trying to shake a tree, Wei Yi's voice was low as his war blade rose again, cold light flashing repeatedly, though he was still held back by the numerous contracted beasts. Killing intent blazed in Fan Jing'an's eyes. All of you stand down. I'll handle this myself. Her spear shot out like lightning as she simultaneously summoned her contracted beast, the heavenly Brahma ice silkworm. The moment the milky white giant silkworm touched the ground, frigid air suddenly spread outward. The ground instantly froze over with thick ice, and ice spikes thunderously burst forth. Most of the beast tamers didn't even have time to scream before being pierced through, with 17 or 18 people instantly turned into ice sculptures on the spot. Fan Jinghan thrust her spear rapidly, the spear shadows falling like a snowstorm. Each time the spear tip penetrated a body, a beast tamer would instantly freeze and shatter into powder that scattered across the icy surface. Quick, run for your lives. The few survivors fled in terror, turning to run desperately. Think you can escape? Fan Jinghan stepped into the air, raised her spear with a sweep, and 100 ice spears formed in midair. They shot through the air with explosive sounds, pinning all the fleeing men dead to the ground. As the cold mist dispersed and she landed, her form swayed slightly, clearly having expended considerable energy. Big sister, take a rest. Leave the rest to me. Wei Yi whistled, and his dark-winged beast spread its wings and swooped down, breathing flames. Wei Yi raised his blade while the dark-winged beast provided cover as they hunted down the stragglers, cleaning up completely in no time. Fan Jinghan withdrew her war spear, her voice indifferent. Go retrieve our prey. They dare oppose the Fan Yi noble familiars, see how many lives they have. Xiangmei, take Lu Zhen and Wan Mu'er along the main road. If you find the targets, leave only one breathing. Wei Yi, take Wu Ji and Chu Yuanzhong along that small path. Also leave one breathing. The rest follow me on the middle route. There were only 3 roads to Xianu City, and by splitting into 3 groups, Luo Fan would have virtually nowhere to escape. At this moment, Luo Fan and his group had no idea they'd been exposed. After running for 2 hours, they stopped before a towering waterfall. Little Fan, the water here is fierce. It's a perfect place for practicing battle techniques, Mother Lu said while wiping sweat, still habitually treating Luo Fan as the center of their group. Let's rest here for a bit and practice our battle techniques, shall we? Luo Fan surveyed their surroundings. The waterfall thundered like drums with mist filling the air. It suited his purposes perfectly. In that case, let's train. I'd also like to take this opportunity to achieve minor mastery of my battle techniques. His gaze burned with intensity as he thought to himself, wondered if, after mastering his battle techniques, he could stand against the people of the Fan Yi noble family. The Luo family spear technique consists of 9 combat skills. Purchasing the first combat skill of the Luo family spear technique requires 3 million wealth points. Do you wish to purchase? The system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. Combat skill purchase successful. Given the host's solid foundation, you may directly purchase combat skill cultivation experience. System infusion will last 5 minutes. Upon completion, the combat skill can be cultivated to minor mastery within a quarter hour. Please ensure your safety, host. Luo Fan immediately confirmed, spending another million wealth points. As the light screen faded, he sat cross-legged with his spear resting across his knees. The infusion began, and thunderous energy surged through his meridians, instantly heightening his perception to its peak. In his mind, the complete cultivation process of the Luo family spear technique played like a movie, frame by frame. A phantom figure wielding a spear, demonstrating horse stance, wrist turns, thrusts, and sweeping strikes. Every detail was crystal clear. As the scenes progressed, Luo Fan felt as if he had merged with the phantom, perfectly synchronized with its breathing, heartbeat, and every strike's force. You get what you pay for. This million was well spent, he thought to himself. After 5 minutes, the infusion ended. Luo Fan's eyes snapped open, lightning flickering in their depths as he raised his spear and charged toward the 100-jong waterfall. The waterfall roared with mist swirling around it, but he didn't immediately use his new combat skill. Instead, he first practiced the pure fundamentals of the Luo family spear technique. Since combat skills derived from basic spear work, the stronger the foundation, the greater the skill's power. His spear tip pierced through the water curtain as thunder attribute energy coiled around the weapon, causing the rushing water to explode into tiny electric sparks. Get away from the waterfall. Author's electricity. What exactly is the boss cultivating? Nearby, Lu Yuqing and the others were also training in the water. Luo Fan's thunder power spread through the conductive waterfall, forcing them into an unwanted extra training session. Their bodies trembled from the electric shock, and their hair, which should have been flattened by the water, now stood on end like lightning-struck hedgehogs. Had they not retreated quickly enough, they might have fainted on the spot. As the group stumbled ashore, their complaints died in their throats. Luo Fan had begun his combat skill cultivation. Standing directly before the waterfall, he swept his spear horizontally, thunder force wrapping around the water waves, actually forcing the waterfall to roll backward by half a zhang. Such explosive power would be difficult for even a 6th-stage war general to withstand, let alone war servants. Smooth and seamless. This is exactly the feeling I wanted. Luo Fan withdrew his spear and leaped back as the water curtain crashed down behind him. Gripping his spear and looking down, his eyes sparkled with undisguised joy. You learned the combat skill that quickly? Lu Tianzhong stared at Luo Fan in shock. His expression bitter, hadn't even grasped the basics while Luo Fan had already achieved minor mastery. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. Luo Fan nodded slightly. Uncle Lu, don't be impatient. Combat skill cultivation isn't as simple as it seems. I began laying the foundation before entering the wilderness. You're all still at war servant level. What's more important is harmonizing with your war beasts and perfecting your blade, sword, and staff techniques to their limits. When you do cultivate combat skills later, it will be twice as effective with half the effort. His gaze swept over everyone as he added. Also, find ways to awaken your attributes. Only beast tamers who have awakened their attributes can unleash combat skills' full potential. After achieving minor mastery in the combat skill, Luo Fan gained new understanding of its essence. Common knowledge held that combat skill cultivation required war general level not because war servants couldn't learn them, but because war servant level contracted beasts rarely awakened attributes. Without attribute enhancement, combat skills couldn't reach their full potential. The amount of soul power is also a constraint. Combat techniques consume tremendous soul power, and if a war servant uses a technique, one move exhausts all their strength. How can they continue fighting afterward? I understand. With Luo Fan's reminder, Lu Tianzong and the others immediately stopped obsessing over combat techniques and turned their attention to improving their weapon compatibility. The method was simple. Repeatedly practice blade techniques, sword techniques, and staff techniques to develop the harmony of human and weapon unity. Luo Fan also stopped delving deeper into combat techniques and simply practiced the Luo family spear techniques. Initially, he still used soul power to drive his spear movements, but eventually became completely immersed in the techniques themselves: the spear shaft, cleaving and sweeping, thrusting and piercing, binding and locking, each move meticulously refined. The waterfall thundered down, drowning out all the shouts from their martial practice. On the other side, Fan Jinghan was slowly advancing. She had to travel while analyzing every trace, deducing the possible escape routes of Luo Fan and his group. Big sister, these people are too clever. Going east then west, we can't tell their direction at all. It's infuriating. Tang Jin complained while stopping under an ancient tree. They had tracked countless targets before, but this was the first time they encountered an opponent like Luo Fan who tangled their route into such chaos. They're fleeing in panic, but we can determine one direction: Xinyo City. Fan Jinghan glanced around and quickly adjusted her strategy. Stop slowly searching for clues. The target is Xinyo City. Let's close the distance first, then conduct a carpet search in 2 hours. Having figured this out, she suddenly accelerated, stirring up a flurry of fallen leaves. Tang Jin and Ma Lu gritted their teeth and followed closely. Along the way, they indeed found broken branches and wild beast carcasses in the tangled grass. Luo Fan's group had hastily joined forces to kill wild beasts and hadn't had time to clean up the bloodstains. Don't linger, these details might be decoys. Fan Jinghan dropped this remark and continued her frantic pursuit, gradually closing the distance. Under the waterfall, while wielding his spear, Luo Fan keenly detected the urgent footsteps and killing intent from afar. Something's wrong. Someone's approaching. The Fanning family has arrived, he called out in a low voice, leaping into the water curtain and signaling everyone to dive underwater. The water surface quickly returned to calm, with the thundering sound masking all movement. Moments later, Fan Jinghan and her 2 companions landed on the massive rocks beside the waterfall, surveying their surroundings with cold expressions. Big sister, the footprints on the ground are fresh. They just left. Tang Jin crouched down to touch the moist soil, speaking excitedly. Pursue. Fan Jinghan looked up toward the mountain forest ahead, kicked off with both legs, and became a blur. Tang Jin and Ma Lu followed closely behind. In the underwater silence, Shun Fan reached his limit first, surfacing to gasp for air, his throat hoarse with tension. Then Mu Qi, Lu Jingming, and Luan Manwan emerged one after another, their eyes filled with the terror of having narrowly escaped death. During their previous encounter, the Fanning family had 9 members, but now only these 3 appeared, indicating that they had split their forces and had accurately tracked their whereabouts. Lu Tianzong wiped the water droplets from his face, his expression heavy and voice hoarse. When we met them before, they had 9 people. Now there are only 3, which means they've split up and already know our whereabouts. Wiping the water from his face, Lu Tianzong's expression was grim, feeling that he and the others were doomed. If everyone is equally matched, they can still fight, but with Fan Jinghan and the others having superior strength and equipment, there is simply no comparison. Luo Fan quickly devised a plan. Let's return to the Shurta living base first, then take a flying beast to Jingwu City. The enemy is focused on Xinyo City, so we'll intentionally turn back and let them miss us. Lu Tianzong thought for a moment and understood the reasoning, giving a thumbs up in approval. Just as everyone was about to set off, a cold female voice came from a distance. If you take something from the Fanning family, you'd better be prepared to pay with your life. It turned out that Fan Jinghan and the others had not truly left. They had circled back and caught Luo Fan and his group off guard. Shun Fan's anger flared as he questioned, "Weren't you already gone?" Tang Jin scoffed in response, "A bunch of fools. The contract beast of our big sister, the Tianfan Eye Silkworm, can accurately sense temperature differences. The temperature here is unusual, which means you're hiding nearby. We pretended to leave just to see you reveal yourselves. But who would have thought you were hiding in the water?" Luo Fan's expression darkened as he instructed Lu Tianzong, "Uncle Lu, take them back to Shurta, then wait for me in Jingwu City." With that, he flicked his wrist, and the longing battle spear appeared with a chilling gleam. His plan was simple, to hold off Fan Jinghan and the others alone, buying time for his companions. If we're leaving, we leave together. If we're staying, we stay together. Lu Tianzong summoned the Howling Moon Wolf, ready to fight side by side. "Get out of here. Don't hold me back." Luo Fan grabbed him and threw him onto the shore, shouting fiercely. Lu Mu was silent for a moment before reacting first, kicking Lu Yuqing. "Go." Prompted, Lu Yuqing and the others no longer hesitated and turned to run. Only Lu Tianzong remained by Luo Fan's side. Tang Jin laughed loudly. "What a joke. No one escapes from the Fan Yin family." With that, he brandished his knife and chased after the fleeing group. "Get lost." Luo Fan moved swiftly, aiming the spear directly at Tang Jin. Having mastered a small level of combat skills, the Luo family's spear technique concealed its power, appearing ordinary, yet containing incredible explosive force. Tang Jin snorted coldly. "You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot." He turned back, seeing Luo Fan as an easy target. Fan Jinghan suddenly sensed something was wrong and shouted, "Watch out, quickly dodge." With a thunderous crack, the longing battle spear shot through the air, instantly piercing Tang Jin's chest. How is this possible?" Tang Jin looked down at the spear that had impaled him, disbelief written all over his face. His grade battle suit was always indestructible, and Luo Fan was just an unremarkable nobody. How could he do this? "Uncle Lu, go protect them. They'll handle the rest," Luo Fan shouted. Then, with a shake of the longing battle spear, Tang Jin's body exploded with a splatter of blood and flesh, dead beyond recovery. Luo Fan's combat techniques could reverse waterfalls even with Tang Jin's grade battle armor. How could he possibly withstand Luo Fan's assault? The moment Tang Jin's head was severed by the spear's gleam, Fan Jinghan froze completely in place. She knew Tang Jin's strength all too well. Clad in a great equipment, Tang Jin was virtually invincible among war generals, yet now he had been killed with a single strike. How could anyone accept this? Even more unsettling was that Luo Fan had never summoned his contracted beast throughout the entire encounter, relying solely on his own power to eliminate Tang Jin. "Uncle Lu, we need to leave now. They outnumber you. If we don't go soon, we won't be able to escape." Luo Fan sheathed his spear and positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Tianzong, his voice low and urgent. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Tang Jin's corpse. What exactly was Tang Jin's contracted beast? Logic dictated that when a master died, their contracted beast should perish as well, but there was no sign of movement whatsoever. "Xiao Fan, since you've already killed someone from the Fanning family, we might as well finish what we started, otherwise we'll face endless trouble later." Lu Tianzong showed no intention of retreating. With Tang Jin dead, the situation had become 2 against 2. If they could eliminate the remaining 2 opponents, the crisis would be completely resolved. Fan Jinghan let out a cold, mocking laugh. "You really think you can win just because it's 2 against 2? He might last a while longer, but you won't even get the chance to try." As her words fell, she raised her hand with a flourish, and an ice-blue heavenly Brahma ice silkworm suddenly materialized. The surrounding temperature plummeted instantly, and the cold mist immediately condensed into frost. Following closely behind, Yuling Yan, who stood behind Fan Jinghan, also released her contracted beast, a ghost king tiger measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. Its razor-sharp fangs gleamed with an eerie blue light in the cold radiance, and with each light step of its paws, the ground cracked into spiderweb patterns. Both women showed only mild surprise at Tang Jin's death, as if it had nothing to do with them whatsoever. Seeing this, Luo Fan's heart sank abruptly. "Uncle Lu, we can't escape now. Our priority should be staying alive." He quickly searched his mind for information about the Ghost King Tiger's incredible speed, vicious and brutal nature, terrifying strength in its paws. In Lu Tianzong's current condition, he simply couldn't withstand it. As for the heavenly Brahma ice silkworm, though he didn't recognize it, he could judge its terror from the bone-penetrating cold it emanated. Soul power wrapped around the thunder ancient bear as it surged forth from his consciousness. This was Luo Fan's only hope for survival. Roar! The three-meter giant bear landed with a thunderous impact, lightning coursing along its snow-white fur, its bare eyes blazing with fierce intensity. It paid no attention to the ice silkworm or the ghost king tiger, instead charging straight toward Tang Jin's corpse. With one bite, it crushed the skull and roughly dragged out a flame-maned rat covered in fiery red fur. What the hell? Luo Fan had originally wanted to determine whether the flame-maned rat could be revived, but the next moment left him utterly stunned. The thunder ancient bear opened its massive maw and treated the extremely weakened flame-maned rat like a snack, devouring it with gusto. Within mere moments, the flame-maned rat was reduced to scattered bones, and the muscles in the thunder ancient bear's chest and abdomen visibly swelled, growing even larger than when it first appeared. Only then did Luo Fan notice that its size had doubled from before, reaching 3 meters in height. Its fur appeared even more snow-white, with electric arcs flickering within, and the entire beast exuded an intimidating pressurite. Seemed the beast transformation elixir's effects far exceeded expectations. The thunder ancient bear crunched through the last bone fragment and let out another low, rumbling roar at the ghost king tiger. It then turned to look at Luo Fan, its movements clearly seeking permission. Could it treat that tiger as food as well? In its eyes, hunger and battle intent intertwined. Luo Fan took a deep breath and pointed toward Fan Jinghan and the ghost king tiger. Change of strategy, Uncle Lu, and I will attack her, and my contracted beast will handle the ghost king tiger and that woman. After understanding the thunder beast's intention, Luo Fan immediately adjusted his battle strategy, directing the thunder ancient bear to attack Li Lingyan and the ghost king tiger, while he and Lu Tianzhong would face Fan Jinghan. Agreed. Bringing the howling moon wolf to Luo Fan's side, Lu Tianzhong instantly entered combat mode. The howling moon wolf excelled at wind blades with devastating long-range power, while Luo Fan possessed overwhelming physical strength, unmatched in close combat. Their combination of ranged and melee attacks formed a perfect offensive and defensive formation. Battle. The thunder ancient bear let out a thunderous roar. With Luo Fan's silent approval, it charged its body with crackling arcs of electricity and burst forward. Though the ghost king tiger was swift, it was naturally suppressed by the power of thunder and was forced to retreat upon contact. You're asking for death. Seeing her beloved beast being overwhelmed, Li Lingyan's whip cut through the air, and in a flash, she joined forces with the Tiger King in a counterattack. Her strength was indeed formidable. Her whip shadows wove into a net that momentarily restricted the thunder ancient bear's movements, creating a deadlock. Our turn. Luo Fan grinned, his dragon roar war spear humming like a dragon's cry. He had once killed Tang Jin with a single strike, but that time Tang Jin had been careless and defenseless. Fan Jinghan, however, had been fighting at full strength since releasing the heavenly Brahma ice silkworm and wouldn't give him the chance to repeat that feat. Luo Fan's intention was clear. Lu Tianzhong would contain the heavenly Brahma ice silkworm while he would face Fan Jinghan Heiden. Bring it on. Both wielded long spears. Spear shadows crossed, fierce winds stirred up sand, and within mere moments the battlefield was filled with flying debris. After dozens of probing strikes, Luo Fan swept horizontally, sending Fan Jinghan flying back dozens of meters. Fan Jinghan felt a dull pain in his chest, sensing that Luo Fan's power was like mountains and seas, endless and overwhelming. Luo Fan was equally uncomfortable. If his spear was masculine and violent, Fan Jinghan's was like flowing water. No matter how fiercely he attacked, it felt like striking air. Try this move. Fan Jinghan drew his spear in a circle, ice crystallizing and spreading from the spear tip as frigid air swept across the battlefield. Ice. Luo Fan's expression grew serious. Ice was a mutation of the water element. One careless moment could turn him into an ice sculpture. Yet he didn't retreat. Thunder erupted from his body, purple lightning coiled around his spear, and his speed suddenly increased as each thrust became lethal. Fan Jinghan's cold aura was overwhelming, his frost freezing on contact. The slightest graze would restrict Luo Fan's movements and force him to retreat. But he too suffered greatly once struck by Luo Fan's lightning spear. The thunder's power would invade his body, making him writhe in agony. A bizarre scene unfolded as Luo Fan unleashed his speed in relentless bursts, spear thrust after spear thrust, in seamless succession, while Fan Jinghan danced in place with graceful yet agonizing movements. Lightning crackled at the spear tip, ice shards scattered beneath their boots, and within mere moments, the two had carved a crisscrossing pattern of footprints across the snowy ground. The Fan family truly lived up to their fearsome reputation. Even while being suppressed, Fan Jinghan steadily parried over a dozen consecutive strikes. After his relentless barrage of attacks, Luo Fan suddenly withdrew his spear and retreated, his chest heaving violently as white mist poured from his nose and mouth. clearly unable to maintain such intense output. Across from him, Fan Jinghan bore multiple scorch marks from lightning strikes, her battle dress torn and tattered, pain causing her brow to twitch incessantly. Most embarrassing of all was her once lustrous, silky hair, now frizzled into a bird's nest, instantly shattering her proud demeanor. Who exactly are you? With your abilities, you shouldn't be unknown. Fan Jinghan suppressed her pain, her gaze still sharp. Luo Fan raised his hand, planting the dragon roar spear into the ground for support, his smile contemptuous. I'm just an ordinary hunter. The real question is, why won't you people leave me alone? With that, he shook his spear, sending ice fragments scattering with a ringing sound as his breathing gradually steadied. An ordinary person couldn't steal from the Fanning family. Fan Jinghan snorted coldly, casually tossing out a scroll that unfurled in midair, its runes dancing. I'll give you one chance, become my battle servant, and the hive matter will be forgotten. Luo Fan raised an eyebrow and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Are you out of your mind? What gives you the right to claim the hive belongs to the Fanning family? If it's really yours, why didn't you keep it in your backyard? I got stung by those blood-headed wasps countless times for that royal jelly. I earned it fair and square. Even murderers and thieves at least make up excuses about clearing trees or opening mountains. He cursed silently. This woman couldn't even be bothered to fabricate a reason. Fan Jinghan stepped closer, repeating her almost tyrannical declaration. Whatever the Fanning family sets its sights on belongs to the Fanning family. Her voice brooked no argument. Luo Fan snorted coldly. Then what if I set my sights on you? Does that mean we're sleeping together tonight? As his words fell and saliva splattered on the snow, he was already tired of wasting words. How dare you defile me, seeking death? Fan Jinghan's delicate foot touched down, leaving marks in the snow as she assumed a strange fighting stance. Instantly, frigid air surged wildly around her like a tide. The cold mist solidified into thin ice blades, dozens of them floating silently within a zhang's radius, their trajectories unpredictable, ready to strike at any moment. Using battle techniques? I'll oblige you. Luo Fan chuckled lightly, raising his spear tip as thunder roared within his body. Purple lightning danced along the dragon roar spear's shaft, the thunder guided by his breathing rhythm, condensing into flowing patterns that resonated with his heartbeat. Kill! Both shouted in unison. Ice blades fell like torrential rain, while the thunder spear transformed into a mad dragon surging upstream. The air thundered deafeningly, white light interweaving with purple lightning, shock waves rolling back and breaking snow-laden trees. Both fighters were repelled by the tremendous force, flying backward and each crashing into human-shaped craters upon landing. When the dust settled, the equipment disparity became immediately apparent. Fan Jinghan wore a grade battle armor. As her back scraped against the ground, only sparks flew, the armor absorbing all impact with virtually no damage to her. Luo Fan, however, wore only ordinary clothing. Rocks and dead branches carved bloody gashes across his back, instantly staining his clothes crimson. Fan Jinghan rolled to her feet, brushing off debris, her lips curling in contempt. "Aunt, you've lost. Without battle armor, what can you possibly fight me with?" Luo Fan propped himself up with his spear, his shoulders shifting as he said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, your battle armor, bracers, boots, gloves, and helmet are all a grade, right? With such fine equipment, yet getting beaten like a dog by Mu, wouldn't that be quite amusing?" Staring at Fan Jinghan, Luo Fan's face was full of mockery. "Fool, background is part of one's strength too. You've offended the Fanning family, so stay here today." Her spear trembled as cold light exploded. Fan Jinghan charged toward Luo Fan with towering rage, having already identified his weakness: inferior equipment. As long as she traded blow for blow, Luo Fan would surely die. "You talk as if you have the upper hand." Luo Fan sneered coldly as his dragon roar war spear created a rain of spear shadows, continuous and unending. He fought with increasing vigor, and in this meat grinder-like high-intensity duel, his compatibility with the dragon roar war spear soared wildly, his spear intent rising like a tide. In the short term, Fan Jinghan couldn't do anything to him. However, as the battle continued, both fighters' stamina and soul power rapidly depleted, mercilessly magnifying the equipment gap. When Fan Jinghan's grade battle armor blocked the same spear strike, it left only a shallow white mark. Even a graze would cause Luo Fan's flesh to tear open, with injuries rapidly accumulating. On the other side, Lu Tianzong and his Howling Moon Wolf were equally pressed. The Howling Moon Wolf was extremely fast, using wind blades to restrain the heavenly Brahma Eye silkworm, but its soul power consumption far exceeded expectations. Once its speed decreased even slightly, it risked becoming an ice sculpture. Though the Thunder Ancient Bear held the advantage, it only maintained slight suppression, with no clear victor in sight for the short term. "I can see the entire battle situation clearly. Of you lost." Fan Jinghan once again sent Luo Fan flying with a spear strike, then stood proudly on the scorched earth, looking down arrogantly. "I'll give you one last chance, become my war servant. Sign a contract and the hive matter will be written off. I might even provide you with resources to break through to Lord level. Luo Fan crashed heavily to the ground, his bones making dull sounds. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the 10,000 Beasts intelligence system exploded in his mind. Detection. Host has reached the end of his rope. System can activate soul power transfer function for host. Consume 100,000 wealth points to instantly restore all soul power. Friendly reminder. Transferred soul power cannot be stored long-term and must be consumed within 10 breaths, or it will automatically dissipate. Luo Fan suddenly burst into wild laughter while lying in the ruins, his chest heaving as if about to explode. What are you laughing at? Fan Jinghan frowned, sensing unease. I'm curious, how much is your life worth? With a thought, Luo Fan instantly consumed 100,000 wealth points. He felt his spiritual sea shake thunderously as dried-up soul power flooded his entire body like a tide. Before Fan Jinghan could react, Luo Fan suddenly erupted, his Dragon Roar War spear tearing through the air, aimed at her heart. Battle technique. Why can you still use battle techniques? Fan Jinghan's pupils contracted sharply. In truth, her own soul power had long since hit rock bottom, relying purely on her great equipment to maintain her advantage. Luo Fan was the most troublesome opponent she'd ever encountered. Even without high-grade equipment, he'd driven her to distraction. Now that Luo Fan was erupting again, her inner arrogance instantly crumbled, her pretty face involuntarily flushing red in her view. Luo Fan was clearly toying with her, deliberately making her lose face completely. The previous spear was worth 60,000, this one 80,000. Luo Fan shouted as his spear light surged, sending Fan Jinghan flying. As his spear tip fell, he again exchanged wealth points for soul power, and a second battle technique followed immediately after, stabbing toward Fan Jinghan with overwhelming force. Impossible. Why can you still use battle techniques? Combat techniques are incredibly powerful, but they demand enormous amounts of soul force. An ordinary beast tamer who can unleash 3 combat techniques is already considered a genius. Yet Luo Fan was now executing his 6th technique, absolutely astounding. Fan Jinghan had just propped herself up and hadn't had time to think when Luo Fan arrived with his spear in hand, the Dragon Roar War spear instantly piercing through her abdomen. With a sharp crack, Fan Jinghan was sent flying. The alloy shell of her grade A battle armor blocked the spear tip, but couldn't stop that brutal force. The impact passed through her body, directly shattering her ribs. This spear strike was worth 100,000 wealth points. Luo Fan exchanged wealth points for soul force, so he had no fear of depletion. Wielding the Dragon Roar War spear, he actively drained all the soul force from his body. The first spear unleashed 60% of his power, equivalent to 60,000 wealth points. The second spear 80% power, 80,000 wealth points. The third spear finally grasped the technique completely, pouring out all his soul force, a full 100,000 wealth points concentrated into the spear tip. Fan Jinghan's heart pounded wildly. She shrieked and immediately summoned the heavenly Brahma Ice Silkworm. Spear mastery is divided into 7 levels. Slight achievement. Entering the hall. Reaching the peak. Unity of man and spear. Lifting heavy is light. Lifting light is heavy. And transcendence of weight. In his extreme burst, Luo Fan's spear intense sword, forcibly completing the transformation from slight achievement to entering the hall. Thunder's spiritual power flooded the spear body, and a thunder python, formed from electric arcs, roared forth. Fan Jinghan understood that if the thunder python struck her, even if she didn't die, she'd be severely injured. Her only chance of survival was to have the ice silkworm block the spear. The heavenly Brahma ice silkworm hissed and spat out cold air. A crystal-like ice mirror formed in the void, blocking in front of its master. Before the ice mirror could fully solidify, the thunder python crashed into it. The two forces deadlocked for 3 breaths before finally shattering with a crack. The thunder python's momentum remained undiminished as it charged straight at the heavenly Brahma ice silkworm. Fan Jinghan watched helplessly as her contracted beast's crystal armor shattered piece by piece, cracks spreading across its entire body like a spider web. She rushed forward 1 step, forcibly grabbed the ice silkworm back, and stuffed it into her soul. See, if her contracted beast died, she would be ruined too. Lilingyan, help me stop them. I'll treat your family well. She dropped these words, turned, and fled frantically, leaving Lilingyan to cover her retreat. Stop. Luo Fan wanted to pursue, but discovered his limbs were numb and weak. His throat turned sweet, and blood gushed out wildly. Condensing combat techniques with his entire soul force was more than his body could handle. This single move had left him covered in injuries, with no strength left to pursue. Roar. The Thunder Ancient Bear sensed its master's condition and roared as it attacked. Unfortunately, at this moment, the Ghost King Tiger was leaping through the air and had no way to dodge. The Thunder Ancient Bear opened its mouth and spat out blazing white lightning thunder breath. Even the Peak Emperor Pupa's defenses could be torn apart by this attack. The Ghost King Tiger had no possibility of resistance. With a muffled, thunder-like sound, the lightning pillar passed through its body. The Ghost King tiger's form stiffened in midair, then crashed to the ground with a bang, lifeless. With her contracted beast's death, Lilingyan instantly suffered backlash. Her soul roared, her body trembled violently, and she vomited blood repeatedly. Fortunately, Lilingyan had already broken through to the war general level. Otherwise, this backlash alone would have been enough to kill her. She had barely managed to steady herself when the Thunder Ancient Bear forcibly expelled its final breath of lightning in the center of the battlefield. Scorching arcs of electricity surged back through it, causing the massive beast's body to sway precariously. The giant bear staggered to Luo Fan's side, its forelegs giving way as it collapsed heavily to the ground, its labored breathing mixed with the smell of burnt flesh. For the first time, Luo Fan felt a sense of kinship with this war beast. He reached out to stroke the rough fur on the bear's back, still crackling with electricity, before drawing the Thunder Ancient Bear into his soul sea. Kill or spare. Lu Tianzhong approached, pointing at Lilingyan who lay collapsed in a pool of blood, awaiting Luo Fan's decision. Kill. Luo Fan's voice held not a trace of hesitation. After offending the Fanning family, there was no possibility of reconciliation between them. He would never leave his enemies any room to maneuver. Don't kill me. I'm still useful. Lu Lingyan struggled to her feet, her eyes filled with terror. I'm not Fan Jingyan's war servant, I am her cousin. I have plenty of resources. If you spare my life, I'm willing to pay you 50 million great yuan. Luo Fan's expression remained impassive. I never trust my enemies. He raised his spear, cold light flashing as the spear tip pierced through Lilingyan's throat. Blood sprayed forth, and her hoarse pleas for mercy came to an abrupt end. Villains die from talking too much wasn't about to risk any potential complications. Xiao Fan, what are you doing? Even if you have those kinds of tastes, there's no need to be so hasty. Seeing Luo Fan crouch down and begin pulling at Lilingyan's clothes, Lu Tianzhong nearly jumped in shock. Luo Fan shot him a look. Uncle Lu, what's going through your head? I'm just a kid. Ahem. Her battle armor is agrodites worth a fortune. I can give it to Luan Manwan to wear, or sell it. After stripping off the battle armor, Luo Fan searched through Luan Manwan's backpack. Sure enough, it was full of valuable items. A bundle of high-grade spirit medicines, plus 18 bottles of soul power enhancement elixir, worth at least 30 million at market price. Here, have a bottle to replenish your soul power. Luo Fan tossed a bottle to Lu Tianzhong and tilted his head back to drain an entire bottle himself. Warmth instantly spread through his limbs, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Watching Luo Fan fill in the grave and bury the corpse, Lu Tianzhong approached and asked in a low voice, "What's our next move? We can't go to Xinyo City anymore." Luo Fan patted the soil firm. "Let's return to Shirdoa City first, take a flying mount to the Jingwu War Zone, then enter the academy." No matter how powerful the Fanning family is, they wouldn't dare openly challenge the 4 great academies. As long as he didn't encounter a lord-level expert, he had nothing to fear. There was also someone he wanted to see, Gao Yushan. He could use Gao Yushan's connections to learn more about the Fanning family's background and assess just how much trouble he'd stirred up this time. Returning to Shirdoa City is a good idea, Lu Tianzhong nodded. We should also relocate your parents while we're at it. Otherwise, the Fanning family might very well target them for revenge. Lu Tianzhong knew the Fanning family well and understood that if they couldn't maintain control of the situation, they might very well retaliate against Luo Tianxi and his wife. He was also considering another strategy, returning to the Lu family to leverage old connections against the Fanning family. However, after more than 10 years away, he wasn't certain what state the Lu family was in now. Let's go. Auntie and the others must be getting impatient waiting for us. After burying Lu Lingyan, Luo Fan stood up and called for Lu Tianzhong to follow. The return journey was relatively safe, with only a few servant-level desolate beasts occasionally appearing along the way, which were quickly dispatched by the Howling Moon Wolf. When they reached Stone Mound City, Luo Fan learned that Lu Yuqing and the others had already left ahead of them. He tried to find Gao Yushan, but came up empty-handed as well. With no other choice, he first settled his parents, then traveled with Lu Tianzhong by flying B straight to Jingwu City. Jingwu City was several times larger than Stone Mound City. The city gates bustled with activity as hunter squads dragged bloody, desolate beast carcasses in and out, all beaming with joy. Luo Fan was watching intently when a brute force from behind pushed him, making him stumble forward. "Excuse me, move aside." The voice was gruff and heavy. Luo Fan turned around to see a towering figure over 3 meters tall with shoulders as wide as a door frame enter his field of vision. The man's skin was dark, making him look like an upright brown bear. Behind him, several team members were working together to carry a golden python whose body was as thick as a water barrel, its scales gleaming with metallic luster and weighing at least 800 or 900 pounds. "Captain Jinji, how about selling this golden python to me? I'm willing to offer 9 million. A well-dressed middle-aged man approached with a smile. The burly man snorted disdainfully and pushed him aside. "Gu Hui, this is an 8th tier warlord level prey. You think 9 million can buy it? Do you take the golden python for some street vendor goods? With that, he strode forward with large steps. Guhei caught up and lowered his voice. If the fangs haven't been removed, I'm willing to offer 30 million. If they have been, 9 million is already a high price. Huh, you saw right through it. Jinji grinned and gestured for his team members to set down the python's corpse. 9 million it is. After the transaction was completed, Guhai stored the python in his spatial cylinder and persisted. Captain Jinji, could you transfer the fangs to me? 30 million. That really won't work. I've already promised them to someone else. Next time I encounter an 8th tier warlord golden python, I'll definitely give you first dibs on the fangs. After delivering this diplomatic response, Jinji led his team away. Luo Fan stood nearby, his gaze fixed on Guhai. During the supply point transaction, the old man had told him to find Guhi in Zhengwu City after a month to collect 8 sets of battle armor. Now that the person was right in front of him, getting acquainted early seemed like a better idea. However, hearing that the golden python's corpse was worth 9 million, while a pair of fangs was worth 40 million, made his heart ache. The bee emperor larva's hide should have fetched a good price too, right? Fortunately, he had kept the larva's fangs, or the loss would have been even greater. After much consideration, Luo Fan stepped forward. Guhoi, interested in discussing some business? Kid, don't mess around. Guhai barely glanced at him before categorizing Luo Fan as a rookie and started to walk away. Luo Fan wasn't in a hurry. He pulled out a career advisor badge from his chest and tossed it lightly. The badge traced an arc through the air with a cold flash of light. Guhai's eye twitched as he reached out to catch it. Stone Mount City? You're a student admitted to one of the 4 prestigious academies, aren't you? Guhai raised his hand to return the career advisor badge to Luo Fan, still showing no interest and planning to brush him off with a casual remark. What a snob, Luo Fan sneered inwardly. He had originally wanted to make a deal, but since the other party wasn't interested, he couldn't be bothered to say more. Luo Fan casually opened his backpack and fingered the dark brown, curved and sharp queen bee larva fawn. A cold gleam flashed, catching Guhai's eye. A queen bee fawn. Guhai instantly dropped his dismissive expression and hurried to catch up, blocking their path. Young man, I was wrong. I misjudged you completely. Please, this way, this way. Luo Fan calmly zipped up his bag. No need. Since you're not interested, I'll try another shop. He called to Lu Tianzhong to turn around. Guhai quickly followed alongside them, wearing a flattering smile as he apologized. Young man, I apologize for the offense. To be honest, I mainly wanted to acquire golden python fangs, but they're pre-ordered, so I can only try my luck. I'll pay top price for queen bee fangs. 40 million. No, I'll offer 50 million. 50 million? Luo Fan's eyes widened. He truly hadn't expected this thing to be so valuable. Thinking he found the price too low, Guhai quickly added, that's all the budget I can access. For anything higher, I need approval from above. Let me take you to the Beast Tamer Alliance to rest while I apply for authorization upstairs. I guarantee you'll get a satisfactory price. Luo Fan pondered for a moment. I can sell it, but you need to tell me what this fong is actually used for. He had studied the fong but couldn't discern anything special about it, so naturally he wanted to understand its purpose. Guhui looked around and lowered his voice. This isn't a convenient place to talk. Let's go back to the Alliance first and discuss it in detail. Under his guidance, Luo Fan and Lu Tianzhong arrived at the Beast Tamer Alliance branch. In the bright lobby, various resource display cases lined up in rows, and the air was filled with a faint medicinal fragrance. Luo Fan was tempted by what he heard but remained cautious. How many natal weapons can be made from one pair of fangs? Don't misunderstand, I'll definitely sell to you and won't drive up the price. The fangs are just one of the base materials. The ingredient ratio isn't high. One pair can supply materials for 180 weapons. Guhi held up his finger, his eyes gleaming. Luo Fan's mind raced with calculations. Guhi struck while the iron was hot. How about this? Young man, I'll offer 70 million plus give you a weapon forged from queen bee fangs. Deal right now. For him, obtaining the fangs would be a major achievement. But Luo Fan shook his head. I only want 30 million in cash, plus 8 natal weapons. 1 spear, 2 sabers, 1 bow, 1 staff, and 3 swords. Upon hearing these conditions, Guhai was momentarily stunned, then gritted his teeth and agreed. Deal. I'll arrange it. While Guhai went to apply for authorization, Luo Fan quietly logged into the 10,000 Beast Smart Mall and discovered that natal weapons were restricted items. Each person could only purchase 1. Since the 10,000 Beasts Intelligent Mall wasn't available for purchases, Luo Fan could only turn his attention to the Beast Tamer Alliance to equip Lu Yuqing and the others. Guhai emphasized that the supporting weapons crafted from queen bee pupae were extremely powerful, and the elder agreed to provide an additional queen bee battle suit as a gift. If they could forge the pupae's fangs into natal weapons, everyone's overall combat power would at least double. 8 pieces is a bit much. I can only give you 6. Guhui frowned, then quickly changed his mind. How about this? I'll add another 20 million, and you can still get all 8 pieces. He flipped through his ledger while recalculating. Luo Fan nodded but emphasized the timeline. Can you deliver before the freshman entrance exam? About 10 days, Gu Hui replied, then smiled and extended an invitation. Since the exam hasn't started yet, why don't you stay directly at our Beast Tamer Alliance? I'll deliver the weapons as soon as they're completed. Don't underestimate natal weapons, they can accelerate both cultivation and combat skill learning. This deal is definitely worth it. After both parties reached an agreement, Gu Hui extended his hand for the materials. Trusting the Beast Tamer Alliance's reputation, Luo Fan readily handed over the Queen Bee Puppy's fangs. Technically, freshmen could stay at the freshman guest quarters, but the conditions there weren't as good as the Beast Tamer Alliance, so Luo Fan decided to remain. Lu Tianzhong had remained silent throughout, only speaking after the transaction ended. I'll go find Lu Yuqing and the others. They're probably at the Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy's freshman guest quarters. Uncle Lu, my public identity is as a freshman at Dahao Divine Beast Academy, so it's inconvenient for me to go to Tianhuang Academy. Just bring Yuqing and the others here. When you find them, the natal weapons are all prepared for them, Luo Fan instructed. All right, you rest and recover. Whether I find them or not, I'll report back. Lu Tianzhong agreed and left. However, just moments later, he rushed back with a grim expression. Xiao Fan, I saw that woman we fought in the wilderness. Her name is Fan Jinghan, and she's already reunited with her battle servants. They're staying in the courtyard across from us. I also learned that she's applying to Dahao Divine Beast Academy, which is Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy's sworn enemy. Lu Tianzhong hesitated momentarily. Luo Fan scoffed. Combat is forbidden in Jingwu City, so even if she discovers me, it doesn't matter. Uncle Lu, continue looking for Yuqing and the others. I'll go meet Fan Jinghan. With that, Luo Fan stood up and left the courtyard. He still had only a vague understanding of the freshman entrance exam. According to Gao Yuqing's explanation, the exam ranked freshmen into different tiers, and the higher-ups deliberately sent him to cause trouble in order to suppress talented students and elevate ordinary ones, making Dahao Divine Beast Academy waste resources. Outside the courtyard gate, Luo Fan shouted loudly. Hey, hello there. It's you. A window was suddenly pushed open, and Fan Jinghan poked her head out. From birth until now, Fan Jinghan had never lost a battle. In her fight with Luo Fan, she had nearly been killed and could only flee in the end. This was the greatest stain on her life, and she could only reclaim her honor through combat. Junior, I'm also a student at Dahao Divine Beast Academy. We're on the same side, everything before was just a misunderstanding. Luo Fan stood in the narrow bluestone alley outside the inn, looking up at the second-floor window, trying his best to adjust his smile to friendly mode. Fan Jinghan stared at him from the window for a full 3 seconds, then fell into deathly silence. She had seen shameless people before, but never anyone shameless enough to treat yesterday's life-and-death grudge as today's joke. Luo Fan continued enthusiastically on his own. That's right, you're a student at Dahao Divine Beast Academy, and so am I. Since I'm a few years older, just call me senior. Who's calling you senior? Wait, we're supposed to be enemies. Fan Jinghan suddenly snapped awake, gritting her teeth. Boy, you just wait. During the freshman entrance exam, I'll kill you with my own hands. Are you sure about that? Luo Fan looked her up and down, his gaze locked firmly on those 2 prominent assets on her chest, unconsciously licking his lips. Shameless. Fan Jinghan snorted coldly and slammed the window shut. Luo Fan simply brought a chair from his room, plopped it down heavily under the window, and called up. Hey, Junior, how exactly are you planning to kill me? The window opened again. Fan Jinghan looked down at him, continuing to glare. Do you dare tell me your name? No way. You actually don't know my name? But I know you're called Fan Jinghan. Luo Fan patted his chest. Listen well, the person you're facing is none other than this year's Beast Taming Exam champion. My surname is Gong. Everyone calls me Old Gong. Of course, if that feels too intimate, you can also call me by another name, Baba. Fan Jinghan's eyelid twitched. This year's champion was neither surnamed Gong nor Ba. He was clearly toying with her. So she deliberately enunciated, Old Gong. Ba Ba. Yes. Luo Fan responded seriously with a straight face, his expression utterly punchable. Since fighting wasn't allowed here anyway, he wasn't afraid. You're asking for death. Fan Jinghan trembled with rage and slammed the window shut again. Luo Fan looked up and sighed. Junior, I need to make something clear to you. I already have someone I like, so even if you call me husband, I won't take responsibility for you. Boy, you just wait. The window opened for the 3rd time, Fan Jinghan gritting her teeth. During the freshman entrance exam, I will definitely kill you. Little girl, if you could really kill me, you would have done it back in the wilderness forest instead of waiting until now. Luo Fan seized this moment to mock her again. Fan Jinghan took a deep breath. I admit I'm no match for you. But don't forget, I'm from the Fanning family. I alone might not be enough, but my battle servants can join in. I brought 8 people out with me. You killed 2, leaving 6, plus myself 7 in total. I refuse to believe you can fight 7 at once. So you're planning a group attack? Luo Fan raised an eyebrow. Fan Jinghan, you're from the Fanning family. A noble family member facing a commoner, and you still need to rely on mob tactics? Where's your pride? When I first met you, you were so arrogant, acting like you ruled the world. Now, just to kill me, you're actually planning to use human wave tactics. I have no other intention, I'm simply here to kill you. Luo Fan made no attempt to hide his provocation, each word cutting into Fan Jinghan like a blade. Her already pale face flushed with anger, her eyes turning ice cold as she officially added Luo Fan to her must-die list. Since I'm apparently doomed to die, could I perhaps request a specific method of death? Luo Fan remained nonchalant, as if he weren't facing a female cultivator ready to take his life at any moment, but rather engaging in some trivial game. In the past, he truly wouldn't have had the confidence to be so dismissive, but he had just acquired 20 million wealth points with each shot costing 100,000. He could fire 200 shots with room to spare. Being besieged by Fan Jinhan, he no longer feared it. How would you like to die? Sensing that Luo Fan's tone had softened somewhat, Fan Jinhan raised an eyebrow and looked down at him as she spoke. Without hesitation, Luo Fan replied. Originally, I planned to die beneath the peony blossoms. He deliberately paused, glancing at her. But seeing your arrogant attitude just now, I suddenly felt disgusted, so I've decided not to die for the time being. However, you certainly won't let this go, so I suppose I'll have to kill you all instead. Having said this, he casually stored his chair in his storage ring and turned to leave without even bothering to look back. At the doorway, as if remembering something, he turned around to deliver a final blow. By the way, my name is Gao Yushan. Prepare to tremble at the sound of it. Unable to find the real Gao Yushan, Luo Fan simply decided to impersonate him, planning to frame the man in the process. Gao Yushan, I'll remember you, Fan Jinhan said in a low voice, a hint of bloodthirsty excitement flashing in her eyes. I hope you won't disappoint me. After Luo Fan's figure disappeared, the room's window snapped shut with a crack, and Fan Jinhan sat cross-legged, beginning to circulate her cultivation technique. She didn't strike immediately, not because she feared the local rules, but because her internal injuries hadn't healed and she lacked confidence in certain victory. That's why she set the decisive battle for the new student assessment. Send her battle servants to attack en masse? She had indeed considered it, but as Luo Fan had said, she had her pride and disdained such methods. She wanted to defeat him fair and square. Fan Jinhan had a complex background and abundant resources. Once her injuries healed, she would arm herself from head to toe, letting Luo Fan witness firsthand the terror of a Padawan player. Congratulations, host. You have successfully purchased a War General Grade Demon Willow Heart. With this, you can completely repair your injuries. As the system's mechanical and polite notification ended, it continued with another announcement. Friendly reminder. The host's physical body has surpassed the current Thunder attribute level. We recommend purchasing Thunder Tribulation Pearls for enhancement. Thunder Tribulation Pearls come in low grade, mid grade, high grade, and supreme grade varieties. Given the host's current mastery of Thunder power, low-grade pearls are ineffective. We recommend purchasing mid-grade pearls. Unit price, 2 million wealth points. The host can afford 2 pearls. While Fan Jinhan focused on healing her injuries, Luo Fan wasn't idle either. He also spent 1 million to purchase a Demon Willow Heart to repair his own internal injuries. Immediately after, the system gave him the same recommendation. Mid-grade Thunder Tribulation Pearls could rapidly enhance his Thunder attribute. I can enhance my Thunder attribute. But what about the Thunder Ancient Bear? Luo Fan's mind stirred. He still had 20 million wealth points. Even spending another 5 million would leave him with 15 million in reserve. The system's response was characteristically direct. The Thunder Ancient Bear's mastery of Thunder power is more refined than the host's, requiring high-grade Thunder Tribulation Pearls. 1 pearl costs 10 million wealth points. Will you purchase? 10 million. Luo Fan raised an eyebrow and ultimately shook his head. I'll postpone that for now. He could indeed afford it, but that would mean instantly losing half his trump cards. Luo Fan calculated that he needed to ensure he could unleash his battle techniques at full power at least 100 times. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare stir up the series of storms ahead, especially since Fan Jinhan had already declared her intention to kill him, and he had to remain constantly vigilant against this woman. Absorbing the Thunder Tribulation Pearls was an extremely time-consuming process. By the time Luo Fan had completely refined both pearls, 12 full days had passed, leaving only 1 day before the entrance examinations for the major beast taming universities. A gentle knock echoed from outside the courtyard gate. Young master, may I come in? Guhui's voice came through the door. When Luo Fan opened the door, he saw the gold-ranked steward of the Beast Taming Alliance standing on the steps with a cheerful smile, holding a familiar spatial orb in his arms. Steward Gu, have you been waiting outside long? Please, come in. Luo Fan stepped aside to welcome him. As soon as Gu Hai entered the room, he shook his head repeatedly, half complaining and half teasing. Young master, you're quite the secretive one. Since you know Master Nyeli, why did you give me the queen bee larva's fong and let me embarrass myself in front of the master? Though thanks to that Fong of yours, the master granted me many privileges, and my days at the Beast Taming Alliance are much more comfortable now. Changing the subject, he placed the spatial orb on the table. Here's the natal battle weapon you requested, and also the Queen Bee battle armor that Master Nieli asked me to deliver. Luo Fan raised an eyebrow. Gu Hai continued explaining. The Queen Bee larva was of high grade, so the forging process went extremely smoothly. Master Nieli instructed that both the weapon and armor be made with the finest materials. The battle weapon is grade, but the Queen Bee battle armor reached a grade directly, and it's an innerwear type, making it even more precious. As he finished speaking, golden light surged from the spatial orb, and over 10 sets of armor and weapons spread out neatly. Thank you for your trouble, steward. Luo Fan cupped his hands in gratitude, then casually picked up a set of armor and a battle spear. Could I trouble you once more to deliver the remaining items to Lu Tianzhong? It's no trouble at all. Gu Hui waved his hand, collecting the remaining armor and weapons back into the spatial orb before taking his leave. After seeing off his guest, Luo Fan barred the door and bent down to pick up the Queen Bee battle armor. The fabric was as thin as cicada wings, almost weightless. Even when he pulled with both hands, he couldn't tear even the slightest crack. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded at the courtyard gate again. Gu Hui had returned, reminding him in a low voice. I almost forgot the most important thing. The Queen Bee larva's fang can pierce through armor made from Queen Bee larva hide. The grade weapon can overcome the grade armor, so don't get carried away and destroy it on a whim. Luo Fan suddenly understood, and the urge to test his blade that had just emerged instantly vanished. Gu Hui chuckled dryly. It's like how even the strongest person can bite through their own skin with their teeth. With that, he finally departed for real. Luo Fan immediately changed into the armor. The moment the Queen Bee battle armor touched his skin, it automatically stretched and contracted, fitting seamlessly in an instant. His entire body was covered with an almost invisible lustrous sheen, like a second layer of skin. Raising his arms and turning his body, his movements were completely unrestricted. He was secretly delighted. Using this armor to play the pig to eat the tiger might work exceptionally well against Fan Jinghan. However, just as this thought emerged, 3 consecutive dong 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 knocks sounded at the door, urgent and impolite. What are you here for? Luo Fan opened the door and froze on the spot. The visitor was none other than Wei Yi, the battle servant by Fan Jinghan's side. Wei Yi's expression was emotionless, his voice crisp. My big sister said that new students need to register for the entrance examination, otherwise you can't participate in the assessment. She sent me to remind you to go quickly. Standing at the doorway, Wei Yi remained expressionless as he delivered Fan Jinghan's message, then turned and left without saying another word. Please convey my gratitude to the junior student and tell her I'll go easy on her during the freshman selection tournament, Luo Fan said, standing in place as he watched Wei Yi disappear around the corridor corner. If Fan Jinghan hadn't warned him in advance, he would never have known about the separate registration required on enrollment day. Missing this step would have had dire consequences. This realization served as a wake-up call. Next time he encountered a similar situation, he couldn't just enjoy the comfort of an off-campus hotel. He should follow the other freshmen and stay in the academy-assigned dormitories to complete registration with everyone else. The registration office was located on the first floor of the central administration building, where the marble floors reflected people's silhouettes. New students formed dense queues, and the air buzzed with a mixture of excitement and nervousness. So you're Luo Fan? When his turn came, a teacher wearing smart glasses looked up and sized up this beast taming exam champion, his tone filled with curiosity. Hello, teacher. I'm Luo Fan, and here's my enrollment badge. When spiritual energy was channeled into the badge, a row of numbers appeared. 10387 over 10,000 points, impossible to forge. So it really is you. The teacher adjusted his glasses and spoke more slowly. While the system is still processing, let me quickly explain a few rules. 1. After registration, all your exam points will be converted to credits. This applies to all freshman credits are what give you standing at Deheo Divine Beast Academy and represent the Academy's greatest benefit to students. 2. The Academy has established its own funding and resource system, featuring various rare materials, high-tier contracted beasts, and combat technique scrolls, all available to students. As long as you have enough credits, you can buy anything. So make sure to earn credits by any means necessary. 3. Now about the freshman entrance exam, it's more like a freshman selection tournament. Afterward, the school will divide everyone into 4 tiers based on credits: A, B, C, and D. The teacher tapped the light screen with his fingertip, and 4 large characters lit up in sequence. Tier A, Prodigy level, mostly having reached War General rank. These are the Academy's priority targets, enjoying the best resources, training environments, and mentors. When they advance to Lord level in the future, they'll have priority in selecting contracted beasts. Tier B, Genius level. Though below Tier A, the Academy still invests substantial resources in them, and their future achievements are limitless. Tier C, Average level. They receive only basic provisions. To improve further, they must work hard to earn credits themselves. Tier D. Service level. After entering the academy, they mostly handle security, cleaning, and other miscellaneous tasks. The teacher smiled as he put away the light screen and looked seriously at Luo Fan. Seize this opportunity and try to make it into Tier A. Though his words were gentle, they carried clear expectations. Luo Fan pondered for a moment, remembering Fan Jingin's harsh words about killing him in the selection tournament, then looked up and asked, "Teacher, may I ask whether killing is allowed in the freshman selection tournament?" The teacher's fingers paused. In principle, killing isn't allowed, but the selection tournament is complex and a few deaths are unavoidable. He changed the subject and continued operating the terminal. All right, registration complete. All your exam points have been converted to credits. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, don't be late. After finishing, he casually tossed the enrollment badge back. The badge traced an arc through the air before landing in Luo Fan's palm, cold and heavy. This world is far more dangerous than Blue Star, Luo Fan thought, feeling a chill run through him as he turned to leave. Though the registration teacher hadn't explicitly stated that killing was permitted, his meaning was crystal clear. A few student deaths were perfectly normal. What shocked Luo Fan the most was the teacher's expressions. They seemed to regard the deaths of several students as casually as the deaths of a few ants. After completing registration, he didn't return to the Beast Taming Alliance, but headed directly to the dormitory area prepared for new students at Deheo Divine Beast Academy, quietly awaiting the entrance selection competition. Holy crap, I'm such an idiot. As soon as he pushed open the dormitory door, he nearly blurted out his thoughts. As the top scorer in the Beast Taming College entrance examination, he had expected the academy to treat him well, but the setup before him exceeded all imagination. A spacious living room, a fully intelligent beast cultivation chamber, and even a massage pool specifically for contracted beasts in the bathroom. The word luxurious was insufficient to describe it. Luo Fan's movie instantly caused a stir in the surrounding area. Is he the top scorer? I heard he scored over 10,000 points on the exam. Over 10,000 points? So what? Which of us from prominent families didn't score over 10,000? Brother, what was your score back then? How can I compare to them? My family was so poor we could only afford plain steamed buns, while those people were raised with resources from childhood. How could I compete? The discussions rose and fell, and soon someone steered the conversation toward Luo Fan's background. Luo Fan is also from a humble background, right? Shirtoa #1 high school was afraid he'd suffer backlash when they had him contract a carnivorous beast, so they erased his records and expelled him directly. Is that really true? If it was just an ordinary carnivorous type, would it be necessary? What if it was one of the most ferocious types? That would be a different story. The conversation took a turn, and everyone soon arrived at the same thought, latching onto someone powerful. Guys, since we're all from humble backgrounds, do you think Luo Fan would help us during the selection competition? Let's give it a try. Without hesitation, a group of students formed a team and came to Luo Fan's door. Knock, knock, knock. When the door opened, Luo Fan was stunned. Over a dozen people stood in the hallway. You all, Big Brother Luo Fan, we're all new students at Deheo Divine Beast Academy, also from poor backgrounds. The leading student spoke straightforwardly. We've come to ask for your protection and guidance. Another added, the academy's internal power structure is complex. If students from humble backgrounds don't stick together, we won't be able to move forward. Big Brother Luo Fan, though our foundations are weak, we're willing to work hard. Just give us any menial tasks, we won't disappoint you. Their attitude couldn't be clearer. As long as Luo Fan nodded, they would immediately become his loyal followers. Luo Fan looked over each expectant face and said solemnly, just based on those two words, humble background, I agree. But I hope this is the last time you mention it. Our parents have already given us everything they could. If we can't be rich second generation, then let our children be rich second generation. Otherwise, what's the point of fighting so hard? He pointed toward the sky. Everyone, tomorrow we tame beasts who knows the rise and fall of the world, are generals, ministers, and nobles born with noble blood. His heroic spirit burst forth. Big Brother Luo Fan is right. Tomorrow we tame beasts who knows the rise and fall of the world, are generals, ministers, and nobles born with noble blood. After hearing Luo Fan's words, all the students from humble backgrounds seemed energized, each straightening their bodies with battle intent blazing in their eyes. Little did they know that Luo Fan wasn't even a student at Deheo Divine Beast Academy. His real mission was to stir up trouble. He was secretly calculating in his mind, genuinely supporting students from humble backgrounds while giving himself a legitimate excuse to cause chaos. Luo Fan was certain that the instructors at Deheo Divine Beast Academy were constantly watching their every move, using the guise of supporting the underprivileged to secretly root out the bad apples sent by other academies. Their methods were flawless. At the edge of the academy's spacious training ground, Luo Fan's gaze turned cold as he spoke solemnly once more. Everyone, Let me emphasize this point again: if we're going to stick together, we need genuine commitment. If anyone betrays us, I will hunt them down to the ends of the earth. As his words fell, he suddenly became too immersed in his role, and his efforts to unite the students from humble backgrounds naturally unfolded. Don't worry, Brother Luo Fan. We're not fools, we know what to do. Everyone who received his promise looked grateful. In their eyes, the gap between themselves and Luo Fan was enormous, and they had assumed he wouldn't even acknowledge them, never expecting him to be so approachable. It's still early. Let me give you some guidance first, and I can also get familiar with everyone's contracted beasts and abilities. Luo Fan closed the door behind him and called out loudly, organizing everyone to find open space for training as he began systematically consolidating their strength. Long live Brother Luo Fan. Long live Brother Luo Fan. Long live Brother Luo Fan. The students from humble backgrounds were thrilled to receive personal guidance from the beast taming exam champion, crowding around Luo Fan as they left the training ground. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit surveillance room hidden within the academy, several instructors stared at the screens. Luo Fan's every word and action had been completely recorded. Approachable, pure-hearted, and strong leadership abilities. He won over all the underprivileged students with just a few words. That's no simple feat. I recommend prioritizing his development. A department head commented quietly. Vice Principal, haven't you always wanted to reform the academy's structure? Director Yuan's eyes gleamed. Luo Fan is the perfect entry point. If he can lead the students from humble backgrounds to form their own faction, we might have a chance to turn the academy's situation around. I agree with Director Yuan. Another department head chimed in. Students from humble backgrounds are the academy's foundation. They have no backing, so they'll be grateful after we train them and will be quick to contribute. Unlike those students from prominent families, theory, all ungrateful. The senior officials listened to the commotion coming through the cameras with satisfied expressions. However, the vice principal still had concerns. Let's wait a bit longer and see what he's capable of. The gap between the underprivileged and the elite families is too vast. Without extraordinary talent, he won't be able to handle such responsibility. Despite Luo Fan being the beast taming exam champion, that advantage was mostly reflected in written tests. In this world, strength ultimately ruled. Without sufficient talent, he would soon fade into obscurity amid the academy's complex power struggles, or even mysteriously disappear. The other department heads understood his concerns and fell silent, quietly awaiting the upcoming freshman selection tournament. Meanwhile, Luo Fan stood in the center of the training ground, speaking loudly. Do you all know the rules of the wilderness hunt? To enter the wilderness, you must form hunting teams of 5 to 9 people. If you want to achieve good results in the freshman selection tournament, I suggest forming groups based on abilities, playing to your strengths while covering weaknesses, and building glory together. Finding an open area, Luo Fan had everyone release their contracted beasts one by one. After understanding everyone's abilities, he let them form teams on their own. Within just half an hour, the lawn was filled with 20 teams hastily assembled by students from humble backgrounds. The strong attracted each other with proud gazes, while the weaker ones wore ingratiating smiles, trying to squeeze into the core groups. The hierarchy of disdain never failed to appear in any circle, so some got what they wanted while others had to settle for less. Luo Fan didn't interfere with this natural stratification. He had only one real task. Each team must have a strategist responsible for integrating the team's resources and tactics. Choosing strategists wasn't easy, but with the beast intelligence system backing him up, he spent only 30,000 wealth points to match 20 captains for everyone. Everyone. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached every ear. Quite a few of you are dissatisfied with your captains, aren't you? But these are my chosen people. If you won't obey, leave now. His gaze fell upon those 20 people, and his tone suddenly turned stern. I chose you because I trust you. Once the freshman selection begins, you must demonstrate your abilities, lead your teams to seize resources, and earn your teammates' recognition. There will be re-evaluations after the competition. I won't keep a single troublemaker. His fingers slowly swept across the crowd. You're all competing with each other as well. The team that gathers the most resources gets my greatest support. Those who fall behind will do menial work. As his words ended, he shook both arms, and thunderous power coursed over his body's surface like silver serpents. His spear pointed straight at the ground. His soul force condensed into tangible pressure that made everyone's chests feel tight. So powerful. Whispered exclamations rose one after another, and the remaining doubts instantly vanished. The strong commanded respect. The stronger Luo Fan was, the more obedient they became. I'm going to rest. You've just formed teams, so use the time before dark to understand each other better and perform well tomorrow. Retracting the lightning, he added, the freshman selection involves real combat. People will die. Don't treat it as child's play. Your futures depend on it. The academy instructors hadn't revealed all the inside information to Luo Fan, so he couldn't say everything, in case he was being monitored. His well-intentioned warning ended there. The rest of the path they'd have to walk themselves. Night fell, and the night passed without incident. When dawn's faint light pierced through the tent, Luo Fan opened his eyes to hear the contract vibrating. The Thunder Ancient Bear was requesting feedback. Pikachu, just regular feedback this time. Don't push the limits. With the selection approaching, preserving combat strength is most important. Luo Fan instructed mentally. Roar. The Thunder Ancient Bear responded excitedly, immediately activating the contract runes as tremendous energy surged back. A system notification appeared. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has advanced to War General level, 5th stage. Due to not performing extreme feedback, your foundation is somewhat unstable. The system recommends consolidation. Intelligent recommendation. Foundation strengthening pills. 800,000 wealth points each. Host needs 2 pills. Thunder Ancient Bear needs 1. Purchase. Purchase. As his cultivation broke through, the system's voice chimed in, recommending the use of foundation consolidation pills. Luo Fan watched his wealth value plummet rapidly until it froze at the cold figure of 10 million. The system also limited his full power combat technique to a maximum of 100 strikes. Though it pained him to see his fortune shrink, combat strength was the foundation of survival, so he confirmed without hesitation. Roar. The Thunder Ancient Bear was the first to receive the foundation consolidation pill reward, frolicking in Luo Fan's soul sea like an excited husky. That surge of joy and gratitude came through clearly, bringing a smile to Luo Fan's lips. He tossed out a pill, which the bear caught with its paw and popped into its mouth. Then he tilted his head back and swallowed one himself. The gentle medicinal power exploded instantly, making his meridians tingle with heat while steadily reinforcing his newly broken through realm. Moments later, the medicinal power of both foundation consolidation pills was fully absorbed, making his internal foundation unshakable. Without pause, Luo Fan turned his attention to the Dragon Roar War Spear before him. The system's identification screen appeared. A war weapon forged by Master Nyali using Queen Bee larva fangs as the base material, upgradable to Dragon Roar War Spear. With confirmation in hand, he immediately poured all the auxiliary materials he prepared into the light screen. Cracked gold sand, azure netherstone, fong bones dropped by the Thunder Ancient Bear. The materials transformed into flowing light, devoured inch by the war spear. The silver-gray spear shaft emitted a deep dragon's roar, completing another transformation and adding yet another trump card to his arsenal. Time passed. Night gave way to dawn, and just as the crisp notification of the Dragon Roar War Spear's upgrade completion sounded, the Academy Selection Tournament's horn rang out. When Luo Fan arrived at the gathering point, the engines of armored vehicles rumbled across the vast plaza as students boarded one after another. Atop a war vehicle, an instructor from the Great How Divine Beast Academy stood with hands clasped behind his back, his tone playful yet authoritative. Everyone, the venue for the freshman admission selection is the alternate dimension world. There are 4 trials there, each offering opportunities to earn academy points. The more points you earn, the richer the resources you'll receive after enrollment. Don't slack off. Let me share a secret with you. The instructor smiled. Your total scores from the Beast Taming Joint Examination have all been converted into academy points by the school. This is the academy's first gift to you. You can use these points to purchase resources or exchange for weapons. Don't expect daily tasks to be easy sources of points normally. Earning points requires risking your life. He raised his hand, pointing toward the churning spatial rift in the distance. The freshman admission selection is your second gift, and currently your greatest benefit. First, trial combining theory with practice. After entering the alternate dimension world, collect any 10 resources and exchange them for points at the exit. Sounds simple, right? Don't celebrate too early. The instructor's tone shifted sharply. According to beast taming historical records, that's a world consumed by corruption, where all resources are guarded by wild beasts. Most aren't particularly strong, but if you encounter a war general level wild beast, your life will be in danger. Once inside, you'll be randomly scattered throughout the area. Bad luck might land you right in a war general's lair the moment you open your eyes. First priority, stay alive. Second, then look for resources. As the explanation deepened, the students' expressions changed repeatedly. Most were only at the 3rd or 4th tier of war servant level, and even the prodigies backed by powerful forces had barely reached the 6th or 7th tier. The true monsters capable of dominating the field were few and far between Luo Fan and Fan Jinghan among them. The instructor surveyed the crowd, his lips curving into a mocking smile. All right, we've arrived at the alternate dimension world. Everyone prepare yourselves, take your admission badges, and enter the barrier to begin your new lives. The Jingwu war zone was vast, and despite their vehicles traveling far faster than high-speed trains, it still took several hours before they finally reached the location of the otherworld space. As soon as they jumped out of the vehicles, with the scorching engine exhaust still lingering in the air, everyone saw the dark silver hemispherical barrier quietly suspended in the center of the wasteland. What was even more shocking was the sign that clearly read, Private Property of Deheo Divine Beast Academy. Luo Fan's heart sank as his gaze swept back and forth through the student ranks. searching for Gao Yushin. If they had truly offended the academy, he would be the first to fear retribution. Looking up into the distance, the academy's majestic main building resembled a mobile steel fortress. High above, disc-shaped aircraft glided through the sky as beast tamers stood on flying discs, ascending and descending at will, their technological prowess on full display. All right, stop gawking. The team leader's voice thundered through the amplifier like rolling thunder. After passing the assessment, you'll also get access to the most advanced equipment. Their life today will be your life tomorrow. Everyone listen up. You must enter the alternate space within 15 minutes, or you'll be locked out. As his words fell, the supervisors all gestured in unison, move faster. All the candidates rushed toward the barrier, dragging their heavy luggage. Approaching the entrance, Luo Fan gathered the students from humble backgrounds around him, his voice extremely low. Once inside, survival comes first. Stick to the plan and regroup only by teaming up. Do we have a chance? Our abilities are roughly equal, so if we stick together, our odds aren't bad. He glanced at the surging crowd, silently reflecting. Over 30,000 people would enter, and some were destined never to return. The price of failing beast taming was actually one's life. Go! With that command, hundreds of students from humble backgrounds nodded in unison, spiritual energy bursting from within as they shot toward the alternate space like arrows from a bow. In the crowd, Fan Jingyan's smile faded as she slowly approached Luo Fan's side, drawing her palm across her throat in a casual slitting motion. You'd better hope I don't run into you. Little vixen, Luo Fan smiled coldly. Constantly thinking about a man isn't good. If you fall in love, there's bound to be bloodshed. He didn't take the threat seriously at all. If he could defeat her once, he could do it again. Moreover, he had just noticed that Fan Jingyan's entire squad had changed into Bee Queen battle suits, the skin-tight armor so form-fitting it was almost like wearing nothing at all. His Dragon Roar War Spear had also been upgraded with Bee Queen larva fangs, its sharpness restrained but ready to give opponents a big surprise when it truly drew blood. On the other side, Fan Jingyan's confidence stemmed from that Bee Queen battle suit. The raw material from the Bee Queen larva was only half a step away from Lord level, and Master Nyali had fused the essence of the soul-devouring Flower King into the hide, elevating its quality. Though still marked as a grade, both its toughness and spiritual energy conduction had approached grade levels. Stop wasting time, get in there. The supervisor roared again, the sound waves stirring up clouds of dust. Luo Fan flashed a wicked smile and was the first to leap into the dark silver barrier. The moment he landed, he issued orders through his communication crystal. Immediately search for Gao Yushan and report any leads at once. Of course, don't forget the mission treasures are everywhere in this alternate space, so use anything good you find immediately. After giving instructions, he sprinted deeper in, with Fan Jinghan following close behind, clearly intent on intercepting and killing him at the first opportunity. Outside, the high-ranking officials of Deheo Divine Beast Academy gathered in the monitoring hall, watching as the signal points of Luo Fan and Fan Jinghan simultaneously disappeared into the mist. Someone frowned. How did this Luo Fan get entangled with the Fanine family? Another elder flipped through intelligence reports. The reports below say he stole resources from the Fanine family. I personally don't think so. All know what kind of people the Fanine family are. The instructors at Deheo Divine Beast Academy weren't particularly fond of the Fanine family, knowing all too well their true nature. They gathered in the strategy room, watching student profiles scroll across the light screen, their gazes unanimously settling on Luo Fan's name. Let's see how Luo Fan performs first. A silver-haired instructor tapped the table, his tone indifferent. If he's truly worth cultivating, we'll figure out how to handle this situation. Everyone understood the Fanine family's background, so the instructors at Deheo Divine Beast Academy instinctively sided with Luo Fan, even preparing contingency plans in advance. I don't think we need to rush into action. Another instructor chuckled and shook his head. The Fanine family makes an excellent whetstone. Let them sharpen Luo Fan, it'll actually accelerate his growth. If they truly break the rules and send out Lord-level powerhouses, then we can intervene. The instructors unanimously agreed, though the vice principal waved his hand. True, the Fanine family is perfectly suited for this. But don't forget, if Luo Fan actually kills their core members, we'll need to give the Fanine family an explanation. The light screen data flickered gently, registration information showing that the Fanine family's prodigious daughter Fan Jinghan had joined the academy, and this very conflict stemmed from her entanglement with Luo Fan. Having just worried about Luo Fan's safety, the instructors now found themselves concerned about Fan Jinghan. If this girl were unlucky enough to be slain by Luo Fan, the Fanine family would never let it slide. Surely it won't come to that. An elderly instructor stroked his beard thoughtfully. The Fanine family is vast and powerful. They couldn't possibly raise a weakling. Killing their core members would be extremely difficult. Eventually, everyone reached consensus: stay put and enjoy the show. The dimensional entrance glowed with waves of blue light as the roster switched, a red annotation catching the instructor's attention. Tisk, poor kid, someone laughed aloud. Luo Fan's been assigned to a war general-level savage beast territory. Though they couldn't see inside the dimensional space, they could track student locations through academy badge positioning. The light dot showed Luo Fan stepping deeper into the core territory of a war general-level savage beast, the Hurricane Savage Wolf. Hurricane Savage Wolf? This kid's luck is truly terrible. After confirming the location, the instructor's laughter grew heartier, almost tinged with mockery and anticipation. Don't just watch the excitement bring up the merit point leaderboard, someone urged. In fact, they'd never told the students that killing savage beasts also earned merit points. A stone monument would rise at the dimensional entrance, recording all hunting data in real time. Even more ruthless was that each person could only enter this space once, with limited savage beasts available, which was why the instructors deliberately misled new students into resource gathering. The monument thundered into existence, its rankings remaining blank momentarily before beginning to fluctuate. There's data movement. As numbers first appeared, the instructor's eyes lit up. Someone had begun hunting savage beasts, though the initial score increases were minimal. Had Luo Fan been outside at this moment, he would have been shocked. Over 500 people on the leaderboard had merit points exceeding 10,000. More coincidentally, the second-place name was none other than Fan Jinghan. Perfect martial exam score, 390 points on the written test, only 90 points below Luo Fan. What's happening? An instructor frowned. Doesn't Luo Fan know that Hurricane Savage Wolves are worth 100 merit points? According to their speculation, trapped in Hurricane Savage Wolf territory, Luo Fan would inevitably face battle. Just killing one Hurricane Savage Wolf would secure him first place. However, the monument's results showed the complete opposite. Within mere minutes, Fan Jinghan had overtaken him, dropping him to second place. In less than half an hour, Luo Fan had fallen beyond 20th place. What is he doing? Someone couldn't help muttering. Don't tell me he actually got eaten by Hurricane Savage Wolves? He's the beast taming exam champion. After all, this is just too pathetic. Following the positioning of his admission badge, Luo Fan was moving without having killed a single wild beast. The instructors quickly reached the only logical conclusion: Luo Fan had likely been devoured by the hurricane wild wolves, and what was moving on the map was the wolf itself, not Luo Fan. With this thought, combined with Luo Fan's steadily declining ranking, the instructors from Deheo Divine Beast Academy mentally crossed out his name with a prominent X, their disappointment evident. What they didn't know was that Luo Fan hadn't acted yet because the hurricane wild wolves were numerous, and engaging them would inevitably trigger a prolonged battle with too high a cost. Regular combat is one thing, but using wealth points to convert soul power is like throwing money away. 100,000 per shot. Who could afford that? Luo Fan calculated clearly. To conceal his presence, he spent 10,000 wealth points in the 10,000 Beast Intelligence System to purchase a breath-concealing pill, completely masking his aura and allowing him to move silently through the wolf pack's territory. Originally, he planned to leave, but then reconsidered. Such a massive clan must have precious treasures guarding their core area. How could he return empty-handed? So he crept forward, crawling through the withered yellow grass, waiting for a full 2 hours. The wolf pack's core was a limestone cave, and even from a distance, Luo Fan could feel the waves of soul power emanating from it, indicating the extraordinary nature of the treasures within. Unfortunately, the Wolf King remained stationed at the cave entrance, its gaze cold and sharp, showing no signs of leaving, forcing Luo Fan to nearly consider retreat. Just as he was quietly backing away, a piercing wolf howl suddenly echoed from behind. The entire hurricane wild wolf territory instantly erupted into chaos as the pack rose to their feet, first looking toward the distance, then back at their king, awaiting orders. Brothers, charge straight in. Hurricane wild wolves fear nothing. There must be treasures at their core. A rough roar followed. A team of beast tamers was charging toward the core, attempting to forcibly seize the resources the wolf pack guarded. Luo Fan's lips unconsciously curved upward. Someone's drawing their fire from Yui. Not take advantage? He had considered a frontal assault, but the Wolf King was at least an 8th tier war general level, plus nearly 100 war general level wild wolvesh could only abandon the idea of a direct confrontation. Now with this group of beast tamers taking the lead, his opportunity had arrived. Sure enough, as tension escalated, the Wolf King raised its head and howled furiously, ordering the war general level wild wolves beside it to charge out in full force. Rumble. Over 100 war general level wild wolves charged forward, the earth trembling, dust clouds rising like a tangible hurricane sweeping outward. In the following moments, both sides erupted into fierce combat. Though the number of beast tamers was unclear, they managed to force the wolf pack into steady retreat, causing the Wolf King to pace back and forth at the cave entrance in agitation. Finally, it couldn't restrain itself any longer, let out a long howl toward the sky, and shot into the battlefield like lightning. Perfect opportunity. The moment the Wolf King's figure disappeared, Luo Fan slammed his hand against the ground for leverage and shot into the cave like a cannonball. The cave's interior wasn't particularly spacious, yet the soul power within was so dense it nearly liquefied. Luo Fan quickly scanned his surroundings. The rich soul energy was actually emanating from a small spring. To be precise, it wasn't a spring, but dew dripping from stalactites that had formed a small pool on the ground. Luo Fan crouched in the pitch-black cave bottom, his finger gently stirring the icy water surface. The milky white liquid rippled with fine patterns, thick and viscous like semi-solidified syrup. Wait, this is Earth Core's spirit essencean ultimate treasure. He jerked his head up, examining the cave walls around him. The jagged stalactites formed a spiral funnel shape, with spiritual energy gathering from all directions, perfectly channeling the dripping dew into the small depression at the center. This matched the description of Earth Core's spirit essence from his beast taming textbooks perfectly. The materials clearly stated that Earth Core's spirit essence could strengthen the soul sea and enhance a contracted beast's spiritual power. Even king-level beasts could benefit from it. How could something the hurricane wasteland wolf risked its life to protect be worthless? Luo Fan already had his answer. He pulled out his backpack and retrieved an empty bottle that had previously contained spirit enhancement elixir. Uncorking it and turning it upside down, he aimed the mouth at the pool. Since the bottle's capacity was limited, he simply tilted his head back and drained the remaining spirit enhancement elixir in one gulp, feeling his throat burn. Then he carefully collected the Earth Core spirit essence until the bottle was 90% full. With only a shallow layer remaining, he reluctantly bent down and gulped down several mouthfuls, then cupped the last portion in his mouth before completely clearing all the Earth Core spirit essence from the cave. Oh no! Before he could fully straighten up, his soul sea suddenly tightened as he detected fierce wind-breaking sounds. Something was lunging at him. Luo Fan thrust his spear backward, his combat technique exploding forth. The spear tip pierced through the air with a thud, penetrating his target. As the light faded, he saw the corpse pinned to the stone wall, a young wolf over a meter long. I'm in trouble. Luo Fan's heart went cold. If his guess was correct, this young wolf was the Wolf King's offspring. The revenge for killing its child would drive the Wolf King mad. He shook off the young wolf's blood and ran frantically, silently mourning for the beast tamers who would soon enter the cave. Damn, there are scapegoats. As he burst out of the core area, he instinctively looked back. He saw a beast tamer charging into the cave with a spear, and Luo Fan stumbled, nearly falling. Oh whoa! A piercing, furious howl shook the mountain's belly. The Wolf King had gone berserk. Not just the Wolf King, the entire pack went wild. The hurricane wasteland wolves' forms doubled in size with rage, their fur standing on end, their speed and destructive power skyrocketing. Luo Fan witnessed firsthand as the Wolf King bit off a beast tamer's head in one bite. The others fared no better. Some had their intestines torn out by wasteland wolves. Others had their chests ripped open by claws. Blood mixed with screams, the stench hitting him in the face and nearly making him vomit stomach acid. Run! The hurricane wasteland wolves have gone berserk. Why? According to our calculations, the hurricane wasteland wolves shouldn't be this powerful. Screw your calculations, just run for your life. Panicked shouts rose one after another as the beast tamers scattered in terror. Luo Fan was also surrounded by several wasteland wolves, but now he was full of confidence. His combat techniques fired continuously, his silver spear flashing like lightning. One spear, one ward, general-level wasteland wolf, carving a bloody path with bold, sweeping movements. Leaping out of the wolf pack's territory, he finally caught his breath and raised his hand to summon the Thunder Ancient Bear. The gray-black giant bear had just appeared, still thinking it was about to be used as a punching bag by its master and trembling, when it saw Luo Fan roughly pry open its massive fanged mouth and spit the Earth Core spirit essence he'd been holding into it. Roar! The sweet, viscous liquid slid down its throat, and the Thunder Ancient Bear immediately froze. It looked down at itself. Had its master just force-fed it a mouthful of saliva? The giant bear's face flushed with an eerie red, shame washing over it like a tide, its fluffy ears trembling uncontrollably. It stared at Luo Fan in horror, seeming to condemn its master's peculiar fetish, secretly vowing to resist to the death. You idiot! That wasn't saliva I gave you, it was Earth Core spirit essence. Earth Core spirit essence that can help you advance and enhance your intelligence. Luo Fan rolled his eyes and reached out to grab the Thunder Ancient Bear's thick neck. Grasping the Thunder Ancient Bear, Luo Fan then withdrew it back into his soul sea. After recalling the Thunder Ancient Bear, Luo Fan felt his stomach begin to heat up, his whole body becoming light and airy. Clearly the Earth Core spirit marrow was taking effect. The last time he consumed this substance, it affected his physical body, but this time it directly burned his soul. Others used Earth Core spirit marrow by the drop, but he had gulped down several large mouthfuls, far exceeding the human body's tolerance limit. The Thunder Ancient Bear was also affected, drunkenly spinning in circles within his soul sea, roaring anxiously to signal Luo Fan to let it out for air. Pikachu, prepare for battle. Luo Fan resorted to his most familiar solution: combat. He threw out Pikachu with a flick of his hand and charged forward himself. Upon seeing a wild beast, he would strike with his spear, delivering a killing blow before immediately turning to seek the next target, his slaughter swift and decisive. Meanwhile, a team of students from humble backgrounds was locked in fierce battle with several wild beasts. Brothers, hold on. We absolutely cannot flee now once we run. We won't last even a few breaths. Captain Qian's voice was hoarse but steady. When brave warriors meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. As long as we're brave enough, we can triumph, someone echoed. Their formation quickly adjusted. Defensive beast tamers held the front line while agile attackers targeted vital points, their coordination flawless for the moment. Facts proved they had followed the right captain. Under various captains' leadership, they had already slain multiple wild beasts with considerable gains. However, as their confidence soared, they had switched targets to high-level wild beasts, resulting in the entire team being trapped and hanging by a thread. We can't hold on much longer at this rate. We'll die. Just as their morale was about to collapse, a cold gleam swept in. Luo Fan pierced the wild beast's chest with his spear, then shook his arm with force, causing the spear's energy to explode and dismember the creature. After resolving the battle, he didn't linger, turning to charge toward a nearby pond. Lightning burst from his spear tip, creating tornado-like whirlpools on the water's surface. The clear pond water instantly turned blood red as countless strange fish floated up belly first, densely packed and shocking to behold. About half an hour later, waves exploded as Luo Fan emerged from the water carrying a 100-meter-long monster fish. The dragon roar war spear was embedded in the fish's forehead, electric arcs still flickering. PFF. Before the humble students could speak, he had already lifted his spear and sliced open the fish's skull, casually extracting 2 fangs and stuffing them into his backpack before turning to leave. The Thunder Ancient Bear was slightly slower after seeing its master collect the fangs. It rummaged around and found a wild crystal, swallowed it in one gulp, then panted heavily as it caught up with Luo Fan. There are plenty of resources at the bottom of the pond, go collect them. After walking several dozen meters, Luo Fan suddenly turned back and dropped this comment. What are we waiting for? Let's move. Captain Qian was the first to react. Since the enemy was a general-level monster fish, the treasures at the pond's bottom would naturally be extraordinary. Everyone rushed to dive underwater, collecting herbs, crystals, and rare minerals one by one, each person meeting the 9-item mission requirement. They also worked together to skin the giant fish, carefully rolling up the hide, thinking they might sell it for a good price later. After finishing up, this team of humble students hurried to follow Luo Fan's trail, wanting to figure out where he was headed. What is this Luo Fan doing? Could it be that he's on a massive slaughter spree of wild beasts? Outside the otherworldly space, the instructors at Desolate Divine Beast Academy were dumbfounded as Luo Fan's credits skyrocketed wildly in just this short time. They had already broken through 20,000. The credit leaderboard's light screen flickered incessantly, with numbers jumping like crazed beasts, sometimes surging by 80, sometimes by 100, and in the most outrageous instance, leaping by a full 800 in succession. The instructors exchanged glances, chills running down their spines. At Luo Fan's slaughter rate, the wild beasts in the other world would be completely wiped out sooner or later. Suddenly, another string of glaring red text appeared. 2,000. A chorus of sharp intakes echoed through the hall. Someone quickly calculated each ward general-level wild beast was worth 100 credits, meaning 20 ward generals had just been instantly vaporized. If that girl from the Fanning family happened to encounter Luo Fan, the instructors' faces immediately paled. Request to end the assessment. As the suggestion hit the floor, everyone began talking at once, their voices filled with anxiety. Beyond worrying about Fan Jing'an's safety, they were more concerned about their wild beast reserves. Desolate Divine Beast Academy currently controlled only this one other world, with limited beast numbers, and Luo Fan's fighting style was tantamount to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Finally, an elderly instructor made the final decision. Terminate it. Let's rein in Luo Fan first. The smaller the losses, the better. The students don't understand the rules anyway, and no outsiders will criticize us. We're really going backwards with Ajito. We have to swallow our own words, someone muttered under their breath, though no one refuted the frustration. Just as the termination procedure was about to activate, a sharp whistling sound suddenly cut through the hall's commotion. A gray-black warship roared in, hovering steadily above the otherworld entrance, effectively blocking Desolate Divine Beast Academy's chance to pull the plug. Lin Tianxiu, instead of properly hosting your Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy's freshman selection, what are you doing here stirring up trouble at my Desolate Divine Beast Academy? Vice Principal Ai Jin Kuei immediately stepped out of the hall, looking up and roaring angrily. The warship's cabin door opened, and a comfortable high-back chair was carried to the entrance. Lin Tianxiu sat down with his legs crossed, his voice lazy yet clear. Ai Jin Kuei, you haven't changed. I'm not here to spectatamy. Student accidentally wandered into your assessment, and I need to personally bring her back. Your student. Ai Jin Kuei sneered. There are no candidates from Tianhuang Academy here. Despite his words, his gaze immediately fell on the light screen. Fan Jinghan's name was ranked 4th on the leaderboard, her credits steadily climbing. Besides Fan Jinghan, Lu Yushi, ranked 8th on the leaderboard, also caught the instructor's attention. Both were working hard to accumulate points while carefully controlling their rankings to stay in the middle, perfectly fitting the typical pattern of moles, causing disruption and frantically accumulating points, but neither competing for first place nor falling to the bottom to avoid early exposure. Based on comprehensive background analysis, Fan Jinghan is the most suspicious, AI Jin Kuei analyzed grimly. The Fanning family had sufficient backing and wasn't afraid of retaliation, making them perfect candidates for planting spies. As for Luo Fan, none of them considered him in that light. He had no motive and had shown embarrassingly poor skills during questioning. From all the earlier surveillance footage, he was clearly a rookie greenhorn who couldn't possibly be a mole. Yes, that's right, he's a student from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy. Not bad at all. He actually made it onto the credit rankings. Staring at the golden light screen, Lin Tianshu smiled slightly, but his heart was in turmoil. While other undercover agents only thought about keeping a low profile to avoid exposure, Luo Fan was doing the complete opposite, openly hunting wild beasts like crazy in the secret realm, racking up credits that shook the heavens, completely disregarding his undercover identity. On the other side, AI Jin Kuei had originally wanted to scold Luo Fan, but the words died in his throat when Luo Fan suddenly stopped fighting. He immediately lowered his voice and became a mere observer. AI Jin Kuei was looking forward to seeing an even more spectacular scene. If Luo Fan really killed Fan Jinghan, the undercover agent from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, that would be quite interesting. No one knew the real reason why Luo Fan stopped. He had just forcibly withstood the impact of the Earth Core Spirit Marrow, achieving soul sublimation, but at a cost. Warning: host has forcibly used Earth Core Spirit Marrow to enhance Soul Realm, causing damage. Immediate consumption of marrow cleansing pills required to prevent Realm from being permanently stuck at War General Level 5. Marrow cleansing pills cost 1.5 million points each. Host needs 2 pills, Thunder Ancient Bear needs 1 pill. Purchase. Do I have a choice? Purchase. The system panel displayed. Congratulations, host has successfully purchased 3 marrow cleansing pills for a total of 4.5 million points. Friendly reminder: please consume within 1 instance sticks time, otherwise injuries cannot be recovered. Luo Fan couldn't afford to think further, tilted his head back and swallowed the pills, then sat cross-legged in meditation. Tremendous soul power echoed within his body, and the aching throughout his body indicated his previous overexertion. In the eyes of the humble students, this was merely common power exhaustion. Hundreds of humble students had followed Luo Fan all the way, picking up quite a bit of spoils. Seeing him meditating now, they immediately formed a protective human wall around him. Protect brother Luo Fan, they called out in low voices, drawing their weapons and staying alert to their surroundings. Fan Jinghan led her people in pursuit and had just stepped into the perimeter when she froze. Luo Fan was surrounded layer upon layer by those humble students, like stars surrounding the moon. She was puzzled. They had only met by chance, yet these people were willing to risk their lives for Luo Fan? During this period, Fan Jinghan had been searching for Luo Fan, only taking action when encountering wild beasts, which led to her being misunderstood as an undercover agent by the instructors from Dehao Divine Beast Academy, who had even gathered considerable evidence. Seeing her approach, the humble students shouted loudly, "Back off, or face death." Fan Jinghan's eyes turned cold, jealousy and hatred ignited in her heart. Attack together, kill them all. As her command fell, she and her contracted beast, the Tian Fan Ice Silkworm, appeared simultaneously, cold air spreading with murderous intent exposed. The situation was about to explode when Luo Fan suddenly opened his eyes and smiled faintly. "Little lady, what's the rush? How long has it been since we last met?" He patted his sleeves and gestured for the humble students to make way. "Everyone, please step aside. This is my woman. Sorry for the embarrassment. Sorry for the embarrassment." Hearing these words, Fan Jinghan's killing intent intensified, while the humble students looked shocked, unsure whether to retreat or stand guard. Luo Fan understood Fan Jinghan's strength and knew well that the humble students were no match for her. If he allowed the conflict to erupt, these students who had followed him would only die in vain. Luo Fan obviously couldn't just watch everyone go to their deaths. "Oh, it's sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law." Upon hearing that Fan Jinghan was Luo Fan's woman, the poor students surrounding them instantly breathed a sigh of relief and cupped their fists in unison. Sister-in-law. This single word, sister-in-law, made Fan Jinghan explode on the spot. She raised her spear, its gleaming tip cutting through the air like a cold moon. "I didn't mean it last time. So what if I stabbed you a few times? Fine, I'll take responsibility." The spear tip stirred up bone-chilling coldness as thick white frost condensed in the air, sweeping toward the students. With their mere battle servant level strength, if Luo Fan didn't intervene, more than half would likely die or be severely injured. Luo Fan stepped forward, his spear moving with him. When his Luo family spear technique had only reached minor mastery, he could already make waterfalls flow backward. Now having achieved entering the hall, breaking this spear strike was effortless. Lightning exploded from his spear shaft as a thunder python instantly formed, carrying thunderous roars as it tore back in retaliation. How is this possible? Fan Jinhan's pupils contracted sharply. Her spear force had just erupted when it was shredded by the thunder python, and the lightning was already upon her. Master, be careful. Wei Yi reacted extremely quickly, unleashing his battle technique simultaneously to shatter the thunder python into a thunderous downpour. Luo Fan turned his back to the poor students. Go submit your missions and secure your first round scores. These students had unexpectedly benefited from following him to vent their strength. As long as they submitted their spoils of war, their points would definitely be substantial. The remaining resources could be used for cultivation, and they would soon be able to break through to battle general level. Just as the poor students turned around, Fan Jinhan coldly commanded, "Kill them all, don't let a single one escape. How dare they defile my death is their only fate." Simultaneously, she released her heavenly Brahma Ice Silkworm, her gaze locked onto Luo Fan with undisguised killing intent. Many students still hadn't grasped the situation and actually tried to mediate. Sister-in-law, it's normal for couples to fight. I can see brother Luo Fan didn't mean it either. There's no need for this. Exactly. Couples fight at the head of the bed, but make up at the foot. Just hug it out. Brother Luo Fan, you're the man here. Take the initiative. Go hug sister-in-law. Girls need to be coaxed. Luo Fan finally exploded with profanity. Idiots. Run now? Can't you see she wants to wipe you all out? Fan Jinhan sneered coldly, turning to instruct Wei Yi. Remember their faces. Cut out their tongues before killing them. Yes. Wei Yi's face lit up with excitement as his contracted beast thunderously materialized, while he himself became a blur charging toward the crowd. In a flash, Luo Fan blocked Wei Yi's path, saying gravely, "Leave quickly." Roar. The Thunder Ancient Bear burst forth from Luo Fan's flank, immediately targeting Wei Yi's contracted beast as the two creatures clashed like lightning meeting fire. Over the past 2 hours, it had developed coordination with Luo Fan and even learned to attack enemies together. Facing 7 opponents wasn't necessarily hopeless. Attack together. Luo Fan pointed his spear forward as Fan Jinhan simultaneously shouted fiercely, ordering everyone to strike as one. From that single shot, Fan Jinhan had already sensed if this Luo Fan wasn't the same as before. Unknown, she wasn't his match. Only a coordinated assault could bring him down. Good. Come on, then. After drinking the Earth Heart Spirit Marrow, the most dramatic change in Luo Fan was his attributes. Ever since Head mastered lightning, his soul power had become Thunder Soul Power, and the Spirit Marrow had further fortified his foundation and elevated his soul, making that thunder even more torrential. Anyone at the same level trying to suppress him was almost doomed to fail. Roar. With a thunderous bellow from the ancient Thunder Bear, Luo Fan shot out like a lance of violet lightning. The Dragon Chant War Spear tore open the sky, its tip trailing arcs of electricity as the void boomed, and the pressure shook the heavens. Fan Jinhan was no pushover. She summoned the heavenly Brahma Ice Silkworm, and cold surged for a kilometer in a heartbeat. Before Luo Fan could close in, rows of ice spires erupted along his path like the fangs of a freezing tide. The bear's transformation was even more outrageous. Bathed in Earth Heart Spirit Marrow, it fully mastered Thunder Breath, and even grasped the rushing Thunder Mantra. Wei Yi charged to intercept, only to be blasted away by a single exhalation of lightning. When he turned and invoked the mantra again, both he and his bonded beast were driven back. No, don't. Wei Yi hadn't even steadied his footing when the ancient Thunder Bear lunged for his bonded beast. He tried to help, but his body locked off, couldn't move at all. Worse, Luo Fan was already upon him, spear lunging like a serpent that devoured everything. There was no path to survival he could see. Courting death. At the razor's edge, Fan Jinghan's aid arrived. Several ice lances screamed through the air, all locked onto Luo Fan. Forced to pull his spear back, Luo Fan tapped and shattered them. Pop, 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 then flickered aside to the flank. At the same time, the ancient Thunder Bear, beset by Fan Jinghan's team's bonded beasts, was driven back to Luo Fan's side, rumbling a low, menacing growl. "I told you backing is part of strength," Fan Jinghan said from on high, smiling down at Luo Fan. "Without battle armor, you don't dare take risks, so you're constrained at every turn. If it were me, I'd have tanked it with my armor and swapped Wei Yi out already. But you can't. One more Secret Beastmaster Alliance's new Queen Bee armor is still rated A, but its quality matches great. Even if we stood still and let you swing, you couldn't break through. If I can't hurt you standing still, why did you save him just now?" Luo Fan leveled his spear at Wei Yi, shaking his head with a cold sneer. "You." Choked by the question, Fan Jinghan felt as if she had swallowed a fly impossible to spit out, unbearable to swallow. "Enough. Fight. With your temper, Talking piece is off the table. Luo Fan held his spear crosswise, signaling her to cut the chatter. Kill. Retreat wasn't in Fan Jinghan's nature. To wash away her humiliation, she had to slay Luo Fan. The 7 of them were veterans of battles with wild beasts, their coordination razor-sharp. 3 attacked Luo Fan's lower openings, 3 sealed off his upper lines, while Fan Jinghan herself targeted vital points. Their kill moves chained seamlessly, leaving Luo Fan almost no room to breathe. Their roles were clear whenever Luo Fan erupted. One of them immediately slammed him down with a battle art, keeping the advantage firmly in hand. The ancient Thunder Bear was tied up by the 7 bonded beasts, thunderclaps and beast roars trading blows in waves, neither side gaining a quick edge. A perfect opening. With one spear strike, Wan Muer forced Luo Fan back and burst into laughter. He raised his blade high in the air and brought it crashing down. This was his battle technique, aerial strike, honed through years of rigorous training. The blade's light carved a 20-meter-long shadow through the air, like the heavens themselves collapsing. Luo Fan dared not meet it heated and rolled desperately to the left, barely grazing past the edge of the blade's shadow. You've fallen into our trap, Fan Jinghan sneered coldly. She and her companions had worked together for so long that the moment the blade light descended, she had already predicted Luo Fan would dodge left. Sure enough, as Luo Fan rolled to his feet, the 6 warriors' terrifying killing moves had already formed a chain-like aura that sealed off every vital point on his body. A bloodthirsty excitement flashed in Fan Jinghan's eyes. Without battle armor, Luo Fan faced an almost certain death. You've pushed me too far. I'm done playing around. Luo Fan roared in fury, sweeping his war spear horizontally as his soul power instantly ignited to its fullest. With nearly 10 million wealth points, he could unleash at most 100 spear strikes. Now, with rage flooding his mind, he decided to stake everything on this gamble. How is this possible? Sensing the soul power that shook the very air, Fan Jinghan and the others' faces changed dramatically. Their battle techniques hadn't even been fully activated before this violent force tore them apart, instantly disrupting their formation. Such reckless expenditure of power will only make you die faster. Wan Muer sneered as he retreated several steps, then launched himself skyward again with a tap of his toes, raising his long blade high. With blade as mountain, blade shatters rivers and mountains. I'll kill you first. Luo Fan also shot into the air, his dragon roar war spear trailing a thunder serpent as it crashed heated into the blade shadow. Now at the 5th stage of war general level, Luo Fan's thunder technique, infused with his full power, was devastatingly fierce. In the instant of collision, the 20-meter blade shadow was torn to shreds by lightning, and the thunder serpent's power pierced through the blade curtain, slamming hard into Wan Muer's chest. The pure yang thunder force crashed into his body, causing Wan Muer to curl up like a shrimp, blood spraying wildly as he was sent flying dozens of meters. You're seeking death. Fan Jinghan roared, the burning humiliation feeling like a slap across her face. Their formation could even kill an 8th stage war general, yet they had instantly suffered a severe injury at the hands of freshman Luo Fan. Her dignity was completely shattered. His power is exhausted. Attack together and kill him. Fan Jinghan shouted. Beast tamers couldn't remain airborne, and after launching Wan Muer, Luo Fan's body began to fall. This was the perfect window for attack. Kill. Fan Jinghan raised her hand to condense an ice spear, her entire body covered in frost, while the others similarly unleashed their strongest spear attacks, determined to deliver a killing blow. Roar. At the critical moment, the Thunder Ancient Bear suddenly leaped up to meet its falling master, providing Luo Fan with a foothold. Well done, Pikachu. Luo Fan, who had been terrified and thought he would die or at least lose a layer of skin, now laughed heartily as he stepped on the Ancient Bear's back and shot skyward again. Wealth points instantly converted to soul power as he dove downward, completely merging with his Dragon Roar war spear. Lightning exploded. The void seemed torn by the spear tip. Heaven and earth changed color, and dust swirled violently. Fight him to the death. Fan Jinghan's hair stood on end as she clearly sensed the terror of this spear strike. Individual strength could never withstand it, but they had 6 people with good coordination. A counterkill wasn't impossible. Ignorant. Seeing Fan Jinghan's hasty attack, a mocking smile crept across Luo Fan's lips. If wealth points couldn't be converted into soul power, he would indeed be helpless, but now that free exchange was possible, the entire situation had changed. At this moment, as he plummeted from midair, his momentum appeared terrifying on the surface, but he was only using 70% of his power. The remaining 30% was reserved for defense. His true killing move would only be unleashed after landing. I'll take him heated. On the opposite side, Wu Ji, who specialized in defense, gripped his alloy staff and leaped up without hesitation, choosing to trade blow for blow. He was confident in his Beat Emperor battle armor, which could absorb most of Luo Fan's attacks. Even if he broke a few ribs, it wouldn't matter. With Fan Jinghan and the others backing him up, As long as he could force Luo Fan to sustain injuries, it would count as success. Wu Ji had no idea that his choice played right into Luo Fan's hands. The two crossed paths in midair, and Luo Fan used his opponent's charging momentum to lightly pivot, smoothly sliding out of the encirclement. Upon landing, he immediately withdrew his spear and retreated swiftly, his figure flashing into the forest like a shadow. Pikachu! He roared at the Thunder Ancient Bear, and in the next instant, both man and beast vanished from Wu Ji and the other's sight. He fled. As the dust settled, Wu Ji and his companions looked at each other in bewilderment. For them, this should have been a battle of life, death, and honor, one that should be fought to the bitter end. Yet Luo Fan had simply left without showing the slightest desire to continue fighting. After escaping the battlefield, the Thunder Ancient Bear growled continuously, clearly unwilling to accept this retreat without battle. As a pure-blooded fierce beast, it had its own pride and was now burning with shame and indignation. Pikachu, you must remember that only by staying alive do we have infinite hope. Luo Fan patted its back, his tone patient. We're businessmen, you must weigh the value of everything. We don't make losing deals, and spending 100,000 soul power per shot is too costly. The Thunder Ancient Bear widened its beast eyes, still confused. Luo Fan decided to explain more bluntly. What would we gain from fighting them to the death? Some illusory self-respect? So-called pride of the strong? Can these things feed us? The primary duty of contract beasts and beast tamers is to seize resources and improve cultivation. This otherworldly space is full of treasures, and at such a crucial time, searching for resources should naturally be our priority. Remember, life safety is most important. I don't want you getting hurt. With that, he raised his spear and led the ancient bear deeper into the forest sea, seeking new opportunities. Meanwhile, Lin Tianxiu and Ai Jinkui, who had been watching from afar, were both stunned. They only saw Luo Fan break through and escape, immediately concluding that he had been defeated, each feeling regretful. Lin Tianxiu had always suspected Luo Fan of being a hidden traitor and had paid special attention to his performance. Gao Yushan had once praised Luo Fan's exceptional strength with absolute certainty, yet now he had been forced to retreat by Fan Jinhan, who ranked 5th on the leaderboard. This was somewhat disappointing. Ai Jinkui regretted not having killed Fan Jinhan earlier, while once again confirming his belief that Fan Jinhan was definitely a traitor. With such formidable strength, yet keeping it hidden for so long, showing no interest in academic credits, and dropping from 2nd place to 15th if he wasn't harboring ulterior motives. Why would such things happen? Oh no, Luo Fan was racking up points again. After a brief silence, everyone discovered an even more troubling problem wasn't just accumulating points, but also continuously earning credits, leaving all the instructors speechless. Seeing that the first round of assessment was nearing its end, the Academy's leadership decided to wrap things up immediately and launch the second round. The other world was divided into 4 layers. 1. The beast layer with a limited number of wild beasts. Each kill reduced their numbers. 2. The aquatic layer testing mental fortitude and adaptability, and more importantly, detecting soul potential. 3. The island layer elimination rounds for the strong. 4. The tidal baptism layer, only the top 10 could enter to receive baptism of both soul and body. Based on this structure, the assessment was also divided into 4 stages. Several celestial phantom beasts lurked within the aquatic layer. They never attacked proactively, but would cast illusions within their territory. Anyone who approached would be dragged into terrifying phantasms, causing many students to suffer mental breakdowns or even commit suicide. Only those who passed this trial were qualified to enter the island layer, where students would battle each other for the position of top scholar. The tidal baptism layer was the greatest reward of the entire freshman assessment. The otherworld space will close in a quarter hour. Anyone who doesn't want to be trapped here forever, retreat at full speed toward the red cloud. Those who don't arrive within 13 minutes will have their scores voided. The instructors repeated this command twice over the broadcast. Leaving the beast layer and reaching the boundary of the aquatic layer marked the end point of this assessment. The instructors at Deheo Divine Beast Academy were well versed in this herding method. Once they issued the command, students would naturally swarm toward the exit. Damn it, of all times, Luo Fan muttered with annoyance. At this moment, he wasn't simply trying to rack up credits. In fact, he had no idea how the credit system actually worked. He had been hunting wild beasts along the way only to enrage them, hoping to provoke them into chasing him so he could lead the beast tide toward Fan Jinghan and the others. With his plan only halfway complete, being forced to stop naturally filled Luo Fan with frustration. But anger was useless. Certainly didn't want to be trapped in this godforsaken place forever. The next moment, he suddenly accelerated, becoming a blur as he rushed toward the red cloud. The red cloud? Better get moving. At the same time, Fan Jinghan also heard the command and burst into full speed, heading straight for the same location. The red cloud was easy to identify. It marked the junction between the beast layer and the aquatic layer. Following that crimson glow, both quickly approached their destination. Brother Luo Fan, we're over here. Come quickly. Thank goodness you're safe. Stepping into the boundary zone, Luo Fan looked up to see that the students from humble backgrounds hadn't submitted their tasks but had gathered at the edge, waiting. The moment he appeared, the group erupted in cheers. When the humble-born students saw Luo Fan, their hearts filled with excitement, and they collectively rushed toward him. Your name is Luo Fan? Hearing the poor students shout, Fan Jinhan finally realized she had been played. The guy in front of her wasn't named Gao Yushan at all, but Luo Fan. Her icy gaze locked onto him with piercing intensity. Luo Fan lazily turned around, shrugging with an exaggerated grin. What? Got a problem with that? Bastard, you'd better hope I don't run into you alone. Fan Jinhan shot back coldly. The usually aloof and reserved girl had been arguing non-stop since meeting Luo Fan, practically using up an entire year's worth of words in just a few encounters. All right, enough bickering. Let's go submit our tasks. We're running out of time, a companion reminded them. In the desolate beast forest, they might have been able to use beast attacks as cover to strike at each other ruthlessly. But here in the water domain of Deheo Divine Beast Academy, several instructors hovered in the distance, watching with cold eyes. The academy's rules were crystal clear. Students who killed each other would face disciplinary action at best, expulsion at worst. No one dared to make a move. Luo Fan scanned his surroundings and suddenly noticed several figures floating above the water domain. Their ornate robes with golden patterns and imposing auras marked them as extraordinary. He had no idea that these were Lin Tianxiu and AI Jinky here specifically for him. While they couldn't interfere in the restricted desolate beast forest, they had free reign in the water and island domains. Withdrawing his gaze, Luo Fan looked ahead at a black stone monument over 30 feet tall. Golden characters and numbers scrolled continuously across its surface. The Academy's merit point leaderboard. His name sat prominently at the top. Fan Jinhan stepped past him with a cold laugh. Idiot, you've never even seen a merit point board before. She briefly explained. This world was ruled by desolate beasts originating from interdimensional spaces, giving birth to the beast contracting cultivation system where everyone commanded beasts. However, human civilization still couldn't fully comprehend these Space 7 ancient artifacts. Like this leaderboard could only be used, never modified. Luo Fan coughed lightly, stepped back half a pace, and gestured with open hands. No shame in asking questions. No shame at all. Please, miss, go ahead. Luo Fan, don't get cocky. The top freshman spot is mine. Fan Jinhan opened her backpack and poured out her spoils. 7-colored Poria flower premium resource, 20,000 merit points. 9th tier wart, general level beast fong 15,000 merit points. Yellow essence mushroom, blood spirit grass, cold mist grass, jade marrow fungus. She submitted everything to the instructor. The instructor quickly calculated using a magical device, his voice carrying across the entire water domain. Congratulations to student Fan Jinhan, total resources worth 88,000 merit points, plus personal and hunting achievements, for a grand total of 100,000 merit points. The monument flashed, and Fan Jinhan's name shot to the top, while Luo Fan dropped to 38,000 points, a gap of 62,000. Look, another 100,000. The crowd erupted again. Just as Fan Jinhan was basking in her triumph, the name, Du Yi, appeared on the board with the same 100,000 points, claiming second place. Luo Fan found a large rock to sit on, studying Fan Jinhan's expression with a carefree laugh. Miss Fan, why don't you check your backpack again? Even one extra point would keep you in first place. Fan Jinhan stared directly at him and snorted coldly. Get your merit points above mine first, then you can mock me. She gestured for him to step forward. The poor students started cheering. Brother Luo Fan, give us something to marvel at. They knew full well any student who could rack up over 20,000 merit points by hunting desolate beasts couldn't possibly have mediocre loot. No rush, you all go ahead and exchange first. Luo Fan stood behind the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a low voice as a reminder. But he didn't hand over his own pile of spoil. She decided to let the students from humble backgrounds go first to give everyone a reference point. The first student from a humble background stepped forward, holding 2 spiritual plants in his hands. Spirit nourishing grass and marrow cleansing flower. The instructor in charge of exchanges raised his eyebrows in surprise. 20,000 points each, totaling 40,000 academy points. The second student from a humble background followed closely, pulling out 3 fruits. Essence spirit fruit, essence dragon fruit, human essence fruit. With your level of strength, how could you possibly obtain such things? Whatever, rules are rules. 20,000 each, totaling 60,000. The third person walked to the platform, opened his palm, and revealed Earth Destiny fruit, Heaven Soul fruit, and Heaven Earth Source essence all at once. How on earth did you manage this? The instructor's voice cracked, but he still recorded everything diligently. Academy rules, if you bring it, we acknowledge it. 25,000 each, totaling 70,000. Students from humble backgrounds continued reporting their resources, and the numbers at the exchange platform soared. Within minutes, each of their total scores firmly stood above 75,000 points, all breaking into the top 400, with several directly entering the top 10. The scene was utterly ridiculous. Watching this group of newcomers from humble origins with terrifyingly high academy points, the instructors of Deheo Divine Beast Academy looked at each other in bewilderment, only able to turn to Vice Principal AI Jinkue for help. According to previous year's rules, anyone with 50,000 points or above would be designated as a Class A student, but students from humble backgrounds had weak foundations. If they were forced into Class A, they would undoubtedly take up a large amount of cultivation resources. AI Jinkue felt awkward under the stares of all the instructors and coughed dryly. Why are you all looking at me? The Academy's rules are written on iron plates. I can't change them either. In the corner, Lin Tianxiu secretly laughed if students from humble backgrounds took up the spots. The children of prestigious families would surely complain, and then the Academy would be caught in a dilemma. All students, listen up. One instructor simply announced loudly. Academy points determine your status, no holding back allowed. Starting now, after the first round ends, only the top 6,000 will advance to the second round. All others will be evaluated as Class D students. As soon as these words fell, the students who had been planning to keep their trump cards in reserve exploded into chaos, especially the children of prestigious families, who swarmed to the instructor's pleading. Instructor, can I exchange different resources? My points can still be improved. This student was momentarily confused. Please give me another chance. Instructor, please be flexible. The instructors kept stern faces. Remember, each person only gets one chance. After saying this, they deliberately focused their attention on those war general level students from prestigious families, secretly opening a convenient door for them. Seeing everyone in chaos like ants on a hot pan, Luo Fan finally stepped forward. Fellow students, does anyone need resources? His voice was loud and clear as he directly targeted those children of prestigious families, opening his palm to reveal a verdant spirit-nourishing grass and a pure white marrow-cleansing flower, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. I'm willing to sell them. Spirit-nourishing grass, marrow-cleansing flower. One student from a prestigious family swallowed hard. Fellow student, how do you plan to sell them? These people all understood the value of these two treasures. If they could obtain the spirit-nourishing grass and marrow-cleansing flower, it would be equivalent to gaining 40,000 academy points for nothing, so naturally they were tempted. Hey there, I'll pay 2 million for those items. Just say yes and I'll transfer the money right now. The crowd immediately erupted. 2 million? That's embarrassing. I'll pay 2.5 million. 3 million. 3.5 million. 4 million. Everyone formed a semicircle, voices rising and falling in competition, all for that spirit-nurturing grass and marrow-cleansing flower. When the bidding hit 5 million, the commotion suddenly died like a snuffed candle. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million 3 times. Sold. Luo Fan walked over to the young man who made the final bid, raised his hand to show his beast tamer badge, and asked the team captain to process the transfer on the spot. The young man's face went pale, but he still gritted his teeth and confirmed the payment, thinking about getting 40,000 credits soon. His heartache turned into reluctant satisfaction. He carefully stored away the spirit-nurturing grass and marrow-cleansing flower, while the other onlooking students all looked dejected, some even sighing regretfully under their breath. I should have bid more aggressively earlier. Luo Fan struck while the iron was hot, clapping his hands to draw everyone's attention. Don't worry, everyone. I have 10 items total, and I've only sold 2. There are still 8 left. Same rules as before, open bidding. Highest bidder wins. With that, he held the Earth Destiny fruit and Heaven Soul fruit in his palm. Their bright skins reflected the firelight, immediately reigniting the fighting spirit of the previously dejected students. I'll pay 3 million. 3.5 million. 4 million. Just as the crowd was about to continue raising the price, a voice announcing family connections cut through. Everyone, I'm from the Gu family of Shinyo City. Please give me some face. 4.5 million. What's so great about the Gu family? Another tall young man sneered. I'm from the D family of Jingwu City. 5 million. Let's compete freely. I'll pay 5.5 million. After several minutes of deadlock, the bidding stopped at 5.5 million. 5.5 million once, twice, 3 times. Sold. Hearing the final number, Luo Fan nodded without hesitation and quickly completed the transaction. The young man who called himself DXIN held the successful transfer screen and laughed heartily. Brother, I'm DXIN from the D family of Jingwu City. I owe you a favor today. Luo Fan silently praised the man's social skills and casually reminded him. No problem at all. You'd better hurry in exchange for credits. Thuft and get stuck in a long line later. After DXIN left, Luo Fan took out the primordial spirit fruit, primordial dragon fruit, and human origin fruit. Their crystalline skins gleamed, and their fragrance was intoxicating. His throat felt dry, so he casually grabbed the juiciest primordial dragon fruit, wiped it with his sleeve, and took a big bite. Sweet juice dripped between his fingers, and the scene suddenly became terrifyingly quiet. Everyone forgot about bidding and stared in shock as he ate it like regular fruit. Brother Luo, stop. You really can't eat anymore. Someone in the crowd cried out desperately, their voice cracking. Give me the primordial spirit fruit and human origin fruitile, pay 5 million. The man quickly pushed to the front and cupped his hands, introducing himself. I'm Rin Lu from the Rin family of Jingwu City. Please give me some face, Brother Luo. I'll definitely repay this favor later. Luo Fan finished the last bite of the primordial dragon fruit, casually spat out the seed, and reached for the human origin fruit. His wiping motion with his sleeve nearly made Ren Lu rush forward to snatch it. Is your favor only worth 50,000? Whatever, I'll sell to you. Luo Fan's tone was casual, but he was already signaling the captain to collect payment. The transfer notification sounded, and he tossed the primordial spirit fruit and human origin fruit to Ren Lu. Ren Lu treasured them like precious gems, bowing repeatedly. Thank you. Catching the spirit fruit and human essence fruit, Ren Lu immediately rushed out to submit his mission. He wasn't stupid at all, knew clearly that the instructors at Deheo Divine Beast Academy wouldn't allow Luo Fan to keep openly reselling resources. The instructors hadn't intervened, yet simply because they hadn't discovered the problem. Once fewer missions were submitted on that side, they would immediately trace it back here. Every world had its share of tattletales, and envious students could jump out at any moment. He might very well be the next one to get denied. The moment he finished submitting his mission, he immediately turned and dove into the crowd, sitting cross-legged and pretending to cultivate, successfully burying himself in the surging sea of people. At this moment, only the hawking cry of, "For items left, who wants them?" remained at Luo Fan's stall. Meanwhile, Luo Fan continued selling. 2 resources bundled for 5 million each time he made a sale. He stuffed a stack of brand new storage crystals into his spatial ring. After collecting 50 million consecutively, the onlookers finally began to suspect something. Just how many resources do you actually have? Someone calculated quietly. He sells 2 items each time, that's already around 20 pieces. Luo Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead and raised his hand to display the final set. Tungsten ore, blackstone ore, starting price 4 million, selling at a loss with tears in my eyes. Last item, last item. Watching the gods before him compete with their bids, he couldn't help feeling smug. Just as his lips began to curl into a grin, he suddenly felt a powerful force wrap around his ankle, lifting his entire body into the air. You bastard! How dare you resell resources from our Deheo Divine Beast Academy's otherworld space? A furious roar came from above as an instructor grabbed Luo Fan. Simultaneously, a line of red text appeared on the credit board, deducting 30,000 credits. The instructor's face was ashen, his anger mixed with barely concealed jealousy. Ironically, the person who had reported him was none other than Rin Lu. After obtaining 40,000 points, he feared being surpassed by others and simply reported Luo Fan. Though Luo Fan felt guilty inside, the 50 million had already been credited to his account instantly. There was no way he could spit it back out. Facing the instructor's fury, he nodded obediently. 30,000 it is. The instructor snorted coldly. What about the 10 resources? Hand them over. Luo Fan immediately put on an obedient appearance. Ahem, I was just too scared of being poor. I bought almost everything and only have 3 items left. With that, he presented them like treasures: dragon pattern grass, fire pomegranate fruit, and a small jade bottle. I prepared these in advance. Please accept them, instructor. The instructor initially thought the bottle contained energy sublimation liquid. He pulled out the cork and took a sniff. Then his pupils suddenly contracted. Earth Core Spirit Essence? Where did you get this? He grabbed Luo Fan's wrist tightly. In the otherworld space, nothing was more precious than Earth Core Spirit Essence. It was elusive and constantly wandering around. Only those with great fortune could catch it. Luo Fan feigned sincerity. Instructor, you must be careful with this stuff. I only drank 2 sips back then and nearly died from energy overload. I barely managed to vent the power by slaughtering general-level wild beasts. His gift of the Earth Core Spirit Essence was actually to provide a reasonable explanation for his earlier beast slaughter. After all, he was a hidden infiltrator who had joined the Academy's entrance selection to cause disruption. Now that he'd made such a commotion, he needed to lay the groundwork in advance. You drank 2 sips? The instructor's grip tightened involuntarily, his eyes practically shooting flames. Luo Fan thought for a moment, then added, actually, it should be 3 sips. I didn't have an empty bottle at the time, so I only filled 1 bottle of energy sublimation liquid. I couldn't bear to drink the remaining bottles, so I just filled 1 bottle with Earth Core Spirit Essence to try my luck. Right, it was 3 sips. After filling 1 bottle, I drank 3 sips and found there was still quite a bit left, so I let my contracted beast drink 1 sip before finishing it all. Squinting his eyes, Luo Fan pretended to recall, his tone casual, as if discussing something trivial. Outrageous. The instructor from Deheo Divine Beast Academy in charge of registration slammed the table, his voice exploding like thunder across the trial grounds. He could barely restrain himself from slapping the student. Earth Core Spirit Essence Yuri, actually trading something like that for credits? Luo Fan shrank his neck, grinning innocently. Instructor, is this thing really that valuable? Then I won't sell it. Just with this dragon pattern grass and a few fire pomegranates, I can easily rank in the top 6,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the instructor swept his sleeve, releasing overwhelming Lord-level aura. Want to take it back? If you don't submit 10 items, you get 0 points. With that, he flipped his hand and collected everything: the dragon pattern grass, fire pomegranates, and that crystal-clear drop of earth core spirit essence vanished into his spatial orb. Luo Fan's expression stiffened momentarily, then he scratched his head sheepishly. Well, gathering a few more items is simple enough. He crouched down to rummage through his backpack, plucked a few green leaves, and scraped some dirt from his shoe soles. Exactly 10 items. Outrageous. The instructor's face darkened further. Don't you still have spirit fruits in your backpack? When Luo Fan had opened his backpack, the instructor had seen clearly. Over a dozen spirit fruits radiating spiritual energy lay inside, and the leaves he handed over were plucked right from those fruits. These spirit fruits won't work. I am keeping them to eat myself. He clutched his backpack to his chest, looking nervous. The academy rules never specified what cannot be harvested means. Who says my items have no value? Hurry up and evaluate them. The instructor's chest heaved with anger, but he was helpless and could only announce the results. Dragon pattern grass and fire pomegranates, 40,000 credits. Earth core spirit essence, 120,000 credits. Remaining leaves and dirt, 1 point each. Adding your previous 8,000, total, 168,001 credits. The crowd erupted. The ranking display instantly refreshed, with Luo Fan's name shooting back to first place, a full 68,000 points ahead of second place Fan Jinghan. Luo Fan turned around, smiling as he stared at Fan Jinghan, deliberately emphasizing the word beneath, with heavy, slow pronunciation. How about that? You're beneath me again. I gave you a 30,000 point head start, and still crushed you. Fan Jinghan gritted her teeth, and could only turn away in resentment. The scene erupted in excitement as the instructor raised his hand to quiet the commotion. Silence. Now announcing the second round assessment, the heart-questioning sea. He pointed toward the rolling mist and azure waters in the distance. Reaching the isolated island on the opposite shore counts as passing. Remember, every round affects your future. Those ranking beyond 6,000th place will be demoted to grade D from now on, relegated to menial duties. Though you'll still receive resources and instructor guidance, compared to the rest of you, it's practically meaningless. Changing his tone, the instructor sneered inwardly while maintaining a cold expression. You have only 15 minutes. Anyone who can't cross fails. What no one knew was that he had concealed the real, danger phantom beasts lurked beneath the heart-questioning sea. Anyone entering their territory would be trapped in illusions, suffering embarrassment at best, suicide at worst. The danger far exceeded the first round. His gaze swept over the plainly dressed students from humble backgrounds, mockery flickering in his eyes. According to past conventions, entering the heart-questioning lake requires at least 7th or 8th tier battle servant level. These students from poor families are only 4th or 5th tier. The risk of perishing is extremely high. However, this was exactly what the instructor wanted to see. Students from humble backgrounds had inferior contracted beasts and no connections. It was far too difficult for them to get ahead. Allowing these people to become 1st or 2nd tier students would truly be a waste of resources. It would be better if they simply perished. To set a trap for the students from poor families, the instructor deliberately imposed a time limit on the assessment. As long as everyone rushed headlong into the lake of self-reflection, they would be deceived by the illusions within and ultimately kill themselves. Luo Fan stood on the shore, his gaze following the rippling waves. Coming from a humble background himself, he understood better than anyone that charging alone into the sea of self-reflection would be tantamount to suicide. Having made it this far entirely through Luo Fan's guidance along the way, the students from poor families naturally didn't dare act rashly and could only stay close behind him. Don't rush, wait a bit longer. Luo Fan raised his hand to signal. The instructor's island was extremely far from shore. Even if everyone could swim, it would be absolutely impossible to reach land within a quarter hour. Recalling how the instructor had deliberately concealed information during the first assessment, Luo Fan became increasingly certain there was trickery involved. In that case, it would be better to let those noble students explore the path first, then analyze the situation himself. He dared to remain so calm for another reason. Xian, Fan Jinghan, and others in the top 10 also hadn't moved, likewise waiting quietly on the shore. Noticing Luo Fan's gaze, several of the top students nodded to him in acknowledgement. Help me. Don't kill me. I didn't kill anyone. It has nothing to do with me. Uncle, we're family. Why are you killing us? No. Mother, help me. Following the instructor's command, over 90% of the students leaped into the lake of self-reflection. The lake's surface churned as they swam desperately, but just as they reached the halfway point, something strange happened. Many suddenly clutched their own necks, struggling frantically in the water as if being pursued by invisible enemies. On land, such movements wouldn't be fatal, but in the lake water, A few coughs led to choking and sinking. Bodies floated and sank like fallen leaves, instantly falling silent. They're dead. The students from humble backgrounds swallowed hard, their faces pale with terror. Noticing that Luo Fan clearly didn't understand the situation, Xin quietly explained. Several celestial illusion beasts live in the sea of self-reflection. They don't attack actively, but use their soul power to create illusion domains. Anyone who enters the domain will see their most painful memories. Thank you. This information settles the favor I owe you. Luo Fan clasped his hands in gratitude. Without this warning, he would have been caught off guard. Xin waved dismissively. If you hadn't provided resources, I wouldn't have made it into the top 10 either. He paused, then added, there are only two ways to escape the illusions. Either have a sufficiently resilient mind, or possess strong enough soul power. So this assessment essentially tests soul and mental strength. Whoever can overcome themselves can make it across. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin was the first to jump into the lake, his figure cutting through the water surface as he headed straight for the opposite shore. Fan Jinghan and the others followed closely behind, creating splashes as they dove in, leaving only Luo Fan's group still standing in place. What's wrong? Scared? Someone on shore sneered. Didn't you want to change your fate? If you can't even overcome yourselves, how can you change your destiny? Listen carefully. The celestial phantom beast won't attack you proactively. Your enemies are yourselves. Defeat yourselves, and you'll leap like a carp through the dragon gate, soaring to great heights. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Fan pushed off with his toes and shot forward like an arrow. His body carved a long wake across the water's surface as he rushed to see what this so-called celestial phantom beast truly was. His actions ignited the fighting spirit in the students from humble backgrounds on the shore. Brother Luo is right. If we can't even defeat ourselves, what right do we have to become strong? Everyone, difficulties aren't scary. What's truly terrifying is losing direction and falling into despair. As long as we cross Reflection Lake, we can become Class B students. With such a great opportunity before us, what do we have to fear? Luo Fan's rebuke struck like a heavy hammer against everyone's chest. Those students from poor families who had been hesitating suddenly found their resolve. Their dream was to change their fate, to leap like carps through the dragon gate and soar to great heights. But if they couldn't even defeat themselves, how could they speak of change? Believe in yourselves. Break through your limits. With this rallying cry, Luo Fan was the first to dive into Reflection Sea. Splash after splash followed as the students from humble backgrounds cast aside their hesitation and plunged in after him. What no one knew was that Luo Fan's enthusiastic encouragement was simply to continue stirring up trouble. From the barely concealed disdain in the instructor's eyes, he had already seen that these people didn't welcome students from poor families and wished for their swift elimination. The more they felt this way, the more determined he became to get these students into Class B, or even Class A. Be careful. This is the celestial phantom beast territory. Approaching the waters where other students had shown signs of madness, Luo Fan stopped to let everyone adapt first. He raised his hand and signaled, I'll go first. With Luo Fan leading the charge, the morale of the students from humble backgrounds soared. Many dove directly into deeper waters, waiting quietly for the illusions to descend. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. I will defeat you. No, 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 don't hit me. I'm willing to pay protection money. Big brother, this is my tutoring money. You can't take it. I told you I don't have any. Today either you kill me, or I kill you. When Xiao, I like you. When I get into Deheo Divine Beast Academy, will you marry me? The moment they entered the celestial phantom beast's territory, invisible illusions enveloped them like mist. The insecurities and vulnerabilities of the students from poor families were laid completely bare. Street bullying, struggles with tuition fees, confessions of unrequited love. Living at the bottom of society, they had experienced mostly these simple yet heavy burdens. Compared to the wealthy heirs who had been fighting for power since birth, their inner demons seemed simpler, yet were equally sharp. For this very reason, overcoming the illusions was actually less complicated for them as long as they tore through their insecurities and kicked away their cowardice. Their souls could transcend and become completely immune to the illusions. Those who've conquered the illusions, don't rush to leave. Go help your classmates who are still trapped in the illusions. Don't let them drown. When the first group of students from humble backgrounds successfully broke through their illusions and surfaced for air, Luo Fan entrusted them with the task of protection while he ventured deeper to face his own illusion. Nothing's happening. Stepping into the celestial phantom beast's core territory, Luo Fan was puzzled. The soul force fluctuations grew stronger and stronger, yet the illusions seemed to have no effect on him, like air. With no other choice, he continued swimming forward. Soul force pressure crashed over him like a tide, yet he remained completely unperturbed, as if naturally immune. Could it be because of the Earth Core's spirit essence? Luo Fan surveyed his surroundings, recalling Xion's warning. Reflection Lake tested the soul and mind. Having once refined Earth Core's spirit essence, his soul had already undergone one transformation. Naturally, the celestial phantom beast's illusions had no effect on him. Wait, I must be within an illusion. Could being immune to illusions actually be part of the illusion itself? Like Shuangzi dreaming of being a butterfly, what was the true nature of illusions? Luo Fan had a feeling that he was already trapped within an illusion, merely believing himself immune to its effects. The moment this thought surfaced, his heart leaped into his throat. If this were true, he was in extreme danger. The most terrifying illusions were those one wove for oneself. Reality and fantasy intertwined like an endless cycle, and no matter how strong one's will, distinguishing truth became impossible. Luo sang. A bone-melting whisper suddenly exploded behind him. Luo Fan spun around sharply, his pupils contracting violently. Teacher Maria. During his time on Blue Star, he had collected quite a few of her instructional videos. He never imagined she would now become part of this illusion. Hello, teacher. He stepped forward and embraced her. The sensation was warm and soft, almost indistinguishable from reality. Just as he was about to take things further, a thought struck him like lightning. Weren't the audience at Deheo Divine Beast Academy watching through the live stream right now? If the entire school witnessed this, he'd die of social embarrassment on the spot. Luo Fan coughed and quickly released her, waving awkwardly. Teacher, I must excuse myself. Luo sang. If you don't like her, do you like me? Before the words finished, Teacher Bodo, Teacher Daqiao, and Teacher Gongqin stepped into the illusion one after another. The magnificent lineup made Luo Fan's scalp tingle. Dear teachers, I'm truly inconvenienced today. Perhaps another time. Luo Fan clenched his fists, his sigh carrying both regret and unwillingness. If not for the thought of the crowd outside, even knowing there were tigers in the mountains, he might have headed straight for Tiger Mountain. Luo sang, don't be so heartless. The illusion was absurdly realistic as the teachers surrounded him, each displaying their signature skills. But deep down, Luo Fan understood Clearlie had transmigrated to this world, and these teachers couldn't have followed him here. Get lost. His thunderous roar tore through the illusion's veil, and his consciousness suddenly cleared. However, the thunder force carried by that roar exploded in the water, striking directly at the phantom beast's tentacles. The giant creature, thinking itself provoked, swelled its tentacles and lashed viciously toward Luo Fan. Light and shadow shifted, and the scenery before Luo Fan's eyes twisted abruptly. He found himself standing on a mirror-like lake surface. The water was so smooth that not a single ripple could be seen, and even his feet created no splash. Across from him stood a black-robed figure with identical features, hands clasped behind his back. Luo Fan wore his academy uniform, while the black-robed figure was wrapped in dark aura, radiating sinister intent. What is this thing? Before his confusion could settle, the black-robed figure struck first. His spear cut through the air, transforming into a pitch-black beam of light at incredible speed. Luo family spear technique. Luo Fan's pupils contracted sharply. His opponent was using the Luo family spear technique, and with 100 times more proficiency than himself. Luo Fan raised his hand, and the Dragon Roar War spear materialized from thin air. With a fierce shout, his spear tip shot forward like a dragon emerging from water. Spear shadows intersected, and the lake's surface erupted with countless icy droplets. In just a few breaths, Luo Fan deeply understood his own insignificance. His spear technique, strength, and speed all paled before the black-robed figure. No matter how desperately he fought, he couldn't even touch his opponent's robes, while every thrust from the black-robed figure precisely targeted his vital points. His opponent was different. Every spear strike could aim for Luo Fan's vital points. After just a brief exchange, Luo Fan was already bleeding profusely, transformed into a blood-soaked figure. No, according to Dixin's words, the celestial phantom beast wouldn't attack others, but would create illusions based on the shadows in their hearts, causing them to destroy themselves. Luo Fan stood on the dark lake surface, quickly organizing his thoughts. If everything before him didn't truly exist, then he was still trapped in an illusion, and this monster was merely part of it. At this realization, his heart suddenly brightened. Wasn't this an excellent opportunity? By continuously battling within the illusion, he could hone his spear techniques and grow rapidly under the pressure of real pain and life-or-death situations. Sharp pain surged through his arm, yet he threw back his head and laughed. The Luo family spear techniques were difficult to master and consumed countless resources, and his skill level had only just reached the basics. Compared to his opponent, in the illusion, he was utterly outmatched. It didn't matter if his level wasn't high enough as long as he was willing to learn. Such an excellent master was a rare find. He staggered to his feet, his expression suddenly turning cold and fierce as he gripped the dragon's roar war spear and charged once more toward that phantom figure. Meanwhile, the students from humble backgrounds were amazed to discover that the nightmares plaguing them had suddenly vanished at the same instant. The process of confronting their inner shadows had elevated their souls, and the power of heart-questioning lake flowed into their bodies, directly triggering breakthroughs. Haha, I've broken through. Without relying on a contracted beast, I actually broke through. I broke through too. I'm now at War Servant 6th stage. Everyone was overwhelmed with excitement, and soon realized this was all connected to Luo Fan. It must be Brother Luo Fan helping us again. Where is Brother Luo Fan? After searching everywhere without success, they naturally assumed Luo Fan had successfully reached the shore, so they all burst into speed, rushing toward the island. Not only the students from humble backgrounds as Luo Fan wielded his spear in the illusion, other students also gradually broke free from their illusions, with countless figures churning across the lake's surface, all swimming toward the island. The instructors of Great How Divine Beast Academy had been secretly monitoring the selection process. According to past conventions, at least 60% of students should be eliminated, but current statistics showed that nearly 5,000 students had escaped the illusions. This completely disrupted the Academy's prearranged resource allocation plans for grades A, B, C, and D. The numbers exceed the limit. There aren't enough resources to distribute. If everyone passes, the entire subsequent training system will be thrown into chaos. Finally, the instructor group quickly made a decision. This round doesn't count. All students return immediately for re-examination. As they spoke, one instructor anxiously took action, raising his palm and striking down. Vast spiritual power transformed into enormous waves, forcibly sweeping everyone back to the center of the lake, giving no one any chance to reach the shore. Is this another illusion? Why would an instructor attack us? It's not an illusion. The instructor is preventing us from reaching shore. Instructor, what's the meaning of this? According to Academy rules, crossing Heart-Questioning Lake means passing. Why are you attacking us? As they argued, the lake's surface suddenly bulged with currents, and a 100-meter-long jellyfish slowly emerged. The jellyfish was completely translucent, with dozens of tentacles, each displaying different colors like a rainbow spreading across the water. The celestial phantom beast. Is the instructor trying to save us? Worried we'll be killed by the celestial phantom beast. Someone snorted coldly. Save us, my ass. The celestial phantom beast doesn't actively attack. The instructor is planning to kill it. No way. The celestial phantom beast is a treasure. Would Great How Divine Beast Academy really be willing to kill it? Staring at the sky phantom beast, the students instantly forgot their grievances, their eyes widening in disbelief that their instructor had actually killed the creature. Zhu Feichen, who gave you permission to attack? Vice Principal AI Jin Kuei's face turned ashen. His sinister gaze locked onto Zhu Feichen with undisguised killing intent. In the Dehao Divine Beast Academy's only otherworldly space, the Sky Phantom Beasts held a crucial position. Now that Zhu Feichen had killed one, no one could predict what kind of chain reaction might occur. Vice Principal. Zhu Feichen felt wronged. He had only intended to forcibly end the examination and send the students back to reduce the number of those who passed. He never planned to kill the Sky Phantom Beast. But how could he know that the truly fatal blow hadn't come from him, but from Luo Fan? Maintaining the illusion required the Sky Phantom Beast's magic, and being only at the War General level, its ordinary illusions had no effect on Luo Fan. Forced into desperation, it had used its life essence magic, attempting to make Luo Fan sink into despair and destroy himself. However, it never expected Luo Fan to use the illusion for cultivation instead, forcing it to deduce the higher realm of unity of man and spear, ultimately causing the Sky Phantom Beast to die from exhaustion. You what? I told you to oversee the examination, not to take action yourself. What the hell did you do? AI Jin Kuei grew angrier as he thought about it. He bent down to examine the Sky Phantom Beast's corpse, then delivered a slap that sent Zhu Feichen's head sideways. The latter immediately transformed into a streak of light and fell into Wenxin Lake with a splash. This is bad. Luo Fan instantly became alert. After the Sky Phantom Beast died, he immediately awakened from the illusion to find himself in a bubble space floating on the water's surface, with no breathing difficulties. But with the Sky Phantom Beast's death, the bubble rapidly collapsed and merged into the lake water. At the same time, when Zhu Feichen attacked, Luo Fan seized the opportunity to push out the already dead Sky Phantom Beast's corpse, successfully pinning the blame on Zhu Feichen. Now that Zhu Feichen had fallen into Wenxin Lake, all of Luo Fan's secrets faced exposure. How could he not be anxious? Gurgle, gurgle, gurgly lake water surged as Zhu Feichen sank headfirst to the bottom, knocked unconscious by that palm strike. Lake water rushed into his mouth and nose without any struggle from him. Even more bizarre, a fist-sized space pearl with flowing dark patterns in his chest broke free from its owner, tracing an elegant arc directly toward Luo Fan. Should I take it or not? A gleam flashed in Luo Fan's eyes, but his hand instinctively reached out and caught the space pearl firmly. If he had obtained such a treasure elsewhere, he wouldn't hesitate, but this otherworldly space belonged to the Academy, and rashly keeping it could easily expose him. Even worse, the space pearl might still carry Zhu Feichen's soul imprint. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a space pearl. Erasing the soul imprint requires 1 million wealth points. Do you wish to proceed? The 10,000 Beasts Intelligence Systems prompt sounded at the perfect moment. Damn, you can do that too? Yes, proceed. Luo Fan was overjoyed. This was like a pillow falling from heaven. Once the soul imprint was removed, this space pearl would become his private treasury. Erasing soul imprint, please wait. Soul imprint successfully erased. The mechanical voice spoke again. Warning, the space pearl is in raw condition. The system can perform secondary processing to transform it into accessories such as necklaces or rings, requiring 10 million wealth points. Do you wish to proceed with processing? With the soul imprint already removed, the system inquired again. Was there even a question? Process it immediately. As a man, who wouldn't want to possess a spatial storage treasure? Since the Beast Intelligence System could solve this problem, Luo Fan naturally couldn't ask for more. Esteemed host, you have 4 choices. First is a ring, second is a necklace, third is a bracelet, fourth is a belt. Please choose. Do I even need to think about this? Luo Fan sneered inwardly. Necklace. Spatial orbs were easily damaged by impact. Bracelets and rings were most easily confiscated, and belts looked odd. Comparing all options, a necklace was the safest choice. Spatial necklace in production, please wait. The moment he selected the style, he looked up at the murky water surface, then turned around and swam rapidly back the way he came. Zhu Feichen could wake up at any moment, and if caught face-to-face, he'd have no way to explain himself. Congratulations, host. Spatial storage necklace successfully created. Please complete the soul imprint. Reminder, refinement requires dripping blood on the chain, then filling the spatial orb with soul power until completely full. Damn, isn't this too extreme? Luo Fan's head buzzed. How much soul power would this consume? Cursing under his breath, he continued his escape. The urgent matter was to clear himself of suspicion. Refinement could wait since the system could exchange wealth points for soul power anyway, so he could recover it eventually. Brother Luo Fan, why are you only coming over now? Ahead, a group of students from humble backgrounds were searching everywhere. Seeing him, they all gathered around. Don't even mention it, this illusion nearly killed me. Luo Fan shook his head with a dejected expression. Xian stepped forward and explained in a low voice. Brother Luo, the environment created by the phantom beast draws out your greatest fears based on your past experiences. Since you have rich experiences, the illusion is naturally stronger. Thank you for the explanation, Brother D. I need to cultivate for a moment, so I'll excuse myself first. He cupped his fists, then turned to the other students. Everyone, please guard me. The water here was less than knee-deep, so Luo Fan sat cross-legged directly, appearing to enter cultivation while actually taking out the newly formed silver gray necklace. It works. The first time he injected the exchanged soul power into the chain, he instantly sensed a vast internal space pills, spiritual materials, and weapons handed over by tens of thousands of students piled up like mountains. However, the second soul power flowed in. These resources seemed to be crushed by an invisible giant hand, turning to powder. Luo Fan watched with heartache, but also noticed that the soul power emanating from the powder merged with his own, accelerating the refinement process. 100,000, 500,000, 1 million, 5 million. Wealth points evaporated rapidly. He simply stopped hesitating and exchanged all of it for soul power to pour in. Yet the spatial orb was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. After throwing in over 28 million wealth points, it still remained unmoved. Blue veins bulged on Luo Fan's forehead. Screw this. Through trading resources, Luo Fan accumulated 55 million wealth points, which he decided to convert entirely into soul power to refine his spatial storage necklace. Congratulations, host. You have perfectly refined the spatial storage ring and achieved 100% mastery over it. The system's cold notification rang out like a mechanical bell spending. Just 1 million more wealth points would complete the lifebound imprint. Once achieved, the spatial storage necklace would become comparable to a lifebound artifact. Simultaneously, the system presented another enticing offer. After the imprinting process, the necklace would gain defensive capabilities. In critical moments, activating soul power would deploy a protective barrier capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a 7th-tier, Lord-level opponent. Without hesitation, Luo Fan invested an additional 54 million and 250,000 wealth points to fully enhance the spatial storage necklace. Blood slowly seeped from his neck into the chain, and crimson light consumed everything, officially declaring this treasure as Luo Fan's possession. Big brother, you don't need to ask about these things anymore, just go ahead and do it. The electronic voice from the system sounded casual, yet carried a hint of pride. Having already spent 54 million and 250,000, Luo Fan naturally didn't mind the final 1 million. Soul imprinting in progress. Please wait. Within moments, the imprinting succeeded. The spatial storage necklace officially upgraded to a life-bound spatial storage necklace, possessing both defensive and storage properties. Luo Fan closed his eyes to sense the change, his consciousness entering the necklace's interior, an empty space equivalent to 7 or 8 standard sports fields, completely pristine, without a trace of impurity, clean as a brand new warehouse. I'm exhausted. He tilted his head back and exhaled deeply, his entire body feeling as if he'd been carrying heavy weights. Converting over 55 million wealth points into soul power and continuously channeling it into the necklace was equivalent to using battle techniques over 1,000 times. His spirit and energy were nearly depleted. Yet thinking about the space pearl worth over 10 billion that had now become an even higher level, life-bound necklace, Luo Fan's blood still boiled with excitement. The protective barrier could even withstand attacks from 7th-tier lords, meaning he now possessed a true life-saving trump card. Brother Luo Fan, have you finished cultivating? They've started swimming toward the opposite shore again. In the distance, the poor scholars called out while waving their hands. Seeing Luo Fan open his eyes, everyone immediately approached, helped him up from the rocks, and urged him to board the island. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get to the island. Luo Fan responded. In his eagerness, he pushed off with his toes and actually stepped onto the water's surface without creating a single ripple, sprinting several steps and overtaking companions who had already swum halfway. What's happening? The students stared in amazement. Only then did Luo Fan notice the anomaly, and in his distraction, his footing gave way, sending him tumbling into the water with a splash. I understand now, this is soul power control. He forced himself to remain calm, closing his eyes underwater to comprehend the sensation, then stood firmly on the water's surface once more. During the necklace refinement, his soul power manipulation had reached its peak. Now he only needed to distribute soul power beneath his feet to run as if on solid ground. After fully understanding the technique, Luo Fan turned back toward the poor scholars, grabbing one person in each hand and tossing them forward. No, this is too slow. Link arms together and treat me like a bow tie. Take you all forward. Yes. Everyone understood, laughing heartily as they quickly linked arms in a line. Grabbing the person at the front, Luo Fan turned and began to run. What the hell? Is that even possible? Watching Luo Fan sprint across the waves while dragging hundreds of students from humble backgrounds behind him, Fan Jinhan, DXIN, and the others felt their blood run cold, as if they'd seen a ghost. In fact, ever since Luo Fan first casually strolled across the questioning heart sea, their worldview had been completely shattered, and now it was utterly demolished. Etta was literally running while dragging hundreds of people. This is unfair. They're cheating. That's right, this is cheating. Cheating, 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 cheating. As Luo Fan swept past them, the students flailing in the water shouted indignantly in unison. Unfortunately, he was moving too fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had left the group far behind, leaving only splashing waves and echoing cries of cheating. In just 8 minutes, Luo Fan was the first to set foot on the island. Reporting to the instructors, I roughly calculated that it took us only 8 minutes from the shore to the island. One of the students from humble backgrounds excitedly reported. However, Luo Fan collapsed directly onto the beach, gasping heavily, with only one thought in his mind: sleep. He was utterly exhausted. The supervising instructors looked at each other in bewilderment, having never encountered such a situation. For a moment, they could only turn their gaze to AI Jinkue, waiting for instructions. Where's Zhu Feichen? What's he doing hiding in the sea? Get out here. AI Jinkue looked embarrassed, feeling the situation was completely out of control. He turned and shouted toward the questioning heart sea. However, after waiting for a long time with no response, the other instructors had to jump into the sea to fish him out. After quite a while, Vice Principal Zhu Feichen was finally dragged ashore. His belly was swollen like a balloon, having obviously swallowed a lot of seawater. Fortunately, as a Lord-level powerhouse, his vitality was strong, and he wasn't in mortal danger. A healing instructor immediately channeled soul power, and Zhu Feichen suddenly coughed violently, like a human fountain, spewing out all the water in his stomach. AI Jinkue glared at him. You handle this mess. With that, he turned and left, abandoning the entire situation. What's going on? Zhu Feichen looked up to see the students from humble backgrounds sitting leisurely around Luo Fan, then gazed toward Fan Jinhan and the others still struggling in the distant sea. His vision went dark, and he nearly fainted again. Instructor Zhu, here's what happened. Several colleagues quickly briefed him on the situation, waiting for his decision. Running on water. Has this kid's soul power control reached such a level? Following his colleagues' pointing direction, Zhu Feichen saw Luo Fan, who was already fast asleep, snoring thunderously, with drool streaming down the corner of his mouth, sleeping blissfully. Zhu Feichen wanted to get angry but felt helpless. Luo Fan was incredibly powerful, and controlling soul power wasn't wrong. Let's wait until they all reach the island, he sighed inwardly. Soon, the students from humble backgrounds sat cross-legged around Luo Fan, entering a cultivation state. Seeing this scene, Zhu Feichen felt his head buzzing as if he'd been hit with a club. Earlier, he had tried every means to make things difficult for the students from humble backgrounds, believing they lacked backing and resources and couldn't achieve greatness. But now, The first group to reach the island was precisely these students he had least faith in. How could he eliminate them now? Besides, this island had a hidden benefit. Cultivating here was 100 times faster than in the outside world. Without exception, these students from humble backgrounds would rapidly break through their cultivation levels, reaching the 6th and 7th stages of battle servant. Cheating, 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 cheating. As soon as Fan Jinhan and the others set foot on the island, they pointed in unison at Luo Fan's group, shouting accusations. If it had been just Luo Fan riding the waves, they might have grudgingly accepted it. But what truly sparked their jealousy and fury were those humble-born students who had reached the island first with Luo Fan's help, students inferior to them in cultivation, combat prowess, and backing, yet who had managed to land a full 2 hours ahead of them thanks to Luo Fan's assistance. It took you nearly 2 hours to reach the island, and you still have the nerve to complain? You noble science, do you have any shame left? Amid the clamor, Luo Fan, who had been resting against a reef with his eyes closed, was disturbed by the noise and opened them. He stretched lazily, yawned, then slowly raised his gaze to mock them. You, Rin Lu and the others were left speechless, pointing at Luo Fan, but unable to squeeze out a complete sentence. You what? When you were buying my resources earlier, you didn't have this attitude. Luo Fan sneered, turned his head to spit, then disdainfully wiped it away with his foot. Silence. Zhu Feichen, the supervising instructor under Lin Tianxiu, raised his hand in a pressing gesture, and a terrifying pressure descended from above. The entire island seemed gripped by an invisible giant hand, instantly falling quiet. Those at the war general level barely managed to stay upright, their forms trembling slightly, while those at the war servant level collapsed prostrate on the ground, as if mountains were pressing down on their chests. Luo Fan and his group cheated. Each will have 50,000 academic points deducted. Let this serve as a warning to all other students. Deducting points? Deducting points again? What gives you the right to deduct my points? Luo Fan squinted as he looked around, suddenly spotting Gao Yushan observing the examination from the crowd. A military strongman he knew well. His confidence instantly surged, his back straightened, and he challenged the instructor on the spot. What did you just say? Provoked by this challenge to his authority, Zhu Feichen's gaze turned sharp as a blade, murderous intent blazing. Instructor, where exactly did I cheat? Luo Fan's voice rang out loud and clear. What were the rules for the first selection round? Enter the Savage Beast Forest and collect 10 resources, with academic points awarded based on resources. Did you ever say we couldn't sell resources? Did I violate any rules by trading one top-grade resource for what others considered trash? What gives you the right to deduct my points? I endured it the first time. In the second round, we fought through life and death in the illusion realm to reach 70% completion, and you slapped us back to the starting point with one palm strike, then casually killed a heavenly illusion beast. You said it was within regulations, so it was? And now in this third round, when did you establish a rule against riding the waves? Humanity is surrounded by savage beasts and should help each other progress. We humble-born students work together to reach this point. And that's considered cheating? Who's really in the wrong here? He stood his ground, staring directly at Zhu Feichen. Insolent. Zhu Feichen's face turned pale from the barrage of questions, and he raised his hand to strike down. Kill. Luo Fan's arm trembled, and the Dragon Roar War spear materialized in his palm like lightning. A thunder python had barely formed when the spear tip thrust furiously toward the instructor's face. However, the pressure surged like a tangible force, instantly shattering the thunder python. In the next second, Luo Fan was sent flying backward. Bang! The dull impact was deafening as he crashed onto the rocky shore, his body carving through the ground like a plow blade, gouging out a furrow 10 meters long. Ha ha! So this is the great How Divine Beast Academy I've been longing for, one of the 4 prestigious schools in the Jingwu War Zone. How ironic. Truly ironic. An academy like this isn't worth staying at. Luo Fan threw his head back in wild laughter, blood spraying from the corner of his mouth onto the bluestone ground, strikingly crimson. From the corner of his eye, he kept staring in Gao Yushan's direction, his heart churning. Why hasn't he made his move yet? Yes, an academy like this isn't worth staying at, he roared again. His roar thundered like lightning, causing many students from humble backgrounds to surge with passion. They rushed to Luo Fan's side, straightening their backs in support. Other students cowered in place, heads lowered, not daring to meet Luo Fan's gaze. Are you trying to rebel? Zhu Feichen stepped forward, his bones crackling. As a Lord-level instructor, he was accustomed to teaching people manners with his fists. A mere general-level brat daring to make noise in front of him? He'd simply cripple him. Enough. With a stern shout, a palm came flying. It was Vice Principal Ai Jinkue. Smack. Zhu Feichen was sent flying again, his body falling like a torn rag toward the depths of the island. Ai Jinkue surveyed the surroundings, his expression darkening. A bunch of good for nothings. Do you know your identities? Do you understand what the word instructor means? Instructors are meant to teach, educate, and resolve doubts. You should set positive values for students and truly provide education. But have you done any of that? He quickly approached Luo Fan, his voice softening. Your name is Luo Fan? I'm AI Jin Kuei, Vice Principal of Great How Divine Beast Academy. I apologize to you on behalf of the Academy. I failed to properly manage these parasites. I'm sorry. He had already noticed that Lin Tianxiu was recording everything with a detection device. If this footage spread through the media, the Academy's reputation would plummet. While major powers treated ordinary people like crops to be harvested, water could both carry and overturn boats. If they didn't tend to their crops well, they would eventually lose them. Principal, we've been wronged, Luo Fan said, then suddenly burst into loud tears, grabbing AI Jin Kuei's sleeve and pouring out his grievances like rapid gunfire. The squeaky wheel gets the grease, and with such a heavyweight backer appearing, he certainly wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. Good grief. AI Jin Kuei felt his head throbbing from the crying, momentarily stunned in place as all his carefully planned remedial measures instantly jammed. He took a deep breath and issued orders. Listen to my commands first. Immediately restore all of Luo Fan's academic credits. Second, students from humble backgrounds show unity and mutual support. Each receives a reward of 5,000 credits. Third, Zhu Feichen's instructor qualification is revoked. Fourth, the freshman entrance selection competition will be hosted by Su Feng. Vice Principal Su Feng, being named, turned pale and wanted to decline but didn't dare speak further. AI Jin Kuei flicked his sleeve and said coldly, Where's Zhu Feichen? Get over here. Hand over the spatial orb and go back to reflect in isolation. From the depths of the island, Zhu Feichen appeared disheveled, wanting nothing more than to escape quickly to preserve his dignity. He instinctively reached for his waist, but suddenly froze. The spatial orb was gone. The spatial orb? Where's the spatial orb? His face instantly turned deathly pale. Disregarding everyone else, he shot through the air toward the heart-questioning sea, searching frantically like he was turning the ocean upside down. Nothing. Impossible. His eyes turned bloodshot. I've already refined 5 of it. Why is there no soul connection? This spatial orb was worth over 10 billion, and it also contained all the cultivation resources submitted by the new students. Now that it had vanished into thin air, Zhu Feichen felt like the sky was falling. The spatial orb was worth over 100 billion, and it contained all the resources the students had submitted. Losing the spatial orb was too grave a crime. Little did Zhu Feichen know that the spatial orb had transformed into a storage necklace. While he had only refined 5 of it, Luo Fan had achieved perfect refinement and even completed an upgrade, making it his natal artifact. There was no way it could be found. As Zhu Feichen continued his frantic search outside the island, Su Feng had already been pushed to the forefront to oversee the entrance examination for new students according to protocol. Academy officials gathered in small groups to watch the proceedings, while AI Jin Kuei, trying to save face, forced himself to appear calm and directed all attention towards Su Feng. Congratulations, students. You have successfully reached the island. From this moment forward, you are grade C disciples and will enter the 3rd round of testing. Su Feng's voice rang out as he raised his hand to signal for quiet. Pass this 3rd round, and you'll advance to grade B disciples. This test is both an examination and a benefit. Combat techniques are inscribed throughout the island, and you must find and comprehend them on your own. As long as you successfully cross the tidal surge before it recedes, you'll have passed. The tide is your dragon gate. Whether you can leap over it depends on your own fortune. After making the announcement, Su Feng stepped aside without any further scheming. There are really combat techniques on the island? Upon hearing this, students from humble backgrounds perked up. With their current cultivation levels, they couldn't afford to buy combat techniques, so even obtaining the most basic methods for free would be worth the price of admission. Don't be so naive. Why would the Great How Divine Beast Academy feed you complete combat techniques? They're just basic methods at best. Dexian stood with his hands behind his back, his voice flat, though his gaze locked onto Luo Fan. Brother Luo, you excel at spear techniques. Focus on basic spear methods later and learn several sets. It will benefit you. With that, he flicked his sleeves and departed, clearly well informed about the test content as he went directly to search for combat techniques. Luo Fan suddenly recalled Dexian's earlier mention of forming battle teams and called out loudly to rally the hundreds of fellow students from humble backgrounds. Everyone form teams to collect. Whatever you find, bring it back. We'll gather everything in 3 hours and redistribute it fairly. Idiot. Wei Yi sneered, tossed out the insult, and strode away. Luo Fan frowned, sensing something fishy, and quietly followed. Trailing behind, he watched as Fan Jinghan, Wei Yi, and several other scions from prominent families headed straight for the tidal edge without stopping. The waves surged like silver dragons, yet they raised spears and drew swords, breaking through the tide in just a few moves and easily stepping across the waves. Luo Fan suddenly understood. These noble disciples looked down on everything. They naturally disdained ordinary combat techniques and wouldn't waste time on them. Host, do you require divination? 100,000 wealth points to lock onto the optimal search route. The system prompt suddenly sounded, and Luo Fan slapped his forehead. I almost forgot about you. Divine. After a dozen breaths, the cold mechanical voice returned. Congratulations, host. Divination successful. Route locked. Good luck. Following the system's guidance, he traveled through forests and stone valleys, stopping before a cliff face in less than half an incense stick's time. The stone wall was covered with densely carved symbols. Each line resembled a spear tip cutting through wind, forming sharp, fierce trajectories. Luo Fan reached out to touch them and immediately understood why Wei Yi had mocked him. The combat techniques on the island couldn't be collected at all. All the methods were carved into cliff faces, forests, and even reflected on water surfaces. They could only be comprehended on the spot, not taken away. His idea of using numbers to gather and redistribute resources was utterly naive. The mechanical voice echoed again. Congratulations, host. Great Luo spear technique discovered. Learning requires 100,000 wealth points. Do you wish to learn? Following the spear techniques carved on the stone wall, Luo Fan practiced for a long time without making any progress. Just as he was about to give up, the voice of the 10,000 Beasts intelligence system rang out. Would you like to spend 100,000 wealth points to comprehensively enhance perception, memory, and comprehension? Yes. Golden data streams instantly flooded into his body, and Luo Fan felt his mind become clearer than ever before. When he looked up again, those densely packed, intricate and mysterious moves seemed to be broken down into building blocks, their structure completely revealed. He picked up his spear and practiced, instinctively reassembling the techniques, quickly developing a complete spear method. After practicing twice, the Dragon Roar War spear suddenly resonated. He thrust forward with the momentum. The spear's shadow pierced through the air, thunder burst from the spear tip, and crashed into the stone wall with a bang, shattering the entire stone tablet into dust. I learned it just like that. Standing with his spear withdrawn, Luo Fan felt his compatibility with the Dragon Roar War spear had significantly improved, and his spear intent had become more refined. He reminded himself silently, next time during practice, never test the blade on stone walls against such a waste. After reviewing the basic techniques he had just learned in his mind, he turned to search for the next stone tablet. Congratulations, host. Great Luo spear technique discovered. Learning requires 100,000 wealth points. Would you like to learn? Learn. Congratulations, host. Falling leaf sword technique discovered. Learning requires 100,000 wealth points. Would you like to learn? No. Congratulations, host. Wave urging spear technique discovered. Learning requires 100,000 wealth points. Would you like to learn? Learn. Moving forward, stone tablets stood everywhere. For any combat technique related to spears, regardless of level, he clicked Learn without hesitation. As for swords, sabers, staffs, and others, he didn't even glance at them. Over 3 days, when thirsty he cupped dew water, when hungry he gnawed on dry rations, barely sleeping or resting. Eventually, he mastered 13 spear techniques, developing 13 basic combat skills: thrust, lift, chop, stab, sweep, block, defend. Especially the block grab stab, thrust spear, cloud spear, twist spear, point spear, and returning horse spear, which he found irresistible. These are all basic moves with low soul power consumption. If I can integrate them into the Luo family spear, it will surely transform our ancestral spear technique completely. With this thought settled, he headed to the tidal lands to refine his new techniques under the pressure of the tidal waves. On the first day, he stood before the waves, his spear striking like a dragon. On the second day, amid the thunderous tide, he became one with his spear. On the third day, waves crashed against his spear light, sparks flying everywhere. Before he knew it, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, many students had already broken through the tides with their newly acquired combat techniques, entering deeper levels of the world and successfully advancing to grade B students. Warrior-level powerhouses could cross almost effortlessly, while servant-level ones remained unable to advance a single step. Brother Luo Fan. Light footsteps approached from the distance as several fellow students from humble backgrounds peered over cautiously. Don't disturb Brother Luo Fan. We need to learn independence. The leader lowered his voice. The 10-day deadline is approaching. Everyone practice the basic combat techniques thoroughly, and will take turns attempting to break through the tides. The soul power here is abundant. It recovers quickly after depletion. Zhu Feichin had always looked down on these students from humble backgrounds born poor with weak foundations. With the same combat techniques, students with connections could master them in 2 or 3 days, while these students needed a full 10 days. The gap was enormous. The humble background students mustered their courage to charge at the tides, but problems arose one after another. Using combat techniques for the first time, they exhausted their soul power with just one move, and problems emerged everywhere. One advantage was that the area around the tide was rich in soul power, allowing for rapid recovery. In just half an hour, he could use his battle techniques a second time. But here was the problem: why hadn't Luo Fan crossed the tide yet? With his strength, he shouldn't have been delayed this long. On the other side of the tide, Gao Yushan's eyelid twitched as he puzzled over the situation. Given the tide's difficulty level, a war general could easily pass through, and Luo Fan was already at the 5th stage of war general. By all logic, he should have been able to break through with a casual spear thrust. At that moment, Su Feng stood guard before the statistics monument, his fingers rapidly working an abacus. 539 people had passed through the tide, with only 5 minutes remaining until the deadline. According to previous year's data, Class B disciples typically numbered around 500, with fluctuations not exceeding 50. The current number was perfect, and he was already celebrating inwardly. As long as the results remained unchanged, Vice Principal AI Jinkue would surely reward him, and he might even break through in his cultivation. Hurry up, just don't let anyone else come through. He counted down silently, his fists clenched so tightly they turned white, his nails digging into his flesh without him noticing. 10, 6, 4, 3. As the countdown began, Su Feng couldn't help but stand on his tiptoes, his anxious heart finally settling as he felt confident of success. He was already mentally rehearsing scenes of promotion and salary increases, chuckling quietly to himself. I understand. So that's how it is, I understand now. Almost simultaneously, Luo Fan put away his dragon roar war spear and threw back his head in laughter. He had just fused his basic battle techniques, becoming immersed in the world of the spear, unconsciously comprehending a trace of spear intent and truly achieving unity between man and weapon. Raising his spear tip to his brow, he stepped forward. With a simple thrust, he instantly tore through the tide. Terrifying spear intent surged like a bursting dam, forcibly rolling back the tide for 100 meters, unable to surge forward again for a long time. No. The moment the tide was overturned, Su Feng screamed in anguish, for he witnessed an even more terrifying sight. Luo Fan stood to the right, hundreds of students from humble backgrounds to the left, and like floodgates opening, they crossed the tide without obstruction, breaking into the new world beyond the barrier. Following closely behind, those war servant-level students' eyes lit up as they accelerated at full speed, surging forward like a tide. In just a few seconds, another 2,000 people rushed through. Only after the last person landed did the tide reform, returning to its impenetrable barrier state. Damn, this bastard's timing was too precise, made me worry for nothing. Gao Yushan stared at Luo Fan and suddenly burst into laughter, thinking he hadn't misjudged the man. Top-tier prestigious schools typically maintained around 500 Class B disciples, but now Deheo Divine Beast Academy had gained over 2,000 additional Class B disciples in one go, undoubtedly a hot potato. Principal AI, congratulations on recruiting so many disciples at once, 5 times as many as our Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy. Lin Tianshu gazed at the more than 25,000 students before him, grinning from ear to ear. Your Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy ranks below our Deheo, so failing to recruit talent is nothing unusual. AI Jinkue suppressed his rage, forcing out a slight smile with a lukewarm tone. Lin Tianshu didn't expose his embarrassment, continuing to smile as he waited for the results. Well then, let's announce it quickly. AI Jinkue took a deep breath and stepped onto the stone platform. Both vice principals knew each other's true feelings, so he was too lazy to keep up the act. Raising his hand, his voice echoed across the plaza. Students, congratulations to all of you. From this moment forward, you are Class B students of Deheo Divine Beast Academy. From now on, you will receive all the benefits and treatment accorded to Class B students. At AI Jinky's signal, Su Feng cleared his throat twice and began announcing the results. A whoa! The crowd below instantly erupted as students practically jumped up in unison, caps flying and sleeves fluttering. Especially those cheating students who had harbored ulterior motives in the previous rounds, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, stealing glances at Luo Fan while secretly grateful for his divine assist. Silence! Su Feng raised his hand to quiet them down, and the training ground gradually settled. You've all passed the first 3 assessments. Now comes the 4th round, competing for Class A disciple status. Become a Class A disciple, and you'll be the treasure of Deheo Divine Beast Academy, with all academy resources at your disposal. He paused before continuing. Additionally, the spoils you submitted from the Savage Beast Forest will be redistributed and converted entirely into academy points. The 4th round uses unknown duels with elimination rounds. The stronger you are, the more points you'll receive. Who can claim this year's top freshman spot depends on your individual abilities. As his words ended, he stepped back several paces and exchanged nods with the other instructors, signaling that the competition could begin. Just then, a voice emerged from the front of the crowd. Instructor, may I ask a question? The first to speak was none other than Luo Fan. What's your question, student? Su Feng responded with a professional smile, though his nerves were taut that just prayed nothing else would go wrong. Luo Fan stepped forward. Instructor, you said the 4th round focuses on combat, with the best fighters earning the most points. If I challenge everyone and win, can I take all the points? The instructors on the sidelines were stunned. The students who participated in the Savage Beast Forest assessment numbered over 100, and their submitted resources weighed tons, converting to at least 1 million academy points. If all that fell to one freshman, it would be an astronomical sum, rare even among Class A students. Thinking of the cultivation benefits 1 million points could bring, Luo Fan's fingertips trembled slightly, his eyes burning with fervent anticipation. What? Su Feng almost doubted his own ears. This newcomer freshman actually wanted to fight the entire field single-handedly? But Luo Fan's expression remained serious. They're all trash. I want to challenge them all. Instructor, as long as I win, all the points go to me, right? He tried to maintain an innocent smile while speaking, terrified that a single no would shatter his wishful thinking. Moreover, if he could sweep Deheo Divine Beast Academy's freshman rankings, Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy would surely be overjoyed. His words sent the training ground into chaos. Outrageous. What do you think you are to challenge all of us? Instructor, agree to it. If he's looking for a beating, don't blame us for being ruthless. I might not beat him on, but crushing everyone? Arrogant, right? I, Zhang San, am the first to accept. Let's see if he can knock me down. Du Yi and others stepped forward furiously. They had been nervous about potentially drawing Luo Fan in the lots, but now that he wanted to directly challenge everyone for a complete sweep, how could they tolerate it? Su Feng raised his hand for silence and looked at Luo Fan again, his tone filled with helplessness. Student Luo Fan, perhaps you should reconsider? Doing this could easily result in a severe beating. The crowd was indignant, and Su Feng urged Luo Fan to change his mind. Truly challenging everyone alone would leave him half dead, if not worse. Forget it, they're all trash. They won't amount to anything. Instructor, I just want to ask one thing. If I defeat them all, do I get all the credits for the fourth trial? Does your word count? Luo Fan put away his spear, his expression indifferent. The air in the center of the training ground felt heavy as iron, with all eyes focused on him and the instructor. The instructor frowned deeply and confirmed again. Are you serious? I'm worried you'll get killed. You all step back, as far as possible. Don't want to accidentally hurt you. Luo Fan gestured for the humble disciples to retreat to the sidelines, lightly tapping the ground with his toes as his entire body became like a steel spear. His confidence in taking on everyone came from three sources. 1. His newly comprehended spear intent made his spear strikes as fast as lightning. 2. The system could convert wealth points into soul power at any time, providing endless energy. 3. In a truly life-threatening situation, Gao Yushan and others would surely intervene to save him. Instructor, hurry up and announce it. I'm going to kill him. Di clenched his fists and roared. How dare he look down on us? You're dead. Remember, surround him immediately and kill him first chance we get. Several noble family disciples whispered their strategy, murderous intent blazing. Su Feng shook his head, stepped back several paces, and shouted. In that case, let the battle begin. Kill. With the command given, dust flew as Du Yi, Ren Lu, and over 10 other newcomers launched themselves from the ground. Beast spirit phantoms rolled behind them, eagles, wolves, tigers, spiritual light shimmering everywhere. Having been the perfect children since childhood, this was the first time anyone had called them trash, and they were determined to make Luo Fan pay in blood. Showing off? Trying to step on us to climb higher? You're too naive. Some still mocked from the sidelines. On the other side, DXIN quietly slipped out of the crowd, moved a stone stool over, and sat down. A bunch of idiots, you go fight. I'm not going. He understood clearly that anyone who dared to challenge so many must be formidable. Besides, the tallest tree catches the most wind. It was better to keep a low profile. Haha, I've caught up to you. Dot. Ren Lu, the fastest, moved like wind and was first to close the distance. I've tolerated you long enough. Returning spear thrust. Luo Fan suddenly turned, his spear tip exploding with electric light as he viciously pierced through Ren Lu's chest. Ren Lu couldn't even see the movement clearly before being swept away by thunderous power, his chest charred black, blood spraying everywhere. So strong. Ugh, for the first time, he wondered if he was the worthless one. Surround him, don't let him escape. Don't panic. Form 3 columns by beast spirit attributes. Advance in formation. None of us can match him on. Stay steady. Commands rang out continuously. In an instant, Luo Fan was surrounded by thick walls of people, but the real nightmare was just beginning. With just himself and his spear, his movement was like a slippery snake through mud, tearing through any blockade. Where his spear edge passed, thunder light exploded and blood blossomed, one drop after another. Hunters 1 second, prey the next. Holy crap, how can he possibly be this strong? With his combat prowess, even junior students wouldn't stand a chance against him, would they? Gao Yushan stared at Luo Fan in the arena, his Adam's apple bobbing repeatedly as he nearly swallowed all his saliva. With his strength at the 9th tier of War General level, half a step into Lord level, he should have easily crushed a mere 5th tier War General freshman. Yet the more he watched, the more alarmed he became. If they truly faced off, he had no guarantee of victory. Every thrust of Luo Fan's spear was clean and decisive. his spear intent piercing through the air as he seamlessly merged basic spear techniques with the Luo family's spear methods. Between the extension and retraction of his blade's edge lay hidden potential for advancement. If Luo Fan's realm advanced even half a step further, forget peak or general level, even early lord level would be within reach. Even more outrageous was that thunderous power, its level completely beyond normal contracted beast standards, at least equivalent to a 9th-tier war general, making Gao Yushan's scalp tingle. On the high platform, Lin Tianxiu examined Luo Fan from head to toe, growing more satisfied with each glance, squinting as he chuckled softly. Interesting, very interesting. Troublemaker or not, he's promising material. Despite his amazement, he was calculating his own interests, while AI Jinkue beside him was already beaming with joy, his laughter unconcealed. Give me 2 years, and I guarantee he'll break through to Lord level before his sophomore year, making him the star of Dehao Divine Beast Academy. Lin Tianxiu waved his hand dismissively. Don't celebrate yet. Luo Fan is already a student of our Tianwang Beast Taming Institute. This time he's merely participating in your academy's freshman assessment. Lin Tianxiu, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Trying to trick me with such crude methods. AI Jinkue laughed in fury. Before official registration, top academies could openly compete and secretly poach students. AI Jinkue was certain Lin Tianxiu was deliberately packaging Luo Fan as an undercover agent. Once labeled as such, Luo Fan would be rejected by Dehao Divine Beast Academy and ultimately turn to Tianhuang's embrace. Lin Tianxiu shrugged, his face full of mockery. You don't believe me? Then wait and see. Truth and falsehood remained unclear, leaving AI Jinkue completely bewildered. Meanwhile, the situation in the arena took a sharp turn. Luo Fan broke through the encirclement, leading a team of freshmen in a mad dash. Fighting alone against 1,500 people put enormous pressure on him, and the combined assault from elite freshmen like Fan Jinghan and Du Yi made the battle increasingly intense. But Luo Fan remained calm, just needed to break into the war servant level group, where his opponents would hesitate to unleash their full power for fear of harming their companions, giving him a chance to recover his soul power. Don't let up. His soul power is nearly depleted. Fan Jinghan calculated while pursuing. Luo Fan had already unleashed combat techniques 50 times consecutively and should have been exhausted by normal standards. What they didn't know was that Luo Fan still had half his soul power untouched. Those dozens of previous techniques had been powered by wealth points he'd exchanged. Seeing Luo Fan charging toward the war servant level freshman, Wu Ji laughed heartily. Haha, walking into a trap. Now he can't escape even if he wants to. However, upon catching up, he discovered the situation was completely reversed. Their combat techniques couldn't harm Luo Fan, but easily affected the surrounding war servant level freshmen. In mere moments, over 1,000 freshmen were accidentally injured and fell groaning to the ground. Du Ye's face turned ashen as he shouted urgently. Fall back. Stop fighting. If you seriously injure more war servant level freshmen, we'll be thoroughly humiliated today. Everyone retreat and regroup for a new plan. Seeing more and more battle servant level fighters getting injured, Du Yi roared for everyone to stop. Blood spread across the muddy ground of the arena, with cries of pain echoing everywhere. Du Yi stared intently at Luo Fan in the center, his voice thundering down like muffled thunder. Luo Fan, what's the point of bullying newcomers? Didn't you want to challenge all of us single-handedly? Then step out from the rookie ranks and fight fair. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. Fan Jingyan's head was splitting with pain as she grabbed Luo Fan. Stop staying with the newcomer group. She turned to shout at her companions. We surrender. We surrender. Battle servant level fighters won't participate in any future battles. Yes, yes, yes. We're rookies. We're trash compared to you all. We admit it. Big brothers and sisters, please stop tormenting us. Can't we just surrender? Cries and pleas for mercy merged into one, with many battle servant level newcomers streaming with tears. They had originally just wanted to watch the excitement. Who could have imagined it would escalate to this? The most frustrated were those seriously injured. Luo Fan hadn't even made a move. They were all caught in the crossfire. Now they had only one thought. Make these powerhouses leave quickly, or they'd really be beaten to death. Using such heavy hands against your own people? Brothers, get out of the way. I'll help them retreat, someone shouted while supporting their companions. Luo Fan touched his nose tip, stepped forward to gently pat everyone's shoulders, his tone softening. Don't be afraid. Retreat to a safe place first. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, big brother Luo Fan. May you become the freshman champion. When Luo Fan led Fan Jinghan and the others to retreat to a distance, the battle servant level newcomers burst into tears again, sincerely grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Finally gone. We're safe. Surround him. Du Yi roared violently. On the wide open ground, hundreds of battle general level beast tamers spread out in formation, firmly encircling Luo Fan. Everyone's eyes burned with killing intent. This time, it wasn't just about saving face. They were determined to eliminate Luo Fan completely. This is what you call fair. Having just drunk a mouthful of Earth Core spirit essence, Luo Fan's soul power had recovered to its peak. He gripped the Dragon Roar War spear tightly, his expression indifferent. Stop wasting words. Come at me together. Initially, they had only wanted to suppress Luo Fan's arrogance, but after witnessing his terrifying strength, murderous intent had awakened. As scions of prestigious families, they were long accustomed to the law of the jungle and understood the cruelty of generational competition. If they allowed Luo Fan to stand alone at the top, would they have any chance of rising at the great How Divine Beast Academy? Let's fight with everything we have. Luo Fan's spear tip hummed as he charged out like rushing thunder. Since comprehending spear intent, these battle general level fighters were no longer a threat. The only concern was soul power, but the Earth Core's spirit essence had solved that worry. Now he only needed to fight to his heart's content. How is this possible? Why is he so strong? Wu Ji, who had been lurking on the outer circle, seized what seemed like a tiny flaw in Luo Fan's defense and was the first to strike. Not knowing this was precisely the bait Luo Fan had deliberately offered. A cold light flashed, and the Luo family spear technique erupted. Spear radiance pierced the wind, striking the throat with one blow. Wu Ji died on the spot, his blood staining the spear tip red. Attack together. Full power. Witnessing Wu Ji's fall, the others' killing intent surged to the heavens, their battle techniques flowing like a tide with overwhelming offensive force. If you want to kill me, be prepared to die first. Luo Fan shouted fiercely. Wielding his spear in defense, Luo Fan completely unleashed his power, taking down one opponent with each strike, sweeping across all directions. When Luo Fan struck, he knew exactly how much force to use. Anyone from the Fanning family killed them. As for students from other families, he could distinguish between different levels of threat. Those with murderous intent received severe injuries, while those just stirring up trouble got off with minor wounds. In mere moments, the arena was littered with fallen figures lying in disarray. Even several beast master generals at the war general level were beaten until their courage shattered, fleeing with their heads covered, not daring to continue fighting. What are you standing there for? Where are your contracted beasts? Release your contracted beasts. Luo Fan pointed his Dragon Roar War spear, and cold light exploded forth. Fan Jinghan quickly retreated several steps, suddenly realizing she hadn't released her contracted beast. She hurriedly tried to communicate with her soul sea, only to find it empty, as if sealed. Don't waste your energy, Luo Fan smiled down at her. Starting from the second trial, contracted beasts cannot be summoned here. He dared to fight everyone single-handedly, because he had already tested this secretly. The soul power recovery here was extremely fast, and combined with the wealth points and Earth Core spirit marrow he possessed, he didn't need to worry about soul power depletion at all. Most importantly, contracted beasts simply couldn't emerge otherwise, with 100 fierce beasts charging about wildly. Even he wouldn't have complete confidence. Even without contracted beasts, I can still kill you. Fan Jinghan roared furiously, forcibly raising her spear to charge forward. Luo Fan sighed, his spear shaft trembling with thunder as he unleashed his truly strongest strike. Previously, he had only used 30% of his soul power, guarding against potential sneak attacks from Fan Jinghan and Du Yi. Now that his opponent was charging at him directly, he held nothing back. Soul power poured forth as the Dragon Roar War spear transformed into a reverse-scale Azure Dragon. Fan Jinghan had also been hiding her true strength, thinking victory was assured, until this spear thrust pierced through her vision. Her long spear shattered inch by inch as the heaven-destroying, earth-annihilating force tore through her defenses. Puff! The spear point penetrated her body, the sound of breaking bones exploding simultaneously with thunder, the intense pain causing her entire body to stiffen. Young miss. Xiangmei shrieked, no longer caring about soul power consumption as she lunged toward Luo Fan. Luo Fan withdrew his spear and spun around, delivering a horizontal kick that sent Xiangmei flying like a shadow to crash at the arena's edge, coughing up several mouthfuls of fresh blood. You still have soul power? Du Yi stepped forward with his blade, positioning himself in front of Fan Jinghan, his eyes filled with wariness. What do you think? Luo Fan lifted his spear tip, gesturing for him to attack. After a moment of silence, Du Yi sighed deeply. I won't fight anymore. We surrender. You are the undisputed freshman champion. With Fan Jinghan defeated by a single spear thrust, continuing to fight would only lead him to repeat her fate. As soon as Du Yi finished speaking, the instructors immediately rushed onto the stage to rescue Fan Jinghan. It was one thing if students from humble backgrounds died, but if someone from the Fanning family actually perished, the academy would have difficulty explaining it. Since you instructors have intervened, the result is beyond question, right? Luo Fan looked toward the instructors, afraid someone might go back on their word. Student Luo Fan, I understand your meaning. All the points have been transferred to your account and are effective immediately. Su Feng had completed the operation the moment Du Yi surrendered. Luo Fan turned to look at the points leaderboard, 1.06 million. His name instantly changed from silver to gold, brilliantly dazzling. Am I still alive? On the other side of the arena, Fan Jinghan, after receiving emergency treatment, finally opened her eyes and coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of blood. For the first time, Fan Jinghan felt inferior to others and was genuinely convinced of her defeat. Compared to Luo Fan, what was she worth? The brief exchange kept replaying in her mind. That cold blade had nearly pierced her heart, and she had only saved her life by instinctively shifting her body a centimeter to the side. The instructors rushed her to the treatment area, and their diagnosis was unanimous: to completely heal the internal injury, she would need to exchange credits for a demon willow heart after entering Deheo Divine Beast Academy. As soon as the healing formation stopped, several instructors turned their gazes toward Luo Fan in unison, their eyes filled with reproach that clearly said, "You went too far." Luo Fan remained expressionless, merely shifting his gaze to the distant credit rankings. Following his line of sight, the instructors saw Luo Fan's commanding lead in points and collectively gasped. If summoning contracted beasts had been allowed, the outcome might have been completely reversed. If we could use contracted beasts, he would never be our match. Xiangmei protested indignantly, gritting her teeth as she muttered under her breath. Fan Jinhan waved her hand helplessly. "Stop being stubborn. We didn't use them, and neither did he. It hurts when someone falls from a high place, so let's focus on improving our strength first." With that, she sighed and had Xiangmei help her go exchange for the Demon Willow Heart. On the other side of the arena, the competition officially concluded. AI Jean Kuei stepped down from the platform, tossing out a black card. "Luo Fan, congratulations on becoming the freshman champion. Here's an additional cash reward of 10 million. Luo Fan caught it casually and stuffed it into his backpack without even bothering to raise an eyebrow. "Only 10 million? His face was written all over with disdain. AI Jean Kuei coughed twice and immediately raised his voice. "All students, listen up. Luo Fan is the freshman champion and will directly serve as class president of Elite Class A upon enrollment. The remaining spots in Elite Class A will go to the top 40 on the credit rankings." He was determined to wrap things up quickly and end the selection tournament. "Vice Principal, wait a moment." Luo Fan suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. "I don't want to be classmates with them, and I don't want to join Deheo Divine Beast Academy." The scene instantly froze. AI Jean Kuei's eyelid twitched, and just as he was about to explode with anger, he caught sight of Lin Tianxiu in his peripheral vision and forcibly restrained himself. "Why?" Luo Fan glanced toward Du Yi, Fan Jinhan, and the others, his voice calm, yet cruel. "A bunch of trash. They're not worthy of being my peers." AI Jean Kuei suppressed his rage and quickly weighed his options before making a compromise. "With your abilities, staying in freshman year would indeed be a waste. How about this? We'll promote you directly to sophomore year, straight into the sophomore elite class A." Luo Fan shook his head. "Senior Gao, I can't keep this act up anymore. You handle the rest yourselves." He walked a few steps to Lin Tianxiu's side and said in a low but clear voice, "Principal AI, I'm sorry, but I'm actually an undercover agent." AI Jean Kuei felt his head buzz. He had suspected many people, but never Luo Fan. "You're an undercover agent?" The shock lasted only half a breath before he thought of even more terrifying consequences, his face turning pale. Gao Yushan sighed softly. "Old friend, I told you long ago that Luo Fan belongs to our Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, but you refused to believe it." Lin Tianxiu laughed heartily and patted Luo Fan's shoulder. "Well done. You won't miss out on any of the benefits Gao Yushan promised you." Laughing loudly, Lin Tianxiu stood beside Luo Fan and laid all the cards on the table. "You're asking for death." The scenes connected like dots, and AI Jean Kuei finally realized what had happened. Intense fury transformed into tangible pressure that erupted from within him like a thunderclap, surging toward Luo Fan like a tsunami. Air currents rolled, debris lifted from the ground, and the atmosphere hummed under the compression. "All right, it's not that big of a deal. There's no need for this." A calm voice rang out as Lin Tianxiu raised his hand with a casual wave. What seemed like an effortless gesture acted like an invisible floodgate, instantly cutting off the raging torrent and bringing AI Jean Kuei's mountain shaking, sea-roaring momentum to an abrupt halt. Lin Tianxiu smoothly grabbed Luo Fan and turned to leave. "Listen to me, take your students back and train them properly. There are still a few promising ones among them. You can go, but leave him behind." AI Jean Kuei stared intently at Luo Fan, his eyes twitching. "He killed a student from our Deheo Divine Beast Academy. There must be an explanation." His rage flared again as he raised his hand to strike, determined not to let Lin Tianxiu take Luo Fan away. "Are you declaring war on Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy?" Lin Tianxiu's tone remained calm, yet his words pressed forward relentlessly. "AI Jean Kuei, don't forget that your Deheo Divine Beast Academy was the first to use such methods. That year, you bought off our top 5 students. Did we ever make threats? You set the rules, but now you want to break them yourself. Do you think the entire Jiangwu war zone belongs to you?" As his words fell, Lin Tianxiu's aura erupted with overwhelming force, creating a tense standoff. AI Jean Kuei's heart trembled as he sensed the completely different level of pressure from his opponent. involuntarily stepping back several paces. You've broken through again? We're leaving now, no need to see us off. Thanks for the hospitality. Lin Tianxiu paid him no mind and beckoned to Gao Yushan. One carried Luo Fan while the other followed behind. Lin Tianxiu stepped down with his foot, and his entire body shot up from the ground, treading on empty air as if walking on solid ground. Flying, you can actually fly. The fierce winds at high altitude stung Luo Fan's eyes as he coughed repeatedly. Cough, cough, cough. May I ask, senior, what realm are you in? What senior? This is the vice principal of our Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, named Lin Tianxiu. Just call him Vice Principal Lin. Gao Yushan lightly kicked Luo Fan's shin to prompt him. Luo Fan was stunned, his voice filled with awe. Vice Principal Lin, are you at the king level? If you weren't king level, how could AI Jinkue not dare say another word? Lin Tianxiu laughed heartily. Haha, I was fortunate enough to break through. After leaving the alternate dimension, he casually released a fighter jet. The three boarded the aircraft, and with engines roaring, it transformed into a streak of light disappearing into the horizon. What Luo Fan didn't know was that after his departure, all the remaining freshmen stood there dumbfounded, especially the students from humble backgrounds, who felt an emptiness in their hearts. Luo Fan, someday I will defeat you. Fan Jinghan clenched her fists, making a silent vow. An interesting fellow. I wonder if we could collaborate. DXIN remained composed, watching the fighter jet disappear into the distance, seemingly plotting something. AI Jean Kue surveyed the demoralized students and spoke in a deep voice to boost their spirits. Everyone, remember today's humiliation clearly. In the future, when you challenge Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, get our revenge. Vice Principal, the spatial pearl is nowhere to be found. Zhu Feichen was drenched in cold sweat. He had practically turned Wenqin Lake upside down, but hadn't seen even a shadow of the pearl. Get lost. AI Jean Kue struck him with a palm, sending him flying several yards. Zhu Feichen fell unconscious upon hitting the ground. After his anger subsided slightly, AI Jean Kue immediately issued an order. Cancel the elite class this year. Train everyone here according to elite class standards. With so many promising talents, even if we have to pile on resources, I want several Lord-level cultivators. After making these adjustments, he took a deep breath, determined to reclaim some glory from this humiliation. Protecting honor, protecting dignity. Looking at each other, DXIN suddenly stood up and began chanting slogans. Protect the glory, protect the dignity. Protect the glory, protect the dignity. Protect the glory, protect the dignity. Amid Emperor Xion's fervent chanting, the students mechanically echoed the slogans. Though their voices were thunderously loud, they sounded listless like drumheads beaten hollow, producing only empty echoes devoid of any vitality. The teleportation array in the sky began to dim as the otherworldly space was about to close. Everyone was notified to gather and return. AI Jinka clearly understood the shadow Luo Fan had cast over everyone. He made no futile attempts at damage control and directly ordered all students return to Deheo Divine Beast Academy immediately to begin a new chapter of learning. He believed that once these students completed their transformation in the future, today's gloom would eventually be erased. After all, every academy had its own foundation. So this is Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy? Isn't this way too impressive? Meanwhile, Luo Fan stood before the main entrance of Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy. The towering stone walls, the ornately carved archway spanning hundreds of meters, and 4 bronze giant beasts stationed on either side the grandeur made him instantly understand the meaning of being a country bumpkin. If Deheo Divine Beast Academy had brought him shock, then Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy exuded an aura of dominance, indescribable, yet penetrating to the bone. This is the Credit Exchange Center, where any cultivation resources can be exchanged. At their first stop, Lin Tianxiu personally led Luo Fan to a tall tower. The tower's surface was covered with runic crystals, and light screens displaying exchange catalogs floated in midair. Lin Tianxiu was in an exceptionally good mood, loved seeing AI Jinky's expression of wanting to kill him, but being utterly helpless. Thinking of this, he squinted and smiled like a cat that had eaten its fill. Principal Lin, can my credits really be multiplied by 10? Luo Fan couldn't help but ask. The over 1 million credits he had accumulated at Deheo Divine Beast Academy, if truly multiplied by 10, would become 10.6 million. This number made his heart race. Of course it's true. Lin Tianxiu nodded matter-of-factly. A mere 10.6 million credits is nothing at our Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy. Luo Fan, since you've chosen this path, don't look back. The academy will give you maximum support. Lin Tianxiu suddenly stopped, turned to face Luo Fan directly, his tone steady. I'm giving you half a year to break through to Lord level by any means necessary. Luo Fan was stunned. Principal Lin, what path exactly have I chosen? He had only been desperately pursuing credit. She never thought about such profound topics as paths. Lin Tianxiu paused, then asked back, don't you know what being an undercover agent means? As his words fell, The air became so quiet that the humming of the light screens on the tower walls could be heard. Only then did Luo Fan realize the gravity of the situation, his heart tightening. Wait, did Gao Yushan sell me out? He only mentioned that credits could be multiplied by 10 in exchange for resource sheet, didn't say anything else. Lin Tianxiu turned to stare at Gao Yushan, his expression darkening, then burst into laughter. You really didn't tell him? Gao Yushan couldn't hold back his laughter either. Luo Fan panicked completely. What are you laughing about? Is there some conspiracy? He looked completely bewildered, more convinced than ever that he'd been sold out. Gao Yushan waved his hand. Don't look at me like that. Your contracted beast is a fierce beast. You were already walking a different path. Besides, you've passed the test. By stepping into Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, you'll have access to the best educational resources, cultivate the strongest combat techniques, and comprehend the highest level methods. Isn't that enough? With that, Gao Yushan threw an arm around Luo Fan's shoulder, forcibly changing the subject. All right, stop beating around the bush and tell him. Only then did Lin Tianxiu speak. In the Jingwu War Zone, the military allocates a batch of resources to various academies every 10 years. These resources come from large-scale, otherworldly spaces and are precious enough to easily create lord-level cultivators. Every academy wants to obtain them. In the beast-taming world, there's no such thing as equal distribution, so competition naturally formed between academies. The major institutions sat down at the negotiating table and reached a final agreement. Resources would be allocated based on academic credits, with higher credits earning more cultivation materials. The undercover strategy was first pioneered by Deheo Divine Beast Academy. 10 years ago, they recruited 10 talented individuals in one sweep to infiltrate Tianhuang Beast Taming Institute, forcibly securing the top 10 rankings and dividing over 700,000 credits among themselves. From that point on, the two institutions completely fell out, and the following year, they began sending spies to each other, racking their brains to steal credits from their rivals' coffers. However, in recent years, everyone has become more vigilant, making undercover operations increasingly limited in effectiveness. But this time, Luo Fan managed to walk away with 1.06 million credits right under his opponent's noses, and even took Zhu Feichen's spatial pearl along the way. Lin Tianxiu counted while clicking his tongue in amazement. This spatial pearl alone is worth 2 million credits. Combined with what you stole, that's 3.06 million total, enough to make them hurt for a long time. As his words fell, he actually bowed deeply to Luo Fan, startling him into instinctively stepping back 2 paces. Principal Lin, 3.06 million shouldn't be much for Tianhuang Beast Taming Institute, right? We're a large and wealthy institution. A few million credits shouldn't matter much to us. Luo Fan felt uncertain. Lin Tianxiu waved his hand and lowered his voice. Do you know why Gao Yushan dared to promise you 10 times the reward? This is the military's final year of resource allocation. To widen the gap, the military established a new rule: credits obtained by undercover agents count as 100 times toward the academy's total score. Your 3.06 million multiplied by 100 equals 100 times. Luo Fan's Adam's apple bobbed as he calculated the terrifying figure. Over 100 million. Lin Tianxiu nodded and explained the entire situation without reservation. Luo Fan finally realized the severity of the problem. Deheo Divine Beast Academy had been drained of so many credits that their resources would inevitably be severely cut. Students wouldn't receive cultivation supplies, instantly maximizing their hatred. The Academy's leadership would certainly fan the flames, making every encounter a case of enemies meeting face to face. Good that you understand the situation, so you need to intensify your cultivation even more. Once you reach the Lord level, others will have to think twice before causing you trouble. Lin Tianxiu patted his shoulder, his tone half encouraging, half warning. Is it too late for me to regret this now? Being collectively despised by the entire Deheo Divine Beast Academy is no joke. Luo Fan smiled bitterly. Don't be afraid, you have us backing you up. If it's a conflict between peers, we won't intervene, but if they deploy Lord-level experts, they'll have to pay the price. Lin Tianxiu gave him a reassuring look. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. With that, he led Luo Fan straight to the exchange center. Student Luo Fan, according to Academy rules, your personal credits are automatically multiplied by 10, which calculates to 10.6 million. Please accept them. The registration teacher spoke with particular courtesy. After all, even though Luo Fan took 1/10, the Academy still received a 100-fold return, making this a guaranteed profitable deal. Credits can be exchanged at the Academy for cultivation resources, equipment, combat techniques, cultivation methods, and rare treasures. As long as you can name it, we can exchange it. The teacher added with a smile. Luo Fan nodded, then suddenly remembered something and lowered his voice to ask, Teacher, can credits be exchanged for cash? If so, how would the exchange work? What's done is done, and Luo Fan had no choice but to accept it. He knew very well that to survive longer, he had to improve his cultivation as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if he ever faced those freakishly powerful experts from Deheo Divine Beast Academy he'd be chopped into mincemeat in seconds. Exchange for cash? Lin Tianxiu had never heard of a student wanting to convert credits into cash before. He stared blankly at Luo Fan, as if looking at a complete idiot. Luo Fan didn't mind his mentor's strange look and quickly laid out his calculations. Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy originally promised me 25 million in cultivation funding. Can that be paid directly? Also, when I became the top student at Deheo Divine Beast Academy, AI Jinkui gave me 10 million. Can that also count under the tenfold return policy? Lin Tianxiu raised an eyebrow. The 25 million cultivation funding can be paid out, but AI Jinkui's 10 million isn't covered by the tenfold promisu, only honor credits. Besides, with 10.6 million credits, what resources can't you exchange for? While others fought tooth and nail for credits, Luo Fan was single-mindedly focused on cash because his 10,000 beast intelligence system only recognized wealth value. As long as his account balance was large enough, he could buy any resource he wanted. Who cared about slowly accumulating credits? Lin Tianxiu worried that money might lead him astray, his tone growing more serious. Don't ruin yourself chasing pleasure. Luo Fan shrugged. 25 million it is then. Combined with AI Jinkui's 10 million, that should tide me over for a while. Fine, then give me the spatial orb and I'll exchange credits for you. After transferring 25 million through the system, Lin Tianxiu immediately held out his hand. What spatial orb? Luo Fan's face was the picture of innocence. The spatial orb had long since merged with the pendant around his neck, and he absolutely couldn't reveal it. Pendant was connected to the 10,000 beasts intelligence system. If exposed, who knew whether the academy might dissect him for research? Lin Tianxiu naturally didn't believe him. You didn't take it? Zhu Feichen is Lordalvel. Where did you get the nerve to snatch food from a tiger's mouth? Luo Fan simply turned his backpack inside out. See for yourself. I really don't have it. Lin Tianxiu glanced over and found nothing suspicious. Considering that Luo Fan had already multiplied those 1.06 million credits by 100, which was painful enough, he withdrew his suspicion with a slight smile. Never mind. Under that scrutinizing gaze, Luo Fan's heart pounded. Had his mentor seen through him or not? Since the other party didn't press the issue, he could only continue playing dumb, buying time however he could. Lu Yuqing and the others have all become grade B students. I'll take you to find them. Lin Tianxiu patted his shoulder and turned to leave. The moment his mentor left, Gao Yuqing rushed over and threw an arm around Luo Fan's neck. Boss, you finally showed up. We almost thought you transferred to another academy. We searched the entire battlefield but couldn't find a trace of you. Mu Qi, Shen Fan, Lu Jingming, Wan Manwan, and others also gathered around, all beaming with excitement. Boss, what's your cultivation level now? We just reached the 9th stage of battle servant level. Once we spend all our credits, we should be able to break through to battle general level. Don't wait until your credits are gone. Luo Fan smiled. I'll help you break through right now. Senior Gao, you come too. I'll give you an opportunity. Mu Qi, Shen Fan, Lu Jingming, Wan Manwan, Lu Yuqing, and the others had already broken through to the 9th stage of battle servant level. With the Earth Core Spirit Essence, breaking through realms was incredibly simple, so Luo Fan decided to have them advance to battle general level first. The reason Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy could help students rapidly advance their cultivation wasn't just due to abundant resources, excellent environment, and skilled instructors. Luo Fan's leadership in hunting wild beasts also played a crucial role. Without wild beast points, everything else was meaningless. Luo Fan, do you have something good? As soon as he stepped into the dormitory, Gao Yushan's eyes lit up, staring intently at Luo Fan's backpack. Luo Fan remained silent, simply unzipping his bag and placing a small, crystalline blue vial on the table. No way, you're giving us spirit power enhancement liquid? That stuff might be precious, but it only strengthens foundations. If you think you can boost cultivation with it, you're dreaming. Gao Yushan raised an eyebrow, his tone full of disdain. For people like Lu Yuqing, spirit power enhancement liquid had indeed been effective in the past, but once they crossed into battle general level, it became virtually useless. Luo Fan smiled faintly. This isn't spirit power enhancement liquid, it's Earth Core Spirit Essence. With that, he pulled Lu Yuqing forward. Open your mouth. 3 drops of spirit essence fell into his mouth, and Lu Yuqing swallowed without hesitation. Holy crap, what terrifying power! I feel my soul ascending. The unexpected energy surge made Lu Yuqing's entire body burn hot, his ears ring, and his soul felt like it was experiencing high tide. Don't rush to cultivate techniques yet. Release your contracted beast first. Luo Fan gave him a light kick on the rear, signaling him to act. A deep beast roar thundered as the antelope horned sheep received 5 drops of spirit essence. After its entire body flashed with silver light, it voluntarily returned to Lu Yuqing's soul sea, completing its level transformation. Alright, next. Luo Fan had Lu Yuqing step aside to stabilize his realm, then called Mu Qi, Shen Fan, Lu Jingming, and Wan Manwan forward, feeding each 3 drops. Their contracted beasts had stronger foundations, and each received 5 drops as well. The Earth Core's spirit essence's energy was fierce. 1 vial of 40 drops was completely exhausted. What about mine? I haven't had any yet. Gao Yushan finally snapped to attention, abandoning all pretense of senior dignity as his face broke into a broad smile. Realizing the vial contained not spirit power enhancement liquid, but the legendary Earth Core spirit essence, he was so shocked he swallowed hard. Luo Fan tossed him the empty vial. Senior Gao, how much can 1 drop of this sell for? What's a whole vial worth? He had quite a stockpile and was planning to liquidate a few vials. Sell it. This is a supreme treasure. Gao Yushan was stunned, feeling like Luo Fan was wasting a heavenly wonder. Junior, market price is 1 million per drop. I'll give you 20 million for 20 drops. As soon as the words left his mouth, he slapped himself. Luo Fan wasn't trying to sell, he was giving him face, kindly offering resources. At Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, Earth Core Spirit Essence at 1 million per drop was just a listed price. It was priceless on the market, and even 5 million might not secure a purchase. Luo Fan was offering it at standard price, and he had actually questioned it. What an idiot he was. Luo Fan chuckled. Deal. 1 vial has about 40 drops. I'll sell you 20 drops and give you 20 free. Plus, I'll give you 3 more vials to help sell. I need all cash. Luo Fan reached into his bag and pulled out 4 bottles of Earth Core Spirit Essence, casually tossing them to Gao Yushan like he was throwing away trash. The transparent vials traced brief arcs through the air before landing in Gao Yushan's arms, their hefty weight making his arms go numb. The dark brown liquid inside flowed slowly, each drop radiating an intense glow as if it contained the very pulse of the Earth's core. Luo Fan, from now on, you're my brother. If Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy ever has trouble, just say the word and I, Gao Yushan, will handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately transferred 25,300,000 through his communication bracelet, the transaction notification chiming crisply. 40 drops of Earth Core Spirit Essence would be enough for him to break through to Lord level in one go. He swore to remember this kindness for the rest of his life. With the payment confirmed, Gao Yushan jumped to his feet, wiping away sweat from his excitement and pounding his chest thunderously. I'm going to handle my credits right now. Exchange all my remaining credits for resources, then consume 1 bottle of Earth Core Spirit Essence. As for the other 13 drops, I'll find students stuck at bottlenecks and sell them for 5 million each. Easy profit. His eyes blazed as he calculated the massive profits ahead. All right, enough talk. Get going and cultivate. I wish you an early breakthrough to Lord level. Luo Fan waved dismissively, his tone impatient. Remember, after you break through, take me hunting in the wilderness so we can all make money together. Gao Yushan left with booming laughter, his figure quickly disappearing around the corridor corner, his cultivation fervor almost leaving warmth in the air. Luo Fan turned around, sat cross-legged, and began his own practice. Congratulations, host. You have gained 65,500,000 wealth points. A cold yet pleasant electronic voice echoed in his consciousness. Based on your current status, the 10,000 Beasts Intelligence System has formulated 5 optimal upgrade plans for you. 1. Plan 1. Purchase the 4th formation of the 10,000 Beast Spirit Binding Array, the Falling Jade Formation. Construction costs 15 million. Stabilization requires 10 million. Once the Falling Jade Formation is complete, Thunder Ancient Bear's comprehension will greatly increase, making battle technique fusion easier to succeed. With 4 formations gathered, host cultivation speed, soul power recovery speed, and injury recovery speed will all increase 4-fold. 2. Plan 2. Missing. 3. Plan 3. Upgrade Dragon Roar War Spear. Currently a grade war weapon, capable of breaking through 7th tier war general level beast defenses. Investing 40 million wealth points in materials can promote it to grade 4. Plan 4. Purchase the first 5 techniques of the Luo family spear. Completely master spear intent and eliminate weaknesses. Technique purchase requires 16 million, plus 10 million for cultivation experience. 5. Plan 5. Upgrade Be Emperor Battle Armor. Dragon Roar War Spear has absorbed Be Emperor Larva Essence Blood, and host has obtained Be Emperor Larva Life Pearl, making the armor a natal war weapon. Investing 60 million in materials can promote it to grade. What the hell? Why don't you just rob people? Luo Fan protested internally. What can't 60 million do? Raising spirit beasts is truly a bottomless pit. At this rate, I need to prepare 600 million to satisfy all requirements. Yet every single option was irresistibly tempting, putting him right in the painful spot of an impossible choice. A flash of inspiration struck him as he remembered that academy credits could be exchanged for materials and heavenly treasures, and the materials in the system list perfectly corresponded to real materials. Why not use credits first? He clenched his fists. Luo Fan possessed 10 million credits. Deciding to act immediately, he first summoned Thunder Ancient Bear, poured a bottle of Earth Core Spirit Essence into its mouth, watched lightning arcs crackle around the bear's form before recalling it to the beast ring, then hurried toward the resource exchange center. They really have everything? Behind the counter, a massive holographic list spread out. Luo Fan selected the required materials one by one, from rare metals to spiritual plant essences, even several types of meteor fragments sold by the gram, with a total value reaching 110 million. Originally, he thought he could only exchange for a small portion of these items, but unexpectedly, Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy had everything available. Hey buddy, are you here to cause trouble? The stuff you want might be high grade, but most of it's just general level materials. Only a few items barely qualify as Lord level, and we've got tons of this stuff in our warehouse. You think we'd be short on these? But this whole order comes to 7.35 million credits. Can you actually afford it? Behind the credit exchange counter, the staff member crossed his arms and looked Luo Fan up and down, making no effort to hide the mockery in his eyes. Only 7.35 million credits? Luo Fan was secretly amazed. Were credits really this valuable here? According to the 10,000 Beasts AI system's estimate, this batch of materials was worth 110 million credit points, yet it only cost 7.35 million credits to exchange way over budget. At this thought, he unconsciously touched the spatial storage necklace hanging on his chest. If he gave this thing to Lin Tianxiu for appraisal, he could easily get another 20 million credits, basically free money. But after a moment's consideration, he pulled his hand back. This item couldn't see the light of day yet. His current strength wasn't enough to support such ambitions. Only 7.35 million credits. Are you brain dead? Do you know how many credits this year's top freshman has? 113,000. You're just a grade freshman. Who are you trying to impress? Seeing Luo Fan's silence, the staff member felt he had him figured out and became even more brazenly sarcastic. In his eyes, people like Luo Fan loved showing off, thinking they were special when they were really just frogs in a well. Damn, even the temp workers at the credit exchange have such bad attitudes. Luo Fan squinted at the guy, wearing a standard school uniform jacket with worn cuffs, looked like a part-timer through and through. A quick spiritual scan revealed general-level cultivation. That's it. In a real fight, he might not even beat me. Where does he get the nerve to be so arrogant? Kid, watch your attitude. When you see us, you should call us senior. Provoked by Luo Fan's dismissive look, the staff member's eyebrows shot up. Back when he first entered Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, the seniors had pushed him around too. Now that it was his turn to be a senior, he naturally wanted to get some payback. As for working at the counter, it was just a part-time job for extra cash. Hello, senior. Please exchange all these resources for may need them urgently. With the materials he needed within reach, Luo Fan was in great spirits. His priority was getting the goods as quickly as possible. This show-off senior could keep posturing for now. Once he saw the real gap between them, he'd naturally back down. All of them. 7.35 million credits. Are you sure you can afford it? The staff member took Luo Fan's enrollment badge, his face still wearing a contemptuous smile. But when the balance information appeared, his smile instantly froze. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, 10.6 million credits. He stared at the screen and counted 3 times, his face growing paler by the inch, his eyes filled with terror. Is that enough for the exchange now? Luo Fan looked at him with a smile, his voice gentle. Yes. I'll process it right away. The staff member's speech became frantic. Senior, how about I give you a 10 discount? With such a large exchange, I'll give you 10 off. Seeing Luo Fan's meaningful smile, his voice suddenly dropped 8 octaves. The discount doesn't matter, just process the exchange quickly. Using these resources, Luo Fan would obtain the Linglong formation, and Shrank Battle Spear, and Shrank B Queen Armor. Eager to proceed, he urged for the second time. Senior, please follow me. I'll take you directly to the exchange. Jianchong behind the counter immediately bowed and nodded. The calmer Luo Fan appeared, the more unsettled he became. He quickly called over 2 junior students to guard the counter, while personally leading the way. Walking through the corridor of the Credit Exchange Center, the wall lights cast metallic gleams, and rows of locked alloy cabinet doors lined both sides. Jianchong forced a dry laugh to break the silence. May I ask how to address you, senior? Luo Fan walked leisurely, as if taking a stroll. Just call me Senior Luo. By the way, how's business at the exchange lately? Business, it's doing well. Jianchong's forehead broke out in sweat, as he forced himself to make conversation. Arriving at the warehouse entrance, he placed his palm on the identification array, and the door lock clicked open. Big brother, I know I was wrong. Don't call me senior anymore. My name is Jianchong, just call me Little Jian. Jianchong's voice dropped an octave, his face full of flattery. So you're Senior Jianchong, pleased to meet you. Luo Fan cupped his hands in greeting, being polite once more. Jianchong found him increasingly unfathomable and dared not say much, simply acting as manual labor. Metal boxes were stacked like small mountains in the warehouse. He ran back and forth repeatedly, carrying materials like dragon-marked black gold, flame crystals, and thunder-marked spirit bones to Luo Fan. Sweat dripped from his chin. Each time he set materials on the ground, they were swallowed by a faint golden light. The 10,000 beasts intelligence system directly collected them. Whatever amount was needed, Jiancheng carried. Congratulations, host. Materials for the Dragon Roar Battle Spear and Bee Queen armor have been collected. Upgrading requires consuming 10 million wealth points. The host cannot use the Dragon Roar Battle Spear and Bee Queen armor for 3 days. Proceed with upgrade? The system notification exploded in his mind. Do you even need to ask? Upgrade. Luo Fan agreed readily. Rank equipment was hard to come by, especially natal weapons. 10 million wealth points plus a 3-day cooldown. Didn't hesitate. Senior, the last batch of materials is also ready. Jiancheng ran back, carrying a dark silver box, panting heavily. I must say your luck is heaven-defying. Many of these materials were our bottom-of-the-barrel stock. You've exchanged so much that Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy will probably be short on supplies for a while. He handed over the box with a fawning smile. Jiancheng studied Luo Fan, increasingly convinced this young man was a representative of some hidden faction. Otherwise, where would all these credits come from? Such figures usually had lord-level powerhouses backing them, not to be offended. Thank you. Luo Fan shouldered the pile of materials and turned to leave. Exiting the exchange center, he ducked into an empty alley. With a thought, the mountain of materials transformed into flowing light, all collected into his spatial storage necklace without even disturbing the dust on the ground. Then his figure flashed, becoming a blur as he rushed toward his dormitory. Upgrading the Shrank Battle Spear and Bee Queen armor would take 3 days, during which the system would essentially be on standby, making the Linglong formation temporarily unbuildable. Fortunately, he had purchased Beast Taming Heavenslaying Manual, second strategy, early on, perfect for cultivation and advancement during this downtime. Luo Fan didn't know that his material sweep had completely emptied Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy's inventory. Large numbers of sophomore and junior students came to exchange items, only to find nothing available. Are you kidding me? You don't even have 15 dragon-marked black gold pieces? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? A talented student slammed the table on the spot. While ordinary students could only shake their heads and sigh, planning to return another day, these proud prodigies showed no restraint, angrily demanding explanations. Please don't worry, seniors. The academy rarely encounters this situation. Just be patient, and we'll restock soon. Jiancheng smiled apologetically. Having already provoked Luo Fan earlier, he dared not offend this group of explosive-tempered geniuses and could only placate them carefully. Jiancheng felt utterly innocent. While other part-time workers barely encountered anyone, he always seemed to run into big shots during his shifts. What had he done to deserve this? Don't tell me there's no rush. Dragon Pattern Black Gold is a daily necessity for our forging department. You've always had plenty in stock, but today you're telling me there's none left. The visitor was Rangu, a third-year student from the forging department and an 8th-tier war general. Though his cultivation wasn't considered top-tier, his ability to independently craft A-grade weapons and forge S-grade weapons with his mentor's assistance gave him an extremely high status throughout the academy. He had made this special trip to the materials warehouse to prepare for crafting an S-grade weapon, only to discover that all the dragon-patterned black gold had been exchanged by someone else first. Senior, I'm really not making excuses, Jiancheng explained in a low voice. The other party used academic credits for a legitimate exchange, so we couldn't refuse. How about this? I'll give you that student's information. He bought several thousand pieces of dragon-patterned black gold in one go. You could talk to him and see if he'd be willing to spare a few pieces. Under pressure and unable to offend Rangu, Jiancheng simply sold Luo Fan out completely, letting the two big shots clash with each other. Several thousand pieces? Rangu's brow furrowed tightly. Dragon-patterned black gold was incredibly hard with amazing destructive power, but it was equally brittle and prone to breaking. The academy had spent decades researching without finding a complete solution for balancing it. Normally, a dozen pieces were enough for forging an S-grade weapon. More would be wasteful. Was this person planning to use several thousand pieces as the main material, or did they intend to eat them? Even more outrageous was the price. With the academic credits Rangu had currently accumulated, he could only exchange for 13 pieces of dragon-patterned black gold. Several thousand pieces represented what kind of enormous wealth? Jiancheng simply pulled up the complete transaction records. To be honest, senior, the other party spent over 7 million academic credits in total. The dragon-patterned black gold was just the tip of the iceberg. He also exchanged silver core stones, gold marrow crystals, flame gold essence, and black crystals by the thousands, all top-grade materials. When this list first appeared before Jiancheng, even he had been stunned, momentarily thinking Luo Fan had come to cause trouble. Even after Luo Fan left, he still hadn't recovered from the shock. Who exactly is this person? Rangu stared at the list. As a genius from the forging department, he could tell just from the material combinations that the other party was also attempting to forge an S-grade weapon, and the several materials chosen had conflicting properties, making the processing difficulty far exceed normal standards. Jiancheng shook his head. there's very limited information available. According to his enrollment badge, he's a Class B student who just turned 19. His strength and family information are all unverified, only his name and birth date are on record. To prove he wasn't lying, he directly pulled up Luo Fan's transaction information and handed it to Rangu. That's enough. As long as he's still at Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, I can find him. Rangu put away the light screen. The forging department had connections throughout the entire school. Anything related to weapons couldn't bypass them. He was confident he could locate Luo Fan within an hour and make him obediently hand over the dragon-patterned black gold. Thank you for understanding, senior. Jianchong thanked him repeatedly. Watching Rangu leave, he let out a long breath. Had finally dodged this disaster. At the same time, Jianchong began to gloat. Provoking Rangu would make it impossible to move a single step at Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy. Bounty. I'm Rangu from the forging department, currently searching for someone named Luo Fan. If anyone has any leads, please contact me immediately. Anyone who provides genuine and effective information will receive a free A-grade war weapon crafted by me. This straightforward bounty notice was posted in the most prominent position on the Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy's official website. A-grade war weapons were typically used by war general level warriors, and an A-grade weapon personally forged by Rangu could accompany a war general throughout their cultivation journey to the 9th tier peak. If Rangu ever broke through to Lord level in the future, he might even be able to craft the legendary Scrade weapons. Once the news broke, the entire academy was in an uproar. Who is Luo Fan? How could he make Rangu personally post a bounty? Stop talking nonsense and start searching. That's a humanoid, a grade war weapon. We're talking about finding him is like picking up a war weapon for free. Many students had long struggled to find ways to approach Rangu, so seeing this opportunity, they were rubbing their hands together in excitement. Junior, you're a freshman this year, right? During the freshman selection tournament, did you see anyone named Luo Fan? No. How is that possible? You were a participant. Even if Luo Fan was ordinary, you should have some impression of him, right? The bounty notice instantly set the sophomores and juniors ablaze with excitement. But those most impacted were the previously unremarkable freshmen. The upperclassmen who used to barely glance their way now approached every freshman with beaming smiles, practically ready to call them daddy. Hey buddy, did you encounter Luo Fan during the freshman selection tournament? You're asking about him too? I've been inquiring everywhere. What's his background to cause such a huge commotion? The answer quickly surfaced. Rangu was willing to freely craft an A-grade war weapon for anyone who provided leads. Brother, look carefully. He'll craft it for you, not give it away for free. You still need to provide the materials. Even so, Rangu is being incredibly generous. What's his background anyway? With sophomores and juniors deliberately hyping up the atmosphere, the freshmen were instantly swept up in the excitement, launching a carpet search across campus. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, no leads whatsoever. Who exactly is this Luo Fan? Did he just vanish into thin air? While everyone else was running around campus frantically, Rangu didn't follow the crowd. He visited various crafting workshops, trying to deduce what materials or techniques Luo Fan might be using. Unfortunately, his approach was completely wrong. Luo Fan's Dragon Roar War Spear and B Emperor Battle Armor didn't require traditional equipment for upgrades. The 10,000 Beasts intelligence system had its own built-in crafting interface, so he only needed to wait patiently. During these 3 days, Luo Fan remained in secluded cultivation until the 3rd evening fell, when he finally exhaled a long breath of stale air and opened his eyes. You're finally awake. Across from him, Gao Yushan sat in a chair with his legs crossed, his eyes full of teasing laughter. When did you get here? Luo Fan glanced at him and suddenly stood up, instinctively on guard. Luo Fan, your talent for causing trouble is truly extraordinary. Do you know that Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy is in complete chaos because of you? Gao Yushan raised his hand to summon a detection device, and several video clips immediately projected into the air, clearly showing scenes of students and faculty throughout the academy inquiring about Luo Fan. Are they sick or something? What do they want with me? Senior Gao, I've been cultivating these past few days and haven't even left my room. This has nothing to do with me. Discovering that students from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy were all searching for him, Luo Fan was completely bewildered and felt utterly innocent. You can't really blame Rangu for this. You bought up all the dragon pattern black gold, so naturally he's furious. Gao Yushan leaned back in his chair, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he weighed the empty mineral box in his hand, whispering provocatively, how about we set up Rangu? Throughout Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, all faculty and students were conducting a campus-wide carpet search for Fan's whereabouts. Anyone who could provide even the slightest clue would complete the bounty Rangu had set. Gao Yushan's mind raced. With the right moves, he could secure war weapon slots for his friends Mu Qi, Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, Wan Manwan, and Lu Yuqing. Who said you'd take on the bounty? Luo Fan narrowed his eyes, vaguely sensing Gao Yushan's little scheme. Gao Yushan spread his hands with an innocent expression. Isn't free labor appealing? Luo Fan shook his head inwardly. He was about to break through to Lord level. Wouldn't using a grade war weapons at this stage be beneath him? But Gao Yushan patted his shoulder with a mysterious smile. Junior, you don't understand. Once a beast tamer establishes deep compatibility within a grade war weapon, switching weapons not only requires readaptation, but could also cause a decline in combat power. Rather than switching, why not upgrade? With sufficient materials, Rangu can push a grade war weapons all the way up. Luo Fan looked at him, sensing that approaching Lord level aura. Feeling even more uneasy, Lord level combat power with a grade war weapons looked awkward no matter how you viewed it. Gao Yushan deliberately winked at him. Isn't upgrading appealing? Rangu has exactly that capability. Luo Fan calculated inwardly. What exactly was Rangu's background? Wouldn't angering him be like killing the goose that lays golden eggs? Gao Yushan answered without concealment. After graduation, I'm joining the military to fight on otherworld battlefields. There'll be as many war weapons as I want then, so what's there to fear? It's you guys who will be in trouble if you have no one to repair your war weapons when they break. Luo Fan remained puzzled. With so many weapon crafting talents in the academy, why was Rangu specifically so popular? Gao Yushan sighed softly, extending his hand as if holding a piece of ore. His contracted beast is an iron-eating beast that can refine various minerals into essences. During natal war weapon forging, the material stage is most critical. The grade war weapons he crafts have a 30% chance of directly nurturing into natal war weapons. Luo Fan's expression grew serious. Moreover, Gao Yushan added, when the iron-eating beast helps repair war weapons, it simultaneously enhances their attributes, equivalent to minor upgrades. Now do you understand his appeal? He then lowered his voice. In my opinion, let's just set him up once. If we really nurture a natal war weapon, your status in the academy will immediately skyrocket. You might even get Rangu's mentor to personally enhance the weapon. He pushed a pre-written plan across to everyone. 1. Lu Yuqing reveals Luo Fan's basic information. 2. Muqi discloses Luo Fan's hobbies and takes photos as evidence. 3. Shun Fan exposes Luo Fan's undercover situation. 4. Lu Jingming and Luan Manwan provide Luo Fan's real-time location, waiting for Rangu to come knocking. This way, you 5 can get crafting opportunities for 5 grade war weapons. Gao Yushan finalized the decision. Luo Fan scanned the plan, his voice low. What about you? Don't tell me you're just helping out of kindness. Gao Yushan showed a matter-of-fact smile. This resource Gao Yushan will definitely be using it. To upgrade my war weapon, Rangu alone isn't enough. I need you to help me with a favor. Answer a question for me. Dragon Vein Black Gold is incredibly hard and possesses armor-piercing capabilities, but it's naturally brittle and nearly impossible to bend. Once soul power is injected into it, it inevitably breaks. Gao Yushan had already purchased thousands of pieces of this material, and now he clasped his hands together with a pleading expression, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared at Luo Fan. He simply couldn't understand why Luo Fan had spent a fortune hoarding this material. Had he found a way to solve the problem? Or did he have access to some other channel? You're asking about a physics problem, aren't you? Have you ever considered solving it with chemistry? Luo Fan paused briefly, then spoke with complete seriousness. In truth, he knew nothing about the real properties of Dragon Vein Black Gold and was simply making things up based on his basic knowledge of iron. Iron was similarly hard and brittle, quite similar to Gao Yushan's description. Later, scientists had used chemical methods to turn iron into steel, both increasing its value and expanding its applications. This example was perfect for bluffing. Thank you for the guidance. Gao Yushan clasped his hands again and was about to turn and leave. Come back. What about the Earth Core Spirit Essence? How are the sales going? Luo Fan hadn't forgotten about his batch of Earth Core Spirit Essence. Since he'd entrusted someone to sell it, he needed to know the status. The goods have been sold, but the buyer doesn't have enough cash on hand and needs time to arrange the funds. Gao Yushan looked somewhat embarrassed and quickly pulled out his detector to transfer money. They paid a portion first. I'll give you 50 million now, and the remaining 100 million will follow shortly. Senior, please wait a bit longer. If Rangu learns the answer too early, I won't be able to trick him. Luo Fan pointed to the detector in Gao Yushan's hand, struck by a sudden idea. How do you go about buying one of these things? You absolutely must buy the top-tier detector. Gao Yushan warned seriously. Lower-end models can be easily blocked by others. While you remain exposed to their surveillance, you'd be a sitting duck. Besides, it's also your pass to access the Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy's official website. All activities within the academy are synchronized to the official site. Didn't you spend over 7 million academic credits on materials? Spend another 3 million credits to get a Lord-level detector. It'll be extremely beneficial when you enter the wilderness forest. After saying this, he slapped his forehead, annoyed that he'd almost forgotten this matter'd have to report back to Lin Tianchu later. Alright then, I'll exchange for one after they obtain a level war weapon forging qualifications. Luo Fan made his arrangements, then looked toward Lu Jingming and Luan Manwan. You two don't need to deliberately create opportunities anymore. Wait for them to leak the information, Then go find Rangu and tell him I'm going to buy more materials tomorrow. Senior Gao, you reveal the information 3 days later. Right now, your most important task is breaking through to Lord level. Luo Fan didn't actually understand the secrets of Dragon Vein Black Gold. The physics and chemistry talk was pure bluffing to avoid revealing his hand too early and affecting the plan. Don't worry about that. Gao Yushan was full of confidence. At most 1 week, and I'll definitely break through. He and his contracted beast had each consumed a bottle of Earth Core Spirit Essence. Once they fully absorbed it, they would be guaranteed to advance to Lord level. What really concerned him was his war weapon without S-level quality. He wouldn't dare venture into Lord level beast territory. Good. Then we'll proceed according to plan. After Luo Fan finished speaking, he turned and gestured to Lu Yuqing and the other 5. Let's go. Haha. I need to rehearse a few times so I don't blow my cover when the time comes. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Yuqing burst into laughter, reminding himself to put on a convincing performance. Let's go rehearse. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jingming and the others immediately swarmed around him, pulling him into the practice room and shutting the door for a private rehearsal. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rangu was ready to give up his search. Luo Fan was most likely an alias affront casually created by some faction within the academy. He had combed through all the intelligence but couldn't find a single clue. Just then, as night was falling, Lu Yuqing arrived at Rangu's courtyard gate and whispered to the gatekeeper apprentice, "Brother, could you please announce that I'm here with information about Luo Fan?" Information about Luo Fan? The gatekeeper's eyes lit up as he quickly waved his hand. No need to announce, go straight in. Learning that the visitor was bringing intelligence, he was so excited his voice cracked. As the courtyard gate opened, Lu Yuqing was stunned. An independent courtyard with polished bluestone floors gleaming like mirrors, complete with a dedicated forge where the furnace was spitting orange-red flames. How could this possibly be a student's residence? After some small talk, he finally understood that these gatekeepers were actually apprentices from the forging department who voluntarily served as Rangu's guards and errand boys in hopes of receiving his guidance. Rangu had been leaning against a long table reviewing case files when he heard footsteps and looked up, his spirits lifting. You have news about Luo Fan? He wasn't interested in pursuing the old matter of the dragon pattern black gold, but rather wanted to consult with the person about how to maximize material strengths while minimizing their weaknesses. Lu Yuqing nodded respectfully. Hello, senior. I'm a freshman who saw your bounty and came specifically to share information about Luo Fan. He cut straight to the point, skipping any preamble. Rangu was even more direct. Bring the materials for an A-grade war weapon tomorrow. Tell my assistant what specifications you need, and I'll have it forged for you within 3 days. Lu Yuqing was secretly delighted and smoothly made his request. I hope you'll keep today's matter confidential, senior. He then proceeded according to his predetermined plan, reciting a detailed list of Luo Fan's habits and preferences, all harmless trivialities. The more Rangu listened, the more exasperated he became, and finally had to politely see his guest out. At least I know a little more than nothing at all, he said with self-deprecating humor, though he still recorded the information. No sooner had Lu Yuqing left than Mu Qi, Xin Fan, Lu Jingming, and Wan Manwan arrived, spilling everything about how Luo Fan is an undercover agent and the bounty has become a trap, and informing Rangu that they had earned 1,000,000 academy credits. Rangu's expression immediately changed, and he withdrew all bounties. Wait, he's just a freshman, what do I have to fear from him? After withdrawing the bounty, he began to have second thoughts. To gather intelligence on Luo Fan's whereabouts, he now had to forge 5 A-grade war weapons for Lu Jingming's group, quite a loss, but he couldn't go back on his word for the sake of his reputation. Late at night, with a cool breeze, Lu Yuqing and the others returned to base to report to Luo Fan. Lu Jingming said, "Boss, the mission has been completed on schedule. To avoid alerting our target, I'll deliver the materials first thing tomorrow morning and see if we can get the weapons in 3 days." Luo Fan nodded but suddenly asked, "Everyone, you've all refined the Earth Core Spirit Essence, haven't you? Why haven't you broken through yet?" He had sensed something odd during their earlier casual conversation, and now that the Rangu matter was settled, he finally identified the problem. The Earth Core Spirit Essence had been fully refined, and logically everyone should have advanced to War General level, yet there was no sign of it happening. Lu Yuqing reported honestly, "Boss, both our souls and contracted beasts have completed their upgrades, but the feedback hasn't occurred." "I've checked the records," Lu Jingming added. "It says this situation is normal. Major realm feedback causes extreme damage to contracted beasts, so you have to gradually win them over and build a relationship with them, or the beasts won't provide feedback." When it came to reciprocal feeding, Lu Yuqing and the others all wore grim expressions, because after their contracted beasts broke through in cultivation, they immediately became arrogant again and ignored their masters. "No big deal, just line up and take turns." Luo Fan waved at everyone, then communicated with the Thunder Ancient Bear through his soul, dumping the entire matter on this hot-tempered general-level beast. "Boss, maybe we should just forget about it," Lu Yuqing pleaded in a low voice. If you keep bullying the contracted beasts like this, we might never be able to build any emotional bond with them. They couldn't say it outright, but the root cause of their beast's resistance to reciprocal feeding was all those beatings from the past. They really didn't want to go down that road again. But Luo Fan wasn't buying it. When contracted beasts don't obey, they're mostly just pretending. Beat them once and they'll behave. Trust me, once the Thunder Ancient Bear gets involved, they'll quickly fall in line. With that, his gaze shifted and locked onto Lu Yuqing. You're first. Release the antelope horn sheep. Lu Yuqing reluctantly touched the contract mark on his wrist and released his antelope horn sheep. Bro, go easy on it. Pikachu, just leave it breathing. Stop once it performs maximum reciprocal feeding. Luo Fan smiled wickedly, giving a deadly order to Pikachu, that electric-type pet. However, before the Thunder Ancient Bear could even raise its paw, the antelope horn sheep trembled all over and immediately began maximum reciprocal feeding without hesitation. The bloodline suppression and realm gap made it terrified of the Thunder Ancient Bear to the extreme. Don't move. Be good. Drink this. Luo Fan pried open its mouth and dripped in 3 drops of Earth Core Spirit Marrow to help stabilize its cultivation. After this trial run, the others became much simpler. Mu Qi, Shun Fan, Lu Jingming, and Luan Manwan released their respective contracted beasts one by one. The obedient ones performed reciprocal feeding on the spot. The disobedient ones were thoroughly beaten by the Thunder Ancient Bear and immediately became docile. Luo Fan noticed that the contracted beasts that consumed the Earth Core Spirit Marrow all underwent amazing transformations. Their bodies swelled dramatically, their shells became thicker, and their attributes improved across the board. Roar. After everyone's contracted beasts completed their reciprocal feeding, the Thunder Ancient Bear suddenly let out a long howl toward the sky. Lightning patterns coursed across its body like serpents as it too completed its own maximum reciprocal feeding at that moment. The combined effects of the Bee Queen larva's flesh and the Earth Core Spirit Marrow had long placed it at the peak of General Level 7th stage, and now it was completely consolidated. It understood Luo Fan's temperament better than anyone. Obey and resources would be abundant. Act up and life would be worse than death. At the same time, a stream of pure essence that made one tremble rushed into Luo Fan's body. He was stunned. I get a share too? He quickly sat cross-legged, allowing that power to surge through his meridians, tempering his flesh inch by inch. During this time, he finally understood the true meaning of reciprocal feeding. Humans primarily cultivate their soul C but have fragile bodies. Contracted beasts are naturally physically powerful but struggle to forge their souls. Bilateral cooperation, mutual achievement. At this moment, the essence condensed by the Thunder Ancient Bear was guiding the transformation of Luo Fan's bones, dramatically increasing bone density while simultaneously boosting both defense and explosive power. Servant level tempers flesh, general level tempers bones, so Lord level should temper internal organs, right? He closed his eyes to sense carefully, nearly groaning from the intense pain. His bones were being reforged like rock layers, with thickness and strength increasing exponentially. Suddenly, another completely different fluctuation emerged within his body. Luo Fan's brow furrowed sharply. Something's wrong. What is this? Just as the nourishing power was about to fade, a violent energy 100 times stronger than the nourishment suddenly erupted from Luo Fan's lower abdomen, instantly replacing the Thunder Ancient Bear's role like a raging torrent and beginning to temper every bone in his body. This force was terrifyingly domineering. While the nourishment had only targeted his torso bones, now even his finger bones and skull were being forged. Crackling sounds echoed between his joints, as if countless lightning threads were racing wildly through his bone marrow. Though the pain was fierce, it remained within bearable limits. Luo Fan was alarmed but helpless, able only to endure and let nature take its course. Meanwhile, the Dragon Roar Spear and Bee Emperor armor absorbed this power like bloodthirsty beasts. Dark patterns rapidly spread across the spear's shaft, while the bee patterns on the armor's surface flickered with mysterious light, profound and enigmatic. Roar. The Thunder Ancient Bear also sensed the anomaly, circling around Luo Fan with eyes as wary as an old employee fearing layoffs. All right, it's over. After about half an hour, the surging energy gradually subsided and finally stopped completely. Luo Fan opened his eyes to see the Thunder Ancient Bear pushing the last bottle of Earth Core Spirit Essence into his hands, then shaking its bare paws and returning to the Soul Sea. System, come out. What the hell is going on? He knew in his heart that only the Beast Intelligence could provide answers, though it would cost money. Respected host, Beast Intelligence possesses scanning and analysis functions. Single-use fee, 10,000 wealth points. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. His suspicions confirmed, Luo Fan couldn't help but anticipate the results. Scanning in progress. Please wait. Analyzing scan results. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an Ancient Millennium opportunity and unlocked the path of contracted beast cultivation. After breaking through to Lord level, you may even cultivate without contracted beast assistance. Speak plainly. Confused by the inexplicable congratulations, Luo Fan interrupted directly. Scan results. A life pearl exists within the host's Dantian, originating from the blood-headed bee emperor and containing its entire life essence. Both of the host's body enhancements were caused by this pearl. Only 3 people in beast tamer history have refined life pearls. The host is the 4th. Once fully refined, it can become the source of the host's physical cultivation, a tremendous opportunity. Further analysis. After the host breaks through to Lord level and establishes the star withdrawing formation, the life pearl can serve as the formation's foundation, fusing soul power with physical strength and generating additional surprises. Warning. The life pearl has suffered damage from multiple passive consumptions. Repair requires blood essence stone, perching parasol wood, jade bone fruit, blue rock wood, cold marrow branch, dragon blood mushroom, mystic heaven green vine. Estimated cost, 80 million wealth points. Note. After repair, the host can fully control the life pearl. Barring premature death and with additional materials, breakthrough to Lord level is guaranteed within 3 months. Recommend host top-up account. Damn, another irresistible money pit. Luo Fan rubbed his temples, feeling them throb. Throughout his journey, he'd earned quite a bit, but spent even more. No matter how much he made, money was never enough. Fortunately, his strength was growing rapidly. He was now at warrior level 7, comparable to many third-year students. Boss, are you done cultivating? We all broke through to warrior level. Thanks to the extreme nourishment, we jumped straight to warrior level 2. Hearing Luo Fan's roar, Lu Yuqing and the others immediately gathered around, their faces full of pride. Was this all it took to satisfy them? Do you know what level I'm at now? 7th tier battle general, and I've mastered combat techniques too. Do you understand the gap between us? Alright, hurry up and consolidate your cultivation. I need to go buy a detection device. Worried that Lu Yuqing and the others might get carried away by their sudden success, Luo Fan deliberately dropped these cold, harsh words to bring them back down to earth. We've been consolidating all night, Lu Yuqing muttered quietly, shrinking his neck after being scolded. All night. Luo Fan frowned slightly. Based on his perception, everyone had only been cultivating for about half an hour at most. Yet unexpectedly, dawn had already broken. To prevent Lu Jingming and Wan Manwan from breaking their promise to Rangu, Luo Fan immediately unleashed his battle general level speed, transforming into a blur as he rushed toward the credit exchange center. So you're Luo Fan? The senior student working part-time behind the counter initially showed no expression, but the moment Luo Fan appeared on the credit terminal, his eyes immediately lit up. He quickly logged into the Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy's official website, trying to accept the high-value bounty posted by Rangu, but the page only displayed the prominent words withdrawn. Withdrawn? Why didn't you show up earlier? The senior wailed, nearly collapsing onto the counter that was in a grade war weapon, and a grade war weapon personally crafted by Rangu. Missing out on it was absolutely heartbreaking. Senior, please hurry up. I want the best detection device, and deduct the remaining credits at base price. Luo Fan didn't mind being talked about. He came here today not only to buy equipment, but also to deliberately let Rangu notice his movements. 3.02 million credits? Did you kill several sovereign-level desolate beasts? The senior's scream echoed through the hall. Credits at Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy were incredibly hard to earn. Even 4th-year students recognized as geniuses typically only had a few 100,000. The number before his eyes made him almost question reality. How many credits for the most expensive detection device? Luo Fan's tone was calm, not wanting to hear any more exclamations. Wait a moment, let me check. The senior quickly flipped through pages, his voice rising continuously. Battle servant level detection device costs 1,000. Top configuration 9,000. Battle general level 10,000. Top configuration 900,000. Lord level 3 million. Top configuration 30 million. Based on your balance, Junior, you can purchase a Lord level detection device. When mentioning Lord level detection device, the senior's voice trembled, and the jealousy in his eyes nearly overflowed. I'll take it. Luo Fan didn't hesitate. The senior lifted an intricately engraved alloy box from the safe, solemnly reminding him. Junior, the Lord level detection device is also called an intelligence brain. Once bound, it can directly connect to the metaverse. You'll discover its specific functions through research. Absolutely amazing. The activation process wasn't simple. Identity verification, genetic scanning, fingerprint, and facial recognition, not a single step was skipped. Junior, basic authentication is complete. Next, you must use soul power to refine the intelligence brain. This step only you can perform. The box lid popped open, revealing a fist-sized, brilliant white orb floating inside. Luo Fan reached out to hold it, feeling its bone-penetrating coolness. What? How is this the same as a spatial pearl? His heart stirred, and he immediately converted wealth points into soul power, pouring it into the orb like a gentle stream. His previous experience refining spatial pearls now proved invaluable. The senior watched in stunned amazement, unable to help but remind him. Junior, I suggest you go back and refine it slowly. For a battle general level to control an intelligence brain takes at least a month. Here, the senior was about to offer advice when he noticed Luo Fan wave his hand and simply store the intelligence brain in his soul sea. Looking at Luo Fan again, the senior's eyes held nothing but terror, that kind of reverent gaze making Luo Fan feel somewhat bashful. In the vast materials trading hall, the formation's glow had not yet completely faded, and the air still carried the acrid smell of metal and thunder intertwined. The senior's fear was not unfounded. In just over 10 breaths, Luo Fan had absorbed an intelligence core that only Lord-level cultivators could master into his soul sea, equivalent to instant refinement. Under normal circumstances, even a Lord would need several days for such an arduous process, yet it had been completed effortlessly by a freshman. No wonder the other party was too shocked to speak. After refining the intelligence core, Luo Fan focused his mind and drew in the aura, preparing to leave with his purchased materials to slowly study this sophisticated-sounding gadget back home. Student Luo Fan, please wait. Just as the crowd parted to create a passage, a figure stepped in front of him. It was Rangu. Luo Fan frowned, his gaze indicating for the other to step aside. Two apprentices nearby immediately raised their voices. Kid, do you know who you're facing? This is Rangu, the top genius of the third-year forging department, who can casually craft grade weapons. Show some respect. Luo Fan merely snorted coldly and moved a step around them, but was blocked again. Rangu gestured for his apprentices to surround the passage, speaking steadily. I just want to ask, you bought tens of millions worth of dragon-patterned black gold at once. What's its main purpose? Luo Fan stopped, raised his hand to activate his personal terminal, and projected a payment code into the air, his voice flat. Answering that will cost 1 million credits. This was exactly the paid QA routine he had learned from the Beast Intelligence System. 1 million it is. Rangu didn't even furrow his brow, pointing with his fingertip to complete the transfer. Numbers flickered on the light screen as the payment arrived, and Luo Fan showed a professional smile. To forge weapons, naturally. All of it for forging weapons. Rangu's pupils visibly contracted, his thirst for knowledge almost overflowing from his eyes. Luo Fan once again pushed the payment code toward him, smiling as he repeated. Next question, still 1 million. Don't push it too far. The apprentice Sun Onping could no longer contain himself, his sixth-stage war general aura exploding outward as he raised his fist to strike. Luo Fan glanced at him and coolly uttered 2 words, trash, then turned to leave. Sun Onping's face flushed red with anger as he shouted, remember this, I am Sun Onping, a third-year student. Show more respect when you speak. As his words fell, he lunged at Luo Fan's back, his fist carrying fierce energy toward Luo Fan's spine. Bang! Where the fist landed, Luo Fan remained completely unmoved, as if struck against an alloy wall. Luo Fan raised his left hand, looking around. Everyone bear witness struck first. I'm merely defending myself. With that, his right fist charged with thunder delivered a direct strike. Lightning crackled as Sun Onping flew backward, landing with foam at his mouth, unconscious on the spot. His chest caved in with the clear sound of breaking bones. Onlookers probed his aura and gasped. 7th stage war general, a freshman? Rangu frowned privately, turning his gaze back to the payment code with a bitter smile. Give me the code. Luo Fan casually projected it over. Thank you for your patronage. As the second payment arrived, his smile grew brighter. With a flick of his sleeve, a war spear gleaming with cold light extended from within, dragon patterns emerging as the spear point hummed softly. Scamming 1 million was no problem, but 2 million would be excessive, so Luo Fan proved with facts that Rangu was worth it. Srank war weapon. Did you just forge this? Wait, what's with these patterns? What materials did you add? Hold on, let me take another look. Rangu's eyes lit up as he circled the Dragon Roar War spear, firing questions like a machine gun while reaching out to continue his examination. However, Luo Fan flicked his wrist and stored the spear back into his spatial ring. 100,000 per question answered, 300,000 for 1 minute of observation. After quoting his price, Luo Fan turned to leave. Wait, 10 million. Let me study the spear for half an hour. Rangu decisively raised his offer. Deal, but we stay right here. Luo Fan readily agreed and immediately pulled out his payment code. There's a cafe nearby, let's go there. Rangu directly transferred 10 million and suggested changing locations. Once the money arrived, Luo Fan's expression immediately became warm as he walked shoulder to shoulder with him toward the cafe. Inside the softly lit shop, Luo Fan casually pulled out a chair and sat down, tossing the Dragon Roar War Spear to Rangu while closing his eyes to communicate with his newly integrated neural interface, testing its functions. Holy crap, this is the neural interface? It's so realistic. His consciousness sank into the virtual world, where Luo Fan's feet touched solid stone slabs. Looking up, he saw people coming and going, men and women, all incredibly lifelike. He strolled casually, taking in training grounds and trading areas. Two Lord-level beast tamers were engaged in fierce combat, their spirit beasts roaring and causing the air to distort. System announcements kept popping up. Bounty, Forging Department urgently needs a king-level winged serpent Desolate crystal. Upon delivery, one king-level war weapon can be custom-made. Alert! Enemy activity detected in the northern region of Otherworld Space, number 9. All beast tamers evacuate immediately. Flame Kill Squad urgently needs healing-type beast tamers. Lord-level 3rd stage and above may apply. Looking around, Luo Fan was surprised to discover that every beast tamer present was high-tier Lord level, each radiating mountain-like presence. At that moment, a gray-robed elder at the entrance of a martial arts hall stopped him. Young man, want some guidance? 15 merit points, and I'll help you advance your combat technique by 1 level. Senior, what are merit points? Luo Fan scratched his head awkwardly, completely unfamiliar with the local currency. Seeing he was a newcomer, the elder said indifferently, "You practice the Luo family spear technique, right? Try using spear intent to condense a war spear and materialize it virtually." Spear intent. Although Luo Fan possessed it, he had never condensed it into form, so he looked at the elder pleadingly for help. What is spear intent? It's your emotional connection with your weapon and your will. Without spear intent, what's the point of practicing the Luo family spear technique? After speaking, the elder raised his hand and waved. A long spear materialized from thin air, its blade gleaming as it slowly became solid. The moment the spear materialized, Luo Fan felt an overwhelming killing intent. The weapon in the old man's hand seemed less like a spear and more like a dragon. If the elder struck, Luo Fan would be devoured whole. Go back and contemplate properly. When you truly understand the essence of spear intent, come find me again. Oh, and this guidance costs 50 merit points. Remember to pay me next time. The old man waved his hand, and the spear's shadow silently crumbled from his palm. The violent aura dissipated into nothingness, as if nothing had ever happened. The street corner immediately came alive with chatter. Look, another newcomer got fooled. How long do you think this idiot will take to figure it all out? Hard to say, has to realize it himself. Only when he discovers it's impossible will he wake up. I know someone who was deceived for 3 whole years and is still contemplating. Haha, that's truly pathetic. Passers-by gossiped and pointed at Luo Fan, treating him like a fool. But Luo Fan heard none of it. Lingering spear intent still churned in his mind. He was stunned, desperately trying to recall every detail of how the elder had conjured that spear. The phantom emerging from nothing, the killing intent that tore through the air, it all made his heart race with fear. Esteemed host, the Beast Intelligence System is activating combat technique analysis for you. This comprehension requires 10 million wealth points. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed. Luo Fan didn't hesitate. Transaction successful. System analyzing. Please begin comprehension immediately. The 10 million wealth points were trial funds from Rangu, so losing them wasn't a concern. With the system's enhancement, the elder's entire sequence was forcibly slowed down. The soul power circulation routes, the amplitude of blood energy fluctuations, the condensation points of the spear phantom, everything was broken down into clear data. So that's how it works. That's how it works. Luo Fan closed his eyes and channeled his soul power. With his mastery over soul energy and the system's guidance, he quickly formed a semi-transparent spear shape in his palm. But infusing it with spear intent proved difficult. His own spear intent was too basic, nowhere near achieving spear momentum, making it hard to control in such a short time. Just then, the old man's eyes snapped open. War General level. He's actually War General level. All the beast tamers in this area were Lord level, and he'd set his price targeting that rank. He never expected Luo Fan to be merely War General level, yet already touching the threshold of spear condensation. Let me perfect the war weapon condensation first. Luo Fan gritted his teeth silently. Unable to summon the elder's killing aura, he instead recalled the form of the dragon roar war spear while drawing upon the thunder power within his body. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Electric arcs danced along the spear shaft as lightning flashed and sparked. The phantom gradually solidified, its cold, gleaming point forming inch by inch. How is this possible? He actually did it? Could that old man not be a fraud? Are they working together? A war general succeeded at something Lord levels couldn't do. Maybe we should approach him, see which war zone he's from. He might have unlimited potential. The onlookers were dumbstruck, all mockery instantly frozen. That elder who had long guided people here had swindled countless spear cultivators. None had ever met his requirements, and seeking further instruction meant paying even higher fees, so everyone had long considered him a fraud. Most spear practitioners had received his guidance at some point, but until now, no one had met the elder's standards. Those wanting second consultations faced exorbitant fees, cementing his reputation as a swindler. Everyone tried to find this elder, but in real life, they couldn't locate him anywhere. Several curious individuals attempted to imitate the elder's technique, trying to condense spears using soul power, but after repeated practice, they still couldn't meet the elder's demanding standards and had to give up in disappointment. He's definitely not a shill. Look carefully at how his soul power flows. Exactly, the key is soul power. For us beast tamers, soul power is fundamental. Wait, it's not just soul power as blood chi is equally terrifying. Blood chi. Could this guy be a pure blood fierce beast? How could he have such intense blood chi? I understand now. Manifesting intent into form requires not only soul power, but also blood chi coordination. But this is a virtual world. How can he still mobilize blood chi? It seems we know far too little about this world. Stop arguing and focus on comprehension. His method of condensing spear intent is extremely beneficial to us. The Lord-level beast tamers formed a circle, staring intently at Luo Fan, capturing every flow of his soul power and blood chi. Half an hour passed, yet they still couldn't replicate that mysterious spear intent. Finally, thunder power exploded in Luo Fan's palm, but the war spear could never fully materialize. Come with me. The elder reached out and pulled Luo Fan through the tightly closed door. He went in. This kid has incredible luck, actually got accepted into that martial hall. The lords outside collectively gasped, their eyes filled with envy. Though the elder acted unconventionally, everyone respected that door. Anyone allowed to enter would surely encounter opportunities. They had applied multiple times, only to be thrown out without exception. I bet he'll most likely receive spear techniques or combat skills. The leading burly man stared at the closed door, analyzing in a low voice. Do you even need to guess? Meeting the elder's requirements naturally means being taught something. We're all from different war zones, right? Quickly find out which faction this kid belongs to. If we can bring him back for focus cultivation, that would be ideal. Despite their jealousy, Luo Fan was ultimately a human comrade, and this point helped everyone quickly reach consensus. Right, report to the military. We must ensure he doesn't die prematurely. If such talent were lost, it would be a loss for the entire human race. We just don't know about his contracted beast. If it's equally outstanding, then he'd be even more worth investing in. Don't worry, he awakened thunder attributes. How could his contracted beast be inferior? The group, all cultivated to lord level, had sharp judgment and soon gathered again to continue their analysis. Meanwhile, Luo Fan followed the elder through desolate corridors, finally stopping before a gray-white stone wall. The rough rock surface was covered with runic patterns, overlapping with some seen from deep in his memory during the freshman selection competition at Daheo Divine Beast Academy. He had practiced combat techniques facing a similar stone wall in an alternate dimension world. Senior, have we entered an alternate dimension world? Luo Fan recalled what he had seen and heard after entering the door, carefully seeking confirmation. When entering the door, he had been full of anticipation, thinking there would be a scripture repository or training hall behind it. However, once the door closed, only boundless wasteland and this stone wall remained, with not a single building in sight. If Luo Fan wasn't mistaken, this was indeed an alternate dimension world. Meanwhile, Luo Fan was pondering a question. What exactly was the AI brain? And did this virtual world truly exist? The elder had given him only 1 hour. How much spear intent he could comprehend before the stone wall depended entirely on his perception. He raised his hand and pointed toward the stone wall, his tone stern. Listen carefully. Once you feel you've reached your limit, withdraw immediately, or your soul will collapse. Understood. Luo Fan responded, but didn't ask further questions. He could see that the spear techniques inscribed on the stone wall were terrifyingly powerful. If he could comprehend just a few moves, this trip would already be incredibly profitable. Moreover, he knew nothing about the true nature of this virtual world. If he angered this elder, the consequences would be unthinkable. Just as Luo Fan was concentrating on studying the wall, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the God-slaying spear manual. This manual is both a spear technique and a cultivation method. With your current strength, you can only practice the basic moves. Complete comprehension would require 3 years. The system detects that the host cannot fully understand it in a short time. The Beast Intelligence System is launching the Simulated Comprehension feature. Spend 20 million wealth points to master it within 30 minutes. Do you wish to purchase? Life's too short not to spend. Purchase. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Luo Fan confirmed without hesitation. Purchase successful. Simulated comprehension in progress. Estimated 15 minutes. Immediately, another cold notification sounded. Warning. Host wealth points reduced to only 300,000. Please recharge promptly. Money disappears this fast. The figure of only 300,000 remaining made Luo Fan's mouth twitch. He had long heard that beast tamers were money pits, and now he was experiencing it firsthand. 15 minutes later, the system displayed another window. Simulated comprehension complete. Initiation available. Cost, 300,000 wealth points. Do you wish to purchase? Damn, you really know how to bleed a person dry, don't you? Luo Fan sighed helplessly but nodded. Purchase. His last 300,000 was cleared out, and the system coldly announced. Initiation beginning. Estimated 10 minutes. Please comprehend immediately, host. A massive flow of information flooded his mind like a torrential river, instantly transforming complex techniques into instinct. Luo Fan condensed a phantom war spear with spear intent and thrust out the first form with a whoosh, the spear tip flashing with cold light. Second form, third form. Each move was fierce and sharp, causing the void to tremble. What kind of monster is this? He mastered the god-slaying spear manual in just half an hour. The elder stared intently at Luo Fan, his eyes filled with shock. Luo Fan could also feel the terrifying power of the god-slaying spear manual. With each completed form, his soul power was torn away as if being ripped apart. He forced himself to complete all the basic spear techniques. Then his legs gave out, and he collapsed with a thud in front of the stone wall. Get out of the virtual world quickly. Luo Fan wanted to move, but couldn't. The elder had already flashed to his side and raised his palm. Bang! Luo Fan's consciousness was slapped out of the virtual world, and the scenery before his eyes suddenly changed back to reality. Immediately after, a violent force exploded from within his body. The wooden chair beneath him instantly shattered, surrounding tables and chairs collapsed with crashes, and the floor cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. The worst part was himself. His soul power was completely drained, his entire body ached to numbness, and his brain had only one thought: to pass out. What happened? Not far away, Rangu, who had been examining the Dragon Roar War spear, was startled by the scene and cried out. Luo Fan had no time to answer. He reached into his chest, retrieving from his spatial storage necklace a fist-sized pale green spiritual fruit called the Tianyuan fruit. Trembling, he brought the fruit to his mouth and slowly took a bite. Sweet juice flowed into his mouth, and a gentle energy traveled down his throat directly into his consciousness, quickly soothing the soul-tearing pain. Just one Tianyuan fruit was enough to restore his mobility. Luo Fan exhaled a long breath of stale air and struggled to stand up. At this moment, Rangu pointed at the phantom-like long spear, his eyes burning with desire, speaking rapidly. Luo Fan, how much for this spear? Name your price, I'll buy it. When Luo Fan finished eating the spirit fruit and stood up, Rangu finally looked toward him, intending to make a purchase. Are you here to joke around? The Dragon Roar War spear is my natal weapon. Do you think I'd sell it to you? Luo Fan raised his hand with a beckoning gesture, causing the air to tremble slightly as the spear's radiance pierced through the sky and returned. The black gold spear landed steadily in his palm under everyone's watchful eyes, and he stored it back into the 10,000 beast spirit binding formation. Rangu refused to give up and followed closely behind. This spear is extremely important to me. Name your price. I am willing to pay whatever it costs. This is Shrank Natal War Spear. How much do you think it's worth? Luo Fan snorted coldly and turned to leave. This was Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, where fighting between students was strictly forbidden, so Luo Fan wasn't worried about Rangu attacking him. What truly made him eager to leave was his current terrible condition. His soul power was completely depleted, his muscles ached all over, and he desperately needed rest. I was too hasty. You should go back and rest first. I'll visit you another day. Rangu clasped his fists and temporarily restrained his aggressive approach. And Shrank Natal War Spear was invaluable, so he decided to change tactics. First, build a good relationship with Luo Fan, then study the Dragon Roar War Spear when circumstances allowed. Moreover, Luo Fan had once worked undercover at Deheo Divine Beast Academy and single-handedly earned over 1 million academy points. He didn't want to clash head-in with such a formidable person. Luo Fan didn't refuse. If you want to examine the spear, that's fine, just prepare the money. He had invested millions of academy points upgrading the Dragon Roar War Spear, so if he could now make money from it, he was naturally pleased. Excellent. Rangu was delighted and left with his accompanying students. What kind of technique is the god-slaying spear art? This is absolutely insane. Once he walked away, the injuries in Luo Fan's body became even more apparent. The 10,000 Beast intelligence system had crashed due to his wealth value reaching zero, and he couldn't even produce a single healing pill, leaving him to endure the pain. After pulling out another spirit fruit and crunching through it, he burst into speed and rushed toward his dormitory. Follow him and see where he lives. The bounty on Luo Fan within the academy remained active, and students who had spent 3 days searching the entire campus without success immediately gave chase. Luo Fan couldn't be bothered with them and charged straight into the dormitory building, pushing open his door and collapsing onto his bed. What's wrong with our boss? Shin Fan was about to greet him when he saw Luo Fan fall straight down, his expression immediately changing. Lu Yuqing quickly checked his pulse and breathed a sigh of relief. Excessive soul power consumption. He'll be fine after sleeping for a few days. I'll go find out what happened. Lu Jingming turned and left the room while the others stood guard by the bedside. This sleep lasted 3 full days and nights. It wasn't until Gao Yushan brought a bottle of soul enhancement elixir and forcibly dripped it into Luo Fan's mouth that the sleeping Luo Fan slowly opened his eyes. What on earth did you do to exhaust yourself like this? Don't worry, they'll spend 1 million to buy a general rank demon willow tree heart. and you'll be completely recovered within an hour. Gao Yushan spoke casually, though his tone couldn't hide his schadenfreude. Stop gloating, and give me the money for the Earth Core spirit marrow first. Luo Fan thought about how those few drops of spirit marrow could have solved his problem and felt deep regret. I've already transferred the money through the detector. Check it yourself. Gao Yushan rolled his eyes and stood up as if to leave. Senior, wait a moment. Could you teach me how to use the detector? Luo Fan's current predicament was entirely caused by the virtual world, so fearing further complications, he quickly sought guidance from Gao Yushan. What's there to teach? It's pretty much like a communication device. Gao Yushan patted his chest, and a light screen unfolded before him as a perfectly round detection orb floated into view. The only difference is that it's more intelligent. He swiped his hand, causing the screen to slide and reveal an interface containing a complete suite of functions: scanning, gaming, projection, analysis, cloud computing, storage, and more. Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy also has an internal forum. Browse it when you're free. Lots of useful information there. Luo Fan closed his eyes and let his consciousness connect with the neural interface. Web pages instantly materialized. Unlike the detection device's light scanning, the neural interface directly utilized his eyes for imaging and storage. Everything he saw was automatically digitized and saved in the memory bank. Downloading movies and shows used his existing communication account. The process was familiar. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 120 million in wealth. Would you like to deposit it? Just as the neural interface's prompt finished, Gao Yushan's transfer request popped up simultaneously. With a mental command from Luo Fan, the 120 million was instantly credited to his account. The cold data suddenly felt warm as the 10,000 Beasts intelligence system spoke like it was awakening after a long slumber. Deposit 115 million. Luo Fan kept 5 million for emergencies and transferred the rest into the system. I want to upgrade the 10,000 Beast spirit binding formation to perfection and resolve the issue with the Bee Queen's life pearl. All right, the money's in. Gao Yushan stood up and stretched his shoulders, grinning from ear to ear. I need to get back in bond with my contracted beast. Once the feedback process is complete, I'll be Lord level. Before leaving, he added, when you run out of credits, don't just wait around for Academy benefits. Go to the official forum and take on missions. If you encounter an otherworld space opening, that's your chance to strike it big. Taking Lu Yuqing and the others hunting shouldn't be a problem for you. Luo Fan clasped his hands respectfully. Thank you, Senior. I wish you success in completing the feedback process and advancing to Lord level. After seeing Gao Yushan off, he quickly closed the door and devoted his full attention to the system. Esteemed host, the system has intelligently allocated plans for you. 2 detailed lists appeared on the light screen. Plan 1. 1. Completely refine the Bee Queen's life pearl, 30 million wealth points. 2. Purchase auxiliary materials, 30 million wealth points. 3. Physical foundation building, 40 million wealth points. Plan 2. 1. After physical foundation building, use energy stones to directly advance to warrior level 9th stage. 2. Then cultivate the Thunder Ancient Bear. Once it completes feedback, your foundation can undergo secondary refinement. Energy stones cost 2 million wealth points. Each host can purchase 7 stones. Holy crap, you're quite the accountant. You just topped up 115 million and immediately burned through 114 million of it. Impressive. Watching his wealth evaporate to just 1 million in a second, Luo Fan felt his temples throbbing. But despite the heartache, he knew that for the sake of power, some expenses were necessary. Complete refinement of the Queen Bee Life Pearl requires 5 minutes. During this time, the host cannot use any combat abilities. Please confirm the surrounding environment is safe. The system's voice was cold and mechanical. Luo Fan sat cross-legged and began counting down silently. Congratulations, host. The Queen Bee Life Pearl refinement is complete. Now upgrading and fusing, awaiting physical foundation establishment. Congratulations, host. The Queen Bee Life Pearl has become your life pearl and is now merging with your vital essence, completing physical foundation establishment. Warning, physical foundation establishment may cause some discomfort. If the host finds it unbearable, you may practice the God-slaying spear technique to accelerate the process. Holy shit, you call this some discomfort? I'm dying here. Excruciating pain erupted instantly as terrifying power rampaged through his flesh, bones, and meridians. Tearing and healing alternated in an endless cycle, like being subjected to death by 1,000 cuts. Luo Fan nearly ground his molars to dust as he forcibly summoned the dragon's Roar War Spear and began practicing the God-slaying spear technique. With the first form, the pain miraculously subsided. The chaotic energy was bound by the spear technique and began flowing obediently along predetermined pathways. The God-slaying spear technique can also temper the body. Luo Fan didn't dare stop and continued practicing repeatedly. By the 30th repetition, his flesh and skin had been refined to near perfection, and the violent force moved on to his bones. 31st, 32nd, 33rd. At the 40th repetition, a muffled sound echoed from within his body as the surging blood chi came completely under his control. Kill! Luo Fan roared, his spear shadow striking like thunder, instantly pulverizing a nearby artificial mountain. The aftershock destroyed 7 or 8 walls, scattering dust and debris everywhere. Who dares cause trouble at Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy? The commotion was too great. Several instructors immediately arrived, their overwhelming auras surrounding him like mountains. Sorry, I lost control while meditating on combat techniques. Looking at the devastation around him, Luo Fan bowed repeatedly in apology, his ears burning with embarrassment. Outrageous. This is a rest area, not a training ground. State your name, half a year's benefits will be deducted. The lead instructor scolded coldly. Half a year. Luo Fan rubbed his nose with a bitter smile. Instructor, I've never received benefits even once. How about letting me claim them once before deducting them, so I at least know what benefits taste like? State your name. The oppressive aura bore down like a mountain. Student Luo Fan. He stood at attention and answered obediently. You're Luo Fan? The instructors exchanged glances. They all knew the value of the undercover incident to the academy and secretly admired this ruthless individual. Seeing him act so meekly now, completely unlike the rumors, they felt somewhat taken aback. Noticing the instructor's strange expressions, Luo Fan immediately caught on and acted even more obediently. If you don't want your benefits docked, there's a way. Take 3 moves from me. If you can handle that, we'll call it even. As soon as he finished, the burly man at the front of the instructors stepped forward, his voice rolling across the training hall like muffled thunder as he called Luo Fan out by name. May I ask, instructor, what's your level? Luo Fan asked, rifle at the ready, while quietly assessing him. The man's blood and chi roared like a furnace, his soul power surged without a doubt, a lord-tier powerhouse. If they went head-to-head, Luo Fan could get pounded into a sieve. But he wasn't without confidence. Dragon Roar War Spear, Shrank. Queen Bee Battle Suit, Shrank. Body already through foundation tempering. In terms of trump cards, he might not be outclassed against a lord tier. The burly man smiled and answered openly, Lord tier, first segment. Don't worry, I won't go for the kill. As long as you can force me to use 3 moves, this ends here. After laying out the rules, he added, you can make the first move. Can I use my bonded beast? Luo Fan asked at once. If beasts were off the table, he'd accept immediately. If the other side summoned one, he'd have to reconsider. Most beast masters poured nearly all their combat power into their bonded beasts, and fusion techniques were terrifying. But Luo Fan was an outlier's own combat power surpassed his beasts. Not using one clearly favored him. I want. Do as you like. Impatience crept into the man's tone. His name was Kai Yuan Kai, and he loathed troublemakers. In his teaching creed, rules trump everything. Run into a thorn, beat him first, talk later. Luo Fan looked obedient but caused first-rate trouble, so Kai Yuan Kai decided to give him a proper lesson. Then neither of us will use a beast. Luo Fan stood straight, fighting spirit blazing. He wanted to see exactly how he measured up against a lore-tier beastmaster. Follow me. We'll settle this in the training arena. Kai Yuan Kai waved him along, secretly appreciating Luo Fan's confidence. Once he took a beating, the kid would learn how cruel the world could be. In the arena, the gray-white alloy floor reflected their figures. Luo Fan loosened his joints. As his muscles stretched, faint crackles rippled through his body. He ran the numbers. Lasting 3 moves shouldn't be a problem. What truly steadied him was the spatial storage necklace tucked under his clothes, capable of absorbing a full power strike from a lord tier at segment 7. Kai Yuan Kai was only segment 1. If it came to it, Luo Fan could stand there and take it. All right, you can start. I want summon a beast. Use any means you like. Kai Yuan Kai had barely repeated the rules when Luo Fan blurred forward. For his opening, he unleashed the Luo family spear art. The spear tip sliced the air, a shriek sharp enough to tear the eardrums. No probing, only kill. Good reaction speed. No wonder you're the top undercover. Kai Yuan Kai praised him inwardly, then brought his fist down like a ringside sledgehammer on the spear tip. A thunderous boom erupted as surging soul power broke like a tidal wave, hurling Luo Fan and his spear backward. So strong. He flipped midair and landed, skidding back several steps, punching 7 or 8 deep pits into the alloy floor before he stabilized. He dipped one knee, the spear tip dropping, then snapped it up the next second. The spear intent coiled along the shaft like a black dragon as the second wave crashed forth. This time, he unleashed the Godslayer spear cannon. Soul power and blood energy intertwined, detonating into his strongest strike yet. You're kidding? Met his as warlord tier? Kai Yuan Kai's face changed. He didn't dare meet it heat. His body twisted like a swimming dragon, slipping past the spear tip by a hair. What he didn't know was that Luo Fan had woven fundamental techniques into his spearwork. If the thrust missed, head quake. If the quake failed, head sweep. The instant a smile crept onto Kai Yuan Kai's face, the spear tip cut a brutal arc and whipped into his chest. How is this possible? When the spear tip struck his chest, Kai Yuankai was stunned. Luo Fan was merely at the war general level, yet his mastery of the spear was terrifyingly precise. The spear shaft trembled slightly as tremendous force surged through the tip into his battle armor, making him feel as if he'd been struck by muffled thunder, his chest tight and heavy. Had he not been wearing glass battle armor, he was certain his internal organs would have been shattered on the spot. A mentor's dignity would not allow retreat. Kai Yuankai gritted his teeth and held firm, his right fist suddenly igniting as blazing flames erupted between his knuckles, carrying scorching heat as it struck toward Luo Fan's face. Almost instantly upon contact, Luo Fan raised his spear horizontally to block. When the spear shaft met the flaming fist, a resounding clang of metal rang out. His entire body trembled from the impact as he was sent flying like a shadow, crashing heavily into the center of the training platform. The moment he hit the ground, Luo Fan felt his blood and energy churning violently. That punch clearly carried the might of a Lord-level warrior. Had his physical body not been exceptionally strong, combined with his glass battle armor, that single blow would have been enough to tear him to pieces. Quick, save him! Kai Yuankai's heart tightened. Just now, his combat instincts had completely taken over, unconsciously deploying battle techniques. Using Lord-level power enhanced with battle techniques against a war general was practically blatant murder. He could only hope Luo Fan was still breathing so the academy could treat him. However, when he rushed to the edge of the crater, he saw a figure in the dust already climbing to his feet. Luo Fan continuously waved his left hand, dispersing the swirling dust and shaking off the debris from his body. Mentor, this hole in the training platform has nothing to do with me. Luo Fan immediately disclaimed responsibility. You're the one who sent me flying and created this crater. I'm not paying for repairs. He had indeed considered using his power to cushion the impact, but Kai Yuankai's punch was too fierce. He could only endure it heated, which was why the training platform had been smashed into such a massive crater. Cough, cough. No need to pay, no need for compensation. And let's call our earlier matter even, Kai Yuankai said, relieved to see him completely unharmed. He hastily changed his tune. Furthermore, I'll give you a spot in the exchange competition. In 3 days, you'll come with me to explore the ruins. Explore ruins. Luo Fan raised an eyebrow. He wasn't unfamiliar with ruins, though he'd never seen one firsthand. When Deheo Divine Beast Academy, Tianshir Contract Beast Academy, Fantasy Spirit Beast Institute, and Yunluo Beast Soul Academy had tried to recruit him, they'd all used ruin resources as bargaining chips, showing these were truly valuable benefits. The ruins are in Kasuhai, on an isolated island where a base has been established. There's a passage to another world on the island. Each academy gets 300 spots, 100 each for freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, Kai Yuankai explained clearly. Are you willing to join? Luo Fan's apparent strength was at the 7th tier of war general level, but his true combat power was sufficient to match a lord-level warrior. Letting such a monster enter the ruins would be like cheating. Mentor, I can join, but I have one condition. I want to bring 5 people. Luo Fan held up 5 fingers. Don't worry, they're all war general level and all talented. With them there, I can truly stir things up. Fearing he might misunderstand, Kai Yuankai quickly added, if they're all war general level, they can join, but you need to stay steady. This time it's not just freshmen, sophomores, and juniors are going too. Our Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy alone has 9 Lord-level warriors. Understood, I won't cause trouble, Luo Fan nodded. Having witnessed Kai Yuankai's terrifying power, he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to actively provoke Lord-level warriors. What he truly valued about this expedition were the resources that existed within the ruins. In the past, when encountering resources that couldn't be fully transported, he had to abandon most of them. Now things were different. Luo Fan possessed a spatial storage necklace with a capacity as large as several standard sports fields. Forget about medicinal herbs and ores. Even moving an entire small mountain would be more than manageable. Kai Yuankai publicly threw out 6 palm-sized summoning tokens, his voice crisp and decisive. In 3 days, board the aircraft with these tokens will depart by fighter jet. Remember, holding a summoning token also allows you to collect a complete set of combat gear from the resource exchange, all a great. Don't miss out. With that, he turned and left. There's actually this kind of benefit? Luo Fan brushed the dust off his body and with a push of his feet, rushed toward the resource exchange. The hall was brightly lit, and behind the metal counter stood a familiar figure. The moment Luo Fan stepped through the door, he met Jian Chang's face, which wore a forced smile. Oh, Senior Jian, what a coincidence. Luo Fan waved his hand. Junior, what brings you here? Jian Chang's heart tightened, instinctively thinking Luo Fan had come to settle scores. His tone became as soft as cotton back then. To deal with Rangu, he had betrayed Luo Fan without hesitation, revealing every detail. Don't be nervous. I'm here to collect resources. Luo Fan placed the 6 summoning tokens on the counter. Please help me out and exchange these for combat gear. Jian Chong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, wiping sweat from his forehead. I see. You scared me there. Junior is really impressive, managing to get these things. He quickly searched on the terminal. According to the rules, holding summoning tokens allows you to receive one set of combat gear, a grade combat boots, battle suit, pants, gloves, weapon, scanner, and helmet. If you already have a weapon or scanner, you can choose the upgrade option of combining 3 grade items into one grade item. Seeing the benefits listed on the screen, he gasped. This treatment is incredibly generous. Since I can exchange them, combine my weapon, scanner, and combat boots into a pair of scrade boots. Luo Fan made his choice directly. To run fast, you need good shoes first. Besides, he looked down at his shoe tips. Maybe scrade boots can solve foot odor problems too. No problem, I'll make the exchange right away. Jianchong operated efficiently. What about the other's equipment? Luo Fan asked again. The resource exchange has everything prepared, distributed according to regulations. If you don't want the weapon, it can be converted to cultivation resources. One weapon can be exchanged for 15 low-grade energy stones. Low-grade energy stones. Energy stones have grades? Luo Fan was slightly stunned. Upon hearing the words, energy stones, his body involuntarily trembled. When the Beast Intelligence System had provided options, it had asked Luo Fan to purchase 7 energy stones at 2 million each, never mentioning any grades. Junior, energy stones naturally come in different grades: low, intermediate, high, and top tier, with clear distinctions between each level. Low-grade energy stones only work on contracted beasts, priced at 1 million Federation coins each, capable of rapidly boosting a contracted beast's level in a short time. According to test data from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, just 15 low-grade energy stones can forcibly push a contracted beast toward General 5th stage. Intermediate energy stones serve the beast tamers themselves, priced at 2 million each, but since they only come from otherworld dimensions, they rarely enter the market. Here's demand, but no supply. You can't buy them even if you want to. As for high-grade energy stones, those are exclusive resources for high-level lords. The military's public price is 5 million per stone. Rumors say they possess the terrifying effect of bone refinement and marrow cleansing, benefiting both beast tamers and their contracted beasts, but they're extremely rare. The outside world only knows their name, but never sees them. Top-tier energy stones are more like legendary divine artifacts, supposedly cultivation resources for king-level practitioners. With our current realm, even inquiring about them would be presumptuous. Jianchong didn't dare neglect Luo Fan, immediately complying with whatever the other party wanted. Are there any side effects? Luo Fan asked. Everything can be toxic. Energy stones have such domineering effects, so naturally we must be cautious. But human experts have been conducting follow-up research for years, and no side effects have been discovered to date. Then let's directly exchange for energy stones. Luo Fan nodded. Lu Yuqing and the others' contracted beasts were currently only at War General 2nd stage, with rather low foundations. By cramming 15 low-grade energy stones before the ruins opened, their contracted beasts could rapidly break through stages and then feed back to their masters, allowing them to also rush to War General 5th stage. Take care, Junior. If you have any questions, come find me anytime. Jianchong wore a broad smile as he watched Luo Fan leave. Once around the corner, his smile immediately faded. There's no point in continuing this part-time job enduring endless frustration for such low pay. He secretly made up his mind. Quit the job, go out hunting, desperately improve his cultivation so the academy would finally take notice of him. At this moment, several classmates who also worked part-time gathered around. Jianchong, what benefits did that guy just claim? How could he get a complete grade equipment set? I just found out 2 in 3 days the academy is organizing ruin exploration, with 300 spots, 100 each for freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. Those prodigies who break through to Lord level even get grade sets as gifts. The classmates grew more excited as they talked, their envy almost overflowing. The academy really spoils the talented ones. We ordinary people haven't seen a great equipment in 3 years. Now look, once the ruins open, they're even releasing grade gear. Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy is really going all out. Amid the chatter, Jianchong felt both sour and bitter inside. He clenched his fists in self-mockery. Haven't even reached War General 9th stage, what right do I have to complain? Better focus on cultivation. If that doesn't work, I'll go adventuring. Continuing this part-time job won't earn much money anyway. Just as his words fell, a tall figure strode into the exchange center. Combat boots clicked crisply against the floor as the woman raised her hand and tossed out a red summoning order. I want scrade boots and scrade gloves. Exchange everything else for intermediate energy stones. Yan Xiaolan. Jianchong recognized her, the top genius of the agility combat department. He quickly lowered his gaze, not daring to look directly at her. Yan Xiaolan stood at least 5'10" with a tall, slender figure, snow-white skin, and curves so dramatic they were almost breathtaking, absolutely a stunning beauty. The only regret was that she had cut off her flowing long hair, leaving only a crisp buzz cut that seemed somewhat out of place. Yan Xiaolan, didn't you say you weren't interested in the benefits? Why did you come in person? Before Jin Chong could react, a girl under 5 feet 3 stepped into everyone's view. She had dark skin, well-defined arm muscles, and a surprisingly small head. It was Wei Yanin, the big sister of the defense department. Why are all these monsters here? The bystanders erupted in excitement. Look over there, it's Zhao Yanyan from the assault department. My god, Bu Yuan is here too. He's known as the top healer at Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy. Wow, he's so handsome, I want to marry him. Give it up, Bu Yuan likes men. You don't have a chance. With Yin Xiaolan's appearance, talented students from various departments arrived one after another as if summoned by some signal. Surrounded by screaming students, their reactions varied. Some kept cold faces and pretended not to hear. Others nodded politely, while the most flamboyant, Zhang Haoxi, even blew kisses to the junior girls, radiating dazzling confidence. After collecting the benefits, Yin Xiaolan turned to Bu Yuan. Want to team up? I can protect you. Bu Yuan fluttered his fingers delicately, his eyes sparkling. I don't play with girls. I want to team up with Zhao Yanyan. Brother Yin, let's go together. With me around, you won't get hurt. His posture was strikingly coquettish. Shut up. Stay away from me. Zhao Yanyan stepped back 2 paces, his face full of wariness. Keep bothering me, and I'll beat the crap out of you. The atmosphere froze, and Zhang Haoxi quickly tried to smooth things over. All right. The ruined situation is unknown. Let's not fight. Wei Yanin also chimed in. We're representing the school this time. Let's assess the situation and adapt accordingly. But Zhao Yanyan brushed everyone off. Everyone, I prefer solo action. Don't expect me to cooperate. If you're worried, go take care of those self-proclaimed geniuses from the first year. Don't waste time on the second and third years. They're old enough to be responsible for their own lives and deaths. Got it. Zhang Haoxi took a couple of steps after him. Since you put it that way, let's still discuss it. We should at least care about each other. No time. Zhao Yanyan touched his toes to the ground. His entire figure became a blur and quickly disappeared from sight. If Zhao Yanyan won't participate, forget it. Let's figure this out among ourselves. Zhang Haoxi shrugged. Meanwhile, before Luo Fan could steady himself, Lu Yuqing and 5 others came rushing over excitedly, holding their dazzling new weapons, taking turns examining them and grinning from ear to ear. Boss, look at our new weapons. That was so fast. Luo Fan's eyes widened, suddenly realizing was forging weapons this profitable? Boss, it's not forging, it's upgrading. Lu Yuqing explained with animated excitement. Thanks to Master Gutsong's high-level weapons, there was no need for tempering. We just needed to add some refined gold and mithril, and the upgrade was completed quickly. Senior Rangu told us to nurture them patiently, and if all goes well, these war weapons have an 80% chance of becoming our bonded armaments. Lu Yuqing held the ice blue war weapon in both hands, grinning from ear to ear like he was cradling a priceless treasure. His smug expression drew stares from everyone around. All right, that's enough. They're still just proto-weapons for now. Luo Fan glanced at him and pointed to the door with a gaping hole. My room's been blown full of holes like a honeycomb. Everyone gather at Xin Fan's place. I'll hand out some gear while we're at it. The group had barely squeezed into Xin Fan's dorm when Luo Fan dropped several black alloy cases on the floor, their lids clattering from the impact. A grade. Xin Fan's pupils contracted as he spotted the marking on the corner of a case. Boss, don't tell me these are all filled with equipment. What do you think? I've prepared all your combat gear except for the war weapons. Luo Fan tossed out a stack of storage pouches. 15 energy stones each. Make sure your contracted beasts absorb them. You have 2.5 days to reach war general level 5. No extensions. Once we're in the relic world, no one can protect you. He opened the nearest package and grabbed a handful of low-grade energy stones, casually tossing them to Lu Yuqing. Holy crap, even top-tier detection devices. Lu Yuqing weighed the instrument in his hands, trembling with excitement. This thing alone must cost tens of millions, right? We're not dreaming, are we? Lu Jingming examined the device thoroughly, then sucked in a sharp breath after confirming its materials. Military grade, top quality. No doubt about it. Stop fussing. Luo Fan cut off their amazement. Here's the Academy's mobilization order. The aircraft departs in 3 days. If you fall behind, I won't bother waiting. After finishing his briefing, he headed straight back to the cultivation chamber for final preparations. The Academy's provision of such luxurious equipment spoke volumes about the dangers ahead. Every bit of cultivation would count as capital. Luo Fan had several trump cards. 1. 4 beast contracting spirit arrays were already set up. He only needed to break through to Lord level to complete the final one. 2. The Life Pearl continuously supplied spiritual energy in same level combat. He could drive opponents to despair. 3. His spatial storage necklace could withstand attacks below Lord level 7, which was practically cheating. His only regret was having just over 2 million wealth points left, preventing him from burning soul power recklessly. First, advance toward General level 8. He released the Thunder Ancient Bear, gave it 3 mid-grade energy stones, then sat cross-legged holding the remaining 4. The violent energy from the mid-grade stones surged into his body, causing both his soul sea and life pearl to roar. He spent 3 full days in seclusion to completely refine them. When he emerged from the cultivation chamber and looked up, a pitch-black aircraft was already hovering above Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy. Rather than an aircraft, it resembled a warship like a floating steel fortress, suspended silently without any engine noise. The cultivation plaza buzzed with activity as students who had signed up for the relic exploration gathered, waiting for the aircraft to land so they could board. Still not here. Luo Fan stood on the steps scanning the area, but didn't spot Lu Yuqing and the others among the faces, so he found a random bench to sit on. As the sun moved west, about 3 hours later, Lu Yuqing's group of 6 finally stumbled onto the scene. They were drenched in sweat with pale faces, looking like they'd been run over by a steamroller. Boss, mission accomplished. Though their eyes showed fatigue, these guys' gazes were remarkably bright. Breaking through to the 5th stage of War General level in just 3 days was an absolutely terrifying achievement. Just sleep on the ground for now. I'll wake you when it's time to depart. Luo Fan was familiar with the feeling of energy depletion and casually told Lu Yuqing and the other 4 to simply lie down and sleep right there, completely disregarding appearances. 2 hours later, the fighter jet parked nearby finally roared to life with its engines. Kai Yuankai walked calmly with 5 instructors, opening the cabin door and descending the gangway. Everyone take out your summons orders and board according to your assigned numbers and sequence. He looked up at the crowd with a calm voice. Remember, your number is your seat number. You must sit in your assigned seat. The summons order is also related to your qualification to enter the ruins, so don't lose it. Starting now, 3rd-year students board first. Complete this within 10 minutes. Anyone who's late doesn't need to go. The 3rd years were indeed seasoned veterans. Wei Yanin, Bu Yuyin, Yin Xiaolan, Zhang Haoxi, and Zhao Yanyan remained motionless, and the rest didn't dare to rush ahead either, creating an awkward 3-minute standoff. Kai Yuankai glanced at his watch. Time's about up. Let's go. Finally, Zhang Haoxi stepped forward, leading several top talents to board first. Once the 5 had boarded, the 3rd-year students instantly erupted into chaos, rushing in like elderly shoppers at a supermarket sale. When it was the 2nd year's turn, the scene played out identically. The most exceptional group didn't move, so no one else dared to act rashly. Luo Fan kicked Lu Yuqing and the others. Time to wake up. Get ready to depart. You can sleep more on the fighter jet. When it came to the 1st years, no one bothered with courtesy. Everyone burst into speed and charged toward the aircraft. Luo Fan leisurely woke up Lu Yuqing and the others one by one, then walked unhurriedly with them toward the gangway. 5th stage were general level. Not bad at all. Kai Yuankai had been quietly sensing the aura of Luo Fan's group and felt relieved to discover that Lu Yuqing and the others had all stabilized at the 5th stage. Luo Fan deliberately approached him with an infuriating grin. Didn't you notice I broke through too? As he spoke, he casually handed Kai Yuankai a spirit fruit, and the other instructors each received one as well, before leaving with satisfaction. So that's Luo Fan. The instructors examined the spirit fruits in their hands, their expressions not matching their mental image of him. Though he's a bit shameless, his strength is genuinely formidable. Even my full power punch couldn't budge him. Kai Yuankai took a bite, and the crisp, sweet juice overflowed, prompting sincere praise. I have to say, this really is sweet. This is a human origin fruit from the otherworldly space of Desolate Divine Beast Academy. Of course it's sweet. The lead healing instructor was knowledgeable and immediately recognized the fruit's origin. Human origin fruit? Kai Yuankai instantly felt hardship fed to a contracted beast. The effects would be 10 times stronger. Unfortunately, he had already taken a bite. Besides its sweet taste, the human origin fruit's greatest function was to cleanse the body and eliminate drug resistance. It was a treasure that Desolate Divine Beast Academy never offered for trade. I, Kaziming, have been cultivating for decades. When have I ever joked about spiritual medicines and fruits? As his words fell, he first released his contracted beast, then decisively threw out a complete human origin fruit. The contracted beast opened its mouth and swallowed it. As the medicinal power surged, he withdrew the creature into his soul sea. The other 4 instructors exchanged glances and moved almost in unison, each summoning their contracted beasts and feeding them human origin fruits as well. Only Kai Yuankai stood frozen in place, clutching half a fruit. Ku Ziming reminded him with a smile. You'd better eat it yourself. This thing only works properly when swallowed whole. Giving half to your contracted beast won't do much good. He finished speaking while suppressing his laughter, his expression peculiar. How much does a human origin fruit cost? I'll buy another one. Kai Yuankai simply crunched through the fruit in a few bites and immediately asked for the price. Market price is 1 million, but unfortunately, it's priceless when available. Ku Ziming's words carried obvious implications. Money wasn't the issue, but they simply couldn't be bought, leaving Kai Yuankai to weigh his options. After long consideration, Kai Yuankai ultimately couldn't abandon his dignity as an instructor. Forget it. There are other spiritual fruits that can eliminate resource resistance. I won't join this commotion. He sighed inwardly, bringing this awkward episode to a close. Meanwhile, Luo Fan was looking for his seat with his assembly token when he accidentally discovered that his token number was consecutive with Lu Jingming and the others. He had expected just an ordinary chair, but when he walked to the designated area, he found a six-person cabin with a layout resembling a university dormitory, complete with a window view. This is the warship? Shun Fan and the others stepped inside, immediately losing all drowsiness as they touched and examined everything, fascinated by the warship's interior. Just as everyone was curiously looking around, the instructor's broadcast came through. The ruins are quite distant, requiring a 3-day journey. During this time, do not leave your rooms. Any accidents will be at your own risk. The warship will take off in 5 minutes. Please close your doors. Oh no. Luo Fan awkwardly looked at the roommate list 5 boys and 1 girl. Wan Manwan also looked up, and after making eye contact with him, both tactfully looked away. Luo Fan thought to himself, cultivators don't worry about trivial matters. As long as one's heart is pure, there shouldn't be any problems. Shin Fan had no concerns and immediately lay down to sleep, his snoring rising instantly. Luan Manwan tidied up briefly and also slipped into her bedding, saying, I've been too tired from cultivation these past few days. Call me if anything happens. The room instantly became quiet, leaving only Luo Fan by the window observing the scenery. The warship traveled through cities and wilderness at astonishing speed. After entering the wasteland, Luo Fan saw 100-zhong giant pythons, hill-sized wild beasts, and even ancient dinosaurs. After flying for a day and night, a bone mountain appeared outside the window, an entire valley filled with bleached white skeletons, with the longest spine stretching over 1,000 meters, truly opening his eyes. On the second afternoon, even when flying wild beasts crashed against the hull, Luo Fan remained unperturbed. The warship's exterior material was of extremely high quality, and those wild beasts couldn't break through its defenses at all. On the third morning, Luo Fan overslept and was awakened by Shun Fan's padding. Have we arrived? When Luo Fan woke up, he found the fighter jet had already stopped. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he blamed himself for oversleeping. Inside the cabin, the humming of the power system had fallen silent, and outside the porthole was an unfamiliar sky shrouded in gray mist. The instructor's deep and urgent voice came through the loudspeaker. Attention all students, please disembark according to your assembly numbers, from back to front, and maintain order. Listen carefully, you have arrived at the ruins. This place is extremely dangerous. Remember, do not act recklessly and do not release your contracted beasts, or you won't even know how you died. The instructor's voice completely dispelled his drowsiness. Luo Fan rubbed his sore eyes and followed the team as they landed. The moment his feet touched the ruins, the crisp sound of grinding rubble immediately spread out. This was clearly once a prosperous city, now covered in debris everywhere. The walls looked as if they had been mercilessly smashed by giant hammers, with dark gray dust swirling in the air. Fan Jinghan, Du Yi Dxine, why are they here? Luo Fan scanned his surroundings and spotted the team from Deheo Divine Beast Academy. Several familiar faces came into view. Fan Jinghan kept her head down, her expression complex with a hint of shyness. Dxine was beaming with joy, as if reuniting with an old friend. Du Yi raised his hand and made a slashing gesture across his neck, issuing a threatening gesture. Shin Fan approached and whispered, Boss, did you do something to Fan Jinghan? Her expression looks weird. Nothing much, just stabbed her a few times. Luo Fan's casual remark belied his secret decision. If the opportunity arose, he must completely eliminate this group of people who had been targeting him. Boss is mighty. Shun Fan misunderstood, giving a thumbs up with eyes full of admiration. Who is Luo Fan? Come out and die. A sudden roar shattered the brief calm. From the Deheo Divine Beast Academy team, a tall young man stepped forward. Hearing the name, all the first-year students from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy turned to look at Luo Fan in unison, like stars surrounding the moon. Luo Fan could only respond graciously. I wonder what instructions the senior has. The man looked him up and down, a flash of disappointment crossing his eyes, followed by a cold gleam. You are Luo Fan? Yin Yuanlong. Keep your voice down, you're disturbing me. Zhao Yangyan stepped out impatiently. As fellow prodigies, he and Yin Yuanlong were obviously old acquaintances. Yin Yuanlong ignored him completely, staring at Luo Fan with a voice like iron. Luo Fan, I advise you not to participate in this exploration, or don't expect to return alive. Zhao Yangyan sneered and stepped closer. Haven't seen you for a few months. How have you become so pathetic? A dignified third-year senior actually threatening a first-year freshman? Junior, don't worry. I won't interfere with same-level conflicts. But if any Lord level dares to make a move, I'll chop off his dog paws. Yin Yuanlong's furious gaze swept over Zhao Yangyan, then turned to his companions behind him. Raising his hand, he announced loudly, Listen up, all war general level beast tamers from Deheo Divine Beast Academy. This person was a spy in our Deheo Divine Beast Academy and stole 106 million academy points. If you encounter him in the ruins, kill him on sight. Anyone who kills this person will receive a personal reward of 500,000 academy points from me. Anyone who merely severely injures him will receive 100,000 academy points. He then swept his gaze toward the students from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy and added with a cold smile. By the way, during the ruins exploration, academy points are universal across all academies. If any of you from Tianhuang want to make a move, the bounty applies equally. Immediately after, his voice grew even louder, spreading to other academies. Students from Tiansha Contracted Beast Academy, Dream Spirit Beast Academy, and Yunluo Beast Soul Academy. Listen up. My bounty is open to everyone 500,000 academy points. First kill takes all. Smiling as he looked at Luo Fan, Yin Yuanlong emphasized once more. What the hell? Did I cuckold you or something? Why do you hate me so much? Yin Yuanlong's public bounty offer had just ignited Luo Fan's fury completely. He stepped forward, his voice booming through the ruins. At the Deheo Divine Beast Academy's freshman selection tournament, I earned 1.06 million credits fair and square. Luo Fan raised his eyebrows, his gaze sharp as a blade. The hundredfold credit multiplier was an agreement established long ago between academies. I only received 1/10 of what I earned, so why should I bear the full burden alone? Don't be so despicable. You're asking for death. Yin Yuanlong was most sensitive about being called a cuckold. Upon hearing this, murderous intent surged within him instantly, his shoulder muscles bulging as he prepared to strike. Seeing Yin Yuanlong's violent aura, Shun Fan quickly rushed out to mediate. Senior, you don't really have something going on with Fan Jinghan, do you? Listen to me if you want to live well. You need more green on your head. This kind of thing, you just get used to it. Bastard. Luo Fan's cuckold comment had already sent Yin Yuanlong into a towering rage, and Shun Fan's mention of Fan Jinghan was the final straw. Yin Yuanlong raised his fist, golden energy wrapping around it as he struck directly at Shun Fan. Shameless. Amid the howling wind of the punch, Zhao Yangyan stepped forward half a pace, his fire attribute spiritual power transforming into crimson flames to clash heat-in with Yin Yuanlong's metal attribute energy. The two forces collided, tearing through the air with crackling sounds while dull explosions echoed through the ruins dome. To Luo Fan's surprise, all the instructors stood by with folded arms, merely watching indifferently, clearly permitting this conflict. Both Zhao Yangyan and Yin Yuanlong understood the ruins rules only physical combat was allowed, and any contracted beast that manifested would immediately be killed by the special light beam above. So both fought according to the rules, using only fists and feet, their energy and flames occasionally sparking against the stone floor, neither gaining a clear advantage. Seeing Zhao Yangyan being suppressed, Luo Fan had a sudden inspiration and raised his voice sharply. Fan Jinghan, come out and make yourself clear. Between me and Yin Yuanlong, who do you choose? This shout was like a sharp blade. Yin Yuanlong's movements suddenly froze, and he instinctively turned back, his eyes full of expectation. In that instant, Zhao Yangyan's flames surged again, and a heavy punch smashed into Yin Yuanlong's cheek, sending him flying several yards. Then he quickly pursued, raining down punches like a storm. I choose you. From the crowd, Fan Jinghan parted her lips and pointed at Luo Fan without hesitation. What? Luo Fan had only intended to disturb Yin Yuanlong's state of mind and never expected such an answer. He stood frozen in place, even forgetting to breathe. Fan Jinghan clutched the corners of her clothes, her voice clear yet serious. I've been strong-willed since childhood, with no one able to defeat me among peers of the same level. You first stole my prey, then defeated me heathen. When I brought people to scheme against you, you still counter-killed us, proving I'm inferior to you. I once swore that Fan Jinghan's man must be a strong Oni if he can't even beat me. He wouldn't be worthy of licking my toes. You may be somewhat shameless, but you have tremendous courage. At the freshman selection tournament, you single-handedly challenged all the new students and twice broke 6 of my ribs, nearly killing me. That qualification is enough. At this point, her cheeks flushed with color as she lowered her long lashes, confessing publicly. Luo Fan had never witnessed such a scene and began nervously clutching his own clothes, his heart pounding wildly. Shin Fan, not one to let sleeping dogs lie, poked his head forward and asked, Sister-in-law, what exactly is your relationship with Yin Yuanlong? He's like an older brother to me. The Fan music family and the Yin family have been close for generations, and we've known each other since childhood. Fan Jinghan answered calmly, but said no more. The answer was sufficient. Shin Fan shrugged and shouted to Yin Yuanlong. Senior, Yin Yuanlong, stop fighting. It's all clear no Yuri, just being presumptuous. Sister-in-law Fan Jinghan never had you in her heart. She's already fallen for boss Luo Fan. Shin Fan spoke in a casual tone, like a peacemaker, and his plump figure somehow added a comical touch to the scene. Shut up. Fan Jinghan declared her feelings publicly without hesitation, her voice exploding through the crowd. Yin Yuanlong's face instantly turned purple with rage, fury rushing to his brow as he raised his hand, spiritual patterns lighting up on his palm, clearly about to summon his contracted beast. Enough! The instructor from Deheo Divine Beast Academy shouted on the spot, his voice rolling like thunder and suppressing the emotions of the entire crowd. Yin Yuanlong, come back. Immediately after, Kai Yuankai also stepped forward, waving at Zhao Yongyan. Zhao Yongyan, you come back too. Deheo Divine Beast Academy can't afford to lose face. Don't lower yourself to their level. The chaotic atmosphere was abruptly cut short. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhao Yongyan stepped back half a pace, but flashed a mischievous smile at Luo Fan. Luo Fan, you've done an excellent job as an undercover agent. He looked Fan Jinhan up and down, giving a thumbs up. Nice taste. It's not like that. Senior, let me explain. Luo Fan anxiously tried to explain, but before the words left his mouth, someone kicked him in the shin. Luo Fan turned his head to see Shen Fan grinning, casually plucking a hair from his head with movements as quick as pinching a caterpillar. Senior, Yin Yuanlong. Shen Fan held up the hair, his voice loud enough to pierce across the training ground. You just offered a bounty 10,000 academy credits for anyone who harms Luo Fan. Does that still count? You're asking for death. Yin Yuanlong was already seething with anger, and this provocation made his killing intent almost condense into a chill. But Shen Fan didn't back down an inch, his voice even louder. Oh my, is this all the credibility Deheo Divine Beast Academy has? Can you take back your own words? Senior, everyone heard you specifically emphasize that as long as anyone from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy harmed boss Luo Fan, they'd get the same reward. Now I've plucked one of his hairs, and you want to go back on your word? Yin Yuanlong was left speechless. His bounty was originally just meant to pressure Luo Fan. He never expected someone would actually act on it and publicly demand the academy credits. Seeing he didn't respond, Shen Fan continued his relentless pursuit. What's with the silence? A bounty means a contract. A few days ago, our Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy's forging genius, Senior Rangu, offered a bounty. Anyone providing information about the boss could get a free A-grade weapon forging opportunity. For that weapon, with the boss's permission, I even brought a few friends to sell him out. Senior Rangu later realized he'd been tricked, but still honored his promise. Now look at your Deheo Divine Beast Academy acting all high and mighty, offering bounties 1 second and backing out the next. Did Zhao Yongyan beat your brains out? As he spoke, he raised his A-grade weapon, its edge gleaming, his face full of disdain. Shen Fan didn't notice that when he mentioned Rangu, Rangu in the depths of the crowd quietly muttered 3 words. Fill-in-the-blank question. Readers completed. Fortunately, no one paid attention, as all eyes remained firmly locked on Yin Yuanlong. Not only the students from Tianhuang Beast Taming Academy, but also those from Tianshi Contract Beast Academy, Dream Spirit Beast Academy, and Yunluo Beast Soul Academy were staring at him, each with smiles playing at the corners of their mouths, waiting to watch the show. Under countless pairs of watching eyes, Yin Yuanlong gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Give me the Academy Credit Transaction Certificate." Shen Fan handed over the certificate with both hands, grinning so wide his eyes nearly disappeared. Thank you. Thank you. The moment the certificate was processed and 100,000 Academy credits were deposited, Shen Fan almost danced with joy on the spot. So earning Academy credits was this easy. It seemed he'd have to come out and wander around more often. From now on, the bounty is cancelled. Yin Yuanlong dropped this line, his face so dark it could drip water, then turned and retreated back into his group. After paying out 100,000 Academy credits, Yin Yuanlong quickly cancelled the bounty and slunk back to his team in defeat. Senior Yin Yuanlong, here's a suggestion for you. Put your beast training on hold and work on developing your brain first. Shen Fan's voice cracked through the air like a whip as he continued his provocation. And stop trying to steal women from my boss. That limp whip of yours can't compare to my boss's spurthery, not even in the same league. Yin Yuanlong left with a face dark as thunder. Seeing this, Shen Fan delivered another cutting blow, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Luo Fan didn't catch on at first, but after a few seconds of confusion, he finally understood and gave Shen Fan a thumbs up, praising him with well said. He couldn't help but laugh. Boss, you're the amazing. Only single strand of your hair is worth 100,000 credits. Shen Fan handed back the hair he was holding and burst into laughter, contemplating whether they should split the loot. Just then, Zhao Yongyan approached and lowered his voice in warning. Junior, humiliating him feels great, but Yin Yuanlong is a first-tier lord level. If you really face him, you're dead. Shen Fan remained unconcerned. No worries, I've got my boss. In his eyes, Luo Fan was practically a god. What was a first-tier lord level? Luo Fan could take him down with one hand tied behind his back. Luo Fan spread his hands helplessly. Don't look at me. I'm only 8th-tier general level right now. I can't beat him. You'll have to figure this out yourself. Shen Fan immediately panicked, his voice rising. Boss, you can't do this to me. I only stood up for you. Senior, is it too late to return the credits now? Luo Fan just smiled without responding. Zhao Yongyan picked up the conversation. Don't panic just yet. Once we enter the otherworld space, We'll be separated. Go to the general level area while we go to the lord level area. You won't see Yin Yuan Long for a while. The resources there are abundant, so focus on training your beasts and improving your strength. Survival will come naturally. He paused before adding, though we can't rule out Yin Yuan Long venturing into the general level area to find you. Good luck with that. Zhao Yangyan harbored some wariness toward Luo Fan, suspecting the man was far more complex than he appeared. If Yin Yuan Long really made a move, he might be in for a surprise. Seeing Shun Fan's bitter expression, Wei Yin stepped forward to comfort him. Don't let Zhao Yangyan scare you. If Great Hao Divine Beast Academy has lord levels, don't you think Tianhuang Beast Taming Institute has them too? Go ahead and explore the ruin swale. Keep an eye on Yin Yuan Long. She then turned to Luo Fan. We'll handle the lord levels, but you'll need to deal with the general levels yourselves, especially the 9th tier ones. Some 9th tier fighters can completely defeat lords, so be extremely careful. Beast abilities vary tremendously. If you're countered, you won't even have a chance to fight back. Shun Fan nodded vigorously, like a bobblehead. Tianhuang Beast Taming Institute had always been grateful to Luo Fan for earning them over 100 million credits. Conversely, Great Hao Divine Beast Academy had long since added Luo Fan to their death list. Wei Yin offered a few more words of advice before leaving. Thank you, senior sister. This junior will remember. Luo Fan deliberately acted obedient before returning to his team, as if nothing had happened. Kai Yuankai looked around at everyone and asked, any other grudges to settle? If not, let's prepare to open the otherworld space. The students fell silent. No one spoke up. Then let's begin. Looking at each other, representatives from Tianhuang Beast Taming Institute, Great Hao Divine Beast Academy, Tianshi Contract Beast Academy, Fantasy Spirit Beast Academy, and Yunluo Beast Soul Academy each sent forth an instructor, each holding a spatial orb in their hands. Arriving at the ruin's core, the 5 instructors placed their spatial orbs on the ground, then stepped back and released their contracted beasts. Roar! The 5 beasts landed and immediately raised their heads in thunderous roars, with spiritual light of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements flickering within their bodies. As they simultaneously channeled their elemental powers into the spatial orbs, 5 massive pillars of light burst through the dark clouds like towering stone columns, forcibly tearing open a rift in the gloomy sky, thus forming the portal to another world. Lord level, advance first. Kai Yuankai's voice boomed like thunder, instantly drowning out the humming of the light pillars. The beast tamers quickly formed ranks. 9 lord-level tamers from Tianhuang Beast Academy, 9 from Dehao Divine Beast Academy, 8 from Tianshi Contract Beast Academy, 7 from Fantasy Spirit Beast Institute, and 10 from Yunluo Beast Soul Academy. Their cloaks and robes fluttered wildly in the fierce wind as they entered the portal one by one. After all the lord-level tamers had entered, Kai Yuankai turned around, his gaze falling on the third-year students. Third years, follow them. Just as the crowd began to move, he called out another name. Luo Fan, you go in too. Luo Fan was only a first year, yet he was directly placed with the third-year formation, drawing everyone's attention. However, Kai Yuankai knew what he was doing with Luo Fan's foundation. Even thrown into a group of third-year experts, he wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage and might even bring some surprises. A female instructor nearby hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Instructor Kai, Luo Fan, is only a first year. The earlier the entry order, the deeper the landing point and the fiercer the wild beasts. It's too dangerous to send him in now. Why not let him go with the second years? Don't underestimate him. Kai Yuankai waved his hand dismissively. It would be good enough if he doesn't bully others. With that, he gave Luo Fan a meaningful look. Luo Fan understood immediately and strode toward the light pillar. Just before entering the portal, he turned back and waved to Shun Fan and the others. Believe in yourselves. Train hardily, all geniuses. With a flash of light, Luo Fan disappeared along with the third-year students. Second years, prepare. Your turn in 5 minutes. Kai Yuankai commanded. Many second-year students grumbled, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. Shun Fan and his 4 companions stared at the now empty light pillar, feeling somewhat lost, as if their backbone had been removed. Everyone, we worked hard to become level students in the freshman selection. Lu Yuqing clenched his fists. It's the same otherworld space, what's there to fear? We're all war general level 5 now. Right. Lu Jingming's fighting spirit surged. This time we need to make up for the gap we've fallen behind. Meanwhile, Luo Fan had already stepped into the other world. The gray sky hung oppressively low, and the cold wind, carrying strange energy, whipped against his face painfully. Even breathing felt like having his lungs scraped by fine sand. The surrounding third-year seniors immediately released their contracted beasts, letting them absorb this special energy through their mouths. Luo Fan mimicked their actions and raised his hand with a wave. The Thunder Ancient Bear leaped out from the spiritual light, causing the ground to tremble slightly upon landing. Roar! Electric arcs danced through the giant bear's fur as it surveyed its surroundings and contentedly beat its chest with a long howl. The deafening roar swept in all directions, instantly frightening the already nervous, contracted beasts into submission, especially the herbivorous ones, which collapsed to the ground, prostrating themselves with all four paws. Behave yourself, we're all on the same side. Luo Fan raised his hand and gave the Thunder Ancient Bear a smack on the back of its head. The giant bear pitifully restrained its aura and compressed its massive body into a harmless furry ball. Luo Fan glanced at the surrounding seniors, thinking to himself, better not cause trouble. If these upperclassmen really get angry, life won't be easy. Just then, an exclamation came from nearby. Holy crap, you actually hit your contracted beast? The upperclassmen were stunned to see Luo Fan beating the Thunder Ancient Bear, unable to believe that contracted beasts could actually be hit. They had always treated their contracted beasts like ancestors to gain their feedback, feeding them the best resources first while becoming nothing more than servants. But Luo Fan was completely different. Just because the Thunder Ancient Bear had frightened other contracted beasts, he slapped it without hesitation. This behavior was unacceptable to everyone. Someone muttered quietly. Everyone has their own way of getting along with their contracted beasts. We just prefer a more rough approach. Facing the shocked stares around him, Luo Fan scratched the back of his head and waved awkwardly. This was just routine for him. The Thunder Ancient Bear's nostrils twitched slightly, as if catching some scent, then suddenly turned and charged toward the distant dense forest. Don't run around. It's dangerous. Luo Fan cursed under his breath. This was an unfamiliar otherworldly space. Who knew what monsters lurked here? He quickly gave chase. When he arrived, the Thunder Ancient Bear had already smashed a general-level wild beast into bloody pulp and was prying open the creature's skull to extract a fist-sized wild crystal. Its low roar shook dead branches from the trees. General-level wild beasts often guarded treasures, and sure enough, a dark green spirit herb grew nearby. Just stepping closer, Luo Fan could feel the spiritual energy, so thick it seemed tangible. You're quite economical, Luo Fan joked. The Thunder Ancient Bear snorted at the spirit herb, its meaning crystal clear. Hurry up and collect it. We need to keep moving. In the past, Luo Fan might have been picky about the herb's grade, but now with his spatial storage ring, he didn't hesitate to store it away. He also harvested the beast's fangs, claws, and hide, roughly worth 100,000 yuan, too valuable to waste. After finishing up, the Thunder Ancient Bear let out another earth-shaking roar and transformed into a brown-black lightning bolt, continuing into the thick fog. What followed was as simple as an assembly line. The Thunder Ancient Bear blazed a trail, hunted, and devoured wild crystals while Luo Fan followed behind collecting materials, like a diligent worker. Along the way, Luo Fan truly witnessed the terror of a pure-blooded fierce beast. Wild beasts below the 8th stage of general rank were crushed with a single swipe, and only when encountering 9th stage beasts would the Ancient Bear cautiously avoid them. Luo Fan also discovered a secret: the more wild crystals the Thunder Ancient Bear devoured, the faster its aura climbed. At this rate, it would soon break into the 9th stage of general rank. Even more terrifying, as it continued its rampage, the fierce instincts within were fully awakened, its eyes occasionally flashing with bloodthirsty crimson light. After thunderously defeating the 56th wild beast, the Thunder Ancient Bear suddenly stopped and pointed its claw toward Luo Fan's forehead, indicating it wanted to return to his soul sea. Luo Fan had been worried it might cause trouble, so seeing it volunteer to return, he naturally didn't hesitate to recall it. Feedback. How is this possible? Just as he completed the recall, surging power erupted from his soul sea. This time, what flowed back wasn't life essence, but a solid, iron-like fierce momentum. It was both like an ability and a fusion combat technique. When Luo Fan activated this fierce momentum, his body and spirit surged dramatically, entering a bloodthirsty state. I can condense true spear intent now. Luo Fan suddenly understood that elder's methods. He closed his eyes, channeling the fierce momentum, clenching his fists as his form overlapped with the image of a long spear, instantly entering the realm of man and spear as one. At this moment, he was the spear, and the spear was Luo Fan. Just standing there, he emanated a bloody wind that made the very air tremble. Found Luo Fan. Attack together, kill him. Before anyone could see him, his voice arrived first. Without waiting for Luo Fan to withdraw his spear, an arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at his heart. Are you from Deheo Divine Beast Academy? With a light flick of his spear tip, the arrow shaft snapped midair, sending wooden fragments flying. Luo Fan's gaze locked onto the side, where an academy team was rapidly surrounding him. We thought we could pick up some easy prey in the sophomore zone, but you've wandered into our junior territory. The leading student clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Since that's the case, we'll have to take your head. Before his words finished, several spells activated simultaneously, filling the air with killing intent. Junior students were always decisive. They knew that only by eliminating enemies could they find peace. Gravel scattered beneath Luo Fan's feet as he coldly surveyed the encirclement. Gentlemen, with so many of you here, how will you split the 500,000 credits? Why don't you just let me take them all instead? Hiss! The ground exploded as dense vines surged like a tide, instantly trapping Luo Fan in a green cage. This sudden wood element assault forced the charging students to retreat in panic, looking back with fear and wariness in their eyes. Behind the vines stood a tall, slender young man who lowered his hands. Someone called out his name in a low voice. Ji Hung, a ninth-tier warrior-class powerhouse from Yunluo Beast Soul Academy, bonded with the Rotwood Beetle, capable of controlling vines, and known to have personally slain Lord-level beast tamers. Faced with such a formidable opponent, the students from Deheo Divine Beast Academy dared not start a battle lightly, forcing smiles as they pleaded. Ji Hung, this is a private matter between our Deheo Divine Beast Academy and Luo Fan. We hope you won't interfere. Cold light flickered in Ji Hang's eyes. What's the difference between you killing him and me killing him? As his words fell, he pushed off with his toes, shooting forward like an arrow. Behind him, vines rolled and twisted, weaving a vine world in the blink of an eye. Pikachu! Luo Fan raised his hand and threw. As the Thunder Ancient Bear crashed to the ground with lightning patterns coursing across its body, radiating battle intent. Facing Ji Hung, his scalp tightened. This was the most dangerous enemy he had encountered so far. Ji Hung smiled faintly, yet with the confidence of certain death. Give it your all, show all your trump cards, or you won't even get a chance to strike. He raised a finger, his tone casual, yet bone-chillingly cold. Let me tell you a secret: vines can devour life. Once entangled, the toxins from the barbs will immediately paralyze your entire body. By then, you won't even be able to struggle. If you want to live a few seconds longer, try to shatter the vines, though their defense is invincible, so you have no chance. Wood counters lightning. Luo Fan rapidly calculated in his mind. The gap in cultivation was enormous, making this battle extremely perilous. But he didn't retreat. Had the Dragon Roar War Spear, shrank. The Bee Emperor Battle Armor, shrank. And the Spear Intent Condensation technique taught by the mysterious elder. Victory wasn't impossible. Ji Hung observed Luo Fan's composure and murmured in admiration. Calmer than I expected. No wonder Deheo Divine Beast Academy stumbled because of you. Facing a freshman, you do have the right to be arrogant. His tone suddenly turned cold. Unfortunately, your luck ran out when you met me. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop dawdling and showing off your superiority. Luo Fan's spear trembled as fierce momentum exploded from him, spear intent merging as his entire aura transformed into sharp spear force. Ji Hung sighed softly. I wanted to let you live a little longer, but since you're eager to reincarnate, I'll grant your wish. With a casual wave, thick tree roots instantly transformed into dozens of vine spears, shrieking through the air like rain as they shot toward Luo Fan. No one had ever seen Ji Hang's contracted beast, only knowing it was some kind of beetle that was incredibly powerful. Ji Hang's vines could be both rigid and flexible, rigid for attacks, flexible for entanglement. They were incredibly troublesome to deal with, especially since the vines had barbs and could devour life force. Even Lord-level opponents preferred to avoid them. The battle hadn't truly begun, yet the tide was already shifting beneath the surface. The vines surged forward like a green torrent. Luo Fan barely hesitated before spinning his arm and sweeping out with his Dragon Roar Spear. Foolish, Ji Hang snorted coldly. The moment the spear tip touched the vines, the originally sharp stems suddenly went soft, splitting into countless tendrils that coiled toward the spear shaft like venomous snakes. Ji Hung had fought numerous spear-wielding beast tamers before. Once he seized their weapons, they were basically finished. This was his tried-and-true method. However, he underestimated Luo Fan. Just as the vines were about to lock down the Dragon Roar Spear, Luo Fan's arm suddenly trembled, snapping all the stems at once. The spear tip traced a strange cross pattern, and a cold gleam swept around him. In an instant, the surrounding vines shattered piece by piece, their emerald fragments scattering to the ground. How is this possible? Ji Hung cried out as his vines were severed. His contracted beast wasn't an ordinary beetle, but a demon-devouring vine. A plant-type fierce creature that had undergone 3 transformations. It possessed incredible defense and flexibility. Forcibly cutting through it should have been nearly impossible. Blood seeped from the severed cross-sections, the green liquid tinged with an eerie red, as if still pulsing. Luo Fan narrowed his eyes. Green blood, your contracted beast is quite interesting. Ji Hung suppressed his shock. And shrank weapon? No, that's not right. And shrank weapon alone couldn't possibly cut through my Venice UV, also cultivated special combat techniques. As he finished speaking, he quickly retreated several steps, while 3 more thick vines rose behind him, ready to counterattack at any moment. Roar! The Thunder Ancient Bear, having built up its power for some time, suddenly erupted. Azure lightning arcs danced wildly through its black fur as it raised its massive paw and slammed it down toward the ground. The Thunder-type signature skill, Rushing Thunder Curse, the very technique it had used to slay the general-level wild beast earlier. Before the lightning could strike, ground vines grew wildly in the wind, instantly wrapping the Thunder Ancient Bear in layers of coils. Luo Fan could see clearly that the vines were covered in barbs the moment they pierced the Thunder Ancient Bear's skin. Its life force would be instantly drained. Roar. Seeing the danger, the Thunder Ancient Bear's ferocious aura exploded. It used both arms to forcibly pull a massive tree stump, at least 5 meters tall, from the mud. Immediately after, its second skill, Thunder Breath, was unleashed with devastating force. A 3-meter-wide beam of lightning instantly pierced through the stump. No! Ji Hung screamed in anguish and despair. A flash of understanding struck Luo Fan that tree stump was the demon-devouring vine's main body. After taking that Thunder Breath attack, the demon-devouring vine was doomed. You'd better worry about yourself, Luo Fan said coldly. Thunder power erupted within his body as the Dragon Roar spear shot through the air, striking directly at Ji Hung with perfect precision. I refuse to accept this. Ji Hung had lost his greatest trump card was like a tiger with its fangs pulled. Thud! The spear tip pierced through his chest. Luo Fan's wrist trembled, and the terrifying force instantly tore Ji Hung to pieces. At the same time, the vines, having lost their master's control, all withered away. The Thunder Ancient Bear bounded over to the demon-devouring vine's remains in a few steps, lowered its head to tear and gnaw, finally extracting a wooden core, which it swallowed in one gulp before staggering backward, its chest heaving violently. The students from Grand How Divine Beast Academy stared in stunned silence. Just as they remained frozen in shock, someone snapped back to reality, their gaze turning vicious. Ji Hung was a 9th stage general level. After killing Ji Hung, Luo Fan must have exhausted all his soul power. Let's attack together. This is our best chance to kill Luo Fan. For someone like Luo Fan, if you don't finish him now, you might never get another shot in, he might even turn the tables. Ji Hung was incredibly strong, and killing him just now cost Luo Fan dearly. The smart move is to strike while he's weak and kick him when he's down. How Divine Beast Academy has the number sift dozens of warlord-level students attack at once. How could they fail to take down a spent arrow like Luo Fan? They acted immediately, spreading out in combat teams. One for a hard assault, one for harassment, and one for ambush and assassination. You're courting death, Luo Fan said coldly. The first wave was a rain of arrows, all grade god iron shafts that could easily pierce a warlord-level wild beast's hide, all aimed at Luo Fan's shoulders, knees, elbows, and wrists. One hit, and he'd be crippled. Before the arrows stopped, the combat arts crashed in. Ice lances screamed through the air, fireballs rolled, wooden spikes burst from the ground, dust and sand filled the sky, and vines went wild, sealing every avenue. Luo Fan could only dodge. His figure blurred like a wraith, and the Dragon Chant War spear flashed like lightning to parry and deflect. His opponents were elite third years with slick coordination, even someone calculating his landing points, leaving him scrambling. He slipped up more than once and took hits, but the Queen Bee War suit let him tank them heated. Pikachu, Thunder Breath. Pinned down at range, he chose to force a breakout. But the Academy students had already formed a ring, hammering him with wave after wave, giving him no opening at all. Roar the Thunder Ancient Bear bellowed on command, jaws widening as it gathered lightning. Feint, thrust, shock, drive. Luo Fan slipped in close to the bear, spear shadows coiling like dragons as he shredded the storm of attacks, buying time for Thunder Breath to build. When the charge peaked, he flipped onto the bear's back. An instant later, the bear let out a savage howl, and a lightning beam as thick as a man's height blasted forth. This move had never let Luo Fan down back. When he was only warlord level, it could already pierce a Queen Bee pupa's defenses. Now the bear was at warlord stage 8. How could students from How Divine Beast Academy withstand it? The beam scythed across the battlefield, turning grass and trees to ash. 8 or 9 students had their defenses punched through and fell where they stood. Go! Luo Fan snatched the spent Thunder Ancient Bear into his soul sea and shot through the breach the beam had torn open. Thunder Breath hits like a thunder god, but it drains the body just as hard. Even at full strength, the bear could only fire 3 times. After its slugfest with the Demon Devour Vine, it was already worn down, and that last full power blast left the tank bone dry. Surround him. Don't let him get away. The remaining students roared, surging after him at top speed. But Luo Fan was born to lightning, and his speed was terrifying. After chasing for a while, they could only watch him vanish into the forest. You can't underestimate any third year at that academy. They've trained 3 full years longer. They're the cream of a top school, and the hidden gap is hard to bridge. After running for half an hour, Luo Fan stopped beneath a tree, gasping for air. Fighting against Ji Hung, Luo Fan witnessed the true combat prowess of a third-year student. Had the Thunder Ancient Bear not discovered the demon-devouring vine's main body, Luo Fan would have surely been slain by Ji Hung. That scene remained vivid in his memory. Spear light clashing with blade radiance. The Thunder Ancient Bear roaring as it tore through vegetation. The demon-devouring vine's roots ripped from the earth, with blood splattering everywhere. Without that intervention, Luo Fan's head would have already rolled. The subsequent group battle against students from Deheo Divine Beast Academy left him even more shaken. Their combat techniques meshed together like interlocking gears, battlefield control, position sealing, and finishing strikes executed seamlessly. Even though Luo Fan possessed superior individual strength, he was thoroughly outmaneuvered by their calculations. His landing spots and spear angles were all within their predictions, leaving him completely led by the nose. These two brutal battles made Luo Fan truly recognize the terrifying nature of the Thunder Ancient Bear. The Ancient Bear's perception covered 100 meters, with virtually every trace of spiritual energy fluctuation unable to escape its thunder breath. When it unleashed that purple lightning, its power had already reached the limits of the war general level. Recalling all this, he still felt his chest being scorched by that searing thunder energy. Heal first, then seek resources. Sitting in the cave, Luo Fan set himself the most practical goal. These two painful experiences taught him that compared to third-year students, while his talent was high, he lacked battlefield experience. However, he wasn't panicked with the god-slaying spear technique in hand, and his spear intent already formed. Given time, catching up and even surpassing them was within reach. To secure this growth opportunity, he called upon the 10,000 Beasts Intelligence System, help me divine which direction would be best to travel. He had now become a target for everyone. Students from both Deheo Divine Beast Academy and Yinluo Beast Soul Academy all wanted to chop him into mincemeat, and the attitudes of the other two academies weren't much better. Before his strength fully recovered, he absolutely refused to engage in direct confrontations and urgently needed a relatively safe cultivation route. This divination requires 100,000 wealth points. Proceed with payment. The system's cold prompt appeared. 100,000 it is. Luo Fan didn't even lift an eyelid as the wealth points were instantly deducted. Ding, divination successful. The hexagram shows extreme misfortune death crises exist in all directions. Please choose your own path, host. Friendly reminder, the god-slaying spear technique nurtures the spear through killing. The host has already developed a fierce momentum, so it's recommended to slay enemies to strengthen spear intent. Additionally, hosts should not neglect the brain-computer function. Its scanning radius of 3,000 meters can greatly improve survival chances. What does that mean? 100,000 wealth points, just to be told I'm surrounded on all sides. Luo Fan rubbed his forehead with a bitter smile, but he still caught the key information: slaughter, spear intent, brain-computer scanning. He closed his eyes and connected his consciousness to the brain-computer. In an instant, a three-dimensional light network spread out, capturing every detail of vegetation and spiritual energy fluctuations in his mind. The next second, the brain computer issued a prompt. 15 detection devices have been detected locking onto the host's position. The brain computer can shield the signal. Proceed with shielding. Shield it. As data streams became chaotic, the opponent's detection channels were severed, while Luo Fan could still lock onto those devices' positions through his brain computer. He grinned, cold light flashing in his eyes. I can see you, but you're blind. Isn't this the perfect hunting opportunity? Spear tip lowered. He shot out of the cave like an arrow released from its string. His target was clear, the nearest fat man, a 7th-stage war general level, whose contracted Biasta black-hide blood crocodile was baring its fangs and roaring as it groped forward in his direction. Meanwhile, the fat man was stunned to discover his detection device's screen had gone completely white, his heart suddenly turning cold. What's happening? How did my detector suddenly lose the target? He hastily shut off the device, pressed his back against a thick tree, gripped his war blade tightly, and hid beneath a large tree. The fat guy's name was Zhu Feixiang, a student at Deheo Divine Beast Academy. His strongest asset was defense, combined with tremendous strength that made him nearly unbeatable among peers of the same rank. The red dot on his detector suddenly went dark. He frowned and quickly analyzed the situation. There are only two possibilities. Either my detector is broken, or their equipment is more advanced. Thinking of Luo Fan's ambiguous undercover identity, he immediately ruled out the first option. Just as the question, "Is my senior looking for me?" crossed his mind, a thunderous shriek came rushing from the side. In the crackling lightning, a spear tip tore through the air, stabbing straight at his face. Despite his bulk, Zhu Feixiang reacted with lightning speed. With a slight shift of his feet, he activated his fusion combat technique, and thick golden light suddenly covered his entire body like living armor. Bang! The Dragon Roar War Spear struck heavily against the golden light, bending the spear shaft on impact, while the golden barrier cracked inch by inch. The collision of two tremendous forces sent both Zhu Feixiang and the Dragon Roar War Spear flying backward. So powerful. Before he could finish speaking, he had already rolled 20 meters across the ground. When he landed, his chest shook violently, and he turned over to cough up a mouthful of fresh blood before immediately fleeing without hesitation. On the other side, Luo Fan stood frozen in place, his arms trembling uncontrollably as piercing pain shot through his palms. He pulled off his tactical gloves to see bloody cuts across his palms. That single strike had actually injured him. System, Help me understand what that golden light was, he asked. It was always his habit to ask when he didn't understand something. The system prompt immediately responded. Due to the previous divination having no substantial effect, this inquiry is free of charge. Search complete. The opponent's golden light is a defensive combat technique, specifically a fusion combat technique. His contracted beast, the ink-eyed blood crocodile, follows a defensive path. After mastering fusion combat techniques, he can stack his contracted beast's defense with his own, forming blood soul protective chi that can withstand any attack. However, this protective chi has limits and can currently only barely resist attacks from the first stage of Lord level. For once, the 10,000 Beasts intelligence system didn't deduct any wealth points. Blood soul protective chi, fusion combat technique. Luo Fan had heard of such top-tier techniques before, but this was his first time witnessing one. That a mere 7th-stage war general level fat guy could withstand his full-powered spear thrust left him genuinely shocked. System, do Thunder Ancient Bear and I have any corresponding fusion combat techniques? How many wealth points would it cost? He was almost impatient with anticipation. System scanning, please wait. Ding. Fusion combat techniques compatible with the host have been found, but the host's wealth points are insufficient for access privileges. Please recharge promptly. Just as his tense brow was about to relax, hearing the second half of the message made Luo Fan want to curse. It's just money, isn't it? Can't I go earn some? He immediately pulled up his smart brain map and locked onto the nearest fleeing team of third-year beast tamers. Those wealthy seniors had deep pockets. If he could force them to buy their lives, his wealth points would skyrocket. Meanwhile, that team had already sprinted 5,000 meters. The lead student gasped for breath as he calculated. The detector's maximum range is 2,000 meters. We've run 5,000 meters, so we should be safe. A female team member remained uneasy, staring into the dark distance behind them and murmuring softly. But what if? They've blocked our detection and are already catching up to us. The speaker was a woman whose eyes remained fixed on their rear, sensing something wasn't quite right. Ching, you're good in every way except you're too timid. Zhou Kong comforted her in a low voice, though his contempt was barely concealed. Luo Fan is just a freshman who managed to accumulate 1,000,000 credits by working as a spy for others. It's perfectly normal for him to buy a decent detector. I've looked into it during the freshman selection. He was only at the 5th tier of War General level. Given the timeline, he's at most broken through to the 6th tier. As fellow beast tamers, we both know that contracted beasts have limitations in their advancement. It's impossible to level up significantly in such a short time. The young man couldn't help but nod, well aware of how difficult it was to cultivate contracted beasts. However, Dong Qingqing shook her head vigorously, her fingers rapidly tapping on her wrist device. Zhou Kong, you haven't been checking the Dao Divine Beast Academy forum, have you? The latest intelligence shows that Luo Fan has already reached the 8th tier of War General level. He single-handedly killed Ji Hong and easily broke through when surrounded by Huang Qing and others, counter-killing 6 and severely injuring 8. We absolutely cannot underestimate him. Zhou Kong scoffed dismissively, but before Dong Qingqing could finish speaking, the three of them saw a tall figure approaching on the wind. She shouted a warning, intending to alert him, but Zhou Kong remained careless, even projecting a screen to browse the forum. What fine spirits you seniors have. Luo Fan's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling undertone. Dong Qingqing and Zhang Hao instinctively retreated, maintaining a safe distance, surprisingly offering no help to shield Zhou Kong. Whoosh! The Dragon Roar War Spear flashed with cold light, directly piercing through Zhou Kang's chest and lifting him into the air. Zhou Kong groaned in pain as he was hurled heavily against the rock wall behind him, his fate uncertain. His contracted beast trembled before Luo Fan's Thunder Ancient Bear, lacking even the courage to enter battle. In fact, Luo Fan had been lurking nearby for some time, refraining from action only because the three maintained strong vigilance. He struck with a lethal blow only when Zhou Kang's guard was down. Junior, let's talk this through. Spare us, and we'll agree to any conditions. Dong Qingqing forced herself to remain calm, knowing she had absolutely no chance of escape. Everything depended on Luo Fan's mood. Want to live? Take off your battle armor. Luo Fan held his spear horizontally, speaking indifferently. With a shake of the spear tip, Zhou Kong was sent flying several meters again, crashing against the rocks like a broken sack. Dong Qingqing's expression darkened as she surveyed the empty valley, lowering her voice. Junior, how about we find somewhere without people? This place is too exposed. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Luo Fan raised his spear slightly, urging again while activating his neural scanner to confirm no other figures were around, only then feeling slightly relieved. Dong Qingqing laughed awkwardly, her tone strange. Junior is really impressive, apparently swinging both ways. I wonder if you're a top or bottom. Due to my contracted beast, my body is weak, so I can only be a bottom. Seeing the situation turning dire, Zhang Hao simply took the initiative to strip off his battle armor completely, without reservation. Luo Fan's gaze darkened, disgust rising. Ugh, disgusting enough, Go die. As his words fell, the spear light struck like thunder, and Zhang Hao was pierced through on the spot, dying instantly. Don't kill me. I'll obey. Witnessing her companion's death firsthand, Dong Qingqing was terrified and hastily began removing her battle armor. Luo Fan sheathed his spear and stood firm, his tone cold. Let me make this clear today, I'm only robbing wealth, not virtue. No wait, you came to kill me. I'm merely acting in self-defense. Senior, I know what you're thinking. The reason you came to kill me is for those hundreds of thousands of credits, isn't it? Since you want to kill people, you'd better be prepared to be killed yourselves. However, heaven values life, so I won't take lives lightly. But I can't just let you go either, so you'll have to pay a price. Luo Fan's dragon roar spear trembled slightly in his hand, its blade gleaming coldly. His gaze was drawn to Dong Qingqing's girl's veil had been knocked off, revealing delicate features that shimmered in the moonlight. Her sleeves fluttered gently, her slender waist swaying gracefully, causing Luo Fan to blush unconsciously. He quickly averted his eyes and explained awkwardly. Ahem, don't misunderstand. I'm just collecting some compensation. How much money? Dong Qingqing asked hurriedly, clearly not expecting this turn of events. That depends on how much your life is worth. Luo Fan gestured for her to show her payment code, while his smart brain began scanning. In the corner, Zhou Kong, who had been pretending to be dead, suddenly opened his eyes. Hearing this, he immediately perked up. Junior, I'll buy my own life. 1 million. Is 1 million enough? The scanner projected a QR code in his palm, and he endured the pain, trembling as he held it up. Luo Fan frowned. You're at least a war general level. Though your strength is weak and you're ugly, surely you're worth more than just 1 million. He shook his spear lightly, producing a low hum that made the air tremble. Wait. Let me borrow some money. 10 minutes. No, give me 5 minutes. Terrified of being pierced by the spear, Zhou Kong burst with potential, dragging his injured body as he limped toward his communicator, frantically calling his friends. It must be said that Zhou Kong had surprisingly good connections in just 5 minutes. He managed to scrape together 10 million by borrowing from various sources. Finally, he handed over his battle suit, weapons, and scanner to Luo Fan, along with the transfer records. Only then did Luo Fan nod and accept them, immediately giving him a green spiritual herb. Take this for healing. Zhou Kong thanked him repeatedly and staggered away, supporting himself against the wall. Only then did Luo Fan turn to look at Dong Qingqing. The girl was hugging her knees, crouched on the ground with her shoulders shaking as tears streamed down her face. Ooh, I couldn't borrow a single penny. Those sisters who used to eat my food and spend my money all ran away when it mattered. They won't even pay back what they owe and blocked me instead. All that talk about life and death together was fake. She cried pitifully, leaving Luo Fan at a loss, only able to stand aside and cough awkwardly. After a while, Dong Qingqing looked up with teary eyes, sobbing. Junior, I only have 5 million. For the remaining 5 million, can I pay it back in other ways? If once isn't enough, then 10 times installment payments. As she spoke, she twisted her shoulders gracefully, making a suggestive gesture. Luo Fan's face reddened, nearly losing his grip on the spear. He coughed 3 times. Ahem, 5 million it is then. Why? Zhang Hao's life was worth 10 million. So why am I only worth 5 million? Dong Qingqing huffed angrily and rushed toward Luo Fan. Just as she took a step, she saw the spear's cold gleam and quickly stopped, retreating with teary eyes, looking pitiful. Luo Fan felt sympathy and suddenly had an idea. He lowered his voice. Want to cooperate on something? Dong Qingqing stopped crying. What kind of cooperation? Didn't you choose your friends poorly? Don't you want revenge? Here's what we'll do. Contact those good sisters of yours and tell them the money borrowing was just a test to see who was sincere. Then tell them you've discovered an energy stone mine with high quantity and quality, even containing premium energy stones. Since they don't value friendship, they don't deserve this opportunity. Trust me, with those fake sisters of yours, within 10 breaths, they'll definitely transfer money immediately and rush over. Luo Fan smiled mischievously. Let's agree beforehand to split the money 50-50. When they show up, I'll rob them again. Dong Qingqing blinked, studying the wickedly smiling young man before her, her heart racing. She wiped away her tears and nodded. Deal. Let's do as you say. Damn, you're brilliant. Junior, I've decided you're my friend now. In a bit, you better teach those girls a lesson and help me get my revenge. As Dong Qingqing spoke, she sat down next to Luo Fan and casually opened her optical brain, her fingers flying across the interface as she typed. Within minutes, she had crafted an 800-word sob story that was heart-wrenching and emotionally compelling. She sent the message to the group chat, and responses came quickly. The sound of incoming transfers filled the air. They replied. They actually replied in the group chat. They're really transferring money. Watching the numbers on her account balance jump continuously, Dong Qingqing gritted her teeth. That bitch always claimed to be broke, but she actually had over 13 million saved up. Great, so I was the fool all along. They've been eating my food and spending my money while secretly hoarding cash. Come on then, bring it all. I'll give you all a special gift. With each payment received, she gleefully split the money with Luo Fan, then threw her head back and laughed with the unbridled joy of a dam bursting. For the first time, Luo Fan felt genuine fear toward this creature that bleeds for a week without dying, silently warning himself, don't mess with her unless absolutely necessary, or the consequences would be unthinkable. The accounts were quickly settled. Those Fairweather friends not only paid back what they owed, but sent an additional 20 million. Dong Qingqing calculated. 6 people, averaging 8 million each, plus that extra 20 million, totaling 40 million for Luo Fan. Junior, I can't believe I lent them so much money. Those bitches are nothing but parasites. But Luo Fan was more curious about her background. What does your family do? How are you so wealthy? Just a prominent family that manufactures various nutrient solutions to help contracted beasts break through their limitations. Dong Qingqing replied casually. But don't worry, I don't rely on my family. Except for some pocket money from my mom, I handle everything else myself. This made Luo Fan break out in a cold sweat. Had just offended the Fanning family, and now he'd stumbled upon another big shot's daughter. His luck was truly extraordinary. Junior Luo Fan, they're coming over now. Help me rob them one more time. They dared to take advantage of my feelings, so they need to pay the price. She pulled a high-grade energy stone and 25 mid-grade energy stones from her backpack. Let's find a place to bury these and lure them in. Luo Fan stared at the pile of resources, feeling uneasy. Big sister, with all these resources, why don't you use them yourself? You should be at War General level 9 by now, right? I trained my contracted beast to War General level 9 3 months ago, but it won't give me feedback. There's nothing I can do about it. Mentioning her cultivation level made Dong Qingqing increasingly frustrated, and she pouted indignantly. After a moment's thought, Luo Fan spoke up. How about we collaborate once more? Give me the energy stones, and I'll make your contracted beast complete the feedback process. The more resources Dong Qingqing revealed, the less he wanted to make an enemy of her, so he decided to offer his help directly. Really? Dong Qingqing's eyes lit up instantly, and she immediately summoned her contracted beast. A flash of silver light appeared, and a three-tailed fox landed on the ground. It glanced at Luo Fan dismissively, then turned its head away with obvious disdain in its human-like eyes. Luo Fan was stunned. A three-tailed demon fox, and it's already beyond War General level 9. Breaking through to Lord level with more resources is just a matter of time. Dong Qingqing, would you mind if I beat it up? Luo Fan, if you can actually beat it up, I'll be your girlfriend from now on. Dong Qingqing ground her teeth. Little White is so infuriating. It won't help me fight, and it acts all aloof. If I could beat it, I would have done so long ago. Without Luo Fan needing to remind her, Dong Qingqing pulled out a scroll and used its power to suppress the three-tailed fox. Nobody knew what kind of scroll Dong Qingqing possessed, but after using it, the three-tailed fox's strength was directly suppressed by 60%. Luo Fan had originally been wary of the three-tailed fox's terrifying power that surpassed others of the same rank, but seeing the suppression take effect, he immediately commanded, Thunder Beast, attack. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening beast roar, the Thunder Beast, an ancient bear with shoulders as wide as doors and blue-purple electric arcs crackling around its entire body, pounced forward. It first struck down with a thunderbolt curse, lightning exploding and fierce winds howling as it hit the three-tailed fox's snow-white fur heaton. The three-tailed fox truly lived up to its lord-level foundation. Its three tails moved like 3 agile weapons, coordinating with nimble footwork to deflect all of the Thunder Bear's lightning-heavy strikes. For a moment, the two giant beasts were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. After a long stalemate with no success, the Thunder Bear roared in frustration, the electric current around its body suddenly thickening as it activated brute force. Its muscles swelled, giant paws swept horizontally, raging like a mobile lightning pool. The three-tailed fox also revealed its trump card. Its body suddenly expanded to twice its size, claws sharp as blades, their keen cold light cutting through the air. In just a few exchanges, it tore several bloody gashes across the Thunder Bear's chest and abdomen, the smell of charred flesh and blood instantly filling the air. I'll help you. Luo Fan finally couldn't hold back, brandishing his spear as he charged into battle. The silver spear pierced through the air, and the Thunder Bear coordinated with his spear techniques together. Man and beast's offensive power surged. The three-tailed fox retreated repeatedly, its snow-white tail feathers stained with blood, yet it remained proud and defiant, glaring at Luo Fan, repeatedly attempting to bite and kill him in one strike, preferring death over submission. Luo Fan's mind stirred, his gaze turning to the Thunder Bear as he asked, the three-tailed fox has extraordinary bloodline. If you devour it, could you advance to the next level? Luo Fan vaguely judged that this fox was very likely the same as the Thunder Bear, a pure-blood fierce beast. Otherwise, how could it overpower the Thunder Bear, known for its overwhelming dominance, at the same cultivation level? If this were true, and it had cultivated 3 years longer than the bear, plus having been raised by a wealthy woman, possessing such strength wouldn't be surprising. He withdrew his spear momentum and coldly commanded the Thunder Bear to strike with lethal intent. All right, stop fighting. I'll submit. Just as killing intent crystallized into reality, the three-tailed fox actually spoke. You can actually talk? Luo Fan searched around for the source of the voice, finally focusing on the bloodstained fox. The three-tailed fox rolled its eyes impatiently. What's so surprising about that? We ghost foxes are naturally highly intelligent. Once our strength reaches lord level, what's the problem with speaking? As its words fell, it suddenly turned around and spat out a pearl that was crystalline white with an inner ghostly glow. Whoosh! The pearl shot through the air, striking directly at Dong Qingqing's forehead. Save me. The moment the pearl entered her body, Dong Qingqing's entire form levitated, terrifying vital energy surging like a tide within her, repeatedly tempering her flesh, blood, and bones. Impurities were forced out through her pores, turning into black, sticky grime. Luo Fan could even see her body shape alternately concaving and bulging under the pressure of the vital energy. Her originally slightly plump cheeks quickly tightened, transforming into a delicate oval face in the blink of an eye. After about half an hour, the pearl suddenly split in two. One flew back into the three-tailed fox's mouth, while the other was instinctively swallowed into Dong Qingqing's dantian, then settled peacefully. The three-tailed fox called out instructions. Watch over her for 2 hours. Once the fusion is complete, she'll be able to break through to half-step lord level. With that, it darted to Dong Qingqing's side and transformed into a phantom, returning to her soul sea. Half-step lord level. Luo Fan looked at the Thunder Bear, then at the unconscious Dong Qingqing. Feeling his head buzzing was the feedback from a lord-level contracted beast really this terrifying? He wanted to ask more about what kind of species a ghost fox was and whether it was truly a pure-blood fierce beast, but ultimately couldn't find the words. Roar. The Thunder Ancient Bear, however, let out a roar toward the sky, quickly ran to where Dong Qingqing's backpack lay, opened its mouth and sucked in the high-grade energy stone, then swayed unsteadily to Luo Fan's side, allowing him to store it in his soul sea. You're not about to break through, are you? After sending the ancient bear into his soul sea, Luo Fan remained completely puzzled. After steadying himself briefly, he bent down and walked to Dong Qingqing's side, reaching out to straighten her disheveled clothing to prevent any exposure. Whoosh! An arrow shot swiftly from the distance, its wind-cutting sound sharp as a scorpion's tail. Luo Fan instinctively wanted to dodge, but Dong Qingqing lay collapsed right at his feet. If he moved away, the arrow would surely pierce through her. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly half-turned his body to forcibly take the hit. The arrow struck his grade battle armor with a thud, piercing through the outer defense. It then hit his clothes-fitting Emperor battle suit, where the sharp force was firmly blocked by the scrayed material, though it still brought tearing pain. Luo Fan pulled out the arrow and threw it to the ground, roaring angrily toward the front. Are you blind? Do I look like some perverted scoundrel to you? 6 women emerged from the forest. The lead archer caught sight of Luo Fan's face and suddenly burst into laughter. Luo Fan, truly, after wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, we find what we seek without effort. Sisters, attack together. Kill him, and the 500,000 academic credits will be ours. All 6 opponents were 8th tier war generals, with one reaching the 9th tier, and they also had a carnivorous contracted beast. Luo Fan secretly clicked his tongue. This firepower was ridiculously higher than expected. That arrow earlier could break through armor in one strike, most likely in scrayed weapon. If combined with each person wielding fusion combat techniques, he would definitely be pinned down and crushed. Don't come any closer. Luo Fan dragged Dong Qingqing up and held her in front of him. Take another step, and I'll kill her. At this moment, the Thunder Ancient Bear was sleeping and absorbing the energy stone, completely unable to fight. Without its assistance, Luo Fan truly had no confidence in facing them heathen. She's already been defiled by you anyway, so kill her if you want, the lead woman said with a cold expression. After you kill her, we'll slaughter you, and Uncle Dong won't blame us. You're supposed to be her close friends. How can you just watch her die without helping? Luo Fan felt a tightness in his chest, sadness welling up in his heart. Dong Qingqing had once said that these people spent her money more lavishly than anyone, yet now they turned against her in an instant. Why are you dawdling? If you're going to kill her, hurry up, the woman impatiently waved her hand in urging. Since you don't care, then I'll give you a good show. Luo Fan suddenly flipped his wrist and raised his spear, using the spear tip to lift Dong Qingqing up. Taking advantage of the moment when the women suddenly tensed, his thunder power erupted explosively. With electric arcs coiling around his arms, he secured Dong Qingqing in his embrace, touched the ground with his toes, and transformed into a blur as he charged into the dense forest, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Chase him. Don't let him escape. The 6 women realized they'd been deceived and hurriedly commanded their contracted beasts to search. Branches and leaves fell in the forest, but Luo Fan had already used his speed to create distance between them. Don't rush. The lead woman coldly waved her hand. Let's divide up the energy stones first. The leading woman didn't pursue them. Instead, she fixed her gaze on the energy stones in the backpack and walked over. She reached out to tear open the bag, her cold eyes quickly scanning the color and texture of the stones. This isn't right. Didn't Dong Qingqing discover high-grade energy stones? Why are these all medium-grade? She rummaged more frantically, her breathing becoming erratic. After confirming there wasn't a single high-grade energy stone in the backpack, rage surged through her. She kicked the bag away with one foot, sending dust exploding into the air. The woman was called Cheng Lingwei, a ninth-tier war general. When Dong Qingqing had asked to borrow money from them, they happened to be gathered together. After a few minutes of discussion, they unanimously decided to block Dong Qingqing. If they hadn't heard that Dong Qingqing had found energy, or they never would have transferred the money. Cheng Lingwei had planned to wait until the backpack fell into her hands before making her move as long as she obtained high-grade energy stones. Her contracted beast could break through to Lord level. Now that her hopes were dashed, she could no longer contain herself. Chase them, she roared, turning to lead her people in a mad dash toward Luo Fan. Meanwhile, Luo Fan continued racing through the forest. His neural processor scanned the surrounding terrain, providing the safest route each time. Several times when he nearly lost speed, he wanted to abandon the unconscious Dong Qingqing. How could he ambush beast tamers while carrying an unconscious woman? But remembering that Dong Qingqing was already halfway to Lord level, he could only grit his teeth and persist. Better to send charcoal and snowy weather than add flowers to brocade. If I save her now, she'll definitely be grateful. Once she wakes up, I'll continue with the original plan. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead hard. Damn it. How could I forget about the system? System, transfer all the money from my account and see if there are any resources to help Dong Qingqing quickly stabilize her realm. In just a few steps, he had cursed himself 10 times in his mind. Zhang Hao had given him 10 million. Dong Qingqing had given him 40 million, over 50 million in total wealth value, just sitting there gathering dust. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 50 million wealth value. The Fusion Combat Technique page has been unlocked and is available for viewing at any time. Cut the nonsense. Tell me right now how to wake up Dong Qingqing. Luo Fan growled in a low voice. The red dots on his neural processor's feedback were getting closer. Cheng Lingwei and her 6 companions were charging toward them. If he didn't resolve Dong Qingqing's situation immediately, he'd have no ability to maneuver. Intelligence search in progress. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully found the required resource. Nirvana Spirit Liquid, 30 million wealth value. Upon consumption, it can trigger life nirvana, directly breaking through to Lord level, and the user will awaken within 5 breaths. Do you wish to purchase? 30 million. Luo Fan gritted his teeth. Is there anything cheaper? Esteemed host, War Servant level resources are priced in units of 100,000, War General level in units of 1 million, and Lord level in units of 10 million. Resources for consolidating foundations are extremely scarce. 30 million is already a bargain price. Friendly reminder, confirm within 10 breaths, or the system will consider this a refusal and remove the item from sale. Damn it, you're such a scam. Luo Fan glimpsed the swaying treetops behind them, where Cheng Lingwei's figure appeared intermittently. He could only grit his teeth and roar. Purchase. Ding, purchase successful. Nirvana Spirit Liquid has been delivered to your spatial storage necklace. The user will awaken within 5 breaths after consumption. 30 million wealth value evaporated instantly. Luo Fan's heart bled, but he still stopped abruptly, grabbed the purple gold vial from his necklace, and poured it directly into Dong Qingqing's mouth. Am I dead? Within mere moments of the Nirvana Spirit Liquid entering her throat, Dong Qingqing's eyelashes trembled lightly. Her gaze struggled to focus on Luo Fan's face, filled with shock. She hadn't forgotten that when the Phantom Fox had given back to her, her flesh and bones had been torn apart. In the end, unable to endure any longer, she had fainted. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.